Chapter 1. Which man and Lu Rian partook of the forbidden fruit? Disciple, have you recently indulged in forbidden pleasures with that girl? Ruyan. In the grand hall of the Sword sect, atop the majestic Yunu Peak, a voluptuous and exquisite woman seated upon a high platform posed the question, her delicate features tinged with frost. She was Ji Yaoyue, the esteemed leader of Yunu Peak. Chen Xuan, standing below, shook his head in bewilderment, utterly confused by her inquiry. Ji Yaoyue, in a fit of indignation, proclaimed, "Today, the marital mark on Lu Rian's right arm has vanished. This news has spread like wildfire throughout the Sword sect. Alas, she has ultimately deemed your diminished cultivation and bleak prospects unworthy, and is preparing to call off the engagement." What? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. An orphan since childhood, Chen Xuan was discovered at the age of 9 by Ji Yaoyue during her travels, who recognized his extraordinary talent and brought him back to the sect as her disciple at that time. Yunu Peak housed 4 beautiful senior sisters, each more enchanting than the last, in his desire to impress his master and senior sisters. Chen Xuan dedicated himself to rigorous training, never allowing himself a moment of negligence for over 3 decades. He replaced Ji Yaoyue in the most perilous demon-hunting squad within the sect, enduring countless life-and-death trials, ultimately achieving a groundbreaking breakthrough into the Golden Core realm, producing an unparalleled 9th-rank Golden Core that reverberated throughout the entirety of the Wild Heaven domain. At that point, Chen Xuan basked in glory, decimating the younger generation of demonic practitioners, and even acquiring the ancient Yin Sword Palace, which he presented to the sect. Due to his immense contributions, the sect leader bestowed upon him the title of Holy Son, promising that there would be only one such figure within the sect. During that time, his master and senior sisters treated Chen Xuan with utmost kindness. The stunning Lu Rian, renowned as the most beautiful maiden in the Wild Heaven domain, held a special affection for him, and the two quickly fell in love, securing their engagement. However, everything changed 3 months ago when a coalition of demonic forces launched a surprise assault on the Sword sect. Chen Xuan valiantly defended Yunu Peak, refusing to retreat, but ultimately fell victim to a mysterious figure who obliterated his 9th-rank Golden Core, rendering him a cripple. Lu Rian's gaze shifted from tenderness to disdain. It was as if she no longer beheld a hero who had fought valiantly against the demons, but rather a wretched being who tarnished her illustrious reputation. Tomorrow would be the wedding day. The disappearance of the marital mark from Lu Rian's arm, a symbol of her purity, indicated that she had surrendered her chastity to another. Such an act was undoubtedly a blatant humiliation for Chen Xuan. Ji Yaoyue sighed softly, offering gentle consolation. "Disciple, since you can no longer cultivate, you must accept this reality and embrace the change in your status." Chen Xuan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, oblivious to the pain on the eve of his wedding. The bride had lost her pristine virtue. No man could endure such a betrayal. At this moment, Ji Yaoyue continued, "You must relinquish any thoughts of marrying Lu Rian, lest you become a laughingstock tomorrow." Chen Xuan's eyes darkened with uncertainty, and he retorted bitterly, "A laughingstock? Master, my engagement to Lu Rian was personally sanctioned by the sect leader and has received the blessings of all the elders. How could it possibly lead to ridicule?" Upon hearing these words, Ji Yaoyue replied with a hint of disdain, "Initially, it was Lu Rian who took the initiative to provoke you, drawn by your potential as the holy Son in the desolate realm. The principle of might makes right prevails. Do you not comprehend this?" Chen Xuan's eyes glimmered with coldness at her words. He lamented his past folly in having been enamored with the deceitful Lu Rian. "Master, fret not. I was blinded by my heart and made a grievous mistake in my affections. One day, I shall ensure that this wretched woman deeply regrets her choices." Chen Xuan declared with bitterness. Ji Yaoyue nodded approvingly. "Disciple, there exists a splendid opportunity for you to earn the admiration of the entire sect. That is to wholeheartedly assist your junior brother, Wu Shuang." Upon mentioning Wu Shuang, her eyes softened with warmth. 2 decades prior, Ji Yaoyue had returned from a 3-year journey of cultivation, bringing with her a boy of 3 or 4 years old, whom she named Ji Wu Shuang and took under her wing, showering him with affection. Ji Wu Shuang's prodigious talent earned him favor at Yunu Peak, and his cultivation progressed remarkably. Yet, Chen Xuan couldn't shake the feeling that his junior brother was not as flawless as his master and the senior sisters believed. "Master, how do you wish for me to assist him?" Chen Xuan asked, weariness evident in his voice. The events with Lu Rian had dealt a severe blow to his pride. Ji Yaoyue responded with fervor, "I hope you will publicly relinquish the title of Holy Son in favor of Wu Shuang. Your dantian is shattered, Your cultivation lost, there is no need for you to cling stubbornly to the position. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him, akin to having consumed a dead rat. Reluctantly, he replied, the sect leader and the elders would never agree to this. You are mistaken, Ji Yue countered, shaking her head. The sect leader wishes for your junior brother to become the new holy son. However, Wu Shuang's kind heart leads him to oppose this, fearing it might displease you, which is why this matter has not yet been resolved. The elders unanimously believe that he is the most suitable candidate to replace you as the new holy son. The irony of it all struck Chen Xuan profoundly. Had all his efforts over the past 30 years been in vain? He then spoke with a sense of despair. When I offered the ancient Yin Sword Palace, the sect leader promised that I would be the sole holy son. Now, merely 3 months after my fall from grace, they are already so eager? Ji Yaoyue sighed softly, expressing her helplessness. Chen Xuan, you know you'll become a shadow of your former self. Why continue to cling to the title of Holy Son and turn the Howren Sword sect into a laughingstock? Over 3 months ago, the strongest in the desolate realm, the immortal Mu Yun, announced he would select a disciple to whom he would impart all his teachings. To qualify as a candidate, one must be a holy son or holy daughter from the 9 sects and 13 gates. Thus, you can comprehend the significance of the holy son's position. Master, I have no intention of relinquishing my title, Chen Xuan replied coldly. Just last night, during his cultivation, he unexpectedly awakened the true dragon heart within him, dormant for over a decade. The noble golden light it emitted began to restore some of his shattered dantian. Therefore, Chen Xuan saw a glimmer of hope for his revival. He was not attached to the title of Holy Son. His desire to hold onto it stemmed from a wish to accomplish even more for the sect. Impudence. In just 1 month, the disciple selection conference set by Master Mu Yun Sanxian will take place. Do you intend to attend in the capacity of the Holy Son of the Howren Sword sect, thereby squandering a golden opportunity and bringing shame upon yourself? Ji Yayu's voice turned icy as she questioned him. Bringing shame. Her forward critique left Chen Xuan momentarily dazed. In the past 30 years, he had fought valiantly, facing life-threatening challenges to bring glory to the Howren Sword sect. How could his master choose to evaluate him with such a phrase? Chen Xuan, the position of Holy Son that you so cherish is something Wu Shuang holds in contempt. He even vehemently refuses. I never anticipated that not only have you become a waste, but your resolve has also deteriorated. Ji Yaoyue reprimanded angrily. The Yinu Hall fell into a profound silence. After a long while, Jiayu's eyes brimmed with hope as she gently spoke. Disciple, I implore you to consider the greater good. Supporting Wu Shuang is tantamount to supporting the entire Howren Sword sect. By the way, bring along your Hao Ian sword and the Panlong treasure ring to offer to Wu Shuang. It may enhance his chances of selection. Wu Shuang is striving for the sect's great honor, and as a senior brother, contributing a little is hardly excessive. Is it? At her words, Chen Xuan's lips twitched slightly. A tearing pain coursed through his heart. Both the Hao Ian sword and the Panlong treasure ring were treasures he had obtained after countless near-death experiences. How could he so easily relinquish them? Yet, gazing into Ji Yayu's hopeful and enchanting eyes, he found it hard to refuse. Ultimately, Chen Xuan nodded, saying, Master, I can comply with these requests. However, I wish to meet with junior brother Wu Shuang for a proper conversation. Is that permissible? Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue was filled with joy. She cheerfully replied, Chen Xuan, you have finally come to your senses. A meeting is unnecessary. Wu Shuang must focus on the final preparations for the selection conference. Meeting you would be a waste of his time. It must be said, this excuse for refusal was rather perfunctory. With a cold gaze and a self-deprecating smile, Chen Xuan remarked, Then let it be after all. As a discarded senior brother, I have no qualifications to guide him. Ji Yaoyue lightly clapped her hands, her voice filled with admiration. Chen Xuan, rest assured, even if you have fallen to such a state, I will always shelter you on Yuna Peak, ensuring your safety for a lifetime. Tomorrow, when you publicly relinquish the position of Holy Son and present the Hao Ian sword and Panlong treasure ring to assist your junior brother, it will surely be a tale worth recounting. The more brilliant Wu Shuang shines, the more glory will reflect upon your face. With Lu Ruyan, the epitome of beauty in the wasteland, you're ultimately mismatched. It is best to annul the engagement and let her go. Chen Xuan lowered his gaze, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head, a radiant smile breaking through. Master, may I take my leave now? Yes. Go ahead. Ji Yaoyue waved her hand, her face filled with anticipation and joy. Thus, Chen Xuan turned to depart. The smile on his face gradually faded, leaving only a trace of coldness. After Chen Xuan's exit, a figure gracefully emerged from behind a screen on one side of the hall. He was as handsome as jade, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. It was Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang lightly waved her folding fan, perplexed as she inquired, "Mother, why must you treat this useless individual with such courtesy? Simply command him." Chen Xuan possesses a tenacious character. He is resistant to coercion. If pressed too hard, he may falter. Ji Aiwa gently elucidated. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang scoffed. "In my opinion, it would be better to eliminate this worthless fool." However, Ji Aiwa narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly and replied coolly, "Our Howren Sword sect is a prestigious and righteous sect. All actions must have justifiable reasons. If you resort to unscrupulous methods, and should the immortal Mu Yun discover it, it would jeopardize our plans for apprenticeship." She paused for a moment, then comforted softly, "Rest assured, Xuan, Chen Xuan has slain many prodigies of the demonic path over the years. Should he lose the sect's protection, life would be worse than death. Thus, he has no alternative path to choose. By the way, is Lu Ruyin's lost virtue connected to you?" Ji Wushuang, upon hearing this, laughed unabashedly. "Lu Ruyin is a pure, seductive body, and my dual cultivation with her is solely for the swift enhancement of my own cultivation. Yet the experience with her is indeed quite delightful. Ha 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 ha. Tomorrow shall truly be a day worth anticipating." Chapter 2. Celestial Countenance, Serpent-Hearted. Under the night's veil, the Xian Hall stood solemn. The everlasting lamps in the corridor illuminated the crimson paper-cut characters of joy on the window, casting monstrous shadows upon the walls of the hall. Chen Xuan sat upon the throne of the Holy Sun, intricately carved from millennium-old jade, staring derisively at the pair of dragon and phoenix candles, thick as a child's arm. This night, he should have been too excited to sleep, eagerly awaiting the wedding on the morrow. Yet now, it seemed he had already become the subject of hushed ridicule among the sect. Xiange, with a booming voice, a youth of robust build, resembling a bear and adorned in a bronze hue, strode into the hall his good brother, Du Meng, with whom Chen Xuan had shared life and death, the true disciple of Panyan Peak, Du Meng. Upon entering the hall, Du Meng's face darkened as he began to curse. "Curse that immortal! Ji Wushuang is currently at Crescent Lake, chatting with that seductive Lu Ruyin. They're clearly flirting. There's definitely something going on. I wager that Lu Ruyin's lost virtue is due to her dalliance with Ji Wushuang." Chen Xian's gaze dimmed upon hearing these words that he clenched his fists tightly, seething, "It matters not. Having seen the true face of that wretched woman, that is sufficient. Tomorrow, I shall announce the annulment of our engagement." "What? Announce the annulment?" Du Meng was taken aback, then promptly gave a thumbs up. "This decision is magnificent. Although Lu Ruyin is as beautiful as a celestial being, she, being a promiscuous woman, is unworthy of you, Xiange." Chen Xuan forced a weary smile that ate tea that moment. A chill ran through him. Lu Ruyin's deliberate revelation of her lost virtue was a ploy to compel him to annul the engagement. In such a profound humiliation, how could he possibly retain any dignity as the Holy Sun? With this, Lu Ruyin would neither have to marry him nor hinder her lover's quest for the position of Holy Sun. Everything began to make sense. Ji Wushuang. Chen Xian's teeth ground together, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. These two wretched individuals were truly despicable and shameless. Suddenly, Chen Xian's head suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain, and he let out a tortured scream as vague images began to surface in his mind. Du Meng hurriedly assessed the situation, his brow furrowing deeply. With concern, he remarked, "Brother Xian, your headache seems to indicate that a portion of your memory has been erased. You must be cautious. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a treasured secret." Chen Xian shook his head. "Erasing memories is a forbidden technique that easily backfires. Who would go to such lengths for a useless person like me? Moreover, even if the villains seized the Haoyan sword and the Panlong treasure ring, they would not dare to use them recklessly." As he spoke, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Chen Xian's voice turned contemplative. "If I were to willingly part with those two treasures, the circumstances would be entirely different." "What do you mean?" Du Meng was taken aback, his eyes reflecting deep sympathy and helplessness. Had the once great prodigy, after losing all his cultivation, irreversibly begun to descend into the abyss of insignificance? After Du Meng departed, Chen Xian's emotions remained turbulent. Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyin were very likely conspiring against him. Did his master know of this? However, he would never fulfill the promise of relinquishing his position as the Holy Sun and the two treasures. Soon, Chen Xuan retreated to his meditation chamber, sitting cross-legged within the spirit-gathering array, striving to empty his mind. After the burning of an incense stick, Chen Xuan sensed the true dragon heart in his dantian, which, in its fossil-like form, suddenly radiated with resplendent golden light. This true dragon heart was an unexpected treasure he had discovered in the ruins of an ancient sacred site. His ability to forge an unparalleled ninth-grade golden elixir was largely attributed to the support of the true dragon heart. At a certain moment, a wave of intense pain swept through Chen Xuan's entire body. Yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes alight with excitement. For that brilliant golden light was gradually healing his shattered dantian. The portion of the dantian that had healed appeared even more extraordinary, exuding an implicit dragon might in the morning light. Chen Xuan opened his eyes, his expression bursting with elation. His collapsed dantian had healed approximately 1/10. Moreover, the true dragon heart had transmitted to him an ancient extraordinary technique, the Nine-Yang true dragon art. To cultivate this art, the cooperation of the true dragon heart was essential. The Nine-Yang true dragon art consists of 9 levels. Upon mastering the first level of the Qi refinement stage, one could manifest the true dragon body and the 9 dragon true essence. When breaking through to the golden elixir stage, one could even forge an elixir surpassing the 9th grade. This was a truly indomitable art, embodying supreme strength and dominance. Clenching his fist, Chen Xuan whispered, brimming with excitement, "In just 10 days, I will be able to cultivate the Nine-Yang true dragon art." Meanwhile, in a tranquil ancient hall, a white-browed Taoist, seated in meditation, suddenly stood up, filled with exhilaration. With a wave of his hand, he summoned an ancient copper mirror, upon which a figure emerged remarkably. It was Chen Xuan. This little one possesses the essence of the supreme Yang true dragon, with the golden dragon's phantom hovering above, making him the unparalleled choice to reinforce the true dragon grand array seal. I had assumed that 3 years hence, the dark sovereign of the abyss would inevitably shatter the grand array seal, ushering in an apocalyptic calamity. At last, I have discovered the means to unravel this predicament. The wilderness domain is saved. The white-browed Taoist laughed heartily, causing the ancient hall to tremble incessantly, as if unable to bear the weight of the power contained within his laughter. He was none other than the universally acknowledged strongest in the Tianwang domain, the immortal Mu Yun. At that moment, a shadow flickered in the corner of the ancient hall, revealing a figure cloaked in black. Without hesitation, he knelt down and exclaimed excitedly, "Congratulations, master! This young man is known to me. He is Chen Xuan, the holy son of the Howard sect. Alas, he self-destructed his 9th grade golden elixir over a month ago and has become a cripple. It is likely that." Yet Mu Yun remained unfazed, his smile unwavering as he confidently declared, "As the saying goes, one must break to establish." The supreme Yang true dragon essence awakening. Within this young lad is mending his damaged dantian in the future. His achievements will surely surpass mine. I initially intended to try my luck at the disciple recruitment conference, but unexpectedly, my destined disciple appeared ahead of time. How wondrous! How extraordinary! Shadow, hasten to the Howard sect to safeguard Chen Xuan's safety. Additionally, discreetly assess his character. As commanded, the figure clad in black responded respectfully, suddenly vanishing into the void. The following day, joyous melodies resonated atop the Jade Maiden Peak, as streams of radiant light soared from various mountain summits. Some rode on flying swords, others navigated flying boats, while some walked upon the clouds, supported by her attendants. Lu Rian, adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, descended from the clouds towards the Xian Hall. Her steps were light and graceful, embodying the elegance of a celestial maiden. The bright sunlight illuminated her figure, causing her phoenix crown and flowing garments to shimmer brilliantly, while the pearls and tassels swayed gently, revealing an enchanting beauty that could captivate the world. Surrounding her were gasps of awe and hushed whispers, with many gazes fixated, stunned by her allure. This was the charm of Lu Ruyan, the most beautiful woman of the Howard sect. She moved with a delicate grace that rendered onlookers breathless. Even her casual expressions were enough to bewitch the world. The crowd on Jade Maiden Peak was stirred, hastening to gather. When Chen Xuan finally appeared, the flames of jealousy nearly erupted from the eyes of the young male disciples of the Howard sect. The thought of the ethereal Lu Ruyan, a paragon of beauty, about to be wed to the seemingly worthless Chen Xuan and submitting to him in intimacy. Many male disciples felt as if they had swallowed a dead rat, utterly revolted. Jealousy, derision, disdain, resentment, envy, These sentiments converged upon Chen Xuan. Of course, a few disciples regarded Chen Xuan with respect and gratitude, their eyes reflecting blessings. Chen Xuan and Lu Ruyin gazed at each other from a distance, their eyes reflecting an icy detachment, devoid of any emotional hue. At that moment, whispers began to circulate in the surroundings. Such a celestial beauty as Ruyin, marrying our useless sacred son, it is truly a disgrace. She is the brightest jewel of our Sword sect. Even among the most exquisite women in the entire, what a pity. My dreamlike fairy is to wed that good-for-nothing Chen Xuan. I cannot bear it. Suddenly, Ji Yaoyu raised an eyebrow and coldly barked, "Silence." Her authoritative command quelled the murmurs. Ji Shuang then stood up, asserting with righteous fervor, "The union between my senior brother and sister Ru Yin has been sanctioned by the sect leader and blessed by the elders. How dare you speak such nonsense?" His unparalleled demeanor captivated many female disciples, causing their eyes to glisten with admiration. A young man clad in armor stepped forward, exuding a sense of justice as he declared, "Sacred son Chen Xuan has lost all his prowess, unable even to defeat the menial workers within the sect, while sister Ru Yan's future is exceptionally bright. Therefore, I believe he is no longer worthy of her." His name was Dai Tao, a long-standing rival of Chen Xuan. Following Dai Tao's remarks, a wave of agreement rippled through the crowd. Disciple Ji Yaoyu began, casting a glance at Chen Xuan, indicating that he should take the floor. Tap. Chen Xuan, suppressing the fury within, stepped forward and declared in a somber tone, "The wedding scheduled for today is hereby cancelled. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to all my esteemed colleagues who have come here." As these words left his lips, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Who could have anticipated that Chen Xuan would indeed call off the engagement? Some began to slyly mock Lu Ruyin regarding her status, while others derisively insinuated that Chen Xuan was ungrateful. Dai Tao, chuckling, raised his thumb in admiration and remarked, "Saint Chen Xuan, I commend your audacity. However, given your current status, it seems unlikely that anyone would wish to marry you in the future. Allow me to offer some advice. Among the servant female disciples, there are a few with commendable beauty whom you might consider pursuing. Pursue your own mother." A furious rebuke echoed from a distance as Du Meng rushed over, casting a fierce glare at Dai Tao. The tension in the air intensified dramatically. "Enough!" Lu Ruyin's voice rang out, clear and filled with despair, instantly restoring silence to the scene. Her pair of crystalline eyes reflected a profound sense of heartbreak and sorrow. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Ruyin, utterly disheartened, lamented, "Chen Xuan, 3 days ago at the Xian Hall, beneath the blossoms and the moonlight, I surrendered my purity to you to prove my unwavering love. And you? Today, you choose to cancel our wedding. Such a heartless humiliation inflicted upon me." Lu Ruyin's heart ached deeply. Boom. Her words reverberated throughout the gathering, shocking all present. Those who had doubted Chen Xuan's fidelity fell silent. Yet, the disdainful glances directed at him from the onlookers only grew more pronounced. Truly, he was a pitiable wretch who refused to take responsibility for his actions. Chen Xuan was bewildered. He could assert with certainty that 3 nights prior, he had indulged in solitary drinking until the late hours, without any romantic rendezvous with Lu Ruyin beneath the flowers and moonlight, nor the cooing of mandarin ducks. She was lying. Chen Xuan gazed at Lu Ruyin, whose eyes were glistening like pear blossoms in the rain, and suddenly felt an unsettling familiarity with her. Beneath that ethereal exterior, what treacherous heart lay concealed? As the chorus of accusations and curses echoed around him, Chen Xuan was struck with a chilling realization. Lu Ruyin's slanderous words were tantamount to a lethal assault on his character, designed to render him infamous and plunge him into an abyss from which there would be no return. Chapter 3. Today, I, Lu Ruyin, shall formally annul our engagement. Many of the male disciples present were filled with sympathy, wishing they could instantly enfold Lu Ruyin in their arms and proclaim their desire to marry her. At that moment, Ji Yaoyu angrily rebuked, "Wretched disciple, I never imagined you could sink so low, deceiving your fiancée and employing despicable means to rob her of her purity. Teacher feels nothing but shame for you." She then softened her tone, saying, "Ruyin, you have already shared an intimate bond. Might you grant Chen Xuan an opportunity? Allow me to apologize on behalf of my disciple." Chen Xuan's eyes blazed with fury, his fists clenched, making a crackling sound. Over the years, he had poured his heart and soul into his affection for Lu Ruyin. To his utter dismay, Lu Ruyin had betrayed him and even went so far as to slander him. At that moment, Ji Wushuang suddenly spoke with indignation. Senior brother, are you worried that you will become a useless man, unworthy of Sister Ruyin in the future? She has already entrusted her pure body to you. Her deep affection is as evident as the sun and moon. Is such profound love not enough? A true man stands tall, even if your cultivation is lost. Does your spirit also fade away? Shouldn't you hasten to apologize to Sister Ruyin? I wish you both a long life together, filled with love. His resonant words immediately garnered admiration from several elders. Truly, he was the most suitable candidate for the newly appointed Saint Sun. This young man excelled in character, cultivation, and potential. However, Chen Xuan found every word to be a piercing insult, steeped in sarcasm. At that moment, Du Ming could no longer contain his rage and shouted, Ji Wushuang, what pretense of goodness are you putting on? Yesterday, under everyone's gaze, you and Lu Ruyin were behaving intimately by Crescent Lake. You even wiped her tears. Was it not you who broke her purity? How dare you? Impudent. Ji Yaoyu, upon hearing this, was filled with righteous fury. She swiftly struck Du Ming, sending him sprawling to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Then, with a cold snort, Ji Yaoyu remarked, Du Ming, you slander Wushuang's reputation with your reckless words. You truly have a lot of audacity. This matter will not rest until I seek justice at Panyan Peak. At this moment, Ji Wushuang also retorted angrily, Senior brother Du Ming, I merely comforted Sister Ruyin when I saw her in tears by the lake yesterday. What is wrong with that? I, Ji Wushuang, have always acted with integrity and fear no rumors. He shifted his tone, his gaze softening as he added, Moreover, I already have someone I hold dear. Atop the Jade Maiden Peak. Are you satisfied with this explanation? An uproar ensued as the crowd began to speculate. The four beautiful women behind Ji Yaoyu. Upon hearing his words, all brightened with excitement. They were, in fact, Chen Xuan's four senior sisters. Chen Xuan silently assisted the injured Du Ming to his feet. Observing the four senior sisters, whose eyes sparkled with spring's promise as they covertly glanced at Ji Wushuang, his heart sank even further. After sacrificing himself to protect Yinu Peak, he had become a mere shadow of his former self for over a month, and the sisters' attitudes had shifted dramatically. Their disdain was palpable. How foolish he had been to regard them as individuals worth risking his life for. At that moment, Ji Yaoyu, her eyes brimming with disappointment, proclaimed, How precious is a woman's purity. Chen Xuan, regardless of whether today's wedding proceeds or not, you must publicly apologize to Ruyin. Chen Xuan's countenance turned ashen, and he resolutely shook his head, remaining silent, while his heart felt as though it were being mercilessly wrenched, bleeding within. He had come to a definitive conclusion. Ji Yaoyu had unequivocally sided with Ji Wushuang from the very beginning, conspiring with that wretched couple to ensnare him. You, Ji Yaoyu, witnessing Chen Xuan's denial, trembled with indignation, her voluptuous form quivering, and her ample bosom heaving violently as if burdened beyond endurance, prompting several onlookers to instinctively consider offering their support. The senior sister Zhao Kaiyue immediately admonished, You audacious Chen Xuan, how dare you defy the kind intentions of our master? Truly, our Yinu Peak has nurtured a treacherous wolf. She cast a disdainful glare, as though Chen Xuan were a filthy object marring her vision. The second sister, Shen Qingqing, flattered, added, Master, it is hardly worth your ire over such a self-deprecating wastrel. Compared to our junior brother, he is unworthy even to carry his shoes. It is merely regrettable for Sister Ruyin, whose heart is devoted yet misplaced. The third sister, Bai Ling, scoffed, Chen Xuan, you are truly shameless. Like a toad that has savored swan flesh yet dares not acknowledge it, your actions are utterly repugnant. Such a person does not deserve to remain at Yinu Peak. The fourth sister, Mu Xuan, further derided, Sister San, you are mistaken. Our junior brother is quite clever. His reluctance to wed Sister Ruyin stems from her unparalleled beauty, coveted by countless prodigies. Should news of their marriage be made public, it is likely he would be assassinated in no time. Yet, unable to relinquish such a stunning beauty, he deceitfully claims Sister Ruyin's purity, only to withdraw on the wedding day. In such a manner, he has indeed profited. Boom. Mu Shuyuan's words ignited fervent discussion among the crowd. Many found themselves enlightened, increasingly convinced of the validity of her claims. Their gazes toward Chen Xuan grew ever more disdainful, rendering the protests of a few, such as Du Ming, utterly futile. How infuriating! Chen Xuan gritted his teeth, the sound echoing ominously. as he cast a furious glare at the four senior sisters. Over the years, his selfless devotion to them had truly been in vain. At that moment, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown, Lu Ruyin, with her enchanting beauty, began to weep, her shoulders trembling. Tears cascaded down her face like delicate blossoms in the rain, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. In a poignant instant, Lu Ruyin, with her jade-like hands, wiped away her tears and implored, "Chen Xuan, please do not wield the sword of emotion against me. Will you? Do you not understand how much I cherish our engagement? My heart is shattered." The numerous male disciples of the Haoran sword sect present were equally heartbroken, wishing they could summon their treasures to obliterate Chen Xuan in retaliation. Such an act was utterly despicable. How could someone like Chen Xuan have once been the holy son of the Haoran sword sect? It is truly the greatest disgrace of the sect. In an instant, the air was filled with curses and invectives. As Chen Xuan listened to Lu Ruyin's words, he was overcome with revulsion. "Everyone, please remain calm. I believe that the senior brother must have his own reasons. Even if what the fourth senior sister says is true, it is still understandable." Ji Wushuang spoke up in defense of Chen Xuan, only to be met with even more curses. At that moment, Lu Ruyin suddenly ceased her sobbing and lifted her head. Her tear-filled eyes, resembling those of an abandoned kitten, reflected despair. "Chen Xuan, I belittled myself and sacrificed my dignity to express my affection for you. Do you not bear any blame? I came here joyfully clad in bridal attire, only to find myself facing such an outcome. Do you realize that I, Lu Ruyin, could marry any disciple present here, and it would be 100 times better than being with you, a slothful, good-for-nothing?" In Lu Ruyin's cool and beautiful eyes, there was nothing but shattered sorrow. After Ji Yaoyue finished speaking, she solemnly bowed to Lu Ruyin. Many male disciples on site were flustered, fearing that Ji Yaoyue would forcibly unite the two. Chen Xuan curled his lips into a slight smile, suddenly realizing that the esteemed master he once respected was, indeed, exceedingly hypocritical. Lu Ruyin let out a sorrowful laugh and spoke, "Elder Ji, why not let the fellow disciples present decide whether I, Ruyin, shall marry or not?" "Not marry, not marry." Before her words had fully settled, a chorus of male disciples erupted in protest. Soon, the clamor reverberated through the air above Jade Maiden Peak. I discerned the answer. Lu Ruyin's gaze turned icy as she directed her contempt towards Chen Xuan, mocking, "Chen Xuan, I, Lu Ruyin, hereby withdraw my engagement to you, in accordance with the will of the crowd." As she uttered these words, her peripheral vision flicked towards Ji Wushuang, carrying a hint of insinuation. "Withdraw the engagement? Do you possess the right to do so?" A sudden, indifferent voice resonated, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Following the sound, they beheld Chen Xuan standing tall and straight, exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. It was he who posed the question. Amid the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan coldly elaborated, "You all know I have mastered the celestial tear technique, the 9-yang Shintian decision. Yet you fail to comprehend that one must maintain a pure yang body to cultivate this technique. Although my cultivation has been rendered ineffective, the 9-yang battle body remains, and my blood still harbors a trace of pure yang essence, capable of activating the pure yang pearl. Since Lu Ruyin, this wretched woman, has falsely accused me of having bedded her, I, Chen Xuan, shall publicly clear my name." Lu Ruyin was taken aback. Everyone was stunned. Du Meng, however, was overjoyed. He immediately retrieved a pure yang pearl and a dagger from his storage ring, exclaiming, "Brother Xian, I just happen to have a pure yang pearl." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xuan sliced his finger, allowing crimson droplets of blood to fall upon the pure yang pearl, which absorbed them and erupted in brilliant golden light. "Ha! Did you all see that? Brother Xian is still a virgin. Lu Ruyin is spouting nonsense." Du Ming laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. At that instant, a great sun leapt above the horizon, casting a wide expanse of golden radiance that illuminated Chen Xuan. In that fleeting moment, he resembled a golden-armored warrior, exuding an air of majesty. Many were entranced, their minds recalling the heroic figures of Chen Xuan as he traversed the lands over the years. Chen Xuan then cast a scornful glance and bellowed, "The truth has proven that you, Lu Ruyin, are nothing but a promiscuous harlot. Remember this, it is I, the Holy Sun, who has cast you aside. Leave the Holy Maiden Peak at once, lest you tarnish my sight." Chapter 4. Dual Holy Sons, the Bet. Silence. The scene fell into a prolonged stillness. The crowd exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for Chen Xuan's sudden act of self-justification. Many male disciples wished to stand up for Lu Ruyin to counter with a few words. Yet, they found themselves unable to do so. For Chen Xuan's retort was flawless, a veritable killing blow. Most importantly, the prestigious sects placed great emphasis on reputation, refusing to tolerate any dishonor. Lu Ruyin's actions would surely render her unmarriageable even among the outer disciples, for they stand in stark opposition to the tenets of the sect. Moreover, she is destined to be expelled from the sect. Failing to do so would be a disgrace to the illustrious name of the Howard sect. Even if I have wronged you, does Chen Xuan not bear any fault? Lu Ruyin bit her lip, desperately clinging to her flawed reasoning. My fault? My greatest fault lies in my failure to discern your venomous heart, your despicable and shameless nature. Chen Xuan replied coldly, infuriating. In her shame and fury, Lu Ruyin summoned a colorful treasure, swiftly ascending into the sky upon it. Chen Xianong stood tall, his heart brimming with unparalleled joy. Such a wretched individual deserved this retort. Today, she would undoubtedly be expelled from the Howard sect, her notoriety as a venomous woman known to all. At that moment, Ji Yue spoke softly, Disciple, I have wronged you regarding the matter of the vermilion mark. Now, it is time for you to announce the promise made yesterday. Her eyes sparkled with warmth and anticipation. However, Chen Xuan responded with a cold smile, resolutely declaring, Master, I have changed my mind. I shall not relinquish the position of Holy Son. The Haoyan sword and the Panlong treasure ring shall also remain with me. Preposterous. Ji Yaoyue's anger flared instantly, her nascent soul pressure radiating forth. Chen Xuan could not suppress a spurt of blood, his body swaying precariously. The weight of disappointment bore heavily upon his heart. For the sake of Ji Wushuang, was she truly prepared to turn against him? Ji Yaoyue raised her delicate brows, her voice icy as she declared, Wretched disciple, as your elder brother has become worthless, should you not expend every effort to assist your junior brother? Yet you hesitate to make even this modest sacrifice? Have you not absorbed the lessons of selflessness I have imparted to you? The atmosphere was rife with murmurs of astonishment. Ji Wushuang stepped forth, her voice fervent as she proclaimed, Master, please do not be enraged. I have no desire to vie for the position of Saint Sun against my elder brother, nor do I covet his treasures. At that moment, Elder Qingshu interjected with righteous fervor, Wushuang, the matter of Muyu Sanxian accepting disciples is of paramount importance, and you cannot simply refuse. Only by distinguishing yourself among the Saint Sons and obtaining the legacy and fortune can our Howard sect continue to lead the righteous path and maintain its esteemed position. Indeed, Chen Xuan had made significant contributions to the sect, yet he had been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. Should he participate in the disciple selection as a Saint's son, it would only invite mockery upon our Howard sect. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming this sentiment. Alas, Ji Wushuang stomped her foot with a deep sigh, her face etched with conflict. Junior brother, the position of Saint Sun rightfully belongs to you. Those two treasures in Chen Xian's possession are merely pearls tarnished in the dust. They are not meant for you. Indeed, if Chen Xuan possesses even a modicum of conscience, he must comply, all for the glory of the sect. Now, Chen Xuan was but a pitiful figure, unworthy of comparison with the junior brother. The four senior sisters spoke in unison, each treating Ji Wushuang with utmost gentleness, as if they would gladly offer their support. Yet, when they mentioned Chen Xuan, their tones turned sharp and derisive, their disdain palpable. Dai Tao and others reveled in this spectacle, their expressions filled with schadenfreude. Ji Yaoyue's countenance was as cold as frost as she reiterated, Chen Xuan, I shall ask you one final time. Are you willing to relinquish the position of Saint Sun? I refuse. Chen Xuan, unwavering and resolute, uttered two words with unyielding conviction, Wretched disciple. You are utterly incorrigible. Ji Yaoyue, filled with ire, struggled to conceal the flames of fury flickering in her eyes. She then suppressed her anger and said, Chen Xuan, you are my most understanding and proudest disciple. I hope that you can carry forth the legacy and place your hopes upon your junior brother. Is that agreeable? It was evident to all that Ji Yaoyue was on the brink of furious wrath. However, Chen Xuan remained steadfast, shaking his head without hesitation. His resolve was unwavering. He felt profound disappointment towards Ji Yaoyue. Even if he were to perish on this day, he would not be swayed by her moral coercion. Ji Yaoyue, trembling with fury, commanded, Chen Xuan, I shall grant you one more opportunity to choose. Kneel. relinquished the position of Holy Son to Wu Xuan. As she spoke, she secretly employed her powers to bind Chen Xuan, compelling him to kneel. Yet, to Ji Yaoyue's astonishment, a mysterious force materialized, thwarting her covert efforts. Could it be that this young man possesses an extraordinary treasure? Ji Yaoyue's expression flickered, unaware that in the distant shadows, a spectral figure was sneering disdainfully. He was the shadow sent by the Mu Yun Sanxian to clandestinely protect Chen Xuan. At that moment, an overwhelming aura descended, prompting everyone to bow in reverence. Lianglian, the esteemed leader of the Howard Sword sect, had arrived. He exuded an air of authority without anger, clad in a flowing green robe, surrounded by an aura of immense righteousness. Sectmaster, Elder Qingshu clasped his hands and quickly recounted the recent events. The expression on Li Yinglian's face visibly darkened. With a final flick of his sleeve, he declared, "Enough. Chen Xuan, if you place such importance on the hollow title of Holy Son, then keep it. I hereby announce that the Howard Sword sect shall establish a dual Holy Son position. Ji Wushuang shall be the newly appointed Holy Son. The celebration will be held 7 days hence on Yuna Peak." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Soon after, many began to mock Chen Xuan, deeming him foolish beyond measure. "You are but a waste, clinging to past glories. What purpose does it serve? Attending the Mu Yun Sanxian's disciple selection will bring nothing but shame to the Howard Sword sect." The scornful words of the 4 senior sisters were particularly venomous. Chen Xuan remained silent, his eyes filled with disappointment and icy resolve. "Chen Xuan, you have greatly disappointed me." Ji Yaoyue's voice was frigid as she spoke. The elders of Qingshu shook their heads in disapproval, their gazes toward Chen Xuan resembling that of someone observing a fool. Alas, Ji Wushuang sighed in disappointment, her tone laced with sympathy. "Senior brother, your foolishness knows no bounds. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. You cannot even defeat the sect's lowly disciples. Forcing yourself into a position of power will only lead to your own humiliation. It is not too late to reconsider. Should you attend the disciple recruitment conference, you will surely become the subject of ridicule and a disgrace to the sect." Ji Wushuang's impassioned counsel prompted the remaining disciples of the sect to raise their thumbs in approval. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Xuan countered, "Who says I am destined to be a laughingstock at the recruitment conference? What if, perchance, immortal Mu Yun chooses to accept me as his disciple? In 10 days, once his dantian was restored, he could cultivate the 9-yang true dragon technique with the heart of the true dragon." Chen Xuan was utterly confident that once he revealed his true talents, he would be eagerly sought after as a disciple by the immortal Mu Yun. Ji Yaoyue sneered disdainfully and mockingly retorted, "A fool's dream, utterly foolish." Her 8 words completely incensed Chen Xuan. Clenching his fist, he declared emphatically, "Master, shall we wager on the outcome of the disciple selection conference? If I lose, I will relinquish the position of Holy Son, along with the Haoyan sword and the Panlong treasure ring. If I win, you shall publicly apologize to me before all the members of the Yunu Peak and return the numerous treasures I have gifted you. Do you dare to gamble?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. Has Chen Xuan lost his mind? How could he propose such a ludicrous wager? He is nothing short of humiliating himself. Ji Yaoyue narrowed her enchanting eyes, a surge of fury welling up within her heart. Chen Xuan, this wayward disciple, dares to confront his master so defiantly. Such blatant disrespect. However, he is destined to suffer a crushing defeat, for it is foretold that the unparalleled will inevitably be chosen by the immortal Mu Yun San. Thus, Ji Yaoyue, in a fit of fury, swept her sleeves and declared, "Wretched disciple, given your reckless and audacious provocation, I shall reluctantly accept this wager." Chapter 5. The silver-haired beauty. The tension between the master and disciple escalated dramatically. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue suddenly exclaimed, "Since this is a wager, mere words are insufficient. We must establish a solemn oath." She then extended a finger, inscribing the terms of the wager in the air with her true essence. This was a contract of the Tao that could only be invoked by those of nascent soul strength. It required both parties to shed blood, which would be absorbed into the cosmos, witnessed by the heavens. Should either side dare to breach the agreement, they would face dire repercussions. With a cold smirk, Ji Yaoyue extracted a drop of blood without hesitation and let it fall into the shimmering contract. "Wretched disciple, it is now your turn." Ji Yaoyue narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Chen Xuan, unwilling to miss even the slightest change in his expression. She anticipated witnessing his struggle and trepidation. However, to her astonishment, what she encountered was Chen Xuan's uproarious laughter. Ha. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Chen Xuan laughed heartily, carefree and unrestrained, ultimately doubled over in tears, overwhelmed with sorrow. Is this truly the esteemed master I have revered for so many years? How utterly despicable and hypocritical. Witnessing this scene, Ji Yaoyue felt an inexplicable surge of anger and humiliation. This wayward disciple, has he truly cast aside the bonds of master and disciple? Wretched disciple, what do you find so amusing? Do you perhaps regret your actions? Ji Yaoyue feigned calmness, her voice laced with a thin veneer of authority. Chen Xuan sneered disdainfully, responding in a calm yet icy manner. I laugh at you, for you are blind and fail to recognize the true dragon. I laugh at the Howensort sect, filled with charlatans and impostors. I laugh, for all these years, I have truly been a fool. Chen Xuan's derision cut like a knife, its sharpness unmistakable. Boldly, Ji Yaoyue's fury erupted as she exclaimed, her eyes filled with icy wrath. The elders, including Elder Qing Shui, were equally infuriated, vociferously reprimanding him. Even Li Yinglian's countenance darkened to an extreme, as if forced to swallow a foul substance. At this moment, Chen Xuan directly slashed his index finger with a dagger, crimson blood oozing forth. Stop! Du Ming shouted urgently, rushing to prevent Chen Xuan from proceeding. With earnest concern, he implored, Brother Xuan, your bargaining chips are dwindling. It is unnecessary to squander them all in a moment of pride. Yet, Chen Xuan resolutely replied, a man lives for his breath, a Buddha for a single incense stick. I have sealed this wager. Before his words could fully resonate, he violently flicked his hand. Instantly, a spray of blood splattered onto the covenant of the Tao, which quickly absorbed it. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. In the next moment, the covenant of the Tao split into two, transforming into streams of light that merged into Chen Xuan and Ji Yaoyue's bodies. Ji Wushuang sneered coldly, regarding Chen Xuan with the gaze reserved for fools. He no longer feigned indifference, for the wager was sealed, the great Tao as witness. Chen Xuan, you have merely faced a moment of injustice. Yet you display such rudeness and arrogance, forgetting even the fundamental respect for your teachers and the path. I am deeply disappointed in you. With a flick of his sleeve, Li Yinglian departed in anger. As he stormed away, others followed suit, vacating the Jade Maiden Peak. Dai Tao and his cohort laughed heartily, unabashedly mocking Chen Xuan with words of his impending doom. Rebellious disciple, just wait for the disciple recruitment conference in a month. We shall see how you argue your case. Ji Yaoyue's words were frostbitten, her disdain chilling to the bone. She then soared back towards the Jade Maiden Hall. Alas, Brother Xuan, why put yourself through this? Du Ming sighed deeply, regretfully patting Chen Xuan's shoulder. The members of the Howensort sect departed one after another, many unable to hide their scorn, as if gazing upon a lost dog. In their eyes, Chen Xuan, who had clashed with Ji Yaoyue, was utterly foolish. Such a person had once been the holy son of the Howensort sect, a disgrace to the sect. Yet, Chen Xuan remained silent, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips, like the edge of a blade. A month from now, I, Chen Xuan, shall make you understand what it means to look down upon others with contempt. At midnight, all was silent. The Xian Hall under the moonlight appeared enveloped in a thin veil of mist, exuding an aura of sanctity. Within the secret chamber, Chen Xuan sat cross-legged, channeling the resplendent golden light emanating from the revived dragon heart within him to mend his damaged dantian. At a certain moment, the dragon heart trembled violently, as if responding to an unseen call. In an instant, Chen Xuan was enveloped in a hazy golden radiance, with a formidable phantom of a five-clawed golden dragon emerging behind him. Chen Xuan's pupils suddenly constricted as he was alarmed to discover that the temperature within the chamber had plummeted, causing thick layers of ice crystals to form upon the floor and walls. A figure materialized seemingly out of thin air. Was it the shattering of the void? A formidable being in the tribulation period? Or perhaps an individual endowed with a supreme divine ability of the void? Chen Xuan inhaled sharply, instantly rendered speechless. Before him stood a young girl in a crimson dress, whose beauty was otherworldly, enchanting to the point of being soul-snatching. Her delicate features seemed to be the handiwork of a divine creator. Her dark brows resembled distant mountains, and her elongated, peach blossom-shaped eyes perfectly embodied allure without being provocative. Her exquisite nose complemented her cherry-red lips, creating a breathtaking visage that left one gasping for air. Most strikingly, the ethereal white hair of the girl cascaded down, and her statuesque figure reached an impressive height of 185 centimeters, allowing her to meet Chen Xuan's gaze directly. Boom! The moment their eyes locked, Chen Xuan felt as though his very soul was struck forcefully, irresistibly stirring forth a cascade of unbidden thoughts. Stunning, exquisite, awe-inspiring. Who could remain unmoved by such a paragon of beauty, a mesmerizing white-haired maiden? However, an aura of icy detachment emanated from her, reminiscent of ancient glacial frost, creating an impression of coldness that kept others at bay. A five-clawed golden dragon, the bloodline of the mightiest true dragon, perhaps? You are undeniably of the human race. Yet, this indomitable and radiant energy cannot be mistaken. The girl in the crimson dress spoke, her voice ethereal and melodious, imbued with an elusive quality. In the next moment, her captivating peach blossom eyes deepened into an infinite abyss. Hiss! At the moment when Chen Xuan's gaze met that of the girl in the red dress, an inexplicable sensation akin to plummeting into an abyss enveloped him. In the next instant, she offered a delicate smile, breathtakingly beautiful. Indeed, you are the man I have been searching for. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Bingyan. With graceful strides, Bai Bingyan approached Chen Xuan, drawing nearer with each step. A chilling wave surged, penetrating to the core. Astonishingly, she was barefoot, her dainty, snow-white feet adorned with exquisitely translucent toes, reminiscent of finely carved jade. With a flourish, Bai Bingyan raised her elegant arm, her right hand tracing a graceful arc as she gently lifted Chen Xuan's chin. She gazed into his eyes with utmost seriousness. Miss Bai, what is it that you wish to do? Chen Xuan stammered as he spoke, his heart racing with trepidation. He sensed an overwhelming aura of profound cold emanating from Bai Bingyan, leading him to conclude that she must be a formidable figure in the tribulation stage. It is worth noting that the most powerful leader of the Howard Sword sect, Li Yinglian, had only attained the late stage of the transformation god realm. A mere flick of this woman's finger could spell his demise. Upon hearing his words, Bai Bingyan's delicate visage flushed with a subtle shade of peach. With a shy demeanor, she gently proposed, I have traveled vast distances to seek you out, hoping to share a night's slumber. You must not refuse, okay? Chapter 6, Qingxiu. The nine-tailed white fox Chen Xuan was taken aback. It was utterly absurd for a formidable figure at the tribulation transcendent stage to make such demands upon their first encounter. What rendered the situation even more perplexing was her unparalleled beauty. How could one possibly choose to refuse? What if he incited the ire of Bai Bingyan, who could easily reduce him to a state of utter ruin with just a few strikes? To acquiesce? Chen Xuan felt a twinge of anxiety, as it was evident that the other party had sensed the aura of the true dragon's heart. What if they harbored ulterior motives? Thus, he cautiously inquired, Senior Bai, you are not jesting with me, are you? Though I am in the third stage of the tribulation period, I have only just turned 20 this year. My talent is indeed extraordinary, leading to swift progress in my cultivation, but I am by no means your senior. You may refer to me as the seventh princess. As for the matter of sharing a bed, it is solely to suppress the 9 cold pulse within me. Were it not for the urgency of my situation, would I seek your assistance? I understand the principles of propriety between men and women. Bai Bingyan calmly elucidated, her words crisp and melodious, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate. Human? Seventh princess, from your words, am I not of the human race? Chen Xuan inquired in astonishment. Bai Bingyan nodded, unreservedly revealing, I hail from the Wan Yao mountain in the northern frontier, belonging to the Qingxiu Fox clan, one of the 3 sacred clans of the demon race, specifically the lineage of the 9-tailed white fox. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan could not help but draw a sharp breath. The vast expanse of the Wild Heaven domain is broadly divided into 5 major regions: the Eastern Sea, the Western Desert, the Southern Marsh, the Northern Frontier, and the Central Continent. The Northern Frontier is the territory of the Demon Clan, while the area where the Howard Sword sect resides lies in the heart of the Central Continent. The illustrious name of the 10,000 Demon Mountain is well known to Chen Xuan. Bai Bingyan then flipped her hand, producing a resplendent golden elixir from her storage ring, and declared, Fulfill my request, and this elixir shall be yours. What say you? Chen Xuan's gaze was fixated on the golden elixir nestled within Bai Bingyan's palm, his breath quickening in an instant. This potion, resplendent in its golden hue and adorned with 9 orifices, appeared to gently pulsate, as if mirroring the human body's 9 apertures. Within, it emanated a pure, golden stream of energy, releasing an enchanting fragrance that was utterly intoxicating. This was none other than the exquisite 9-orifice golden essence pill, an unparalleled choice for fortifying the body and nourishing the soul. Chen Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. He had once witnessed this very pill at an auction, where it fetched an astronomical price of 100,000 superior spirit stones. After Chen Xuan detonated the 9-tiered golden elixir within his body, he was left with numerous hidden injuries. If he could consume a 9-orifice golden yuan pill, he would have no further concerns. This pill was something he coveted deeply. The 7th princess exclaimed, "I am still a maiden. How indecisive. This princess cannot wait any longer." With an impatient flick of her hand, her crimson gown fell away. What entered Chen Xuan's sight was, gulp. Chen Xuan could not help but swallow hard. He was by no means a lecherous man. Yet witnessing such a scene made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Suddenly, Bai Bingyan seemed to snap back to reality, hastily waving her hand, and Chen Xuan found himself enveloped in a blinding whiteness. His limbs were restrained. "7th princess, please do not confine me like this. Cooperation is essential," Chen Xuan implored. He was reluctant to relinquish his initiative. The notion that attractiveness is justice resonates with the baser instincts of most men, and Chen Xuan was no exception. Had Bai Bingyan not been as beautiful as a celestial being, but rather an unattractive woman, he would undoubtedly have blurted out a plea for the 7th princess to maintain her dignity. In the next moment, Chen Xuan was unceremoniously thrust to the ground, his garments torn away. Then, a cold yet delicate figure enveloped him in an embrace. Almost immediately, he heard the soft murmurs of Bai Bingyan. Indeed, the situation had improved significantly. The Empress did not deceive me. A man who has found the true dragon's energy, shedding his clothing and sharing a slumber, can indeed suppress the eruption of the 9 cold pulse. 7th princess, you might be misinterpreting the matter. Silence. Hold me as you sleep. Chen Xuan's mouth was sealed by an unseen force, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Inside the secret chamber, Bai Bingyan shyly embraced Chen Xuan. Gazing intently at his face, her delicate features flushed with a hint of crimson. At Qingxia Peak, within the confines of the Baibo Cave, lay Lu Ruyan's dwelling. Within, a warm spring bubbled and churned, exuding a rich aura of spiritual energy. Typically, after her cultivation sessions, Lu Ruyan would indulge in the soothing waters of the spring. However, this evening, she found solace in drink, consuming bottle after bottle. The debacle surrounding her broken engagement had spiraled into chaos, and now the entirety of the Howren Sword sect was aware of her false accusations against Chen Xuan, branding her as a woman of ill repute. What awaited her tomorrow? Perhaps expulsion from the sect? "Ruyan, it's me. Open the formation," came a voice. Lu Ruyan, upon hearing it, swiftly performed the hand seals to activate the array at the cave's entrance. Soon, Ji Wushuang stepped inside, gently embracing Lu Ruyan and reassuring her, "Sister Ruyan, do not fret. I have devised a brilliant plan, and everything is already arranged." "What brilliant plan?" "My reputation is already in tatters," Lu Ruyan replied wearily, a flicker of regret crossing her eyes. Yet, Ji Wushuang, with a confident smile, began to whisper in her ear. Gradually, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes began to sparkle with renewed hope. Suddenly, her face blossomed with joy as she planted a kiss on Ji Wushuang's lips. "Wushuang, I never imagined you could conceive such an excellent strategy. This way, we can turn the tables and redirect the blame back onto that wretched Chen Xuan." "Splendid. Absolutely splendid." Ji Wushuang, reveling in his triumph, feigned mystery and stated, "This is just the beginning. I have another clever scheme that will elevate you to the status of the holy maiden of the Howren Sword sect. At that point, we can practice the sect's unique divine sword technique, twin sword convergence, perhaps even catching the attention of the illustrious Mu Yun Senxian as a disciple." "What clever scheme? Speak swiftly," Lu Ruyan urged, her curiosity piqued. However, Ji Wushuang fell silent. He playfully lifted her chin, a mischievous grin on his face, and teased, "Sister Ruyan, how will you show your gratitude? A mere kiss will not suffice. Naturally, I must offer myself completely. My pure charming body combined with your Xian Tian sword body will yield great benefits for both of us, won't it?" Lu Ruyan giggled, her enchanting eyes captivating him. Then, With an alluring grace, she shed her dress, resembling a beautiful mermaid as she plunged into the warm spring. With a glance over her shoulder, she smiled enchanting as she beckoned, "Wu Shuang, come here." Ji Wu Shuang laughed heartily, declaring with pride, "Sister Ru Yan, I am on my way." Before long, peculiar sounds emanated from the depths of the spring. After some time, Lu Ru Yan's chilling laughter echoed within the Baibo cave. "Chen Xuan, just wait. Tomorrow, I shall ensure your complete and utter disgrace." Chapter 7. The unjust victim. On the following morning, when Chen Xuan was liberated from his confinement, Bai Bingyan had already regained her unparalleled beauty. With a decisive gesture, she tossed out the 9 orifices golden yuan treasure pill and spoke calmly. "It seems that a single slumber can only alleviate the eruption of the 9 cold meridians within me. I must indulge in several more sleeps to attain full relief. Upon success, this princess shall take her leave." Although Bai Bingyan endeavored to conceal her emotions, the delicate blush that adorned her exquisite visage betrayed her inner feelings. Chen Xuan promptly took the precious Dan and smiled, saying, "Seventh princess, you may stay with me for as many days as you desire. Our friendship is firmly established. However, the benefits must be substantial, as I have made significant sacrifices." This fellow, having gained an advantage, still feigned innocence. Bai Bingyan, upon hearing this, let out a discontented hum. "Given our circumstances, are we still merely friends? Am I not already with child?" Ahem. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan coughed awkwardly, a bitter smile spreading across his face. This 7th princess of the Qingxiu Fox clan is indeed quite naive, truly believing that merely shedding their garments and embracing each other equates to consummation. However, the series of events from last night genuinely startled her. "I shall remain in this secret chamber, and we will continue to share the night together." After Bai Bingyan spoke, she closed her elongated, beautiful eyes and entered a meditative state to cultivate her skills. As for Chen Xuan, he exited the secret chamber and stepped into his exclusive Saint Sun's bath. Splash! Chen Xuan, exhilarated, swallowed the 9 orifice golden yuan pill in one gulp and promptly leapt into a warm spring. Before long, he emitted a series of delightful exclamations. Under the potent effects of the medicine, the numerous hidden injuries on Chen Xuan's body swiftly healed, while an abundance of extraordinary medicinal power settled within him. An hour later, a resounding splash echoed. Chen Xuan emerged from the hot spring, an unmistakable smile of excitement gracing his face. "Although I have self-destructed my 9th grade golden elixir, my physique, enhanced by the 9 yang battle body, has returned to its peak. With sheer physical strength alone, I can rival an ordinary cultivator at the golden elixir stage." Moments later, a paper crane carrying a message soared into the Xian Hall. Ji Yaoyue summons Chen Xuan. Within the Jade Maiden Grand Hall, Ji Yaoyue sat in the foremost position, with the cheerful Ji Wu Shuang standing behind her. The 4 senior sisters were positioned on either side, accompanied by over 20 outer disciples from the Jade Maiden Peak, all present in the hall. "I pay my respects to the master." Chen Xuan bowed respectfully, albeit listlessly. Ever since he discerned the true nature of Ji Yaoyue, it had become increasingly difficult for him to harbor any respect for her. Ji Yaoyue gazed down with cold disdain and inquired, "Chen Xuan, the ceremony for the ascension of the new holy sun is but 7 days away. What are your suggestions?" "As a mere waste, what suggestions could I possibly offer?" Chen Xuan retorted with indifference. Ji Yaoyue raised an eyebrow in irritation, asserting, "How could this matter not concern you? Such a grand event will surely take place within the ancient sword palace, and only you are recognized by the palace's spirit. If we wish to fully awaken the palace to welcome guests from all directions, you must command the spirit." Her words elicited a sardonic smile from Chen Xuan. Over the years, the continuous activation of the ancient sword palace had significantly contributed to the flourishing of the Haoran sword sect, albeit at a substantial cost of spirit stones. This immense expenditure had been silently sustained by Chen Xuan. He had been willing to see the entire Haoran sword sect grow stronger, thus he bore no resentment. However, circumstances had changed. The current Chen Xuan was no longer willing to be a scapegoat. "This matter does not concern me," he stated coolly. "Impudent!" Ji Yaoyue exclaimed, slamming her hand on the armrest of her chair and rising abruptly. Her ample bosom swayed violently, tracing an exquisite arc witnessing this. Ji Wushuang's eyes flickered with a fervent madness and greed. "Chen Xuan, my words yesterday were perhaps harsh, but you are being excessively narrow-minded. Failing to understand the importance of respecting your teacher, Ji Yaoyue pressed, suppressing her fury. In the past, Chen Xuan would have knelt an apology. Yet now he stood unwavering, neither servile nor arrogant. Brother, look at how you have angered our master. You are now a waste, without the protection of Yunu Peak. How could you possibly survive? Do not forget, you have slain many demonic prodigies over the years, making countless enemies. Ji Wushuang mocked coldly. The veiled threat in his words was unmistakable. However, Chen Xuan merely smiled disdainfully. The four senior sisters, incensed, launched a verbal assault against Chen Xuan. To them, their handsome junior brother seemed utterly perfect. How could someone destined to be a waste dare to be so brazen before him? He was nothing more than a pile of rotten refuse. The second senior sister, Shun Qingqing, gently advised, Junior brother, do not show excessive kindness to certain worthless individuals, otherwise, it may ultimately harm you. The best approach is to resort to force. Boom. Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue unleashed a terrifying pressure of her nascent soul, enveloping Chen Xuan. She commanded fiercely, unruly disciple, do you agree or not? Caught off guard, Chen Xuan, despite being protected by the nine-yang battle body, could not withstand the force and spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, Chen Xuan resolutely declared, I will attend the grand ceremony for the new Holy Sun's ascension at the ancient Yin Sword Palace in 7 days. Now, I shall meet with the artifact spirit of the Sword Palace and give my orders. Humph, at least you are sensible. Ji Yaoyue scoffed coldly and retracted her yawning pressure. She understood that Chen Xuan had no other choice but to comply. Go ahead. With a wave of her cloud sleeve, Ji Yaoyue revealed a look of satisfaction. Some individuals truly are insufferable. It takes a lesson learned through threat to realize their own worth. Ji Wushuang gazed at Chen Xuan's retreating figure, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. How exhilarating. Wasn't Chen Xuan so defiant yesterday? Why has he become so submissive today? Nonetheless, despite this, Chen Xuan must bear the imminent blame and slander. Sinking into the depths of disgrace as the most despised traitor of the Haoran Sword sect, Chen Xuan, prepare to accept that alluring burden, leading to your downfall and infamy. A sharp smile curved Ji Wushuang's lips, forming a keen Nike swoosh. Before the magnificent and ancient sword palace, imbued with the essence of time, Chen Xuan halted. Before him stood the ancient Yin Sword Palace. How vividly he recalled the exuberance with which he had seized it, and how it had sparked a wave of astonishment and admiration when he selflessly offered it to the Haoran Sword sect. Alas, now everything has changed. Chen Xuan shook his head in contemplation and then stepped forward once more, entering the ancient Yin Sword Palace. He swiftly arrived at the core area of the palace, where he beheld the ethereal, shadow-like spirit of the Sword Palace. Chen Xuan commanded directly, on the day of the new Holy Sun's enthronement ceremony in 7 days. Once the guests have gathered, you shall enter a state of slumber. The Haoran Sword sect is of no concern. With that, he turned and departed. Ji Yaoyue, Ji Wushuang. Since you have shown no benevolence, do not blame me, Chen Xuan, for being ungrateful. Chapter 8. The Fiery Jealousy of Situ Yulong. Outside the ancient Yin Sword Palace, Chen Xuan walked alone. Suddenly, a figure soared from within the Sword Palace, landing gracefully before him. It was a handsome young man clad in a blue robe, with a fair complexion and no beard, gently fanning himself with a folding fan. Chen Xuan, upon seeing your senior brother, why do you not bow in respect? The young man questioned haughtily. Chen Xuan's expression darkened as he mockingly retorted, Situ Yulong. Even if you are so impoverished that you cannot afford a mirror, you must have urine, right? Have you not looked at yourself? You, relying on your ancestors' legacy, have become a direct disciple of the sect's leader, yet you are merely at the 9th stage of the Qi refining period. Do you truly wish for this holy sun to bow before you? If I were to bow, would you dare to accept it with equanimity? Over the years, Chen Xuan's remarkable progress had incited Situ Yulong's jealousy, leading to a continuous exchange of barbs whenever they met. Situ Yulong's face stiffened, swiftly transforming into a visage of fury. Having struggled for over 40 years still trapped in the Qi refining period was his deepest scar, one that Chen Xuan had just brutally exposed. The recognized 8 realms of cultivation are Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, integration, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. Each of these realms is further divided into 9 stages. Were it not for Situ Yulong's parents being elders of the Haoran Sword sect at the nascent soul stage, his cultivation potential would only qualify him as an outer disciple, rendering him unworthy of being a direct disciple of the sect's leader. Infuriated, C2 Yulong seethed. He had heard of the annulment of the engagement at Yunhu Peak yesterday, and at present, Chen Xuan still held the title of the sect's holy son. Far surpassing him in status, he truly found himself at a loss for a counter. However, as thoughts swirled in his mind, a cunning smile crept across his face. Junior brother Chen Xuan, would you care to accompany me back to Yulong Peak for a few casual cups of spirit wine? There is a significant matter you may not yet be aware of. With feigned grandeur, C2 Yulong continued, regardless of past grievances. I have cultivated the feathered dragon sword technique in the Gu Yin Sword Palace over these years, with you being the foremost contributor. Let bygones be bygones, shall we? Chen Xuan's gaze flickered, uncertain of the intentions behind this man's words. Thus, he resolutely nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the residence of C2 Yulong atop Yulong Peak. After the maidservant served the wine, she withdrew. C2 Yulong took a sip and, with a smile, remarked, the first piece of news. Du Meng, that foolish giant, has been confined by his master. Otherwise, you would have already been aware of the uproar surrounding several events this morning. What news? Chen Xuan's eyes grew increasingly frosty. C2 Yulong chuckled, relishing the moment before divulging the information. It is said that the Baichuan trading market has secretly been selling a miraculous pill known as the Regaining Yang pill, which allows the consumer to maintain their vitality. And even if one loses their pure Yang essence, their blood can still activate the pure Yang pearl. Du Meng had ventured to the Baichuan trading market a fortnight ago, allegedly purchasing the Regaining Yang pill. Now, rumors are rampant within the sect, suggesting that you deceived everyone by consuming this pill. It is your junior sister, Ruyan, who has been wronged. Moreover, your 4 senior sisters have stated that they heard you, while intoxicated, utter truths about having slept with the little demoness, Nangang Feifei. The sect leader is furious and has dispatched the law enforcement hall to investigate this matter thoroughly. By the way, junior sister Ruyan attempted to take her own life last night to prove her innocence. She was discovered on the brink of death, frothing at the mouth. She is currently in critical condition, and her fate hangs in the balance. Each piece of news is indeed a bombshell. The fury igniting in Chen Xuan's eyes swelled like ominous clouds, accumulating in layers. He ground his teeth in a fit of unparalleled rage. In truth, Chen Xuan had an inkling that Lu Ruyan and Ji Wushuang would not relent easily. However, he had not anticipated the deluge of slander and blame that would be cast upon him at their first strike. Even his good friend Du Meng had been ensnared in this web. C2 Yulong observed Chen Xuan intently, relishing the satisfaction within his heart. He awaited the moment he could witness the expressions of anger, helplessness, and despair etched upon Chen Xuan's face. What was the outcome? Chen Xuan suddenly erupted in laughter, fueled by a surge of anger. Good, good, good. He rose abruptly, his fury nearly boiling over within him. You lot! How dare you be so overbearing? Junior brother Chen Xuan, do not be hasty. You are currently in a state of powerlessness, unable to take any action. It would be wiser to accept the situation with grace. I have heard about yesterday's events. You have acted unwisely, creating discord with your own master. What were you thinking with that wager? Surely, you do not wish to embarrass yourself any further? The only viable course of action now is for you to kneel outside by Bo Cave and seek junior sister Ruyan's forgiveness. Rest assured, I shall lend you my support. C2 Yulong spoke earnestly, his demeanor radiating concern for Chen Xuan. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan gradually subdued his emotions. In this moment, I must not lose my composure. That wretched Lu Ruyan seeks to save herself, deliberately casting slanderous aspersions, aided by Ji Wushuang and even the sect leader in the shadows. Let her be. On the day of the Master-Apprentice Conference, my grand counterattack will unfold with ferocity. Is it not merely a month away? I can wait. Oh dear. Junior sister Ruyan is truly pitiable, encountering such unworthy individuals. C2 Yulong shook his head in regret. In his eyes, a fervent madness and insatiable desire were unmistakable. C2 Yulong had once pursued Lu Ruyan, only to face repeated rejections, which had become one of the significant reasons for the animosity between him and Chen Xuan. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xuan let out a disdainful cold laugh. Subsequently, he seized a bottle of spiritual wine and drank it fervently, hoping to quell his anger a little more. After finishing the bottle, Chen Xuan forcefully smashed it onto the ground. Crash! Chen Xuan reached out, wrapping his arm around C2 Yulong's neck, leaning in to whisper into his ear. Brother Yulong, Let me share a clandestine secret with you. The indomitable attribute of the returning Yang pill is truly remarkable. As for Lu Rian's beauty, I need not elaborate excessively, do I? Under my conquest, she is utterly transformed from her usual cold and stunning demeanor. Ah, the experience. You can scarcely imagine it. For 3 whole days and nights, I completely subdued Lu Rian. He. As he spoke, a look of blissful reminiscence adorned his face. Bang! Situ Yulong's lips twitched, and the wine glass in his hand shattered under his grip, shards cascading onto the table. He felt as though he had been struck by a misfortune. I take my leave. Chen Xuan clasped his hands together, feeling a surge of satisfaction as he departed leisurely. Situ Yulong's countenance, however, was shrouded in darkness. After a prolonged silence, he unleashed a frenzied roar, shattering the stone table before him into smithereens. Situ Yulong ground his teeth, the flames of jealousy raging wildly in his eyes. The exquisite beauty he had long coveted and yearned for was now entangled with that wretched Chen Xuan for 3 long days and nights. Cursed be this fate. Truly, it is damned. Chapter 9. My dear. I drink alone in my intoxication. Upon returning to the Xian Hall, Chen Xian's heart remained tumultuous. To be precise, it was steeped in profound disappointment. Those whom he would have once willingly laid down his life for, his revered master, his sisters, his beloved fiancée, and the prodigious junior disciple, revealed themselves to be utterly grotesque and vile. Ultimately, all of this stemmed from his own self-detonation of the 9th-grade golden pill, rendering him a mere husk of his former self. The wild heaven domain, after all, is a realm where the strong reign supreme while the weak are as insignificant as ants. Soon, I shall ensure that you all live to regret this. Burdened by lifelong remorse, Chen Xuan let out a furious growl, then proceeded to indulge in the exquisite wine within the palace, consuming bottle after bottle. It was only when he found himself delightfully inebriated that he stepped into the secret chamber. Bang! The door to the chamber slammed shut. Chen Xuan staggered as he walked, reeking of alcohol, intent on awakening the heart of the true dragon. Bai Bingyan, seated on a mat in a meditative trance, gradually opened her crystalline eyes, sparkling with a dreamlike brilliance. In that fleeting moment of unparalleled beauty, she captivated the heart. Have you been drinking? Bai Bingyan inquired, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her voice melodious and enchanting. Chen Xuan grinned, his words slurred with inebriation. My dear, I have merely sipped a few cups. I could continue. Would you care to join me in this revelry? Impudent. Though we share a bond of intimacy, we have not yet wed. You shall not address me as my dear. Bai Bingyan retorted, her delicate visage shrouded in a veil of frost. For a moment, she was lost in a daze. Unable to accept the title of my dear, Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively, expressing his displeasure. You've spoiled him. Is wife not a pleasant term? Then shall I call you lady or beloved wife? How about my humble consort? Bai Bingyan was momentarily taken aback, unable to maintain her composure any longer. She retorted with indignation, silence. Do you believe I wouldn't kill you? You wouldn't dare. If I perish, our child shall be left without a father. Utter nonsense. We merely shared a night together. It does not necessarily imply you are with child. Yet, you must engage with me repeatedly to fully suppress the 9 cold veins within you, mustn't you? Fear not, my dear. Even if you were to bear twins, the little ones shall not go hungry. You rogue. I shall end your life. What are you doing? In her fury, Bai Bingyan rose, intending to deliver a slap to Chen Xuan. However, caught off guard, she found herself embraced by the inebriated Chen Xuan. And then, at that very moment, Bai Bingyan's beautiful eyes widened, as if ensnared by a spell. After a full incense stick's time had passed, she finally pushed him away. Bai Bingyan's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing like a startled deer. Like a lovesick maiden, she stole a glance at Chen Xuan. What was the outcome? The rogue had already collapsed onto the floor of the secret chamber, snoring thunderously. Chen Xuan had a delightful dream in which he forcefully embraced Bai Bingyan, showering her with fervent kisses. The intensity of the dream lingered even after he awoke from his intoxicated slumber, making it difficult for him to forget. What an exhilarating dream it was. Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with emotion, secretly savoring the moment. Suddenly, vivid memories surged forth. His heart trembled violently, and his complexion turned ashen in an instant. It seemed that those splendid moments were not merely figments of his imagination. Had he, in a drunken stupor, Dared to flirt with a transcendent demon at the third stage of tribulation? Good heavens! In that moment, Chen Xuan was utterly flustered and terrified, not to mention his current prowess. Even in his prime as the Saint's Peak combatant, he would have been swiftly vanquished before by Bingyan. You are awake? A voice, as chilling as if it could shatter ice, echoed through the air. Chen Xian's lips twitched slightly as he raised his head and forced a bitter smile. Seventh Princess. I apologize. I have indulged in my drink and inadvertently offended you. He could sense the chilling glare from Bai Bingyan, which pierced through him like a dagger. Ultimately, Bai Bingyan closed her beautiful eyes in anger and coldly uttered a warning. Should you dare to kiss this princess again, even if you are the child's biological father, tread carefully, lest your head meet the ground. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Chen Xuan responded repeatedly, exhaling a sigh tinged with trepidation. Fortunately, Bai Bingyan was oblivious to the intricacies of romantic affairs and had been deceived by a benevolent falsehood. Otherwise, he would have faced a fate far worse than death. The only regret that lingered in Chen Xian's heart was the loss of his first kiss. At that moment, a sudden wave of pain surged through his head. He writhed on the ground, cries of anguish escaping his lips, as elusive memories threatened to resurface. Bai Bingyan opened her beautiful eyes, emitting a displeased snort, before releasing her spiritual awareness to investigate. After a brief interval, Chen Xuan regained his composure. Bai Bingyan spoke calmly. It appears that you have had a segment of your memory sealed away. Chen Xian's eyes brightened, and he eagerly inquired, Then, can you assist me in breaking the seal? He was intensely curious about the secrets hidden within the memories that had been locked away. However, Bai Bingyan shook her head and replied, I am not skilled in this area. If I were to attempt it recklessly, a single misstep could leave you utterly mindless. Would you care to take the risk? No. No. Chen Xuan shook his head repeatedly, feeling a twinge of disappointment within. At that moment, Bai Bingyan abruptly waved her hand and assertively declared, We shall continue. In the next instant, Chen Xuan found himself imprisoned, surrounded by an expanse of blinding white, rendering the beautiful scenery nearly imperceptible. He felt quite displeased, as Bai Bingyan had not consulted him, acting like a tyrant coercing an innocent maiden. However, his mood swiftly improved. For the next 5 days, Chen Xuan remained largely reclusive. Each day, aside from harnessing the golden light of the true dragon's heart to restore his dantian, he was compelled by Bai Bingyan to take rest. Remarkably, his previously damaged dantian had recovered to about 70 or 80% in no more than 3 days. It would be completely healed. Notably, due to the miraculous effects of the 9 apertures golden yuan pill, the lingering injuries from his previous self-detonation of the 9th grade golden pill, including damaged meridians, had also healed. In fact, under the nourishing effects of the medicine, he felt even more invigorated than before. Bai Bingyan, benefiting from the close contact, absorbed some of the golden light from the true dragon's heart, which significantly improved her own condition. As the warm afternoon sun streamed in, Chen Xuan reclined leisurely in the soft chair of the mystic hall, gazing at the festively adorned jade maiden peak outside. Tomorrow marked the auspicious day of the Saint Sun Ji Wushuang's grand ceremony. The esteemed sects of the 9 sects and 13 gates should have sent representatives and prepared congratulatory gifts, right? The grand gift I instructed the spirit of the ancient Yin Sword Palace to prepare. It must be the most astonishing of all. Thus, it would not be in vain for Ji Wushuang to present such a magnificent gift on the day of my wedding. Chen Xian's lips curled slightly, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. One day, he would eliminate the treacherous duo of Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Tong Chue, stormed into the Xian Hall, accompanied by a group of disciples. His expression was grim, and his thunderous voice resonated like rolling thunder. Chen Xuan, there is evidence that you have been consorting with the demoness of the devil path. Bring forth our holy son Chen immediately and escort him to the Law Enforcement Hall for interrogation. Chapter 10, Ji Wushuang and the Dog. Brother Chen Xuan, I didn't expect you to have detonated your 9th grade golden elixir, and your prowess in bed remains unparalleled. I can't take it anymore. You are making me so comfortable. Little demoness, hold on tight. Let me elevate you to the heavens. In the punishment hall of the Howren Sword sect, a sound recording pearl was activated, relaying such words. Wretched disciple, do you confess to consorting with the demoness Nangong Feifei of the Wujiming? Ji Yaoyue demanded coldly, her flowing hair billowing, her fury reaching its zenith. Chen Xuan stood tall and coldly declared, "What a preposterous accusation! Who does not know that I am a sworn enemy of the little sorceress? Would anyone resort to such baseless slander without choosing a more fitting woman?" At that moment, he felt a profound sense of disgust, akin to having been wronged by fate. Some individuals, in their relentless pursuit to defame him, had truly descended to unprecedented lows. Impudent. Chen Xuan, you show blatant disrespect to your elders. Are you seeking to compound your sins? Kneel and confess. The elder of the law enforcement hall, wielding a copper hammer, bellowed, unleashing the full force of his peak nascent soul pressure. Instantly, the overwhelming force caused Chen Xuan to bleed from the corners of his mouth, his bones creaking under the immense strain as the 9-yang battle body struggled to endure the tremendous weight. Yet, Chen Xuan remained resolutely upright, his spine perfectly straight. This scene elicited awe from the onlooking disciples of the Howard Sword sect. Simultaneously, streams of radiant light poured into the spacious hall of punishment, comprising representatives from the 9 sects and 13 schools who had come to attend the Saint Sun's celebration. These individuals engaged in lively discussions, clearly having arrived upon hearing the news. Many among them reveled in the misfortune of others. Chen Xuan. These two characters loom over the heads of the younger generation of the righteous path in Zhongzhou, as unyielding as the sun suspended in the sky. Now, after his downfall, will he be irrevocably cast into the boundless abyss? At this moment, Ji Wushuang suddenly stepped forward, disappointment etched upon her face. Eldest senior brother, your despicable use of the revitalizing pill has caused Sister Ru Yin immense suffering. Following her suicide, she remains in grave danger. And as if that were not enough, how could you still consort with the demonic sorceress? Are you not aware of the heinous methods employed by the Wujimagic sect against the common folk? Do your actions truly befit your title as the Holy Son? Her righteous indignation and compassionate words ignited the fury of those present towards Chen Xuan. Moreover, Ji Yaoyu, ever the supportive figure, vehemently rebuked him, "Wretched disciple, you act as an accomplice to the tiger. Your sins are utterly egregious." Each word was delivered with precision and fervor. The questioning from the master and disciple was akin to sealing a verdict, pronouncing a death sentence. Yet, upon hearing these words, Chen Xuan suddenly smiled. He gazed intently at Elder Copperhammer and inquired, "Elder Copperhammer, they say that hearing is but an illusion. Do you believe the sound-capturing pearl can serve as irrefutable evidence?" Copperhammer, devoid of emotion, replied without hesitation, "It can." Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, clapping his hands in admiration as he remarked, "Excellent. I shall also commission a phonograph bead containing only the sounds of Ji Wushuang and a dog's barking, suggesting that Ji Wushuang is infatuated with the beauty of a dog, tormenting it daily until it howls in lamentation, seeking justice on its behalf. Do the elders concur?" The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence, as no one anticipated Chen Xuan would voice such a retort. Ji Wushuang's complexion turned a sickly shade of green, her entire body trembling, nearly exploding with rage on the spot. The corners of Tong Chue's mouth twitched repeatedly, leaving him momentarily speechless. The gathering erupted into a cacophony of laughter, with numerous disciples from the 9 sects and 13 gates doubled over in mirth. Undoubtedly, this incident would become a topic of amusement for many in the days to come. Utter nonsense. Chen Xuan, you are utterly outrageous. Ji Yaoyu declared angrily, her sleeves sweeping through the air as she struck Chen Xuan, sending him sprawling to the ground. Bloodied, she looked down upon him, her gaze icy as she proclaimed, "You, a waste of cultivation, should be grateful to merely stand here. How dare you utter such vile words to slander Wushuang? Do you believe yourself worthy?" Chen Xuan's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth grinding incessantly. "Master, please show mercy," he implored. The senior brother was merely momentarily misguided, having been led astray by the enchantress. "I beseech you to grant him a chance for redemption," Ji Wushuang hastily interjected, his expression earnest in his plea. Yet, his words, though seemingly compassionate, inadvertently solidified Chen Xuan's guilt. How cruelly cunning. The eldest senior sister, Zhao Kaiwe, expressed her concern, saying, "Little junior brother, a self-deprecating wastrel is unworthy of your advocacy. He just insulted you." The third senior sister, Bai Ling, quickly concurred, "Indeed. The dialogue captured in the sound pearl is sufficient to attest to all. Chen Xuan, how shameless you are, still daring to plead innocence." The second senior sister, Shen Qingqing, and the fourth senior sister, Mu Shuiyuan, were equally unwilling to hold back, both mocking Chen Xuan while lamenting for Ji Wushuang. In their eyes, Chen Xuan's disrespect towards the junior brother was akin to a muddy pig provoking a divine dragon. Chen Xuan slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his spine once again standing tall and straight. His eyes, deep and cold, seemed unfathomable. A palpable tension gripped the crowd, their expressions turning grave. Chen Xuan scanned the assembly with a mocking gaze, stating, "The voice from the recording pearl claimed that even after I self-destructed my 9th-grade golden elixir, my prowess in bed remains exceptional. I pose a question to you all. How could a powerless waste of a person traverse the sect's protective mountain array to rendezvous with a demoness?" A profound silence enveloped the scene, as the audience found themselves at a loss for words. Indeed, the words from the recording pearl seemed utterly implausible. At that moment, Zhao Kaiwa interjected with biting sarcasm. "Who says you must leave the sect? Could the demoness not secretly infiltrate our Howren Sword sect to indulge with you?" In the next instant, a towering man stepped forward, unleashing a resounding slap. He bellowed, "Impudence! We are tasked with safeguarding the sect. How could we allow the nefarious forces to infiltrate without our knowledge? Are you questioning our diligence?" A gasp escaped Zhao Kaiwa as she was caught off guard by the sudden blow, collapsing to the ground, her cheek instantly swelling with redness. She felt a surge of indignation and attempted to speak, but a mere glance from Ji Yaoyue rendered her speechless. Chen Xuan was amused by the foolishness of the senior sister. He continued to inquire, "So, Elder Copperhammer, is this voice recording pearl genuine?" Elder Copperhammer was left speechless. With disciples from the 9 sects and 13 gates present, although he had received some hints from the sect leader, he could not act too rashly. Thus, Elder Copperhammer could only reluctantly state, "It appears this pearl should be a counterfeit. Holy Son, Chen Xuan, you have been wronged in this matter." Is a mere declaration of being wronged sufficient to conclude this? Who presented the voice recording pearl? Framing the holy son of the sect is a grave offense. Such must be punished. Among the crowd, Du Guxie from the Xianhua sect crossed his arms and directly posed a question. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Du Guxie to speak in support. This individual was known for his capricious and domineering nature, having suffered defeat at Chen Xuan's hands on multiple occasions, establishing them as fierce rivals. Even Chen Xuan was momentarily stunned, casting a glance at Du Guxie filled with gratitude. It is easy to enhance beauty, but difficult to provide assistance in times of hardship. Elder Copperhammer pondered deeply, instinctively glancing at Ji Wushuang. He then solemnly declared, "This voice recording pearl was left by a mysterious figure. It indeed seems that someone is intent on framing Holy Son Chen Xuan." In an instant, the crowd erupted in uproar. The members of the Howren Sword sect wore grim expressions, glaring at Chen Xuan. The spread of this incident throughout Zhongzhou would undoubtedly tarnish the sect's reputation. "You, Chen Xuan, a mere waste, have become so selfish that you have lost the spirit of sacrificing personal interests for the greater good." Chapter 11. The Phoenix and the Yuan. Time passes slowly. Just when everyone thought the interrogation would conclude here, a beautiful woman stepped forward from the crowd. She coldly inquired, "Even so, this wretch compelled Du Meng to procure the Yang Dan, maliciously insulting my disciple, Lu Yen, and subsequently rescinded the engagement, further humiliating her. How shall we determine the guilt in this matter?" The beautiful woman was none other than the esteemed Elder Qingxia, the master of Lu Yen. Alas, yet more baseless accusations. Chen Xuan shook his head and sighed, scoffing. "Who can prove that I have consumed the resurrection pill? Who can attest to the existence and efficacy of such a potion? Moreover, let us take a step back. Lu Rian is my fiancée. If I, Chen Xuan, truly wish to engage in an intimate affair with her, why would I need to go through such convolutions?" Upon his utterance, many present nodded in agreement. However, the 4th senior sister, Mu Xuan, immediately stepped forward, coldly ridiculing. "Because you are afraid. I have previously elucidated the reason. You fear the wrath of those heavenly prodigies enamored with Sister Rian, who might obliterate you, a mere wastrel." Her conspiracy theory swiftly garnered the endorsement of numerous onlookers. Chen Xuan, however, remained unfazed, shaking his head in a tone of reflection. It is often said that women with ample bosoms lack intellect. 4th senior sister, how is it that your mediocrity has led to such foolishness? No wonder you have achieved nothing in the realm of alchemy over the years. It is only through my assistance that you have attained the rank of intermediate alchemist. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Mu Shuiyuan's chest. "Silence! Chen Xuan, despicable and shameless. Mu Shuiyuan immediately lost her composure, unleashing a torrent of invective upon Chen Xuan. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue also indignantly admonished, wretched disciple, refrain from personal attacks. The statements made by your fourth senior sister may still hold considerable merit. She raised her fair, swan-like neck, unabashedly displaying her partiality. Ji Wushuang, at this juncture, felt a surge of delight within. In his gaze towards Ji Yaoyue, there was not only admiration, but also a profound sense of greed and possessiveness. This is indeed his mother. How extraordinarily beautiful and aloof she is, a veritable gem of the mortal realm. One can only wish for the day when she might cast aside the shackles of the mundane. Soon, however, Ji Wushuang's expression darkened, for Chen Xuan had once again articulated a series of irrefutable arguments. I have already self-destructed my golden core, rendering myself a mere husk, and have slaughtered the younger generation of the demonic path to the point of near extinction. Would I be foolish enough to leave the Haoran Sword sect to seek my own demise? If I have no intention of departing from the sect, who could possibly bring about my demise? Even if I were to incite envy and resentment among some prodigies, what could you possibly do to me? Haha, that wretched Lu Rian herself admitted on the day of our broken engagement, and yet you all wish to cleanse her of her lewd reputation? Do you not find yourselves utterly shameless? Chen Xuan's words were as frigid and sharp as a blade, and the reasoning he presented was so meticulously constructed that it left others utterly defenseless against rebuttal. Applause erupted from the crowd as Dugu Xie clapped vigorously, laughing heartily in complete agreement with Chen Xuan's perspective. Soon, the disciples from the Xuanhua sect joined in, and gradually, the multitude from the 9 sects and 13 gates followed suit, reveling in the misfortune of the Haoran Sword sect despite being esteemed orthodox sects themselves. However, Ji Yaoyue's delicate visage grew increasingly frosty as she felt the sting of humiliation from Chen Xuan's rebuke, a feeling that was utterly disgraceful. Ji Wushuang clenched her teeth in silence, as if she had been forced to consume a dead rat, feeling utterly revolted. All the malicious schemes she had meticulously prepared were now being hurled back at her like a torrent. Just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd. He shouted, "I possess irrefutable evidence." As the crowd focused their gaze, it was Situ Yulong. The exuberance in his voice rang out, "Elder Tongchui, I can swear an oath of the highest order, and every word I speak is the truth." Such a rare opportunity to gain notoriety was not one to be missed, and he understood that by stepping forward to denounce Chen Xuan, the benefits would be plentiful. Perhaps, just perhaps, Sister Yuyan might take notice of him because of this incident. Yulong, speak swiftly. Elder Tongchue's heart raced, his face blooming with delight. Ji Yaoyue, Ji Wushuang, and others also brightened at the prospect, filled with anticipation. Situ Yulong's confident emergence promised undeniable proof. Let us see how Chen Xuan is nailed to the pillar of disgrace. After basking in the attention of the crowd, Situ Yulong finally began. 5 days ago, I encountered the holy son Chen Xuan outside the Gaian Sword Palace, and I invited him to drink. In his inebriation, he revealed profound truths. He hesitated, his expression faltering. Elder Tongchui urged him, "Speak quickly. Yulong, I command you to recount Chen Xuan's drunken revelations word for word." Reluctantly, Situ Yulong nodded in acquiescence and continued. Chen Xuan praised the indomitable nature of the returning Yang pill, declaring it truly remarkable. He also stated that Sister Yuyan, under his conquest, was unlike her usual aloof and stunning self, but rather, her cries and sensations were sheer ecstasy. For 3 whole days and nights, Sister Yuyan was overwhelmed by Chen Xuan's charm. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the space. The smile and anticipation on Elder Tongchue's face froze, morphing into a mix of frustration and disbelief. The expressions of the gathered crowd varied widely. Who could have predicted that Situ Yulong would be so foolish? You were summoned to testify, not to unleash a torrent of foul language. How infuriating. I can't help but envy Chen Xuan. Undoubtedly, the most captivating expression in the room belonged to Ji Wushuang. He suppressed his displeasure and firmly questioned, "Master brother, it appears you have no words left. Now, before everyone, apologize to Sister Rian for your transgressions." Swiftly, numerous gazes converged upon Chen Xuan. He rolled his eyes dramatically and disdainfully retorted, "Ji Wushuang, you resemble a dung beetle sneezing, spitting nonsense. What? Just because I boast inebriated, you all need to escalate matters? For 3 days and nights. Can Lu Rian endure such relentless bombardment? If I claimed 7 days and nights, Would you believe that too? Fool. The crowd. Such compelling reasoning. Meanwhile, the self-satisfied Situ Yulong stood utterly dumbfounded. How vexing. How has Chen Xuan become so eloquent? I find myself momentarily at a loss for words. Is there anyone else who wishes to slander me? Speak forth all at once. Chen Xuan surveyed his surroundings, his cold mockery echoing in the air. It was not until a considerable silence enveloped the scene that he erupted into laughter, his voice resonating with grand declarations as he departed. In the void, his words lingered. The mythical birds soar far and wide, while the sparrows nest in humble abodes. Chapter 12. I, Ji Wushuang, shall make you as lowly as a dog. On a shaded path winding through the mountains, Chen Xuan advanced with remarkable speed. Although his golden dance strength had plummeted to the depths, the might of his 9-yang battle body remained, rendering him vastly superior to mere mortals. Senior brother Chen Xuan. A call rang out from afar, and soon a young man descended gracefully on a flying sword. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and inquired, Junior brother Shirley, what brings you here? Please, continue to call me Little Stone as you always have. Ever since your incident, I have united over 20 disciples who have greatly benefited from your kindness, intending to offer our assistance. However, at a critical moment, someone leaked our intentions, and we faced reprimands and warnings from our master. Even on the day of your wedding, we were forbidden from attending. Shirley lowered his head, feeling embarrassed as he explained. It matters not. Your intentions are what truly count. Chen Xuan's brilliant smile illuminated the moment as he gently patted Shirley's shoulder. At that instant, a subtle warmth surged within his heart. Not long ago, Chen Xuan was engulfed in self-pity, believing that he had been forsaken by everyone in the sect, save for Du Ming. Little did he expect that there were still those who held gratitude, admiration, and longing for him. It was Du Ming and Xiao Shitu who were truly the individuals he ought to cherish for a lifetime, those he should protect. For reasons unknown, the exquisite visage of Bai Bingyan surfaced in Chen Xuan's mind. He hoped that she too could become one of those he would safeguard. In that moment, Chen Xuan's heart was unburdened, and his thoughts were clear. The kindness of his senior brother shall not go unrewarded. Rest assured of that. Stone Lei spoke with unwavering determination, his demeanor solemn. Then, with great caution, he added, Chen Xuan, as the saying goes, a man of integrity may suffer for possessing something precious. You must learn to let go. This instance of framing is evident to all discerning eyes. But what about next time? Be wary of certain individuals. For when the plot thickens, the dagger reveals itself. Upon hearing those words, Chen Xuan's eyes gleamed with a chilling light. He was acutely aware of the concerns harbored by Little Stone. In the eyes of the onlookers, he was merely a relic of past glory, unwilling to relinquish the title of Holy Son and reluctant to part with the treasures of yore. Yet, who could foresee that in merely 3 days, he would recover his dantian and soar to greatness, empowered by the heart of a true dragon? In truth, had it not been for the hope instilled by the dragon's heart, Chen Xuan believed he would have already capitulated, resigning himself to a life of mediocrity, akin to a sluggish pig or a lethargic dog. Little Stone, I am grateful for your timely reminder. Chen Xuan smiled slightly, turning to leave, leaving behind a resonant phrase in the air. Those who do good to me shall be rewarded, while those who do evil shall meet their doom. These 8 words epitomized his past demeanor. Alas, Shirley stamped his foot in frustration, his brow furrowed. To him, Chen Xuan remained obstinately stubborn. He feared that death was not far off. Within the holy maiden's hall, Ji Yaoyue's delicate face turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably with rage. Today at the punishment hall, she had suffered a complete loss of face. What infuriated Ji Yaoyue further was that the usually taciturn Chen Xuan had suddenly become eloquent. This ungrateful disciple deserved to die. Ji Yaoyue recalled her earlier feelings of guilt and suddenly felt as if she were sick. Such an ungrateful wretch, one who betrays their teacher and ancestors, deserved nothing less than 1,000 cuts. In the vast, empty hall, only the chilling intent to kill surged, suffocating in its intensity. At a certain moment, a figure of ethereal grace entered, none other than Ji Wushuang. With a swift motion, Ji Yaoyue gestured to activate the barrier array, preventing any prying eyes. Mother, I suspect that Chen Xuan possesses some hidden support that emboldens him. Ji Wushuang spoke in a grave tone. Hearing this, Ji Yaoyue narrowed her beautiful, elongated eyes, coldly replying, You need not doubt. Before I made a wager with him, I had secretly attempted to eliminate this little beast. Little did I expect. He harbored an extraordinary treasure that grants him self-protection. What? No wonder. A deep jealousy flickered in Ji Wushuang's eyes, distorting his features. He then bitterly declared, "He is merely a waste with a ruined dantian. Even if he possesses treasures, they cannot turn the tide. In the end, they shall all belong to me. On the day of the master selection ceremony, I shall be chosen by the immortal Mu Yun, inheriting his legacy, and Chen Xuan shall remain a wretched creature, wallowing in the mud, witnessing it all. Indeed, I, too, look forward to that day." Ji Yaoyue felt a surge of joy in her heart and could not help but embrace Ji Wushuang. Her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. "Wushuang, what are your plans next?" "Mother, I have a brilliant scheme in mind. Tomorrow, during my holy sun ceremony, it shall be the moment of Chen Xian's utter disgrace. This time, I shall decisively turn the tables and nail him to the pillar of shame." Ji Wushuang smiled cunningly, confidence radiating from him. He then departed from the Jade Maiden Hall, riding a golden sword that soared like a sun in the sky towards the location of the Azure Wave Cave. Inside the cave, Lu Rian sat before a vanity, grooming herself. Her curvaceous figure exuded a hauntingly beautiful yet sorrowful grace. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned and smiled. "Wushuang, did the Soundstone achieve great success?" Ji Wushuang awkwardly smiled, responding sheepishly, "Well, there were some minor hiccups. However, I have devised a brilliant plan that will surely bring Chen Xian to utter disgrace." "What exactly is going on?" Lu Rian furrowed her delicate brows, her peach blossom-like visage turning cold as ice. After Ji Wushuang recounted the events in detail, Lu Rian could no longer contain herself. She clenched her delicate fists, a tempest of emotions surging within her. "Fool! That imbecile Situ Yulong is not helping at all. He is intent on utterly tarnishing my reputation." After a long moment, Lu Rian managed to suppress her fury. She gazed intently at Ji Wushuang and coldly declared, "The matter you promised me cannot be delayed. Though it is fraught with danger, it is my sole opportunity to cleanse my humiliation and restore my pristine reputation." "Very well. I shall attend to it post-haste." Ji Wushuang hesitated for a moment, wincing as he nodded in agreement. He then requested 3 drops of Lu Ruyan's essence blood, which would be necessary for framing Chen Xian the following day. "Certainly." Lu Ruyan readily agreed, then extracted 3 drops of her essence blood and handed them over. "Sister Rian, you have truly suffered these past few days while consuming the death-like pill. Allow me a kiss," Ji Wushuang said, leaning in closer. "Yet," Lu Rian retorted with displeasure, "a kiss? You cannot even handle a useless Chen Xian, and you still dare to kiss me?" This, Ji Wushuang's lips twitched, and all his romantic notions transformed into seething rage. He felt utterly frustrated. In his heart, he let out a mad roar. "Chen Xian, you better watch out. Tomorrow I, Ji Wushuang, shall ensure your name is dragged through the mud, reduced to the status of a mere dog." Chapter 13. Chen Xian, do not panic. Upon entering the sacred chamber of cultivation, Chen Xian was instantly captivated by Bing Yan, adorned in a sky-blue palace gown. Upon noticing him, gently pursed her cherry blossom lips into a smile, her dimples subtly appearing on her cheeks, truly a vision of exquisite beauty. Chen Xian could not help but swallow hard. His heart stirred with a blend of yearning and fervor. Such beauty could only belong to the heavens. How rare it is to behold in the mortal realm. Most significantly, Bai Bingyan had always treated Chen Xian with an icy demeanor, yet now, she smiled gently, her charms soaring to celestial heights. Were it an ordinary person, they would surely be left in a tumult of emotions. Chen Xian gazed in admiration, fully embodying the demeanor of a gentleman. The sound of soft footsteps echoed as Bai Bingyan gracefully advanced, each step reminiscent of an ethereal fairy gliding upon the clouds. Her flawless and breathtakingly beautiful visage was so enchanting it took one's breath away, exuding an air of sanctity that demanded reverence. Even Chen Xian found himself momentarily entranced. He then sincerely praised, "My dear, you are truly exquisite." Bai Bingyan's delicate form paused slightly, and with a haughty scoff, she retorted, "You may only call me my dear in private, never in public. We are not yet wed. This is mere clandestine dalliance at Wanyao Mountain and not worthy of public acknowledgement." "Ah, understood." Chen Xian offered an awkward smile, yet his heart bloomed with joy. Habit is a formidable force, capable of surreptitiously transforming the essence of one's soul. Take, for instance, his initial encounter with Bai Bingyan. She appeared as an ancient, unyielding glacier. Had Chen Xuan dared to address her as my lady, he would likely have been reduced to mere shards of ice. However, through their interactions over these past few days, a certain bond had unexpectedly formed, leading to a remarkable shift in her demeanor towards him. At this moment, Bai Bingyan suddenly spoke. You were taken away by the enforcement hall, and I worried for your safety, so I concealed a fragment of my spiritual consciousness within you. I never anticipated that your circumstances at the unadorned sect would be so dire. Therefore, Chen Xuan, in a moment of realization, chuckled softly and said, So my dear wife pities me and smiles at me. Thank you, thank you. Bai Bingyan, with a delicate blush akin to blooming peach blossoms, radiated unparalleled beauty. After a brief pause, she lowered her voice and said, Chen Xuan, the unadorned sect is utterly shameless. It matters not if we do not wait. Would you be willing to accompany me to Qingqiu? Now is not the time to depart. Chen Xuan shook his head, a glint of sharpness flickering in his eyes. He clenched his fist fiercely and said in a deep voice, I have yet to settle matters with the unadorned sect. Most importantly, the bet made after the Master Apprenticeship Conference must yield a conclusion. In Bai Bingyan's beautiful eyes, a trace of pity flashed by, yet she still nodded in agreement. She sighed and remarked, You truly resemble a hedgehog at this moment, striving to arm yourself in a manner that instills fear in others, while your heart remains fragile and vulnerable. You feel disheartened now, perhaps even a touch helpless and lost, am I right? Chen Xuan shuddered all over. At that moment, he felt as if Bai Bingyan could see right through him. Subsequently, Chen Xuan collapsed to the ground, covering his face as he began to weep. His sobs grew increasingly louder, as if all the sorrow and frustration accumulated after the self-destruction of his ninth-grade golden core had finally found an outlet. Bai Bingyan furrowed her delicate brows, feeling at a loss as she crouched down beside him, gently offering her comfort. What was the outcome? Chen Xuan suddenly embraced her tightly, causing Bai Bingyan to be taken aback. Yet, seeing him weep so sorrowfully, she allowed it. After a considerable time, when Chen Xuan's tears had subsided, Bai Bingyan hastily extricated herself, her cheeks flushed. Just as Bai Bingyan's emotions were tumultuous and complex, a hint of amusement flickered in Chen Xuan's eyes. Her prickly remarks had indeed breached his defenses. Thus, he decided to play along, feigning tears to garner her sympathy, hoping she would voluntarily offer to protect him. Unfortunately, he ended up crying uncontrollably, feeling quite embarrassed. Thankfully, his resourcefulness led him to embrace her, deeming the situation not a total loss. Within the confines of the chamber, a prolonged silence enveloped them. Just as Chen Xuan believed his attempt at eliciting sympathy had failed, Bai Bingyan retrieved a palm-sized verdant jade token from her storage ring and handed it to him. Given that they were in Zhongzhou, this token, known as the Blood Oath Token, was indeed a precious artifact, intended for his protection. Furthermore, I cannot linger here in Zhongzhou for long. The situation at Wanyao Mountain is rather intricate. Being the sole nine-tailed fox maiden of the nine-tailed white fox lineage, Bai Bingyan's words trailed off, her inexplicable emotions turning somber. After presenting the token to Chen Xuan, she cautioned him, You must first drop your blood to acknowledge it as yours, otherwise, it may not serve as a talisman for your protection, but rather a harbinger of doom. Thank you, my lady. Chen Xuan nodded repeatedly, filled with exhilaration. How could he not be thrilled? This was a blood oath token of unparalleled significance throughout the entirety of Central Continent. Who does not recognize the illustrious name of the demon-slaying master, the Blood Oath Ancestor? A millennium ago, the Blood Oath Ancestor successfully transcended his tribulation and ascended to the celestial realm, leaving behind 7 Blood Oath tokens. Each token harbors a divine skill of unparalleled potency for vanquishing evil. However, these tokens can only be thoroughly refined by individuals endowed with exceptional talent and righteous spirit, thereby bestowing upon them extraordinary fortunes. Over the past 1,000 years, 4 Blood Oath tokens have emerged, giving rise to 4 extraordinary champions of the righteous path. Yet, the whereabouts of the remaining 3 have remained shrouded in mystery. Chen Xuan was taken aback to discover that Bai Bingyan possessed a fragment. Drip. As a drop of Chen Xuan's blood fell upon the Blood Jade Heart token, it was swiftly absorbed, and the surface of the jade token began to emanate a faint crimson glow. In the next moment, Chen Xuan felt a wave of intimacy emanating from the Blood Oath, urging him to thoroughly refine it with his true essence and spiritual perception. The outcome brought him great satisfaction. He then solemnly declared, "My dear, in gratitude for your generous gift, tonight as we retire to rest, I shall be at your mercy." "Which night have you not been at my mercy?" Bai Bingyan shot him a glance, her expression a mix of feigned indignation and playful allure. "Ah, indeed. You have a point, my dear. Perhaps we should revise that." "Chen Xuan, do you wish for your own demise?" "My lady, I was in error." After Chen Xuan departed the secret chamber, Bai Bingyan, seated cross-legged on the mat, could not help but chuckle. Her laughter was simply breathtaking. Soon after, her ethereal and melodious whispers resonated within the chamber. "Dear husband, the dragon trapped in shallow waters is toyed with by shrimps, and the tiger that has fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. Fear not. When you ascend to the heavens once more, and the dragon roams the world, those wretches will find themselves filled with regret." The following morning, as Chen Xiangang and Bai Bingyan bid farewell and exited the chamber, they were greeted by the disdainful call of senior sister Zhao Kaiwei. "Chen Xiangang, hasten forth. The master has commanded me to summon you for a journey to the ancient Yin Sword Palace, to partake in the grand ceremony of the ascension of our junior brother as the new holy son." Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, his fingers brushing against the blood heart token hanging on his chest, his mood remarkably cheerful. It appeared that today he would bestow 2 grand gifts upon the holy son Ji. Chapter 14. Chen Xian truly is a hypocrite within the Xian Hall. Zhao Kaiwei waited with evident impatience. Upon catching sight of Chen Xian, she sneered disdainfully. "Why are you emerging so slowly? Surely you are not hiding away, secretly weeping?" "Indeed, I weep with such profound sorrow that I contemplate finding a rope to hang myself." Chen Xian responded coldly, his words dripping with sarcasm. "You." Zhao Kaiwei, upon hearing this, was instantly consumed with rage. A decade ago, she had suffered a crushing defeat during the sect's trial, leading her to hide away in her chamber, weeping inconsolably. Upon hearing the news, Chen Xian offered comfort, while Zhao Kaiyan pretended to seek a rope to end her life. Eventually, it was Chen Xian who, out of generosity, bestowed upon her the most treasured mid-grade talisman for protection, which brought a smile back to her face. Zhao Kaiwei, confronted with her past scars, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Chen Xian, I have noticed a change in you. You have become quite eloquent. I almost wish to slap you." Chen Xianfeng smiled lightly, his demeanor calm as he remarked, "The holy sun stands before you, yet you dare to strike? Such insubordination invites severe punishment." With that, he gracefully exited the grand hall. "Shameless." Zhao Kaiwei stamped her foot, the words escaping her lips in a fit of suppressed anger. Surrounding the ancient Yin Sword Palace, the atmosphere was vibrant and festive, adorned with colorful decorations. This day marked the celebration of Ji Wushuang's Holy Sun ceremony, held at this very venue. The entire ancient Yin Sword Palace radiated with energy, unleashing dazzling sword qi that arched like rainbows to welcome guests, accompanied by enchanting melodies that resonated with the mysteries of the sword path. A group of elders from the 9 sects and 13 schools, leading their disciples, entered the Sword Palace, each filled with admiration. In recent decades, the Haoran Sword sect had grown increasingly powerful, subtly asserting itself as a potential leader among the righteous sects of Zhongzhou, with the ancient Yin Sword Palace playing an indispensable role in this ascendancy. After all, it was the legacy of the once mighty Lianyun Sword sect. At that moment, above a vast pool of sword qi, wisps of sword energy formed various colored lotus blossoms, providing seating for the assembled guests. This was the sword cleansing pool, an ideal sanctuary for the elders and disciples of the Haoran Sword sect to contemplate the essence of the sword. In the heart of the pool, upon the largest lotus of sword qi, sat a resplendent throne crafted from luminous crystal, reserved specifically for Ji Wushuang. "Thank you all for attending my disciple Wushuang's Holy Sun ceremony." Ji Yaoyue, adorned in a flowing purple gown, her figure as luscious and delightful as a ripe peach, greeted Ji Wushuang and the others with warmth. Her spirits soared, especially upon hearing the praises directed towards Ji Wushuang, causing her to beam with uncontainable joy. At the foot of the small Nan Peak, near the ancient Yin Sword Palace, Chen Xian strode forward with grace, his long robe billowing elegantly, exuding an air reminiscent of the celestial sages riding the winds. At that moment, a sultry and enchanting voice called out, "Holy Sun, please wait." There, reclining on a large blue stone by the roadside, lay a woman with a bewitching visage, biting her lip with an alluring charm. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Xuan came to a halt. After discerning the identity of the newcomer, he let out a cold scoff. It was Bao Na, an outer sect disciple of the Haoran sword sect from the flowing cloud peak, at the 8th stage of the Qi refinement period. A woman of remarkable grace and finesse. Chen Xuan had once heard Du Ming mention that this woman was afflicted with a rather addictive ailment, her greatest passion being the pleasures of love. She had also facilitated the union of many disciples from the Haoran sword sect, guiding them to become kindred spirits. What is it? Chen Xuan inquired coldly. Bao Na licked her crimson lips and spoke in a voice laden with temptation. Brother Chen Xuan, I have come here specifically to hope that you might join me in the nearby grove for a private conversation, of a rather indulgent nature. Such a voice, such a demeanor, and such overtly seductive words. What man could remain unaffected? Chen Xuan's gaze flickered. The woman appeared somewhat dazed, as if her soul had been ensnared by some arcane technique. Undoubtedly, there is something amiss here. Indeed, this location falls within the purview of the Haoran Wenyangjing surveillance. Does it not? Chen Xuan, with his remarkable intellect, grasped the situation in an instant. He secretly chuckled to himself, deciding to play along with the scheme. Thus, he feigned hesitation, ultimately relenting with a reluctant, very well. Within the ancient confines of the Gu Yin Sword Palace, Zhao Kaiyue stormed in, her demeanor brimming with indignation. Master, she exclaimed, Chen Xuan's audacity knows no bounds. You ordered me to escort him here, yet upon reaching the foot of Shaonan Peak, he brazenly took advantage of his status as the holy son to toy with Sister Bao Na. As if that were not enough, he coerced her into the woods. Boom. At this revelation, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. Du Ming, Shirley, and others promptly defended Chen Xuan, asserting that he was far from a lecherous man. However, their voices were drowned out by the collective outrage of the crowd. Ji Wushuang, with a look of incredulity, inquired, Elder sister, could there be a misunderstanding? Although our senior brother's reputation has faltered of late, surely he would not act so recklessly? He then shifted his tone, adding, moreover, Shaonan Peak appears to be within the surveillance range of the Haoran Inquiry Mirror. Why not? Li Yinglian's expression darkened, and she promptly commanded, Elder Qi Shuzi, activate the Haoran Inquiry Mirror immediately. At once, responded an elder with fiery red hair, who began to chant incantations. Soon, an ancient copper mirror soared above the Jinshi pool, emitting beams of light that coalesced into a grand projection in the air. Indeed, Chen Xuan's behavior was utterly despicable. Dai Tao was the first to exclaim, his face alight with schadenfreude. The others, including Situ Yulong, also bore smiles of amusement. At that moment, the dialogue within the projection began to unfold. Bao Na, what troubles you? It's rather private. Holy Son, do not feign righteousness. Come now, your pleasure is mine as well. Impudent, should you persist in this manner? Do you believe I would hesitate to lodge a complaint against you? You've frightened her. Brother Xian, I wish to. In the projection, Bao Na adopted a demeanor that seemed invitingly vulnerable. Her voice, sweet and beguiling, was as tempting as the gentle paw of a kitten. At this juncture, the image of Chen Xuan appeared to succumb to temptation as he stepped towards Bao Na. Situ Yulong, witnessing this scene, erupted in exuberant laughter, proclaiming, Chen Xuan is indeed a hypocrite, a true libertine. He can no longer maintain his facade. His true nature is about to be revealed. Du Ming and the others were filled with anxiety, wishing fervently to soar through the air to intervene. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her excitement palpable. TSK. The 3 drops of pure enchanting blood from Lu Ruyan possess an extraordinary allure. As long as Chen Xuan and she, the rest would be easily managed. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the unfolding drama. As Chen Xuan approached, Bao Na's eyes grew hazy, and she alluringly leaned against the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree, casting a playful smile over her shoulder. Dear Saint's son, will you take full responsibility for your sister? Snap. Chen Xuan reached out and effortlessly snapped a thick vine over a meter long, tossing it aside. He mockingly remarked, You wretched creature, so eager? Here, take this old vine and resolve your predicament yourself. Chapter 15. He truly resembled a mad, foolish dog. The expansive sword-washing pool was suddenly engulfed in an eerie silence. The onlookers stood, wide-eyed like startled frogs, mouths agape in astonishment. Good heavens, what a spectacle! Initially, one expected to witness Chen Xuan pouncing upon Bao Na like a hungry tiger, only to engage in shameless acts without restraint. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? The immense mirror continued to display the scene, where Chen Xuan laughed derisively before turning away with nonchalance. Du Ming could not help but exclaim, Chen Xuan truly lives up to being the holy son of our Sword sect. Even when tempted by beauty, he remains unperturbed. Let us applaud. With a scattered applause, the sound echoed through the air. The faces of Ji Yaoyue and the others were shrouded in an icy pallor, while Dai Tao, Situ Yulong, and Ji Wushuang appeared as though they had consumed a dead rat. How revolting! Not only did they fail to witness Chen Xuan's downfall, but he had also managed to outshine them. At that moment, a disciple from the Heavenly Thunder sect, present to observe, murmured softly, "That stick is so long. It could easily serve its purpose, even reaching the stomach." In an instant, the members of the Sword sect felt utterly humiliated, wishing they could vanish into the ground. How could this be? Zhao Kaiwa murmured, struggling to come to terms with such an outcome. A profound sense of unease blossomed within her heart. After this, she would likely face inquiries from the sect. No, she must find a way to redeem herself. A stick of incense later, Chen Xuan strode in with great determination. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Kaiwa immediately exclaimed in fury, "Chen Xuan, you have deliberately framed me. Your shamelessness knows no bounds. You are utterly despicable, even more so than the foulest refuse. In your fear of retribution, you resort to the utmost humiliation against me." Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, a smile graced his lips as he approached Zhao Kaiwa. This scene elicited a smile from Zhao Kaiwa as well. After all, a fool remains a fool, only capable of flaunting his verbal prowess before someone as wretched as Baona. How dare he smile? With her arms crossed defiantly, Zhao Kaiwa declared, "Your smile is of no consequence to me. Apologize at once. Speak louder, and do so before everyone." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan was instantly amused. He scoffed disdainfully, "Apologize? Do you even deserve that?" With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Caiyue's face. "Ah!" Zhao Kaiwa let out a piercing scream, her body spinning several times before she fell to the ground in a heap. The scene erupted in uproar. You dare to strike me?" Zhao Kaiwa exclaimed in disbelief, clutching her cheek, her voice filled with fury. In an instant, she drew forth her flying sword, poised to retaliate. Chen Xuan, however, remained utterly unperturbed, rebuking, "Presumptuous! Do you dare to defy authority and show disrespect to this holy son? What punishment do you deserve for such insolence?" At that moment, an immense sense of satisfaction filled his heart. With the blood oath and loyal heart by his side, what did he have to fear? At this grand ceremony of the Holy Sun, it was high time for me, Chen Xuan, to vent the humiliation I had endured in recent days. You. Zhao Kaiwa was on the verge of exploding with rage, yet she dared not act openly. The Sword sect strictly adhered to its rules, placing great emphasis on the distinctions of rank. "You insolent disciple, how audacious you are! What of the Holy Sun? Kaiwa is your master sister. How dare you treat her with such humiliation and disrespect?" Ji Yaoyue coldly interrogated, a powerful chill radiating from her. She was thoroughly displeased. The Chen Xuan who once obeyed her every command was nowhere to be found. The Chen Xuan, now reduced to a mere shell of his former self, had truly lost his mind. Chen Xuan, with his head held high and an air of dignity, proclaimed, "Senior sister, in my eyes, Zhao Kaiwa is nothing more than a gossipy, venomous woman." Nonsense. Excellent. The Howren asking heaven mirror has been activated? It seems Zhao Kaiwa recently slandered me by claiming I harassed Baona. Just in time. This mirror can preserve all images for 3 years. I demand to reverse the images and confront Zhao Kaiwa to discern loyalty from treachery. Accusing the Holy Son of such a crime is no trivial matter. Chen Xuan's words resonated with strength and clarity, echoing with conviction. The members of the 9 sects and 13 gates were stirred with excitement. Many, reveling in the spectacle, joined in with enthusiastic support. Qi Shuzi hesitated momentarily, then, with a hint of evasion, remarked, "The Howren asking heaven mirror consumes an excessive amount of spirit stones. It would be wiser to let go of such trifling matters. Regardless, she is your elder martial sister." Upon concluding his statement, he swiftly stowed away the Howren asking heaven mirror. Qi Shuzi's evident partiality was so transparent that even a fool could discern the underlying intrigue. Chen Xuan let out a cold laugh, utterly unfazed by the situation. He bowed respectfully to Li Yinglian and remarked, "Master, It is evident that Baona has fallen under someone's sole control, and her behavior is excessively indulgent. She must have been forcibly administered some intoxicating substance. I implore you to investigate this matter publicly. Not far away, Ji Wushuang felt a sudden jolt of anxiety in her heart. Li Yinglian's expression darkened as he reprimanded sternly, "Nonsense. Today is Wushuang's sacred sun ceremony. To bring such chaos is utterly inappropriate. Are you finding joy in this?" He then cast a glance at the law elder, Copperhammer, and commanded, "Conduct a discreet investigation. Furthermore, expel Baona from the sect." "At your command, master." Copperhammer replied with a bow and swiftly departed. Alas, the members of the 9 sects and 13 gates, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, sighed in disappointment. At this moment, Ji Wushuang, with a look of helplessness, said, "Eldest brother, I truly do not wish to be the sacred son, but you have been rendered incapable, and with the disciple recruitment event of the immortal shepherd looming. If Wushuang does not step forward, will it not bring shame upon the Howensword sect?" His words immediately garnered admiration from many members of the Howensword sect, with several mocking Chen Xuan for his narrow-mindedness and selfishness. To the onlookers, Chen Xuan's fierce glare appeared as nothing short of an indignant display of disgrace. Ji Yaoyue waved her sleeve and coldly stated, "Wayward disciple, I am profoundly disappointed in you. There is no place left at the sword washing pool. You may squeeze in among the servant disciples at the Jade Maiden Peak." Her words were laced with scornful humiliation. Subsequently, the sacred sun ceremony commenced in earnest. Elder Qingshu's reverberating chant echoed melodiously across the expanse above the sword washing pool. Chen Xuan smiled coldly and strode directly into the ranks of the miscellaneous disciples. All eyes converged upon Ji Wushuang. He possessed an ethereal grace, embodying the very essence of a proud son of heaven. The 4 elder sisters of Chen Xuan gazed at him with adoration, and the female disciples present couldn't help but cast envious glances in his direction. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue smiled and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, my beloved disciple, Wushuang, condensed a rare 7th-grade golden pill a year ago, and this is by no means his limit. Wushuang possesses the Xiantian sword body, one of the finest spiritual root physiques. Today, coinciding with his sacred sun ceremony, the Dian Sword Palace has fully awakened. Thus, I shall lend him my assistance in absorbing the myriad sword intents contained within the sword washing pool, propelling him to directly challenge the 8th-grade golden pill." Ji Yaoyue's face radiated excitement, her voluptuous figure trembling with exhilaration. She eagerly anticipated her illegitimate son soaring to unprecedented heights, especially in the presence of Chen Xuan, the bane of her existence. The thrill of it all was simply intoxicating. Indeed, her proclamation incited a wave of astonishment and fervent discussion among the crowd. Many displayed expressions of envy. "Ah, the Xiantian sword body. No wonder Ji Wushuang is so extraordinarily gifted, capable of condensing a 7th-grade golden pill," they murmured. "What's more, once he absorbs the myriad sword intents, his golden pill could easily reach the 8th grade. That is nothing. Chen Xuan condensed a 9th-grade golden pill when he broke through the 9th level of foundation establishment." Someone retorted dismissively, "That's ancient history. He is nothing but a cripple now." The crowd buzzed with various opinions. At a certain moment, Qi Shuzi let out a resounding cry, "The auspicious time has arrived. The sacred son is to take his seat." All eyes turned toward the magnificent lotus of sword intent. The seat crafted from luminous sunstone was destined to be Ji Wushuang's throne after he became the sacred son. In his heart, Ji Wushuang shouted in exhilaration, "I am about to secure my place as the foremost prodigy of the central continent." He stood there, looking down at Chen Xuan among the servant disciples, overwhelmed by an intoxicating sense of triumph. Chen Xuan's deep-set eyes glimmered with a sharp curvature at the corners of his lips. A chilling mockery echoed in his heart. "Ji Wushuang, you wretched creature, prepare yourself for my first grand gift." Chapter 16. Is this your attitude when seeking help? At the Gu Yin Sword Palace, within the sword washing pool, all eyes were riveted on the unfolding scene. "Wushuang, prepare to break through," Ji Yaoyue exclaimed, her voice ringing with authority as she formed intricate hand seals, sending a flurry of true essence runes toward Ji Wushuang to bolster his strength. "Today, I, Ji Wushuang, shall condense the myriad sword intents and step into the supreme sword path." His resonant voice echoed, captivating the audience, who collectively held their breath, fixated on the spectacle before them. In the next moment, Ji Wushuang suddenly spread his arms wide, and a mist of ethereal sword energy erupted around him. This was the hallmark of the complete activation of the Xiantian sword body. Boom! The vast sword-washing pool surged to life, as extraordinary sword intents surged forth. As if awakened from centuries of slumber. Some sword intents were gentle, others swift, some enigmatic, some violent, and others ethereal. Such an astonishing display stirred envy even among the elders present. The path of cultivation is fraught with challenges, the more extraordinary the foundation laid, the further one may journey in the future. The unparalleled potential exhibited by Ji Wushuang was truly awe-inspiring. Wushuang, how do you feel? Ji Yaiyue inquired with concern. Ji Wushuang smiled slightly, his excitement palpable as he replied, Master, my current sensation is absolutely magnificent. My Xiantian sword body will undoubtedly absorb the myriad sword intents, transforming a 7th grade golden core into a 9th grade. As he spoke, he gradually lifted his arms above his head, embodying the essence of a sword that could tear through the heavens. A murmur of discussion erupted among the spectators at the sword-washing pool. The fortunes of the Haoran sword sect are truly remarkable. First, there was the prodigy Chen Xuan, and now, after his downfall, we have Ji Wushuang. They are truly unparalleled within the 9 sects and 13 gates. Is this the Xiantian sword body? It truly lives up to its reputation as one of the finest spiritual bodies. Ah, Ji Wushuang is so handsome. I wish to either be with him or be with him. As the year drew to a close, the once-in-a-decade Tianhuang Supreme Talents competition was on the horizon. If Ji Wushuang could indeed condense a 9th grade golden core, he would be a leading contender for victory. The discussions flowed endlessly, with many even invoking Chen Xuan as a cautionary tale. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang had raised his arms to the zenith. With fervor, he cried out, Sword, come forth. All swords returned to their origin. Boom. The myriad extraordinary sword intents swirling within the sword-washing pool, as if summoned, surged forth at an astonishing speed, cascading like a mighty river towards Ji Wushuang. Splash! Chen Xuan scoffed lightly and nonchalantly snapped his fingers. In the next instant, a cacophony erupted as the boundless sword intent instantaneously collapsed, retreating into the sword-washing pool, and the radiant lotus of sword intent dissipated entirely. The onlookers, standing upon the myriad of sword intent lotuses, were taken aback, hurriedly soaring into the air in disarray. Those caught off guard plummeted to the ground like dumplings. Cries of astonishment echoed relentlessly. At that moment, the entire ancient Yin Sword Palace seemed to have been plunged into darkness, abruptly coming to a standstill. All the resplendent lights and vibrant sword intent vanished. No! Ji Wushuang shrieked, uncontrollably spitting out a mouthful of blood, suffering from intense backlash. In a state of terror, he pleaded, Save me. Wushuang, do not be afraid. Ji Yaiyue exclaimed, rushing forward to offer assistance. Upon assessing Ji Wushuang's condition, her face was immediately veiled in a thick layer of frost. At that moment, Li Yinglian also arrived, stepping in to help Ji Wushuang regulate the backlash within his body. Chen Xuan, Ji Yaiyue shouted vehemently, darting towards the area of the servant disciples. She disregarded her image, roaring, What have you done? How malicious can you be to wish for Wushuang's demise? The crowd was stirred by Ji Yaiyue's outburst, turning their gazes towards her. You are envious of Wushuang's unparalleled talent, twisted within your heart to act in such a manner, are you not? Ji Yaiyue interrogated furiously. I do not envy him, Chen Xuan replied indifferently. However, Ji Yaiyue's fury only intensified upon hearing this. She questioned with a fierce tone, Dare you act, yet not bear the consequences? You hypocritical scoundrel, how shameless can you be? The spirit of the ancient Yin Sword Palace heeds only your command. If you had not secretly instigated it, would it have ceased so abruptly at such a critical moment? Upon her words, the gazes of the crowd towards Chen Xuan shifted dramatically. A once great saint, now reduced to a cripple, still wielded such significant authority? In a sense, the ancient Yin Sword Palace still belonged to him. Though absurd, it evoked a sense of melancholic reflection. At this juncture, Chen Xuan retorted unceremoniously. You are the one who urged me to fully awaken the spirit of the ancient Yin Sword Palace. Now that trouble has arisen, why do I bear the blame? You wretched fool, I instructed you to fully awaken the spirit, not to plunge it into complete silence. Ji Yaiyue retorted, her frustration palpable. As a result, Chen Xuan regarded Ji Yaiyue with an expression akin to that reserved for a complete fool. He then spoke in a leisurely manner. In this vast sword palace, can you fathom the amount of spirit stones consumed to fully awaken its potential every hour? And how many spirit stones must be expended to channel the myriad sword intents? It is entirely reasonable for it to extinguish. Ji Yaoyue was momentarily taken aback by his words, nearly choking on her own blood. For over 2 decades, it has been I who sustained the operation of the Sword Palace with the spirit stones from the Panlong treasure ring. At the very least, I have expended over 1 million superior spirit stones. Now, I, Chen Xuan, have been relegated to the area designated for the miscellaneous disciples. What obligation do I have to continue contributing? Am I a fool? Since Ji Wushuang boasts so confidently of enhancing the quality of the golden core through the convergence of 10,000 swords, should he not be the one to provide the spirit stones? This seems entirely reasonable, does it not? Chen Xuan spoke slowly, his tone laced with mockery. Boom. The atmosphere erupted instantly. Members from the 9 sects and 13 gates, including Duguxia, began to jeer at the Haoran sword sect. Chen Xuan's contributions are indeed monumental. Yet, merely over a month after he detonated his 9th-grade golden elixir, he has become the subject of ridicule within the sect, a truly pitiable situation. The members of the Haoran sword sect exhibit a remarkable lack of wisdom, having grown accustomed to reaping benefits while entirely forgetting their origins. Such insatiable greed and excess are simply astounding. Ji Yaoyue's eyes blazed with urgency as she furiously demanded, enough with the nonsense. Tell me, how many spirit stones are required to restore the Sword Palace's operations? Wu Shuang is facing a backlash, and the situation is dire. She understood all too well that Ji Wushuang's condition was precarious. Forcing the activation of the Xiantian sword body without summoning the mighty sword intent amounted to self-harm. The sooner the myriad sword intents could be introduced, the greater the benefits for his recovery. Observing Chen Xuan's indifferent demeanor, Ji Yaoyue's impatience reached a breaking point. She bellowed, "You imbecile! I am speaking to you, did you not hear? If anything were to happen to Wu Shuang, you shall not escape unscathed." The 9 sects and 13 schools exchanged glances, reveling in the drama. How surprising it was to witness the so-called aloof fairy, Ji Yaoyue, resorting to such brutality with her disciple, demanding assistance while simultaneously issuing threats, a truly eye-opening spectacle. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and then spoke with a calm demeanor. Is this truly your attitude when seeking assistance? Chapter 17. Leveraging power, communication through shouting, seeking my favor? Chen Xuan, do you believe yourself worthy? This is your sole opportunity for redemption. Should you continue to disregard my goodwill, it shall only intensify my disdain for you. Ji Yaoyue pressed forward aggressively, unleashing the formidable power of her peak 9th stage Yuan infant, akin to a tempest brewing. The atmosphere in the room grew so tense it seemed it could almost condense into droplets of water. Chen Xuan, however, smiled. This smile carried an air of nonchalance that left Ji Yaoyue feeling as though she had swallowed a dead rat, utterly revolted. Enough. Qi Shuzi, visibly displeased, flicked his sleeve and exclaimed, Chen Xuan, you are utterly audacious. Are you envious of Wu Shuang's imminent rise to greatness, harboring resentment that drives you to such despicable deeds? I advise you, do not rely on power and authority, lest you become the subject of ridicule among the other sects. Swiftly awaken the ancient Yin Sword Palace to rectify your transgressions. Delay, and no one will be able to save you. His words were laden with an unmistakable threat. The cultivators from the 9 sects and 13 gates exchanged glances, rendered speechless. For the first time, they found the elders of the Haoran sword sect to be utterly shameless. Setting aside Chen Xuan's contribution of 1 million high-grade spirit stones, the fact that he was the true master of the ancient Yin Sword Palace should have deterred such bullying. Shouldn't it? Truly, a dying dragon is not as good as a mere dog, and a fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, his gaze turned icy. He coldly remarked, Elder Qi Shuzi, you have not uttered a word about my significant contributions over the years, yet you readily cast aspersions upon me. Truly shameless. You dare to condemn me without any evidence. That is the true audacity. Qi Shuzi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his anger evident as he huffed and glared. Ah! Ji Wushuang cried out in anguish, causing Ji Yaoyue's heart to tremble. A surge of murderous intent emanated from her, her fury barely contained. Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, Mu Xuan, and others voiced their objections, loudly denouncing Chen Xuan. Enough! The sect master, Li Yinglian, suddenly waved his sleeve, halting the commotion. He swiftly retrieved a multitude of high-grade spirit stones from his storage ring, laying down at least 100,000 of them upon the ground. Chen Xuan summoned the spirit of the Sword Palace at once, commanding it to awaken and fully manifest. Li Yinglian ordered. However, Chen Xuan replied with unhurried composure, "Sect Master, I have a condition. The 5 who were most vociferous just now must kneel and bow to me 3 times in apology." He gestured towards his 3 senior sisters, Dai Tao and Sita Yulong. "Dream on. Chen Xuan, do you think you are worthy?" Second senior sister Shen Qingqing retorted angrily. Third senior sister Bai Ling added with disdain, "You are merely jealous of the junior disciple. Unfortunately for you, you have been rendered incapable, destined to be inferior to even a single hair of the junior disciple." Fourth senior sister Mu Xuan venomously remarked, "Chen Xuan, do you believe that by harming the junior disciple and suffering retribution, you will earn the master's favor? Dream on. You are ultimately a worthless being with a shattered dantian." Dai Tao and Situ Yulong were equally incensed, voicing their outrage. In response, Li Yinglian coldly stated, "Just now, all 5 of you were excessively noisy. Kneel and apologize to Chen Xuan." The scene fell into an oppressive silence. The 5, their eyes blazing with indignation, looked as though they had been forced to consume something foul. Yet, a command from the sect master could not be disregarded. In the next moment, Bai Ling adopted a resolute expression and solemnly declared, "For the sake of the junior disciple, I am willing." With that, she was the first to kneel. Subsequently, the remaining 4 also knelt in turn. Before the witnesses present, the 5 bowed to Chen Xuan 3 times. After rising, they trembled with repressed fury, their faces contorted in anguish. "From now on, do not bark recklessly again, understood?" With a light-hearted remark from Chen Xuan, the 5 individuals nearly succumbed to a fit of exasperation. Yet, they found themselves utterly powerless against him. Soon after, Chen Xuan summoned the spirit of the Sword Palace, which materialized from thin air. With a flourish, it collected heaps of high-grade spirit stones, and then joyfully addressed Chen Xuan, "Master, with these spirit stones, I shall possess sufficient power to enter the nurturing phase. In no more than a century, I shall awaken, and perhaps ascend to even greater heights, until we meet again in 100 years." With that, the spirit of the Sword Palace vanished into nothingness. What? Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Chen Xuan called out loudly, but to no avail. He helplessly extended his hand and said, "Sect Master, I am now rendered powerless. Devoid of true essence and spiritual awareness, I can only communicate through shouting. I am utterly unable to connect with the Sword Palace's spirit. I apologize." "Good, good, good." Li Yinglian coldly repeated the word thrice, her complexion shifting from purple to black, then from black to green. He was certain that he had been deceived by Chen Xuan. Yet, the crux of the matter eluded him. The frustration was unbearable. Meanwhile, Ji Yaiyue was utterly infuriated. Her ample bosom heaved violently as she scolded with a fierce tone, "You wretched disciple. You have become increasingly audacious. Were it not for the protection of Yinu Peak, how could you have survived to this day? Countless practitioners of the demonic path seek your demise. I have bestowed upon you such great favor, yet you, ungrateful wretch, plot maliciously against your own junior disciple. What punishment do you deserve for this? Do you believe that I could strip you of your status as my direct disciple and demote you to a mere servant disciple at this very moment?" Ji Yaiyue was on the verge of losing her composure, her words spilling forth without restraint. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in disbelief. The elegant and beautiful Ji Yaiyue they had heard of seemed to have transformed into a shrew. Even though Chen Xuan had already given up on Ji Yaiyue, he felt a pang of pain in his heart at her words. He coldly inquired, "Oh, you would strip me of my status as a direct disciple and demote me to a servant disciple? Ji Yaiyue, are you truly certain you wish to proceed with this?" All eyes turned towards the frostbitten Ji Yaiyue. With her snow-white neck held high, she declared imperiously, "Indeed, I am certain. Furthermore, I shall instruct the other servant disciples to take good care of you. As long as I leave you with a wretched life, that shall be my generosity." Chen Xuan suddenly found the situation utterly absurd. Had he been blind all these years? He had continued to regard this selfish and arrogant woman as the most significant person in his life. At that moment, a feeble voice emerged. "Master, Wu Shuang implores you to retract your earlier words. Although senior brother has erred, he has also contributed to the Howard Sword sect. I earnestly hope you will retain his position as a true disciple to prevent any slander and to avoid affecting the betting agreement. Ji Wushuang slowly rose, having forcibly suppressed the backlash. Wushuang, how are you? Ji Yaoyue quickly inquired, her concern evident in her tone. She soon realized that if she pressed Chen Xuan too hard, she might jeopardize the Panlong treasure ring and the Haoyin sword. Thus, Ji Yaoyue feigned a sigh and remarked, Chen Xuan, my previous words were spoken out of deep affection and profound disappointment. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? However, one must possess self-awareness. You are to vacate the Xian Hall today and reside in the Servants' Valley. Wushuang deserves to stay in the Xian Hall more than you do. She then added, my suggestion is made purely for your benefit. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes, emanating an air of authority. He laughed in anger, saying, for my own good? Those 4 words are truly repugnant. Ji Yaoyue, you are merely afraid of being labeled as ungrateful. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I am indeed more deserving of residing in the Xiandan Hall than Ji Wushuang. The scene erupted in incessant ridicule, as many believed Chen Xuan had lost his mind. You, a mere waste, possess such inexplicable confidence. Even Du Meng and Shi Lei sighed inwardly, feeling quite helpless. At that moment, however, Chen Xuan calmly produced the blood heart token from his bosom, raising it high. Chapter 18. The Tempting Bait, the Dispersal of Sect's Grand Fortune. Is that the blood heart token? Xiao Qianfeng, an elder of the Heavenly Fire sect, was the first to recognize it, letting out a cry of longing, his eyes sparkling with excitement. In an instant, numerous gazes converged upon the blood heart token in Chen Xuan's palm, causing an uproar. A millennium ago, the blood ancestor successfully transcended tribulation and left behind 7 blood heart tokens before ascending to the celestial realm. It is said that each token harbors a divine power capable of vanquishing demons. The blood heart token has already birthed 4 superlative righteous beings. Who would have thought that one of the 3 tokens, long thought to be lost, would have fallen into Chen Xuan's hands? With this token, the strength of the sect would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Members of the 9 sects and 13 gates, as well as those of the Howrensort sect, could not help but feel envious and covetous, yearning to snatch the blood heart token from Chen Xuan. However, as righteous individuals, they could not act on such impulses. Moreover, it was evident to all that Chen Xuan had already refined the blood heart token. A smiling elder clad in black robes spoke. Young one, Chen Xuan, you have been humiliated within the Howrensort sect. Why not leave and join our Wuji Dao sect instead? Young friend Chen, do you remember me? The Heavenly Fire sect warmly welcomes your joining. An elderly man with red hair declared grandly. Humph, how could I allow you to take the lead? Let us rely on our own merits. In an instant, the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 gates began to speak, offering Chen Xuan numerous advantages in hopes that he might join them. A waste with a shattered dantian may be inconsequential, yet, should he possess a blood heart token, he becomes an incredibly desirable asset. Furthermore, it seemed Chen Xuan was also the master of the ancient Yen Sword Palace. Damn it! Ji Yaoyue stamped her foot in fury, her voluptuous form trembling with rage. How could this be? This waste actually possesses. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue wished she could gouge out her own eyes, pretending not to witness the scene before her. She was grateful that she had not declared the decision to demote Chen Xuan from the position of true disciple to that of a mere servant. Otherwise, the elders of the 9 sects and 13 gates would have fought even more fiercely. Cursed! Damned! Ji Wushuang's eyes twitched violently, distorting his handsome features. Particularly, he was struck by the sight of Ji Yaoyue's voluptuous figure trembling in shock. The madness of jealousy was fervently consuming his sanity. Damn! Brother Xian is truly formidable, Du Meng exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. The entire Howrensort sect, including sect leader Lianglian, felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Their once disregarded waste of a holy son was now being fervently sought after by other prestigious sects, nearly defying reason. Bai Ling observed Ji Wushuang's clenched teeth and disdainfully remarked that Chen Xuan is merely lucky, having come into possession of an extraordinary item. Compared to our junior brother, he is unworthy of even holding his shoes. Beside her, Ji Yaoyue scoffed, squeezing out a phrase through gritted teeth. He is courting death. Does he truly believe he deserves such a precious treasure? She then mocked him further. In a bid to avoid being underestimated by me, he resorts to such foolishness. He might have had a chance to survive, but this revelation will only hasten his demise. Upon hearing these words, Ji Wushuang's expression softened slightly, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. The blood oath token. He desired it as well. At that moment, Chen Xuan leisurely placed the blood oath token into his embrace, casting a glance at Ji Yaoyue. The crowd turned their attention towards her, making Ji Yaoyue feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. An elder, exuding a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs, smiled and said, "Young friend Chen Xuan, if you are willing to join our Qingmu sect, I can promise you any condition on behalf of the sect master, even to become the true disciple of the sect leader." The Qingmu sect, lacking a powerful presence, had always struggled to gain prominence among the righteous factions. The blood oath token undoubtedly presented a glimmer of hope for their resurgence. Other elders, unwilling to be outdone, made various promises. "Everyone, Chen Xuan is our sect's holy son. Your actions are excessive," Li Yinglian interjected, expressing her stance. An elder with a white gaze retorted, "Your Howren Sword sect has treated young friend Chen Xuan so harshly. If he joins my Wujideo sect, he will surely be cherished as a treasure. This is what one might call, your poison is my nectar." His name was Daoist Santong, and due to his significant seniority, he showed no fear of Li Yinglian. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan continued to fixate on Ji Yaoyue and slowly inquired, "Do I need to vacate the Xian Hall today to make space for the Holy Sun Ji?" "You." Ji Yaoyue's face turned pale with fury, her ample bosom rising and falling violently. She bit her lip, hatefully uttering 3 words. "No need." This declaration made Ji Wushuang's head droop even lower, yet the malice in his eyes surged wildly. "Ha ha." Chen Xuan laughed heartily, his joy unrestrained. He expressed his gratitude for the blood oath token bestowed by Lady Bingyan, exclaiming, "What a delight." He then turned to the Taoists of the 3 channels and proposed, "Gentlemen, I invite you to send representatives to reside in the Xian Hall. I wish to deliberate for a time on whether to depart from the Howren Sword sect, and, if I do, which faction to join." The elders from the 9 sects and 13 gates brightened at his words. "There is an opportunity." They all nodded in agreement. Some among them, possessing profound insight, surmised the true intention behind Chen Xuan's words. It seemed he desired the members of the 9 sects and 13 gates to serve as his protectors. However, concerning the blood oath token, even a mere 1% chance would compel them to strive with all their might. Moreover, to vex the Howren Sword sect, why not seize the chance? The righteous sects are competitive too. Who does not covet the title of the righteous leader? At that moment, a figure rushed in, urgency evident in his demeanor, exclaiming, "Sectmaster, trouble is afoot." The newcomer was Elder Qing Lin, tasked with guarding the protective formation of the Howren Sword sect. His face bore a look of alarm, his eyes reflecting fear. Li Yinglian inquired with displeasure, "Elder Qing Lin, what is the cause of such distress?" His mood was already quite foul. Upon Qing Lin's report, however, Li Yinglian's spirits plummeted even further. "Sectmaster, the great fortune that is gathered above the Howren Sword sect has completely dissipated." Boom. This proclamation startled everyone present. The fortune of a sect is a crucial determinant of its strength. The greater the fortune, the more benefits the members of the sect receive. Conversely, if the sect's fortune wanes, it affects all aspects. Most critically, the Howren Sword sect would lose face. Li Yinglian's countenance darkened, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Today was meant to be a joyous occasion, the celebration of Saint Sun Ji Wushuang, yet the sect's fortune had scattered. This incident would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule among the various factions of Zhongzhou. Moreover, there were only a little over 20 days left until the gathering for the disciples of the immortal Mu Yun. Little junior brother, congratulations. Today's celebration of the Saint Sun will surely be etched in your memory for a lifetime. With a radiant smile, Chen Xuan spoke before turning away. The elders from the 9 sects and 13 gates, witnessing this, promptly designated their disciples to follow closely behind him. At this moment, Li Yinglian had already silently recited an incantation, summoning the grand ancient mirror that suppressed the sect's protective formation. With a grim expression, he formed seals with his hands to investigate the reason behind the dissipating fortunes of the sect. Should he fail to rectify this situation, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. As layers of ripples emerged on the mirror's surface, all present held their breath in anticipation. After the passage of an incense stick's burning time, the mirror suddenly shuddered, the ripples swiftly smoothing out. A solitary, desolate figure abruptly materialized. Ji Yaoyue's voluptuous form quivered as she gasped in shock. "Chen Xuan? How could it possibly be him?" Chapter 19. the spirit of fortune, the countenance of immortality. Today, I am truly enlightened. The wasteful holy son, who has been humiliated by you all, is actually the one tied to the grand fortunes of the Howard sect. Now that fortune has abandoned him, even more humiliating, he possesses a blood and heart token. How splendid! Taoists and Tong chuckled, his schadenfreude unmistakable. The disciples of the 9 sects and 13 gates present laughed heartily, whispering mockingly amongst themselves. Chen Xuan, this wayward disciple, truly deserves death. In an instant, Ji Yaoyue felt her temperature rise sharply, biting her lip in indignation, a sense of inexplicable loss surging within her heart. This is not how it should be. It should not be like this. That waste was clearly reduced to ashes after detonating a 9th-grade golden pill, having fallen from grace. How could he still influence the rise and fall of the sect's fortunes? Wu Shuang should be the favored child of heaven, the one beloved by the sect's fortunes. Humph. Suddenly, Li Yinglian let out a cold snort, his words dripping with frost. You have all misunderstood. The fortunes of the Howard Sword sect over the years have revolved around the ancient Yin Sword Palace. Now that the Sword Palace has fallen into complete silence, it is only natural for the fortunes to dissipate. Chen Xuan has long since become a useless being. How could he still be worthy of affecting the fortunes? The crowd awakened to the truth, nodding in agreement. At that moment, Zhao Kaiyue, clutching her swollen cheek, began to curse Chen Xuan as a treacherous wolf, despicable and shameless. Her words ignited a fury among the members of the Howard Sword sect, who began to join in the cacophony of denunciation. Du Ming and Shirlei attempted to retort, but their voices were soon drowned out by the uproar. Regardless of whether this matter was indeed Chen Xuan's doing, the Howard Sword sect needed a scapegoat. Chen Xuan is undoubtedly the best candidate. At this moment, Li Yinglian reluctantly took out a black jade crystal ball from her bosom and handed it to Ji Wushuang. Wushuang, this is the 7 Absolutes ball. If you can completely refine it, you will become the master of the Qitian Golden Peak. The Qitian Golden Peak is an ancient treasure of our sect, capable of gathering the sect's great fortune with relative ease. A sudden uproar erupted at the scene. Anyone familiar with the lineage of the Howard Sword sect understands the significance of the Qitian Golden Peak. This has historically been the exclusive domain of the successors of past sect leaders. By presenting the 7 Absolutes ball, Li Yinglian had already conveyed a clear hint of her support. Thank you for your great kindness, sect leader. Ji Wushuang, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt down on the spot, bowing 3 times and striking his head 9 times in gratitude. He then solemnly took the 7 Absolutes ball and began to refine it with a drop of his blood. After the burning of an incense stick, a celestial melody suddenly resonated, and sword intent enveloped Ji Wushuang, growing increasingly intense. Has Wushuang gained a fortuitous encounter from refining the 7 Absolutes ball? Ji Yaoyue exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, winds and thunder roared around Ji Wushuang, and the sound of swords rang clear. Boom! In the central area of the Howard Sword sect, a golden peak trembled violently, exuding a terrifying aura. Ji Wushuang grinned widely and exclaimed, Thank you, sect leader, for your support. I have finally comprehended the essence of sword intent. I am now in a profound state, capable of controlling the Qitian Golden Peak to gather the sect's great fortune. What remains is merely the support of sufficient spirit stones. Swordsmanship, sword energy, sword intent, sword momentum, sword domain, sword heart, sword deity. These are the realms of the sword path pursued by countless sword cultivators. It is noteworthy that many nascent soul elders struggle to grasp the essence of sword momentum, yet Ji Wushuang has achieved it. His performance can be considered a redemption of past shames. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Li Yinglian clapped in admiration, smiling, esteemed guests. Shall we move the Saint Sun celebration to the Qitian Golden Peak? At that time, our Howard Sword sect will host a feast of spirit wine to celebrate. Ji Yaoyue beamed even more brightly, patting her trembling bosom, assuring that she would take care of the spirit stones. Thus, everyone ascended into the sky on their swords. An hour later, at the base of the Qitian Golden Peak, Ji Yaoyue's delicate face turned ashen. She had already spent all her wealth, 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. The result? The great fortune of the Qitian Golden Peak had yet to materialize. Consequently, Li Yinglian led the members of the Howard Sword sect to produce spirit stones in support, yet it still proved insufficient. Sect leader, master. I can sense that this time, the gathering of the sect's great fortune is extraordinary. It seems to possess a spirit. Ji Wushuang shouted excitedly. What? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Elders such as Santong displayed expressions of envy and jealousy. The probability of a great fortune possessing a spirit is exceedingly rare. The spirit that it nurtures is undoubtedly extraordinary and is celebrated as a source of immortality. Should one be able to obtain the spirit of great fortune, not only can their potential for cultivation be enhanced, but the dream of ascending to immortality would also be within reach. Wushuang, you are truly exceptional. I take great pride in you, Ji Yaoyue exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes sparkling. However, a pressing and formidable issue now loomed before them: the lack of spirit stones. Consequently, Li Yinglian surveyed the gathering and declared solemnly, those belonging to our Howren Sword sect must generously contribute. Whether Wushuang can embody the essence of an immortal depends on this very moment. Although the elders and disciples of the Howren Sword sect felt a pang of regret upon hearing her words, they nonetheless produced a considerable amount of spirit stones. Thus, an endless stream of spirit stones was devoured by the heavenly gold peak. It's coming. I can feel it. That essence seems to be intricately connected to the sword, and it has intensified. Oh. Ji Wushuang shouted in sheer exhilaration, filled with anticipation. Yet, after a mere incense stick's worth of time, he was left dumbfounded. The mountains of spirit stones had been entirely consumed. Ji Yaoyue quickly turned to the representatives of the 9 sects and 13 gates, hoping they could provide some assistance. After all, whose spirit stones were not earned through hard work? Lending them was out of the question, let alone offering aid. Indeed, the more exceptional Ji Wushuang becomes, what chances do we, the holy sons of our respective sects, have at the apprentice conference? Give it up, holy son Ji. The path to immortality is not so easily attained. The Taoist priests from the Santong sect and others chimed in, their tones dripping with envy and mockery. Borrowing spirit stones? They were not fools. Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue felt an explosion of anger rising within her. What happened to the righteous sects standing united in purpose? They were nothing but a pack of narrow-minded scoundrels. Master, you must devise a plan. I believe just 1 more million high-grade spirit stones would suffice. Ji Wushuang shouted urgently. After much hesitation, Li Yinglian ultimately commanded Chixuzi to retrieve the reserves from the sect's treasury. Thus, 110,000 spirit stones of varying quality were delivered, only to be consumed by the heavenly gold peak as if it were a bottomless pit. Yet, it still fell short. This time, the completion was truly within reach. At most, 70 to 80,000 stones. I can sense the spiritual essence of great fortune. It is undeniably tied to the sword. Master, whether Wushuang can become a sword immortal hinges on this very moment. Ji Wushuang pleaded with fervor, unable to contain his excitement. However, upon hearing this, both Li Yinglian and Ji Yaoyue wore grim expressions. They had exhausted their reserves of spirit stones and were powerless to assist. At this juncture, the 4th senior sister, Mu Xuan, stepped forward with a cunning smile, saying, Master, our only hope now lies within the millions of spirit stones contained in the Panlong ring that useless Chen Xuan can no longer cultivate. What use are spirit stones to him? To aid our junior brother in becoming the future sword immortal would be his utmost glory. Chapter 20. Generosity towards others, Sword Heart. Mu Xuan spoke with an air of certainty, though a glimmer of schadenfreude and excitement danced in her eyes. She felt that her junior disciple must indeed be in love with her. She was willing to do anything to assist him, and the notion of generosity towards others was merely a stepping stone. This suggestion might very well make her junior disciple love her even more. What a splendid idea. Ji Yaoyue's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm at her words. Li Yinglian, Qi Shuzi, and others nodded in agreement, endorsing Mu Xuan's proposal. This was indeed the only way forward. How shameless. Suddenly, Dugixi interjected, deridingly scoffing at the idea. In an instant, the atmosphere turned to one of utter silence. Elder Tongchue's beard bristled with fury as he thundered. Dugixi, how dare you speak so insolently? Who do you deem shameless? Whoever coerced Chen Xuan is the true embodiment of shamelessness. It is well known throughout the desolate heavenly domain that the Panlong treasure ring was a fortuitous acquisition earned by Chen Xuan at the brink of death. He nearly perished for it. Over the years, Chen Xuan has selflessly contributed 100,000 high-grade spirit stones to sustain the operations of the Gaian Sword Palace. Yet, what he receives in return is nothing but your insatiable greed and covetousness. Dugexi stood with arms crossed, speaking eloquently. Meanwhile, Daoist Santong and others voiced their support for Chen Xuan with righteous fervor. At this moment, thwarting Ji Wushuang from obtaining the celestial source was of utmost importance. The elders and disciples from the 9 sects and 13 doors stood remarkably united. As for standing up for Chen Xuan, it was merely a pretext. Du Ming, Shirley, and others also spoke up in defense of Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan is my disciple. It is not your place to meddle, Ji Yaoyue declared proudly. Though her demeanor was haughty, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She lacked true confidence. The relationship between the master and disciple had completely soured. Ji Yaoyue could not be sure that Chen Xuan would heed her words. She was merely putting on a brave face. Daoist Santong proclaimed loudly, "Since Saint Chen Xuan has obtained the blood of jade and heart of stone order, we have a responsibility to support him. What say you, everyone?" In an instant, the members of the 9 sects and 13 doors responded, their voices resonating with vigor. How infuriating! Li Yinglian and the others turned pale. The tactic of coercion seemed futile. Only inducement remained. "Master, they are deliberately stalling for time. We must obtain the Panlong treasure ring swiftly, otherwise, if we miss this celestial source, my disciple will suffer greatly," Ji Wushuang cried out. Ji Yaoyue's expression suddenly turned serious as she soared into the sky. In the air, her cold and proud voice echoed, "Wushuang, do not worry. I give you my word. Unless that wretched disciple of mine wishes for death, he must surrender the Panlong treasure ring today. Quickly, gentlemen, accompany me forth. We must not allow the esteemed Chen Xuan to be wronged," Master Santong shouted, ascending into the sky. At this moment, a fierce glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Li Yinglian's eyes, only to be swiftly reined in. While the strength of Master Santong and his companions was not formidable, they represented the 9 sects and 13 gates. "Do not fret, junior brother. Our master will undoubtedly succeed. Indeed, though Chen Xuan may be simple-minded, he should be wise enough to discern the situation. You are truly remarkable, junior brother." The 4 senior sisters chimed in, their words dripping with flattery. However, Ji Wushuang had no time to attend to their praises. He himself harbored uncertainties regarding whether their master could secure the Panlong treasure ring from Chen Xuan. The Xuandian. After Chen Xuan settled the disciples of the 9 sects and 13 gates, he promptly entered the secret chamber. He was eager to share the events of the day with Bai Bingyan. However, the outcome was as Chen Xuan stepped into the secret chamber, his expression shifted dramatically. In the depths of his being, he experienced an extraordinary sensation, as if an ethereal force were beckoning him. "My dear, what troubles you?" Bai Bingyan inquired with curiosity, her beautiful eyes wide open. Upon sharing his feelings, Bai Bingyan gracefully approached, her movements delicate and elegant. She extended a finger, as pristine and radiant as crystal. With a gentle touch, a subtle fragrance, reminiscent of orchids, permeated the air. Bai Bingyan's exquisite fingertip rested firmly on Chen Xuan's forehead, and an unusual, extraordinary power surged forth. In the next moment, Chen Xuan felt his soul expand exponentially in an instant. The scenes before his eyes flickered like a whirlwind. Eventually, they coalesced into images of Ji Wushuang and the Qitian Golden Peak, among others. Was it the great condensation of fate? No, that was it. The essence was on the verge of manifesting the heart of the sword. In the blink of an eye, this sensation ebbed away like a receding tide. Chen Xuan's heart was tumultuous, akin to a giant wave sneezing. Just as one wave recedes, another rises. He expressed all that he had witnessed and felt, hoping that Bai Bingyan could provide clarity. "My dear, you are undoubtedly the true heir recognized by the celestial peak. This peak is extraordinary, capable of devouring vast quantities of spiritual stones to give birth to a sentient sword heart, a true marvel of celestial creation. Alas, this sword heart still lacks the spiritual stones required for its genuine emergence. Otherwise, it would swiftly vanish into your brow." Bai Bingyan replied earnestly, her expression tinged with regret. "The sword heart is a remarkable realm that every sword cultivator yearns for. Naturally, she wished for her beloved to seize this opportunity. Alas." Chen Xuan stamped his foot and sighed in frustration. His talent for swordsmanship was exceptional. However, even before the self-detonation of the 9th grade golden core, He had merely grasped the essence of sword intent. He was still 2 significant realms away from achieving the heart of the sword. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the secret chamber. Chen Xuan, come out quickly to see your master. Hurry, hurry. It was Ji Yaoyue's voice. What is happening? Chen Xuan was utterly bewildered, feeling a sense of inexplicable confusion. However, being as astute as he was, he swiftly grasped the situation. Everyone believed that the impending convergence of the celestial source of creation was destined for Ji Wuxuan. So, how could Ji Yaoyue possibly allow him to miss this fortuitous opportunity? Thus, it became evident that she had come to demand spirit stones. Ji Yaoyue truly possessed an audacious shamelessness. How could she still show her face? Chen Xuan chuckled coldly to himself, his gaze turning frigid. At that moment, Bai Bingyan comforted him, saying, My dear husband, do not worry. I am here. No one shall harm your life. My lady, you truly underestimate me, he replied. Chen Xuan chuckled lightly, reaching out to gently stroke the elegant nose of Bai Bingyan. With a sense of pride, he declared, with the blood oath of loyalty at my disposal, and the protection of the 9 sects and 13 gates, who could possibly harm me? However, such a rare opportunity to achieve 2 objectives with 1 action must be seized. Bai Bingyan, blushing with grace, nodded in agreement. Her beauty unparalleled. In an instant, Chen Xuan swiftly kissed her cheek and vanished from the secret chamber. Moments later, Chen Xuan leisurely stepped into the grand hall of the Xian Palace. Ji Yaoyue swiftly approached, grasping his hands with urgency in her eyes. My dear disciple, she implored, I require your unwavering support. Can you fulfill my request? In the past, such fervent entreaties from Ji Yaoyue would have compelled Chen Xuan to go to great lengths to oblige her. However, now he felt a profound sense of revulsion. To be a sycophant? Absolutely not. The reins of power were firmly in Chen Xuan's hands, and it was time for him to teach Ji Yaoyue a lesson in humiliation. Thus, Chen Xuan nonchalantly withdrew his hands, his voice laced with disdain as he remarked, Your words truly humble me, master. I am now but a first-tier waste, inferior even to the most menial of disciples. What assistance could I possibly provide? Ji Yaoyue, taken aback by his rejection, felt a flicker of anger in her eyes. Her ample bosom heaved slightly as she suppressed her displeasure and declared, Disciple, I apologize for my inadequate treatment of you these past few days. But do you not bear any responsibility in this matter? Though Ji Yaoyue was apologizing, she held her elegantly swan-like neck high, maintaining an air of superiority. The question of right or wrong had become irrelevant. All that mattered now was her desire for rest. Chen Xuan retorted indifferently and turned to leave. Suddenly, Ji Yaoyue's beautiful eyes grew cold as she swiftly blocked Chen Xuan's path. In a grave tone, she declared, Chen Xuan, Wuxuan truly possesses a heavenly disposition. We are at a critical juncture in consolidating spiritual energy, and we urgently require a substantial supply of spirit stones. Hand over the Panlong ring immediately. Ji Wuxuan's commanding tone was stern, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority, as if to suggest that disobedience would result in forceful action. Elder Ji, you are going too far. At that moment, Taoist Santong and others arrived just in time, stepping forward to shield Chen Xuan. Mu Shuyuan stood forth, challenging, Chen Xuan, are you so unwilling to contribute? Why should our Yinu Peak offer you protection? Silence. Ji Yaoyue suddenly admonished, striking Mu Shuyuan across the face. With indignation, she exclaimed, My beloved disciple has sacrificed greatly for the Howard Sword sect. Who among you has the right to speak of contributions before him? Turning to her cherished pupil, she declared, It is decided. From this day forth, anyone from Yinu Peak must show you respect. Those who fail to comply shall face consequences. Ji Yaoyue continued her soliloquy, casting a pleading gaze towards Chen Xuan. So, how many spirit stones do you intend to borrow, master? Chen Xuan asked, his demeanor neither joyful nor sorrowful. Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue was overjoyed. She replied promptly, The more, the better. My dear disciple, as the senior brother of Wuxuan, you shall oversee this matter. Rest assured, once my resources are replenished, I shall repay you in full. You must recognize the reality of your circumstances, given that your cultivation has been rendered ineffective. By assisting Wuxuan in soaring to greatness, you too shall share in the blessings, shall you not? Taoist Santong and the others exchanged astonished glances, eager to counsel Chen Xuan to refuse the request for spirit stones. Preposterous. Chen Xuan is the saint of our Howard Sword sect, and he possesses great understanding. Spirit stones are of no use to him. If they are not expended in our Howren sword sect, where else would they be spent? Ji Yue questioned, her expression righteous. While internally, she reveled in delight. Chen Xuan, this young mushroom-headed fellow, remains rather inexperienced. With just a few soft words, he easily found himself under her control. If he were to embellish his statements further, he might as well be prostrating himself and licking his own toes. At that moment, Chen Xuan suddenly spoke. This matter is fundamentally the responsibility of the sect. I am not Ji Wushuang's father, so why should I assist him? Since it is a loan of spirit stones, master, establishing a grand contract would not be unreasonable, would it? Regardless of how many I use. It must be repaid tenfold within a year. Do you understand? Beast, Ji Yue muttered in her heart, seething with anger. Her voluptuous figure quivered with rage, creating ripples of discontent. Nevertheless, Ji Yue readily agreed and, in front of everyone, conjured a grand contract. Alas, the three Taoist priests sighed in resignation, realizing they could not intervene. Initially, they thought that since the relationship between the master and disciple had soured, Chen Xuan would maintain his defiance. To their surprise, he seemed to have cowered. Elder Qingwei of the Miaoyin sect sighed sympathetically, stating, "We cannot blame Saint Chen Xuan. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. After all, he will have to endure a long stay on the Jade Maiden Peak." Upon hearing this, Li Yinglian and Chixuzi exchanged knowing smiles. When Chen Xuan drew the dagger he always carried, slicing his finger to let a drop of blood fall, the grand contract was sealed. Ji Yue beamed with delight. Then, with a hint of arrogance, she declared, "Chen Xuan, you are too foolish. What if I owe you spirit stones? Do not forget, we have a grand betting contract. As long as Wushuang acquires the celestial source of transformation, she will undoubtedly become the chosen disciple of the Muyu Immortal. And at that time, both the Panlong treasure ring and the Haotian sword will belong to me. Why should I need to repay you the spirit stones?" At these words, everyone was taken aback. Their gazes directed at Chen Xuan were akin to looking at a fool. Since you have chosen to back down, why not do so more decisively? Now, it seems, he has lost both the woman and the war. What astonished everyone was that Chen Xuan did not appear angry at all. Calmly, he responded with a single word, devoid of sorrow or joy. Immediately thereafter, he plunged the dagger deep into a prominent scar on his chest, slowly slicing it open. Blood gushed forth. With an unwavering expression, Chen Xuan forcefully extracted an ancient dragon-shaped ring from his wound with a dagger. The dragon's spiral treasure ring. The crowd gasped in astonishment, for they had not anticipated that Chen Xuan had concealed this precious ring within his injury. What a ruthless move. In the past, when the demonic faction launched a surprise attack on the Howren sword sect, I chose to hold the rear, steadfastly defending the Jade Maiden Peak, only to be ambushed by a mysterious individual, forcing me to detonate my 9th-grade golden Dan to eliminate the enemy. To prevent the demonic faction from gaining an advantage, I stored the Haotian sword within the treasure ring and concealed this ring within the gaping wound in my chest. I harbor no regrets, for I believed I would become the hero and pride of the Jade Maiden Peak. Little did I expect I would be labeled a fool by you, Ji Yue. How utterly ironic. Chen Xuan's voice emerged in a whisper, each word seemingly imbued with shards of ice, instilling fear in the hearts of those who heard it. Who would have thought? Slap. Ji Yue unexpectedly delivered a resounding slap across Chen Xuan's face from a distance, sending him tumbling to the ground, his left cheek instantly swelling with redness. The grand hall fell into an eerie silence. In her fury, Ji Yue continued to retort vehemently, "Wretched disciple, who permitted you to cover our retreat? Did I ask you to shield the people of Yunupik? In my opinion, it is your desire for glory that led to your downfall. You deserve this. You deserve it." Those 3 words pierced through Chen Xuan's heart like sharp blades, stirring his innermost feelings fiercely. He managed a self-deprecating smile and nonchalantly remarked, "Ji Yue, once I see your true colors, all of this becomes inconsequential. Humph. Wretched disciple, no amount of your words will change anything. Hand over the Panlong treasure ring." Ji Yue commanded coldly. Chen Xuan, however, scoffed disdainfully, exclaiming, "What utter nonsense. We have already torn our masks. Do you truly believe I would bestow upon you the treasured ring?" He then turned his gaze towards Du Meng. "I shall take responsibility." Du Meng understood immediately and stepped forward to accept the dragon ring. Yet, his eyes were filled with helplessness and concern. The rise of Ji Wushuang was as unstoppable as the newborn sun, and his close friend stood in direct opposition to his master, Ji Yaoyue. This confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Unbeknownst to Du Ming, Chen Xuan was filled with profound anticipation at that moment. Chapter 22. My son Wu Shuang. Possessing the aura of a celestial being within the Xian Hall, the place was deserted. Chen Xuan pressed his hand against his chest and slowly returned to the secluded meditation chamber. My dear, are you injured? Bai Bingyan hurriedly approached, her delicate jade-like hands emanating a faint green glow, swiftly healing Chen Xuan's wounds. Upon noticing the handprint on his cheek, her gaze turned sharply cold. Who struck you? I shall take vengeance immediately. Bai Bingyan spoke with fierce intent, her heart aching for him. Her words were not mere rhetoric. She was resolute in her determination to unleash a bloodbath. There's no need for that. It is better to strike at the heart than to take a life. I am rather intrigued to see the expression on Ji Yaoyue's face when her exhilaration turns to utter disappointment after her futile efforts, Chen Xuan replied slowly. As he felt a slight sting on his cheek, the words "you deserve it" echoed in his mind, and he suddenly let go of all burdens. His heart, previously troubled, now felt unprecedented clarity and ease. Ji Yaoyue, though you guided me onto the path of cultivation, I, Chen Xuan, have given you even more over the years. After that slap, our ties are irrevocably severed. Perhaps this is for the best. At the upcoming Immortal Discipleship Conference, I shall have no further reservations. I am quite curious to see how you will repay your debts of spirit stones tenfold. Chen Xuan let out a disdainful smile, a faint cold grin appearing on his face. The inserting heaven golden peak rose majestically, resembling a divine sword piercing the heavens. Surrounding the golden peak, figures either rode clouds, wielded swords, or mounted various mythical beasts, stepping upon an array of feathered leaves and other flying treasures. As everyone turned their gaze toward Ji Wushuang, their expressions were predominantly filled with profound envy. With Chen Xuan's complete capitulation and the abundant supply of spirit stones from his Panlong treasure ring, all were destined to witness the birth of a miracle. The gathering of great fortunes was already a rare event, let alone one imbued with spiritual essence and the potential to forge immortal origins. In the ensuing moments, Ji Wushuang would undoubtedly reap both fame and fortune, her cultivation potential soaring, embodying the form of an immortal. Who wouldn't be envious and jealous? The members of the 9 sects and 13 schools wore grim visages, as if they had swallowed a dead fly. Once Ji Wushuang rose to power, victory at the Master Recruitment Assembly would be assured. Furthermore, in the future, she might overshadow her peers and lead the Howren Sword sect to become the foremost sect in the central continent. Du Ming quickly refined the Panlong treasure ring and used the spirit stones to aid Wushuang. Li Yinglian urged fervently, "As you command." Du Ming, though dissatisfied, had no choice but to comply. Soon, he extracted a substantial amount of spirit stones from the Panlong treasure ring, his face displaying displeasure. Merge. Under Ji Wushuang's command, an incessant flow of spirit stones was absorbed by the inserting heaven golden peak once more. In Ji Wushuang's eyes, fervor and anticipation radiated. Ji Yaoyue, shedding her previous aloof demeanor, could not contain her joy. She was eagerly awaiting. 100,000, 200,000, 1,000,000. Buzzing sounds filled the air. At a certain moment, all the sword artifacts present began to tremble in unison, emitting clear, melodious sword cries, reminiscent of subjects awaiting their sovereign. Such majestic power was truly worthy of the legendary immortal origin. It seemed that this time, Ji Xingzi was destined to soar to new heights. The multitude of swords bowed in reverence. A monarch had descended. TSK. I am genuinely curious. What exactly is this immortal origin? Alas, the fortune of the Howren Sword sect is simply extraordinary. Having just discarded one Chen Xuan, now emerges an even mightier Ji Wushuang. The disciples of the 9 sects and 13 schools buzzed with gossip, brimming with envy and jealousy. At that moment, Ji Wushuang seemed to sense something and exclaimed with excitement, "It's done. It has finally successfully matured." Upon finishing her words, she vanished in a flash, plunging into the clouds above the inserting heaven golden peak. "Wushuang, my master takes pride in you," Ji Yaoyue shouted joyfully, her heart soaring. "My son Wushuang possesses the demeanor of an immortal. Who can compare?" In that instant, Ji Yaoyue's mind was suddenly flooded with the visage of Chen Xuan. She paused, then scoffed disdainfully. "Chen Xuan? A timid and inept disciple who dares to aspire. Does he have the right? Chen Xuan, unable to conceal her admiration, exclaimed, "Junior brother possesses extraordinary talent, unparalleled genius, and stunning beauty. He is truly the epitome of a perfect saint. If that coward Chen Xuan were to learn of the junior brother's accomplishments, he would likely faint from despair in the lavatory. Such a useless being, audacious enough to wager against our master, is utterly revolting." Bai Ling scoffed. Mu Xiuan disdainfully remarked, "A waste is ultimately a waste. Even with a token of unparalleled worth, what does it matter? He shall inevitably become nothing more than a stepping stone for the junior brother, to be trampled upon by the junior brother and reduced to a mere footstool. This would indeed be Chen Xuan's supreme glory." The eldest sister Zhao Kaiwa mockingly taunted. The four women's voices echoed loudly, unabashedly revealing their disdain. In an instant, many present shared their contempt for Chen Xuan. Truly a waste of both stature and reputation. Presently, it seems Chen Xuan hopes to ingratiate himself with Ji Wushuang by playing the role of a sycophant, seeking a meager chance at survival. Ji Yaoyue, who awaited eagerly, raised her elegant neck in triumph at the remarks. She coldly stated, "This wayward disciple Chen Xuan has numerous flaws. Nevertheless, he is still the useless saint of our Howren Sword sect. All his merits belong to our sect. Some should abandon their delusions. Once a disciple, always a mother. My grace towards Chen Xuan is greater than the heavens. As long as I do not expel him from the sect, he must kneel at my Yunnu peak, at my beck and call." Upon hearing this, the faces of Taoist San and others grew increasingly grim. They felt a sense of injustice for Chen Xuan. Yet, this was ultimately the territory of the Howren Sword sect, and the crowd could only suppress their displeasure. Moreover, Chen Xuan's display of the Panlong treasure ring evidently signified his submission to servitude. Meanwhile, Ji Wushuang, having circled the skies above the Qitian Golden Peak numerous times, was on the verge of exploding with frustration. He could not find it. It had vanished completely. Just moments ago, he was certain he sensed an extraordinarily profound sword intent, transparent and transcendent, within the clouds of fortune. How could it have simply disappeared? Could it be that someone employed a technique of misdirection to steal his celestial source? Ji Wushuang felt utterly betrayed. His eyes reddened as he continued to whirl in frantic circles. How could this happen? When Ji Yaoyue's inquiries echoed for the third time, Ji Wushuang yearned to slap her fiercely. Then, he was nearly brought to tears. Over 5 million high-grade spirit stones had been spent. And what was the result? He had gained not even a whiff of success. No, I cannot allow anyone to learn of this. Only by substantiating my acquisition of the celestial source can I hope to stand out at the apprentice selection conference and be chosen by the immortal Mu Yun. Could it be that this celestial source of creation is temporarily concealed within the grand tapestry of fate? When it concerns the essence of ascension, how could it be so easily attained? Indeed, it must be so. After comforting himself, Ji Wushuang felt a significant alleviation in his spirits. He then suppressed the myriad of worries and confusions, allowing a radiant facade of laughter to grace his face. With a flourish, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Ji Wushuang soared gracefully above the clouds, his laughter resonating like thunder. Ha ha ha, the heavens have not been unkind to me. I never anticipated such a fortuitous celestial source of creation. In the future, I, Ji Wushuang, shall undoubtedly achieve divine mastery in the sword and realize my ascension. Chapter 23. The intimidating presence of the peach blossom sword enthusiast. As Ji Wushuang's laughter echoed, the onlookers surrounding the towering golden peak exhibited a spectrum of expressions. Li Yinglian, Ji Yaoyue, Chen Xuan, Elder Tong Shui, and others, all were filled with unrestrained joy, their faces alight with smiles. In stark contrast, the representatives of the 9 sects and 13 clans bore grim visages. It's over. How can we compete now? This newly ascended holy son, Ji Wushuang, has acquired such a celestial boon. The immortal shepherd must surely choose him as his successor. If that is the case, the holy sons and daughters of the 9 sects and 13 clans have no hope whatsoever. A female disciple from the Hongya sect, filled with indignation, muttered under her breath, "It's all Chen Xuan's fault. If he had possessed even a modicum of resolve and refrained from surrendering the Panlong treasure ring, we would not be in this predicament." Those around her nodded in agreement. However, some disciples voiced that everyone has their aspirations, and Chen Xuan's actions were born of necessity. Elder Sanyang of the Qihua Dao sect shook his head with a sigh. Alas, It seems the blood oath token will also. The crowd fell silent momentarily before swiftly comprehending the implication. Currently, Chen Xuan resembled a hedgehog stripped of its quills, having been utterly devoured by the Howard sword sect, with naught but scraps remaining. The only thing left for them to vie for was the possibility of obtaining the blood oath token. Let us feast. Today, none shall depart inebriated. Ha ha ha. Li Yinglian laughed heartily, her spirits soaring. As the banquet commenced, the guests took their seats, indulging in food and merriment. Suddenly, Du Ming exclaimed loudly, "Esteemed guests, after removing the trifles, this time we have expended a total of 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones from the Panlong treasure ring. Everyone here bears witness to this matter. Now that the assistance to the Holy Sun Ji has concluded, I must return to the Xian Hall." With that, he disregarded the feast and departed hastily. Ha! Ji Yaoyue scoffed dismissively, her beautiful eyes radiating an undeniable pride and confidence. Chen Xuan's proposition of borrowing with a tenfold repayment was of no concern to her whatsoever. Following the master-disciple conference, the treasured ring, along with the Haotian sword contained within, would rightfully belong to her. Moreover, the blood oath token is undoubtedly a remarkable artifact that must be swiftly reclaimed from that wicked disciple's grasp. Is this what it means to attain the sword heart realm? With his eyes closed, Chen Xuan savored a wondrous and profound realm of swordsmanship, filled with astonishment. Sword techniques, sword energy, sword intent, sword momentum, sword domain, sword heart, and sword deity. These embody the ultimate aspirations of countless sword cultivators. The realm of the sword heart was on the verge of touching the divine understanding of the sword path. Suddenly, as Chen Xuan opened his eyes, a myriad of sword light phantoms flickered within his gaze, and a shadow of a sword subtly emerged at the center of his brow. Yet, all of this vanished in an instant. Chen Xuan suddenly felt an intense heat emanating from his neck. He hastily pulled out the black iron medal he was wearing to examine it. Chen Xuan was abandoned by his parents at a desolate graveyard during his childhood, only to be rescued by an elderly scavenger who raised him as his grandson. Regrettably, the grandfather passed away when Chen Xuan was merely 8 years old. Shortly thereafter, he was discovered by Ji Yaoyue, who was on a journey of exploration and was brought back to Yinu Peak to be accepted as her disciple. The temperature of the black iron plate plummeted swiftly before returning to normal. However, its surface began to exhibit some extraordinary patterns. "My dear, may I take a look at that iron plate?" she inquired, her voice trailing off as if she harbored some reservations. After a thorough examination, she admitted her ignorance regarding its nature. Chen Xuan was deeply disappointed. However, he failed to notice the fleeting look of indescribable shock in Bai Bingyan's eyes. She then deftly shifted the conversation, saying, "Your dantian is on the verge of healing, at which point you will be able to cultivate anew, and the true power of your sword heart will be revealed. My comprehension of the sword path is merely at the level of the sword domain. As your beloved husband, I must naturally possess some superiority over you. Otherwise, how could I ever conquer you?" Chen Xuan remarked playfully. Surprisingly, Bai Bingyan did not take offense. Instead, she shot him a glance and retorted with a light scoff, "We share the same bed each night, and it is I who is always on top, conquering you. Am I not?" Chen Xuan's lips twitched slightly, and his aging face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Du Ming's booming voice echoed through the hall. Without preamble, Du Ming declared, "Xian, the method you used to conceal the Panlong treasure ring has been exposed. We must urgently consider how to secure it properly. There are many who covet this treasure ring and the Haotian sword. Fear not. The members of the 9 sects and 13 gates are even more anxious than you. With less than a month until the Master Apprenticeship Conference, the timing is particularly sensitive, and the blood oath token is exceedingly unique." Chen Xuan held the knowledge firmly in his grasp and responded with a smile. Indeed, before long, a dozen disciples from the 9 sects and 13 gates arrived, accompanied by 2 elders of the nascent soul. These individuals, with righteous demeanor, declared their intention to specifically safeguard Chen Xuan's safety. "In such a manner, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you all." Chen Xuan smiled as he elegantly adorned his index finger with the precious ring. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished by the spectacle. After the banquet at the Celestial Golden Peak had been underway for over an hour, a breathtaking figure captured everyone's attention, Lu Rian. Her complexion was pale, exuding a chilling sense of fragility that evoked deep sympathy. "Congratulations, Holy Sun Ji." Lu Rian offered a delicate bow, her beauty striking yet heart-wrenching. Esteemed guests, I have something to declare. In truth, my senior brother deceived Sister Ruyan, taking her purity on that fateful night, which I witnessed firsthand. I had intended to comfort my senior brother, who has now been rendered a mere shadow of his former self. But alas, this matter weighs heavily on my heart, and I can no longer remain silent. Ji Wushuang's words resonated with conviction, embodying a righteous fervor. A wave of astonishment rippled through the assembly. No one anticipated Ji Wushuang would stand up to vindicate Lu Ruyan. After a prolonged moment of weeping, Lu Ruyan suddenly declared, "Now that my body has been sullied by that wretched Chen Xuan, I feel defiled. Thus, I boldly beseech the sect to allow me to plunge into the purification pool, to renounce my physical form and be reborn anew." The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What a degree of resolve and suffering would compel one to take such a drastic step. It is well known that immersing oneself in the purification pool is fraught with peril. The likelihood of successfully reconstituting one's body and attaining rebirth is exceedingly slim. Elder Qingxia stepped forward, sighing softly. "Ruyan, why must you go to such lengths?" "Alas, it is my inadequacy that I cannot assist you more effectively." Ruyan fears nothing. Lu Ruyan replied without hesitation, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. At that moment, Ji Wushuang interjected, "Sister Ruyan, if you are willing to leap into the purification pool, I possess an even more advantageous solution. The sword enthusiast Situ Wuyo owes me a significant favor, and the tri-illumination divine water within his glazed treasure pool can aid in forging an extraordinary new body. I shall send word for him to come." What? Many in the audience instinctively covered their mouths, their hearts racing. It is known that the dual-natured Situ Wuyo, besides being a sword enthusiast, has a notorious penchant for indulging in both men and women. When faced with a desired man, Situ Wuyo transforms into a male form, engaging in playful games, and when enamored with a woman, adopts a female guise to enjoy intimate moments. Chapter 24. A failed scheme leads to losses at the celebration on Celestial Golden Peak. Ji Wushuang chuckled lightly and remarked, "Indeed, the reputation of the sword enthusiast may be questionable, yet he never forces his will upon others, which is a far cry from the duplicitous nature of my senior brother. Moreover, he still owes me a considerable favor." This time, Wushuang extended a personal invitation, solely to assist Sister Ruyan, with no regard for the honor or disgrace of the Howren Sword sect. This statement elicited nods of agreement from numerous elders of the Howren Sword sect. Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Dai Tao took the opportunity to further vilify Chen Xuan. Li Yinglian, clad in a flowing azure robe, laughed heartily and proclaimed, "Wushuang possesses unparalleled talent and a compassionate heart, truly deserving of being our Howren Sword sect's holy son. In fact, in recent days, I have uncovered some clues suggesting that the girl Ru Yan has likely been plotted against by Chen Xuan." Boom. Li Yinglian's words ignited a wave of indignation among the male disciples present. Seeing Lu Ruyan's delicate, tearful demeanor, they felt a pang of sympathy, wishing to embrace her in comfort. "I told you so." How could Chen Xian's drunken words at that time be anything but true? He indeed consumed the returning yang pill and even captivated Sister Ruyan for a full 3 days and nights. Situ Yulong, intoxicated, protested loudly on his own behalf. The consequence? He was met with the deathly glares of the Howren Sword sect's members. "Situ Yulong, did you eat something foul today? Your words stink. Sister Ruyan is already pitiful enough. Must you rub salt in her wounds? It's all in the past. With Holy Son Ji's assistance, Sister Ruyan will surely be able to reconstruct her pure form with the divine three-light water." Enamored by Lu Ruyan's beauty, many male disciples began to voice their support for her. "Ruyan, I thank you all." Lu Ruyan offered a gentle bow, her delicate posture causing many male disciples to swallow hard. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of indifference and ambition flashed in her eyes. Subsequently, news of today's Holy Sun ceremony spread like wildfire. The 9 sects and 13 schools of the central continent, as well as numerous smaller sects and vast national dynasties, became aware of this event. The name Ji Wushuang shone ever more brightly, akin to a rising sun, radiant and resplendent. As for Chen Xuan, who once dominated the younger generation, he had utterly fallen from grace in the eyes of the public, destined to remain in the shadows like a wretched beast. Later that evening, the sword enthusiast Situ Wuya arrived riding a 2-headed black eagle. Ji Wushuang, accompanied by the 4 senior sisters from Yunu Peak, went forth to greet him. In a secluded chamber of the Xian Hall, Du Ming, nursing a drink, wore a troubled expression as he voiced his concerns. He was worried for Chen Xuan. The more exceptional Ji Wuxuang became, the more perilous the situation for his good brother. Even a fool could see that the two had become adversaries locked in a fierce confrontation. Chen Xuan raised his eyebrows in astonishment and inquired. Ji Wuxuang claims that he has acquired the celestial source created by the sect's spiritual fortune? What exactly is it? I am uncertain. However, Ji Wuxuang was ecstatically exuberant at that moment, even declaring that he would surely attain divine mastery in swordsmanship and could anticipate becoming an immortal. Du Ming responded with a hint of frustration. Chen Xuan maintained a composed exterior, yet inwardly he reveled in a sense of schadenfreude. He could easily envision the tumult of indignation and frustration that must be boiling within Ji Wuxuang, to gain not a single advantage, yet still feign composure in the face of such humiliation. One can only surmise that each mention of the immortal source and creation would deepen his anguish. Such an outcome is truly gratifying. Brother Xian, how can you still find mirth in this? I am overwhelmed with concern on your behalf. After the master-disciple ceremony, you may very well lose your last vestige of value and be expelled from the Howensword sect. Over the years, you have amassed many adversaries. Do you truly believe they would show you mercy? They will undoubtedly make your existence a living torment. Du Ming let out a heavy sigh, his thick eyebrows knitting together in a frown. Chen Xuan patted Du Ming's shoulder and chuckled reassuringly. No need to fret. As the sun sets, the moonlight will grace us. With a sigh of contemplation, Du Ming's gaze hardened, as if he had resolved upon a decision. He then shifted the conversation, saying, Xian Ge, can you guess what attire the infatuated swordsman Sidu Wuya is donning today? A flowing red gown, with wrinkles on his face so pronounced they could ensnare a fly. Ha ha. Chen Xian's gaze flickered with excitement as he remarked, Oh, Ji Wuxuang is in for a terrible time now. Both of them were members of the sect's demon hunting team, thus they were well acquainted with the various experts throughout Zhongzhou. As for Situ Wui, Chen Xuan had encountered him on 2 occasions. Du Ming's eyes brightened, and with a curious tone, he inquired, Brother Xian, are you implying? It can't be that serious, right? I have heard that Situ Wui owes Ji Wuxuang a significant favor. He chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan scoffed coldly. Situ Wui is far from a benevolent character. He possesses a dual soul, with a temperament that is both erratic and perverse. The more extraordinary Ji Wuxuang appears, the stronger his desire for conquest becomes. Since he has something to gain from him, any notion of favor is of little consequence. Indeed, that is precisely the case. If this holds true, then it is exhilarating. The voice here is reminiscent of Wen Song's intonation. Du Ming slapped his thigh, laughing in a rather unrefined manner. On the slopes of Yunnu Peak, a grand stone hall stood majestically. This was the residence of Ji Wuxuang, the Tiandu Hall. In a secluded chamber enveloped by an array of formations, Ji Wuxuang was engaged in conversation with an elderly woman clad in red. Senior Wui, is it not reasonable for my senior sister to utilize the Lioli 7 treasure pool in exchange for your favor? Unreasonable. I would be at a disadvantage. Unless another condition is added. Please do tell. The elderly woman smiled sweetly, her finger gesturing toward Ji Wuxuang, her eyes glimmering with a lustful light. You. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuxuang's expression changed dramatically. He waved his sleeve and stood, coldly declaring, Senior Wui, I, Ji Wuxuang, have no such inclinations. I implore you to maintain your dignity. Oh, but I do have such inclinations. Situ Wui smiled meaningfully and continued, Wuxuang, you surely wouldn't want the secret of Shao Mountain to be revealed to others, would you? You. Ji Wuxuang's face flushed with anger, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. However, when Situ Wui unleashed the pressure of a transcendent being, he could only suppress his indignation and reply, I do not wish for that. Then, you should obediently. A few minutes later, 2 streams of tears cascaded from the corners of Ji Wuxuang's eyes. Inside, his heart roared with madness. Chen Xuan, you beast. It is all your fault. All your fault. Chapter 25. Is it merely being cuckolded? Why withdraw from the engagement? In the desolate realm, within a gorge of the Tiandang Mountain in Zhongzhou, 7 formidable arrays shielded everything from view. Within these barriers, 21 men and women exuded an overwhelming aura. These individuals were at least vice leaders or elders of the 9 sects and 13 schools. Except for the Howensword sect, Each sect had one representative. At the center stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, the leader of the Shangqing sect, Ouyang Shiri. After surveying the surroundings, he spoke in a grave tone. Esteemed colleagues, the newly appointed saint of the Haoran Sword sect, Ji Wushuang, has obtained celestial fortune. He cannot be allowed to remain. Otherwise, at the Master-Disciple Conference, our sect's saints and saintesses will fail to catch the attention of the Muyu immortal. A burly man in black robes sneered coldly. In that case, the best course of action is undoubtedly to eliminate him. A beautiful woman shook her head, countering, that is not permissible. We are renowned righteous sects. We cannot engage in such despicable acts. Moreover, should this matter truly come to pass, it would be all too conspicuous. A single misstep could result in a most unfortunate turn of events. An elderly man in a gray robe, hunched with age, chuckled and said, Ouyang's sect leader, since you have summoned us, it must be that you possess a foolproof strategy? Pray, enlighten us, for we are all of one mind. Thus, a multitude of gazes once again converged upon Ouyang Shiri, to employ another as a weapon. Furthermore, there exists a particularly suitable instrument. The proud and haughty Nangong Fei of the Wuji demon sect. This woman, in her arrogance, presents the perfect bait regarding the matter of the resonance pearl of the Haoran Sword sect. All we need do is disseminate the information that the puppet master behind this affair is Ji Wushuang, given that enchantress's temperament. To ensure the success of this plan, we must also contribute some sacrifice. Let us gather 1 million high-grade spirit stones, enabling the premier assassin of the Blood Oath Alliance, the demon known as Su, to intervene. Even if Ji Wushuang possesses extraordinary talent, she remains merely a 9th rank, 7th grade golden core. Her demise is inevitable. As for this matter, I shall forego the spirit stones and take full responsibility. Is that agreeable? Ouyang Shiri spoke slowly and eloquently. The crowd's eyes brightened, and they nodded in agreement. Such a plan, intricately devised and allowing for complete detachment, was simply brilliant. Although parting with 50,000 high-grade spirit stones was indeed painful for each individual, it was undeniably worthwhile. Thus, the assembly quickly reached a consensus. At the foot of the Jintian peak of the Haoran Sword sect, numerous elders and disciples gathered, eager to witness Lu Rian's vindication. Ji Yangwei, Elder Qingwei, Elder Tongchui, and others were present. To the surprise of many, Ji Wushuang appeared to be in a poor mental state, somewhat dazed, with a dark expression clouding her features. My disciple Wushuang, you surely spent a sleepless night, burdened with worry? Fear not. We must place our faith in Rian. Ji Yangwei comforted her. Yet, upon hearing these words, Ji Wushuang merely nodded listlessly. Commence. With a sharp command from Situ Wuyo, he repeatedly gestured, activating his mid-grade treasure, the glazed 7 treasures pool. Instantly, the pool swelled dramatically, and a torrent of 3-colored profound light surged forth. Whoosh! The radiant Lu Ruyan flickered and plunged directly into the treasure pool. Soon, anguished screams echoed from within. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones shattering filled the air, sending chills down the listeners' spines. Even though the glazed 7 treasures pool was far more exquisite than the Haoran Sword sect's cleansing pool, the method of melting the body with the divine waters remained perilously dangerous. A slight miscalculation could lead to fatal consequences. Time ticked away, second by second. 3 hours later, boom, a stunning figure emerged from the luminous pond, her white gown billowing gracefully around her, revealing a curvaceous silhouette. Indeed, it was Lu Rian. Her skin radiated a translucent, lustrous quality, reminiscent of the purest jade, exuding an air of noble elegance. With her snow-white neck held high, she possessed an undeniable aura of pride and charm. Success. Had she truly reached the pinnacle of the 9th stage of foundation establishment? The completion was flawless. Lu Rian, my dear disciple, you have truly excelled. Elder Qingxiao was filled with joy and excitement, sensing a remarkable enhancement in Lu Rian's constitution. She could undoubtedly be regarded as a true celestial beauty. Today, I, Lu Rian, shall reform the golden core. With a commanding shout, Lu Rian crossed her legs and began her cultivation. Before long, the skies above the Haoran Sword sect shifted dramatically, heralding a change in fortune. 2 days later, accompanied by Lu Rian's spirited cry, a radiant spectrum of colors erupted above her head, dazzling in its brilliance. She successfully broke through to the first stage of the Golden Core realm, condensing a 7th grade golden core. A first-stage water-type 7th grade golden core. Gasps of astonishment echoed around her, as this was no ordinary feat. Typically, those in the foundation stage who break through to golden cores produce only 1st or 2nd grade cores. While the 6th grade is generally the standard for most holy sons and daughters among the 9 sects and 13 schools. Yet, Lu Ruyan, with her potential and fortune, had manifested a 7th grade golden core. Such an exquisite lady was truly rare in this world. The crowd was stirred, flocking to witness this marvel. Even the sect leader, Li Yinglian, arrived, beaming with delight, exclaiming her praises thrice. What was even more unexpected was that Elder Chixuzi publicly proposed that Lu Ruyan be named the Holy Maiden of the Howren Sword sect. Li Yinglian pondered for a moment before responding gravely. Ruyan is indeed deserving of this honor. However, this matter is of great significance. I must confer with the elders before rendering a final decision. This response, albeit cautious, was already a tacit acknowledgement. Lu Ruyan's elevation to the Holy Maiden of the Howren Sword sect was merely awaiting a formal meeting. In an instant, the gazes of those present towards Lu Ruyan transformed. Junior brother Wushuang, thank you for your unwavering support, Lu Ruyan said, turning to Ji Wushuang, who received her graceful bow with poise and elegance. The male disciples, witnessing this exchange, were left speechless, wishing fervently to become her confidants. You flatter me, junior sister. I merely did what a holy son ought to do, Ji Wushuang replied, dismissing the praise with a calm demeanor. Lu Ruyan's elongated, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she chuckled. I wonder what expression Chen Xuan will have upon learning that I have restored my purity? It must be quite a spectacle indeed. The crowd erupted in laughter, most indulging in mocking jests directed at Chen Xuan. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Holy Son Ji, with his striking presence and extraordinary talent, seemed destined for ascendance. Chen Xuan, this worthless holy son, is utterly unworthy of comparison. Ji Yaoyue stepped forward, affectionately grasping Lu Ruyan's delicate hand, fervently inquiring about her well-being. Ultimately, she sighed, expressing her fervent hope that the sect would swiftly reach a decision. If Ruyan were to become the saintess, she could cultivate our sect's unique divine-level sword technique, dual sword convergence, with Wushuang. Boom. As these words were uttered, the crowd was taken aback, and soon their gazes turned enviously towards Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan. Among the throng, Zhao Kaiwei, Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Xuan wore expressions of dismay, their hearts filled with a fury akin to that of a lover threatened with loss. Each of the 4 women harbored the same thought. Chen Xuan, you beast. It's all your fault. Is it not merely a matter of being cuckolded? Why are you annulling the engagement? Scoundrel. Chapter 26. A daughter's autonomy. At the southern foothills of the Lingyun mountain range lies the territory of the Hahuan sect. This sect practices the joyous secret art, thus comprising solely female disciples, each adept at understanding the nuances of attire, rendering them highly sought after among the myriad demonic sects of the Southzhe region. After all, who would not appreciate women who grow stronger amidst joy? It is precisely this allure that, despite its lack of top-tier strength, enables the Hahuan sect to flourish within the Southzhe, garnering considerable prestige. On this day, the Hahuan sect welcomed a significant guest, the daughter of the lord of the Wuji demon sect, Nangong Feifei. She possessed an unparalleled beauty, radiating an icy demeanor. Her features were exquisitely perfect, seemingly sculpted from the finest jade. Nangong Feifei stood gracefully in the air, adorned in a flowing black gown that cascaded down with an effortless elegance. Her legs beneath the hem fair and delicate, her feet resembling snow lotus blossoms, breathtakingly ethereal. In an irritable tone, she commanded, "Release a girl named Chu Chu at once. I wish to take her with me." Very well. The elder Yin Xiao, accompanying Nangong Feifei, forced a smile and nodded in compliance. Soon after, Nangong Feifei encountered a stunning girl with skin as pure as snow. "Little girl, have you yet to cultivate the red dust Hahuan art?" "Sister, Chu Chu has not yet begun her training." "Who are you?" "I am a friend of Chen Xuan, here to rescue you." "Brother Chen Xuan? Is he well?" Chu Chu exclaimed, her clear, glass-like eyes brimming with eager anticipation. 5 years ago, the scene of Chen Xuan descending from the heavens to save her was etched into her memory. She had never forgotten. Little did she expect that just days prior, she had been captured by the wicked women of the Hahuan sect, coerced into practicing that shameless secret art, only for this beautiful sister to appear. It seems brother Chen Xuan has been silently watching over her all along. As Chu Chu contemplated this, her heart fluttered with youthful longing. At that moment, a languid voice interrupted. Hey! The sect leader had long believed that the tales of the Sound Pearl were mere fabrications. Yet he was astonished to discover that there might be a semblance of truth to them. A woman, strikingly beautiful, with delicate features akin to a painted portrait, descended from the sky. Her enchanting gaze and beguiling demeanor captivated all. She was none other than the revered Pink Maiden of the Hahuan sect. Nangong Feifei, perplexed, inquired, Pink Maiden, what do you mean by the rumors surrounding the Sound Pearl? The Pink Maiden, playfully licking her crimson lips, replied with a flirtatious laugh, naturally. It pertains to the whispers of your private moments with Chen Xuan. News of it has already spread throughout the southern lands. Preposterous. Who dares to spread such slander? Nangong Feifei exclaimed in fury, taking her leave with a graceful sweep. That very night, ominous magical lights surged from the Wuji demon sect, soaring towards the Haoran sword sect in Zhongzhou. Atop the majestic Jade Peak, the highest summit of the Wuji demon sect, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the horizon. Beside him, a voluptuous woman with delicate brows furrowed in concern remarked, Sect leader, this matter seems suspicious. We must not allow ourselves to be manipulated by others. The man stroked his beard, resignedly stating, a daughter grows beyond her father. Ever since the incident at the illusory wave pool 7 years ago, I have known that Feifei harbors deep feelings for that lad, Chen Xuan. If I were to deny her the chance to reclaim her husband, she might very well set my beard ablaze. Is there more to your intentions, sect leader? The beautiful woman queried. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed heartily, his words laden with meaning. Shueji, if others were to discern your depths, they would surely exploit you. Thus, why would I divulge anything to you? With a sudden step, he transformed into a streak of magical light, vanishing without a trace. The voluptuous woman paused, momentarily stunned before comprehension dawned upon her as night fell. Chen Xuan entered the secret chamber with great excitement and planted a kiss on Bai Bingyan's delicate face. My dear husband, why do you keep kissing me? Bai Bingyan shot him a glance, half embarrassed and half pouting. Chen Xuan grinned with excitement and exclaimed, My dear, my Dantian has been completely restored. Moreover, it is even more extraordinary than before. He clenched his fists tightly, filled with exhilaration and anticipation. In the brief span of 100 days, since the self-detonation of his golden core, Chen Xuan had endured an abundance of humiliation and disappointment. The arid heaven domain is, after all, a realm where the strong reign supreme. Now, with his Dantian healed by the golden light of the true dragon heart, it has become even more remarkable, signifying an elevation in his cultivation potential. Furthermore, the ancient profound art known as the Nine-Yang True Dragon technique, transmitted by the true dragon heart, can finally be cultivated. This technique comprises 9 levels. Upon mastering the first level of the Qi refinement stage, one can forge the true dragon body and the 9 dragons' true essence. Upon breaking through to the golden core stage, one may even condense a celestial-grade golden core that surpasses the 9th rank. How astonishing! Chen Xuan was eager to commence his cultivation without delay. Congratulations. Bai Bingyan smiled gently, her beauty breathtaking. She then spoke in a hushed tone. My dear, will you begin your cultivation anew tonight? Given your exceptional talent, the commotion it may cause could be considerable. It would be prudent to find a place of absolute concealment and set up a grand formation before proceeding with your training. Upon hearing Chen Xuan's words, his heart jolted, and he suddenly realized the gravity of his situation. Indeed, the predicament he currently faced was dire. Therefore, even if he were to undergo a recultivation, it must remain a secret to avoid provoking greater turmoil. Fortunately, the Panlong treasure ring possessed an extraordinary ability to conceal one's aura. As long as he successfully navigated the initial phase of cultivation, he could rest easy thereafter. Do not worry, my dear. I shall assist you. Let us first depart from this place, Bai Bingyan proclaimed, elegantly waving her jade hand, which tore open a vast rift in the void. A tumultuous storm of emptiness surged forth, brimming with terrifying destructive power. With a graceful motion, Bai Bingyan grasped Chen Xuan's arm, enveloping him in a shield of icy true essence. She stepped forward, and together they plunged into the rift, embarking on a journey through the chaotic currents of the void. This experience was a first for Chen Xuan. Amidst his excitement, he chanced to catch a glimpse of Bai Bingyan's stunning beauty, which ignited a spark of desire within him. Faced with such exquisite beauty, Chen Xuan felt he could not remain overly chivalrous, for to do so would be a disservice to such splendor. Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. He feigned a state of panic. What a terrifying void turbulence, my dear. I am so frightened. Please hold me tight. Chen Xuan, while shouting, tightly embraced by Bingyan's delicate waist, surrendering himself to her warmth. Moreover, he exhibited a remarkable performance in the moment. In Chapter 27, The Battle Under the Night Sky, a surge of fantasies. Beneath the shroud of night, the protective array of the Howren sword sect faced fierce assaults. Powerful figures radiating an overwhelming demonic aura unleashed their formidable techniques with unwavering strength. Leading the charge were none other than Nangong Feifei and a hunched, horse-faced elder. Where's Ji Wushuang? You despicable wretch, tarnishing the name of Nangong Feifei with your voice pearl. I shall end your life tonight. A voice as cold as snow echoed across the heavens. Nangong Feifei summoned her exquisite treasure, the ancient cold Xianming sword, and with a sudden strike, unleashed a devastating blow. Boom! Surrounding her was a surging tide of darkness, interwoven with chilling murderous intent, causing the very temperature to plummet. This strike sent the protective array teetering on the brink of collapse. Immediately following, the hunched elder chuckled menacingly and unleashed a fearsome punch. Though he appeared frail, his fist conjured a terrifying black pillar of energy, shattering the protective array into fragments. Kill! Thus commenced a tumultuous battle without any suspense. Blades flashed, swords whirled, talismans activated, and winds howled. Magical artifacts and techniques unleashed their wrath as figures clashed in fierce combat, with anguished cries filling the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The disciples of the Howren sword sect were roused, springing into action to repel the onslaught of demonic forces. Yinu Peak became the focal point of the assault by the Wuji demon sect. Ji Yaoyue led the defense, but was forced to retreat under relentless pressure, spitting blood from her injuries. At a critical moment, Elder Copperhammer soared in on his sword, launching a powerful counterattack. Suppress! The hunched elder produced a black orb, activating it and hurling it towards Copperhammer. The orb exuded a sinister black light, seemingly from the depths of hell, designed to shatter the human soul. Startled, Copperhammer prepared himself cautiously for the confrontation. The two forces clashed, while Nangong Feifei seized the opportunity to make her way directly to the Xian Hall. Observing this, the elders and disciples of the 9 sects and 13 gates rushed to intercept. The scene erupted into chaos. At that moment, a shadowy green figure darted towards Chen Xuan's secluded chamber. Whoosh! Before it could breach the threshold, it encountered a mysterious attack, letting out a wretched scream as it fell lifeless. Following this, 2 more individuals attempted to breach, but met a similarly grim fate. Simultaneously, Ji Wushuang found herself ambushed by a mysterious cloaked figure, suffering a grievous blow that nearly led to her demise. At the crucial moment, the sword enthusiast Situ Wui intervened, blocking the enigmatic assailant. Chaos! 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 The Howren sword sect descended into turmoil, the clamor of battle echoing through the skies. Lu Ruoyan truly shone brilliantly, wielding her flying sword to vanquish 7 formidable adversaries of the demonic path, each at the Golden Core stage, leaving an indelible mark of achievement. This grand melee persisted for the better part of half an hour. It was only when Li Yinglian arrived, seething with anger, that the tense tide of battle shifted. He brandished his celestial star sword, igniting his very essence to execute a forbidden sword technique. With a sharp hiss, a brilliant long sword, ablaze with starlight, swept across the battlefield, radiating an aura that rivaled the celestial rivers, dropping luminous points akin to falling stars. This strike inflicted grievous losses on the elders of the Wujimen, shattering even the protective jade worn by Nangong Feifei, nearly costing her life. Retreat! Nangong Feifei decisively led the members of the Wujimen away from the Howren sword sect, leaving behind a scene of devastation and numerous corpses. Before departing, she was filled with regret and disappointment, for this mission was intended to capture Chen Xuan. Yet, the 3 trusted warriors she had dispatched met with inexplicable demise. In the aftermath, Elder Qingshu promptly assessed the casualties, discovering that the Howren sword sect had suffered substantial losses. Even more infuriating for the members of the Howren sword sect was the realization that the mountain-protecting formation had faltered primarily due to a lack of sufficient spirit stones to maintain its peak condition. This incident would undoubtedly spread far and wide, severely tarnishing the honor of the Sword sect, especially with the Master Disciples Conference fast approaching. Under the night sky, the Longyuan River lay like a coiled black dragon, winding for 1,000 miles, majestic and imposing, showcasing the abundance of water virtue. A full moon cast its radiant light, and the night breeze rustled the reeds, creating a unique and wondrous atmosphere. At this moment, Bai Bingyan brought Chen Xuan to the banks of the Longyuan River. "My dear, what place is this?" Chen Xuan inquired with curiosity. Bai Bingyan smiled and said, "This is within the territory of the great Qin dynasty, governed by the Chuanqing sect of Zhongzhou. This area, due to its sparse spiritual energy, seldom attracts practitioners. Yet few know that the vast spiritual essence has been devoured by this Longyuan River." Bathed in moonlight, she resembled a celestial fairy from the lunar palace. "Oh, the Longyuan River possesses such marvelous qualities?" Chen Xuan expressed his astonishment. Bai Bingyan nodded, explaining, "Beneath the Longyuan River lies a transcendent formation established by the ancestors of my nine-tailed celestial fox lineage, designed to seize the creations of heaven and earth and condense the essence of the dragon's veins, all to gather the profound rhythms of the Tao. By my calculations, it has remained untapped for over 300 years, making it the perfect place for you to cultivate and achieve breakthroughs." Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan could not help but exclaim, "The essence of Tao rhythm? This Dragon Abyss River has actually condensed such an extraordinary treasure." With a nod, Bai Bingyan took Chen Xuan's hand and led him into the surging waters of the Dragon Abyss River. They descended deeper and deeper until Bai Bingyan performed a series of intricate hand gestures, activating a grand underwater formation that brought them to an ancient subterranean water palace. The entire underwater palace was enveloped in a sacred white light, with a stone pool at its center. Within this pool, a vibrant essence of treasure rippled, half a meter deep, shrouded in ethereal mist, and subtly taking on the forms of spiritual mushrooms, celestial cranes, dragons, serpents, and galloping horses. Rising from this precious liquid was a misty stream of energy, unmistakably the invaluable essence of Tao rhythm. With a wave of her hand, Bai Bingyan elegantly arranged piles of spirit stones around the stone pool. Then, with a radiant smile, she said, "My dear, you may begin your cultivation now. I shall personally guard you." "Thank you, my beloved." Chen Xuan immediately settled into a cross-legged position, swiftly calming his mind. Subsequently, he began to practice according to the cultivation method of the Nine Suns' true dragon technique. Boom. In an instant, Chen Xuan seemed to transform into a true dragon, possessing an overwhelming engulfing power that shattered numerous spirit stones, releasing a vast amount of pure spiritual energy. Time flowed on. Within Chen Xuan's dantian, a profound and deep violet true essence gradually coalesced, revealing the ethereal image of 9 dragons entwined, signifying its extraordinary nature. The violet grade true essence of the 9 dragons. First stage of Qi refinement. Second stage. Third stage. The vast quantity of spirit stones within the water chamber had been depleted by 70 to 80%, yet Bai Bingyan, undeterred, waved her hand to procure a substantial amount once more. An hour later, Chen Xuan had ascended to the 8th stage of Qi refinement. Such an astonishing pace of cultivation would undoubtedly leave even the most renowned practitioners of the demonic path astounded. Boom, boom, boom. The heart of the true dragon pulsated within Chen Xuan's body, causing his blood to boil with fervor. Heat, heat, heat. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of masculinity surged forth from within him, imbued with a potent dragon might. He halted his cultivation, feeling as though he might explode from the intensity. His consciousness began to blur. "Husband, what ails you? Why are you burning with heat?" Bai Bingyan exclaimed, rushing forward to investigate. The outcome. Chen Xuan tightly embraced Bai Bingyan, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, akin to a person on the verge of heat stroke clutching an ice sculpture. "Oh, how delightful!" Chen Xuan let out a comfortable exclamation, and the subtle, elegant fragrance emanating from Bai Bingyan filled his senses. In that moment, a phantom of a 5-clawed golden dragon materialized behind Chen Xuan, and a torrent of fervent thoughts surged within him, compelling him to embrace Bai Bingyan tightly. A kiss ensued, intensely passionate. Chapter 28. I see you, wretched being. How will you argue your case now? Everything unfolded so naturally between the two. Chen Xuan exudes an icy chill, while Bai Bingyan radiates a searing warmth. It is as if the blazing sun and the solitary, cool moon coexist. Time passes. Second by second. Above Chen Xuan's head appeared the ethereal silhouette of a five-clawed golden dragon, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. Simultaneously, above Bai Bingyan's head manifested the ethereal figure of a nine-tailed white fox, embodying an air of ethereal nobility. The two figures intertwined, resonating in harmony, and gradually coalesced into a colossal Taiji yin-yang symbol. With a resounding whoosh, the Taiji symbol spun, scattering streams of primordial, chaotic luminescence. Thus, a night passed. As dawn broke, the Taiji symbol trembled and slowly dissipated. Both individuals simultaneously opened their eyes, awakening from their trance. "Ah!" Bai Bingyan exclaimed in surprise, for not only that, she also discovered. Bai Bingyan was utterly flustered. Her exquisitely beautiful face flushed a deep crimson. What on earth? Chen Xuan was also bewildered. Last night, he cultivated to the 8th stage of qi refinement, feeling as if he were on the verge of explosion. How is it that I have unexpectedly reached the 9th stage of qi refinement? Chen Xuan was taken aback. Quickly, he reassured Bai Bingyan that everything was fine. Although it was an urgent situation, Chen Xuan felt it was his responsibility as a man to shoulder this matter. Ahem. In truth, he realized he had indeed been quite reckless. How foolish. If you are going to kiss me, why? I cannot say. Chen Xuan found himself at a loss, unable to articulate an explanation. Fortunately, Bai Bingyan, filled with a mix of indignation and embarrassment, exclaimed, "You fool. Close your eyes quickly." And then, "I apologize." After both had donned their attire, Bai Bingyan's mind was flooded with the events of the previous night, leaving her in a state of turmoil. She had been fully aware during that night, and the reason she had not struck Chen Xuan was. Suddenly, Chen Xuan experienced a moment of clarity, his expression shifting dramatically. "Oh no." While cultivating, my thoughts were wildly unrestrained, seemingly due to the heart of the true dragon. A serpent's nature is inherently lascivious, and a dragon epitomizes extremes. Thus, the heart of the true dragon is infused with an overwhelmingly potent masculine energy. If that is the case, must I not frequently seek a balance of yin and yang? Otherwise, every session of cultivation could pose the risk of a solar explosion. At this moment, Chen Xuan felt a pang of anxiety. He quickly began to ponder ways to avoid and resolve this predicament. In the future, should I sense something amiss during cultivation, I shall cease immediately. I should carry some treasures of pure yin with me. They should prove remarkably effective. Additionally, I must find an opportunity to request a few of those illustrated volumes from that rascal Du Ming to provide Bai Bingyan with some supplementary education. Since we have already crossed that threshold, it is only natural that we engage in frequent communication to foster mutual growth. Chen Xuan's thoughts flickered, and he soon made up his mind. The only sentiment he felt was a twinge of nostalgia, for he was no longer a youthful lad. "My husband, my 9 cold veins have calmed significantly. Moreover, I have unexpectedly advanced to the 4th stage of the tribulation period," Bai Bingyan exclaimed joyfully. However, she soon expressed a hint of reluctance, saying, "I fear that I must return to the 10,000 demon mountain after a while. But it shall not be for long." Upon hearing these words, Chen Xuan furrowed his brow, a wave of reluctance washing over him. He gently embraced Bai Bingyan, holding her close. For a long while, they nestled together, savoring this rare moment of solitude. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick, Bai Bingyan gently extricated herself from Chen Xuan's embrace, a hint of shyness flickering in her crystalline eyes. She leaned closer to his ear, her breath as delicate as an orchid, and whispered, "Husband, it is time for us to return to the unadorned sect." "Yes, let us go back." Chen Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, taking Bai Bingyan's delicate hand in his own. In the next instant, the two of them abruptly dashed out of the water palace, vanishing without a trace. Upon returning to the unadorned sect, Chen Xuan emerged from the secret chamber. He arrived at the Xian Hall and cast his gaze outward, only to be taken aback by an astonishing sight. What had transpired? The Jade Maiden Peak appeared as though it had recently weathered a fierce battle. At that moment, Du Ming happened to arrive, prompting Chen Xuan to hastily pull him aside to inquire about the situation. What? The enchanting Nangong Fei had led the Wujimu sect in an assault? The protective mountain formation had been utterly shattered? They were still lacking rare treasures and spirit stones, rendering it impossible to restore the formation? Ji Wushuang had been grievously injured by a mysterious figure, narrowly escaping death? Lu Ruyan had slain 7 demonic cultivators of the Golden Core stage, earning tremendous merit, and was soon to be bestowed the title of the sect's Holy Maiden. This series of explosive revelations left Chen Xuan momentarily at a loss. Particularly unsettling was Du Ming's mention of 3 nascent soul experts from the Wujimu sect attempting to breach the Xian Hall, only to meet with inexplicable demise. Could it be that a powerful protector was covertly watching over him? Taking advantage of the moment when no one was around, Chen Xuan smiled mischievously and said, "Demengzi, I recall that within your storage ring, you possess a few exquisite scrolls of Fengyue Balu. Would you be so kind as to lend me 2 for my enjoyment?" Brother Xian, when did you develop such tastes? Du Ming was taken aback and puzzled. Yet he nonetheless retrieved 2 gleaming scrolls from his possession and handed them over. With a cheeky grin, he raised his eyebrows and said, "Do take care of your health. You understand?" Chen Xuan was at a loss for words. "I have a friend who is exceedingly naive, and I helped her borrow." "Ha, I understand. It's a case of conjuring friendships out of thin air." Du Ming nodded mischievously. In the next moment, however, the smile on his face froze, his expression turning complex and filled with trepidation. Utterly awkward. Demengzi, have you seen a ghost?" Chen Xuan remarked, bewildered. In the following heartbeat, a voice imbued with boundless rage rang out coldly. He would indeed prefer to encounter a ghost. A chilling aura surged into the side hall. Ji Yaoyu, with her flowing sleeves, stormed in alongside Zhao Kaiyu and 3 other women. Hot on their heels were a host of elders and disciples from the 9 clans and 13 sects. Ji Yaoyu spoke icily, "Wretched disciple, what you hold is evidence of your illicit liaison with that succubus, Nangong Fei Fei, is it not? At last, I have caught you red-handed." With a swift motion, she snatched 2 scrolls from Chen Xuan's grasp, holding them aloft triumphantly. Then, Ji Yaoyu proclaimed with excitement, this time, under the watchful eyes of all, "Let us see how you, this wretched scion, will wriggle out of this one." Chapter 29, Master and Disciple Clash, the Grandmaster of Grandmasters. Within the side hall, the atmosphere abruptly grew tense. Zhao Kai-yun and Shun Qing, along with the other women, erupted into gleeful laughter at his misfortune. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, a look of panic instinctively flashing across his face. Subsequently, he expressed his frustration, exclaiming, "This is not evidence of a crime, but rather a private piece of art." "A private piece of art?" Ji Yaoyu replied with a cold, mocking smile, asserting firmly, "Last night, that little wretch, Nangong Fei Fei, attacked. Some suspect you to be the traitor. As your mentor, I naturally possess the authority to help you clarify this matter." Her words, imbued with righteous indignation, positioned her firmly on the moral high ground. Chen Xuan rubbed his brow and, with a sense of resignation, remarked, "Perhaps it is best not to look. It would bring shame upon us all." "Master," Chen Xuan felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, it was more than mere guilt. His averted gaze clearly betrayed a conscience stricken with guilt. Like a stubborn duck refusing to yield, the 2 scrolls contained irrefutable evidence of his clandestine liaison with a demoness. Du Ming could not escape blame either. "Master, please hasten to unveil the scrolls." Zhao Kaiyun and her 3 companions spoke in unison, their eyes fixed on Chen Xuan, brimming with disdain and contempt. Thus, Ji Yaoyu turned to Taoist Santong and the others, saying, "Fellow practitioners, I implore you to witness this together." She lifted her alabaster neck with an air of triumph. In the next moment, with a flourish, Ji Yaoyu unfurled the first scroll, allowing it to billow gracefully in the air. What? The onlookers gazed intently and were left utterly dumbfounded. Good heavens! This is far too provocative. This. Ji Yaoyu's voluptuous form trembled, as if struck by bolts of divine lightning that pierced her very soul. She was momentarily speechless. The scroll revealed 108 exquisite portraits, vividly depicting intimate scenes of amorous entanglements between men and women. "Is this the Spring Palace illustrations?" Ji Yaoyu exclaimed in disbelief, nearly spitting blood. Now, the embarrassment was monumental. If this matter were to spread, how could this wayward disciple, unperturbed by the heat of boiling water, maintain her lofty persona as an aloof celestial maiden? Chen Xuan, that wretched creature, truly deserves to perish. Alas, how could such filth exist? I feel as though I am about to develop a corn. Mu Xuan shrieked, stamping her feet and covering her eyes, embodying the essence of a pure white lotus. Meanwhile, Zhao Kaiyue and the others mimicked her actions, as if the imagery before them were akin to a ferocious beast. I refused to believe it. Ji Yaoyue, unwilling to yield, barked defiantly, unfurling the second scroll. Yet it remained unchanged. The only constant was the differing knowledge depicted in the images of men and women. Infuriating. Ji Yaoyue's vexation culminated in a furious shout, shattering the two scrolls in her grasp into mere dust. Her gaze turned icy, as if she were ready to take a life. Chen Xuan, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely remarking, "Master, this is a limited edition. You must compensate for it. Wretched disciple, you are utterly shameless. Your sins are unforgivable." Ji Yaoyu, infuriated, bit her lip tightly, her proud bosom trembling with agitation. Chen Xuan let out a hearty laugh and retorted, "The esteemed Confucian scholars of the Black and White Academy have proclaimed that the nature of humanity encompasses both food and desire. I am merely appreciating the artistry of the landscape and figures. What crime is there in that?" Beside him, the Taoist priest Santong stroked his goatee and chimed in, "The landscape and figures are indeed a form of artistic expression. Elder Ji, the woman depicted in this artwork is not you. Why seek to destroy it? Could it be that you are envious?" His sharp remark nearly sent Ji Yaoyue into a fit of fury. After a considerable pause, she managed to suppress her wrath. Her eyes, ablaze with indignation, fixed upon Chen Xuan as she exclaimed, "Chen Xuan, how do you intend to atone for the grievous injury inflicted upon Wu Shuang by that mysterious assailant?" Chen Xuan chuckled, as if he had just heard a jest. He then disdainfully remarked, "What does it matter to me?" Ji Yaoyue, visibly incensed, retorted, "What pretense of innocence are you putting on? It was you who deliberately allowed the ancient Yin sword sect to fall into silence, which precipitated a series of crises within the sect. Furthermore, the assault led by Nangong Fei is inextricably linked to you. Chen Xuan, do not presume that I, Ji Yaoyue, am blind to your ulterior motives. The more insidious your schemes become, the deeper my revulsion grows. Disgusting. Had I known you possessed such a sweet tongue, yet a venomous heart, I would have never accepted a wretched creature like you as my disciple." Each word was a piercing blade, sharp and unforgiving. Chen Xuan, however, remained composed and calmly remarked, "If that is the case, why not expel me from the Jade Maiden Peak? As the Peak Master, you possess that authority." Ji Yaoyue was rendered speechless, her gaze filled with deep, resentful melancholy. The two had long since severed their amicable ties and regarded each other with mutual disdain. Did she not wish to cast Chen Xuan out like refuse from the Jade Maiden Peak? Alas, she was unable to even banish him from the Shen Hall. The representatives from the 9 sects and 13 gates were already eagerly awaiting their opportunity to acquire the Panlong treasure ring, the Haoyan sword, and the blood oath of devotion. Moreover, to expel Chen Xuan at this juncture would undoubtedly be an act of folly. Chen Xuan mocked coldly, "What's the matter? Are you afraid? Indeed. The moment you take such action, you will instantly become a sinner of the sect, condemned by all. After all, to let go of a lucrative target like me is an exceptionally foolish act." Ji Yaoyue clenched her fists, furiously retorting, "If you weren't hiding on Jade Maiden Peak, you would have been torn to shreds by the minions of the demonic path by now. Ungrateful wretch." Chen Xuan's eyes were shrouded in a profound stillness, his pride unwavering. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, "You underestimate me far too much. The younger generation of the demonic path that I, Chen Xuan, have vanquished is nearly extinct. And my prowess is not solely reliant on brute strength. I possess wisdom as well." "Very well. You have certainly grown wings." Ji Yaoyue observed Chen Xuan's unyielding demeanor and, in a moment of indignation, threatened, "Wretched disciple, do you believe I lack the means to compel you to kneel and beg for forgiveness?" Anyone could discern the chilling fury laced within her words. Chen Xuan, however, remained utterly indifferent. "Take your leave. I shan't escort you. Do not lament your decision." Ji Yaoyue cast a harsh remark before sweeping away. "Chen Xuan, you truly have some audacity. Prepare for your downfall. If heaven intends to bring about one's demise, it will first drive them to madness. Chen Xuan, have you truly lost your humanity, forsaking even the most fundamental respect for your teachers and the principles of learning?" Zhao Kaiyue and the other 3 ladies voiced their discontent, reproaching Chen Xuan. "Get lost." Chen Xuan responded with a furious roar, showing no leniency towards them. The 4 women, incensed, swiftly turned and departed. The 3 Taoist priests exchanged glances, then left with wry smiles. "Xianyu, Sai, you've certainly vented your frustration. However, Your words were rather audacious, weren't they? I'm concerned that Ji Yao you might act out of desperation, Du Ming expressed with worry. Yet, Chen Xuan merely smiled with confidence. He proclaimed with pride, Du Ming, do you believe that within 3 days, Ji Yao you will undoubtedly come with Zhao Kai Yu and the others to offer an apology? In the current Howren Sword sect, possessing spirit stones equated to authority, and I, Chen Xuan, am the paramount authority among them. Chapter 30. The First Training of the Future Empress's Husband. Du Ming harbored profound skepticism regarding Chen Xuan's assertion that possessing spirit stones conferred supremacy. His thick brows knitted together, betraying his unease. Chen Xuan gently patted his shoulder and chuckled. Demengzi, as the saying goes, those who go barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. At present, it is the sect leaders who are like ants on a hot pan, floundering in distress. Is that really the case? Du Ming retorted. Chen Xuan chuckled. The Spirit Beast Garden, the Medicinal Fields, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Taoist Scripture Valley. All these locations are integral components of the Mountain Protection Formation. Their fates are intertwined. When one flourishes, all flourish, and when one suffers, all suffer. I wonder if chaos has already ensued. What if the demonic forces were to strike at this moment? Under normal circumstances, this would pose no issue. After all, the sect possesses a reserve of spirit stones and various rare items for formation crafting, making the reconstruction of the Mountain Protection Formation quite feasible. However, due to the gathering of celestial essence at the Insertion Heaven Peak, the sect leader and the others have nearly depleted their spirit stones. Even if they hasten the collection of spirit stones from the several mines under the sect's control, it would still take at least half a month to accumulate enough to reactivate the Mountain Protection Formation. Thus, we are left with no choice but to seek external assistance. Yet, the only 9 sects and 13 factions capable of providing aid each have their own agendas. Who would lend spirit stones? They would rather see Ji Wushuang meet her demise. Furthermore, the mysterious assailant who severely injured Ji Wushuang may very well be affiliated with these sections. After all, the Master Disciples Conference is approaching. Hiss! Du Ming gasped in shock, struck with profound terror. This matter, upon deeper reflection, is exceedingly chilling. Chen Xuan, unhurried and composed, remarked with clarity. To swiftly restore the protective mountain array, we require no less than 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. With Ji Wushuang gravely injured, aside from consuming medicinal pills, activating the ancient array of regeneration is undoubtedly of paramount importance, which necessitates at least 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. But who among us can produce such a substantial quantity of spirit stones in one go? He caressed the dragon ring on his finger, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Brother Xian, your analysis leads me to believe that not only is Ji Wushuang in extraordinary peril, but you too may be standing at the precipice of danger. Du Ming stated solemnly. Chen Xuan chuckled softly and replied, I have no objections. I am confident in enduring this. However, can Ji Wushuang withstand it? This is no longer a matter of lost glory, but rather one of life and death. Du Ming was taken aback for a moment. Then, he smacked his thigh vigorously, exclaiming in admiration, astounding, truly astounding. Brother Xian, your analysis has enlightened me. At present, the daylight is bright, and the sense of impending crisis is not yet overwhelming. But once night falls, the sect master will likely be unable to remain composed. No wonder you were so assertive earlier, confronting the heavens and the earth, even overwhelming your own master. Du Ming grinned widely, finally sporting a smile on his face. He sighed with a sense of wonder. Brother Xian, I now find myself questioning whether you possess the bloodline of the Fox clan, given your cunning nature. Thud! Chen Xuan gently tapped Du Ming's chest, exclaiming in exasperation, what I possess is wisdom, not cunning. In truth, he longed to express that, although he lacked the bloodline of the Fox clan, he had nonetheless captivated a princess from the extraordinary lineage of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Is this an achievement attainable by an ordinary individual? Chen Xuan harbored a trace of pride within his heart. By the way, could you bring me 2 more scrolls of romantic verses? I have but 1 remaining. Why are you still dawdling? Present them at once. After a stick of incense had burned, Du Ming took his leave, while Chen Xuan returned to the secret chamber. He offered the scroll with a flourish, smiling as he said, My dear, what your mother meant about spending the night with a man is precisely this. You seem to have misunderstood it all this time. Fortunately, last night we set things right and truly spent a night together. What do you mean? Bai Bingyan opened her clear, beautiful eyes filled with confusion. She then took the scroll and slowly unfurled it. "Ah, this, Bai Bingyan exclaimed. Her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. Her slender, captivating eyes fixated on the illustrations of intimate knowledge within the scroll, as if a portal to a new world had been unveiled. Her heart thundered, as if struck by a myriad of celestial bolts. The tumult within her was akin to a raging tide. Consequently, even her remarkably enchanting figure began to adopt an exquisite curve. Chen Xuan gazed with intense longing. Alas, the allure of his lady was simply irresistible. He yearned to delve deeply into the knowledge encapsulated within this scroll. He had never considered himself a lecherous individual. Yet, in the face of Bai Bingyan, a woman of innate charm and unparalleled beauty, he found himself lacking in resistance. This object appeared rather indecorous. What a princess she was! Such conduct was beneath her dignity. "No, do not expect me to engage in such matters with you," she declared with palpable disdain, casting the scroll to the ground. Her exquisitely beautiful visage was tinged with a faint blush of peach blossom. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's flickering flame of hope was extinguished in an instant. An overwhelming impulse surged within him to overturn this princess and deliver a sharp reprimand. How utterly frustrating! However, considering Bai Bingyan's formidable prowess, this notion remained confined to his imagination. "My dear, how can this be deemed improper?" he mused. "The matters between men and women are in harmony with the heavens and earth, embodying the essence of yin and yang, the cycle of life and reproduction, which is the most dignified and beautiful aspect of existence." For the sake of his own blissful future, Chen Xuan was on the verge of swearing an oath. The slight twitch of his lips unmistakably betrayed his inner indignation. Bai Bingyan, however, held her elegant neck high and, with a delicate parting of her cherry blossom lips, declared, "This princess holds an opposing view. Merely contemplating it has shaken my resolve. My dear, do not be so obstinate. In matters of intimacy, I possess greater understanding than you. Surely, I cannot deceive you." Chen Xuan continued to implore. Bai Bingyan's brow furrowed slightly, and an overwhelming aura of authority and chilling intensity surged forth. Suddenly, she rose to her feet. In that moment, Chen Xuan felt an unprecedented pressure bearing down upon him. Bang! Chen Xuan possessed an audacity akin to the weight of Mount Tai, and as if succumbing to an uncontrollable force, he found himself kneeling heavily before Bai Bingyan. A surge of irritation and dread welled up in Chen Xuan's heart. "My mother once said that men are inherently base. Thus, when I am wed, I shall ensure he kneels at my feet. Particularly in the initial stages of our union, he must be properly trained. For I am the sole nine-tailed celestial fox of my lineage in nearly 3 millennia, destined to ascend as the future empress of Qingqiu. Even if you are my husband, you must still bow before me." As Bai Bingyan's haughty words echoed, the pressure on Chen Xuan intensified, to the point where all he could perceive were her exquisite, translucent feet, resembling the finest works of art. "I am your husband, not your servant," Chen Xuan retorted, his anger boiling within him. He felt utterly frustrated. Bai Bingyan dared to suggest training him? Her words, as unfeeling as cold water, crushed the self-esteem he had only just begun to regain. Within Chen Xuan's heart, a surge of intense fury erupted. The beating of the true dragon's heart quickened significantly. He strained to lift his neck, attempting to resist Bai Bingyan's training. "How infuriating! Why must you be so stubborn? I, the princess, cannot even bring myself to kill you. How am I to train you? This is driving me to madness." Bai Bingyan, exasperated, raised her right foot and delivered an irate kick. In an instant, a tender and snow-white jade foot found its way into Chen Xuan's mouth. Chapter 31. I rely on you, Yayue. This kick was utterly unforeseen. Chen Xuan was taken aback. Bai Bingyan suddenly realized the situation, letting out a delicate exclamation before hastily withdrawing. The turmoil in her clear, cold eyes could not be concealed. Had the training truly failed so soon? Bai Bingyan felt a twinge of reluctance. Thus, she resolutely lifted her delicate foot, which she had withdrawn, and with a resounding thud, her fair, jade-like foot landed directly upon Chen Xuan's right shoulder, causing him to stagger and bow even lower. From this elevated position, Bai Bingyan's mood improved considerably as she looked down upon him. With her arms crossed, she assumed an arrogant posture. "My dear husband, do you yield?" Her voice, imbued with an air of cold elegance, carried a hint of haughty charm. In that moment, Bai Bingyan seemed to reclaim the regal demeanor of her status as the seventh princess. Meanwhile, upon hearing her words, the heart of the true dragon within Chen Xuan beat with increasing fervor. In a daze, he felt as if he were on the verge of transforming into a true dragon, perceiving Bai Bingyan's actions as both a desecration and a provocation. Roar. Somehow, Chen Xuan could not suppress a low, resonant dragon's roar from escaping his lips. The heart of the true dragon within him throbbed wildly, unleashing a surge of inexplicable noble power that abruptly propelled him away from Bai Bingyan. Chen Xuan remained prostrate on the ground, yet suddenly lifted his head with great intensity. In the next moment, Chen Xuan's expression suddenly stiffened, his eyes wide with instinctive surprise. The first glance was instinctive. Refraining from a second glance was the mark of a gentleman. In order to preserve his noble image, Chen Xuan did not even dare to blink. Bai Bingyan was momentarily taken aback, but then she quickly regained her composure. Her delicate hands hastily pressed down her skirt, while her extraordinarily beautiful face flushed with a hint of shyness. Panic set in. Any woman, confronted with such an almost lascivious gaze from a man, would likely react the same way, wouldn't they? At that moment, Chen Xuan finally snapped out of his daze, feeling exceedingly awkward. "My lady, I did not mean to look," he exclaimed. "Silence," Bai Bingyan chided, her enchanting visage growing even more crimson. She ground her pearly white teeth, exuding an aura as if she were ready to take down Chen Xuan. Yet, to him, her fierce demeanor lacked any real threat. "This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Otherwise, I shall end you," Bai Bingyan declared, her embarrassment transforming into rage. The thought of the scene they had just shared left her flustered to the point of near madness. This moment would undoubtedly become her inner demon. "I am your husband, entitled to gaze upon you. If you wish to mold me into a quivering coward, prostrate at your feet, you are destined for disappointment. I, Chen Xuan, am a true man." Chen Xuan spoke coldly, his eyes revealing a profound indifference. In that moment, the heart of the true dragon within him pulsed rapidly, filling his chest with an overwhelming sense of pride and superiority. Bai Bingyan caught a glimpse of Chen Xuan's demeanor, her heart trembling slightly. In the next instant, Chen Xuan approached with an undeniable assertiveness, his voice resonating with authority. "I am your husband, the sole man of your life. You may tread upon all other men. Yet, I remain the singular exception." Upon his declaration, Bai Bingyan found herself momentarily stunned, unable to react even as Chen Xuan overturned her. Moments later, within the confines of the secret chamber, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. "Scoundrel!" she exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation, just as Chen Xuan reveled in his blissful state. Oblivious to the turmoil surrounding him, a grave tension enveloped the hall of the Haoran Sword sect. Bang! Li Yinglian struck the throne forcefully, rising abruptly. His countenance was dark as a storm cloud. The elders and core disciples of the sect fell into a profound silence, their usual fervor extinguished. "You all profess your unwavering dedication to our sect, yet now, when I beseech you to contribute your spiritual stones to navigate this perilous time, you have mustered barely over 3,000 superior spiritual stones. This is but a drop in the ocean. The mountain-protecting formation must be restored before nightfall, or the dignity of our sect will be at stake, alongside the looming threat of a demonic onslaught. Which sect is devoid of hidden demons? We require at least 300,000 superior spiritual stones to restore the formation, and it must be done before dusk. Moreover, Wu Shuang's severe injuries necessitate 100,000 superior spiritual stones for his healing through the ancient life rejuvenation array. The Master Accepting Conference is imminent. We cannot afford any delays." Li Yinglian paced anxiously, his frustration palpable. In the audience, Ji Yaiyue stood, her eyes filled with resentment and fury. "This wayward disciple, as your master, I implore you, what more do you desire? This is utterly preposterous." From the assembly, Elder Chixuzi's expression darkened as he interjected, "Sect Master, in these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures are warranted. If Chen Xuan exhibits such selfishness, we shall seize the Panlong treasure ring. Even if the other sects intervene, what of it? It would merely tarnish our reputation, and they could not impede us." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. However, Li Yinglian shook his head firmly, stating, "We must not resort to such drastic actions unless absolutely necessary. This would leave a stain upon our sect. With the Master Accepting Conference approaching, Wu Shuang must remain unblemished." The distinction between offering spirit stones voluntarily and forcibly seizing them is immense. Immediately, Li Yinglian suppressed her anger and instructed, Yao Yu, you must recount the details regarding Chen Xuan without omitting any specifics or embellishing the truth. Very well. Ji Yao Yu hesitated for a moment before she began her account, her heart brimming with indignation. The matter of the Fengyue map had indeed tarnished her image as a serene, celestial being. Indeed, as Ji Yao Yu recounted the events, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Elder Ji, renowned for her purity and grace, was beyond imagination in the context of viewing the Fengyue map. Alas, the once invincible Chen Xingzi, who soared like the sun in the sky, has now fallen to such a state? Yet, it is not entirely surprising. Though Chen Xuan is a man of little worth, he remains a man with desires. Given his reckless defiance against Ji Yaoyue, it is likely that even the most unattractive servant girl would shun any association with him. This man seems destined for a life of mediocrity, forever deprived of the pleasures that women might offer. It dawned on Li Yinglian, who then fell into contemplation. Subsequently, he spoke coldly, Yaoyue, in 2 hours. You shall personally invite Chen Xuan here. Even if it requires an apology, he must be brought. After all, you share a master-disciple bond. Whether you can persuade Chen Xuan to willingly part with 1,000,000 spirit stones rests upon your shoulders. Chapter 32. Ji Wushuang has met her match, foolish one. Within the secret chamber, Chen Xuan smiled awkwardly, for Bai Bingyan had stormed away in a fit of shame and anger. He was uncertain whether the 7th princess was merely throwing a tantrum or if she had truly departed in indignation. Alas, the headache. This situation cannot be entirely attributed to me, can it? She is far too overbearing, seeking to trample her own husband beneath her feet. It is simply outrageous. Chen Xuan let out a sigh, feeling a tinge of apprehension in his heart. He was quite adept at battling with formations and refining both elixirs and artifacts. However, the intricacies of a woman's heart remained an unfathomable mystery to him. Would the ice-faced lady truly return in a fit of anger to her myriad demon mountain? Yet, considering her current condition, with the 9 cold veins thoroughly suppressed, she was no longer in peril. It would be wise to focus on his own cultivation. What does not belong to him cannot be retained. Chen Xuan consoled himself and then sat cross-legged, beginning to cultivate the 9-yang true dragon technique. Gradually, ethereal images resembling dragon scales emerged upon his physique, signifying the initial formation of the true dragon's dominant body. Chen Xuan's previous cultivation of the 9 Suns' profound heaven technique was indeed extraordinary, belonging to the celestial tier of martial arts. Thus, the 9 Suns' battle body he has forged possesses immense power. The true dragon dominance body, without a doubt, is even more formidable. After a period of training, Chen Xuan realized he was momentarily stuck at the 9th level of qi refinement, showing no signs of a breakthrough. He then settled into meditation to comprehend the essence of the sword. Within his eyes, myriad sword lights flickered, while a phantom sword shadow subtly materialized at his brow. Chen Xuan sat poised, embodying an extraordinary divine sword, as if he had wielded it countless times in a transcendental reverie. This is the formidable enhancement of the sword's essence, possessing the true power to transmute the mundane into the miraculous. After a considerable duration, Chen Xuan exhaled a deep breath, murmuring to himself, the realm of the sword heart is indeed profound and unfathomable. Merely revisiting the sword techniques I have practiced has yielded immense benefits. If that scoundrel Ji Wushuang were to learn the truth, he would likely spit blood in disbelief. After all, he went through great lengths to gather 5 million high-grade spirit stones, only to find himself outmaneuvered by me. On a warm, soft bed, Ji Wushuang lay being tenderly cared for by 4 senior sisters. Struggling to prop himself up, he sat upright. Shen Qingqing, with concern in her voice, urged, Junior brother, what are you doing? Your injuries are severe. You should lie down and rest. Do not worry. The ancient formation for rebirth will soon be activated. The other 3 senior sisters chimed in, revealing their gentle sides. You need not accompany me, Ji Wushuang replied. I seek someone close to me, one who can assist in my swift recovery. With that, he took to the skies on his flying sword, departing in a rather unsteady manner. The 4 women exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of his sudden departure. After a brief flight, Ji Wushuang landed before the Baibo cave. He gazed at the layers of activated formations, ready to call out, but was interrupted by a female disciple who stepped forward to obstruct him. Holy Sun Ji, why are you here instead of focusing on your recovery? Sister Hongji, I possess crucial intelligence that I must discuss privately with Sister Yin. This matter is of great significance. I'm afraid that Sister Yin is in seclusion today, deeply engrossed in her sword comprehension, and must not be disturbed. But I truly have urgent news to convey. At that moment, Ji Wushuang felt a surge of anxiety. His injuries were severe, and the Master Apprenticeship Conference was merely half a month away. He needed to recover swiftly. With Lu Ruyan having restored her pure body and achieved the 7th grade golden core, if he could cultivate with her, his healing speed would increase tenfold. Seeing his stubbornness, Hong Ji resorted to a secret transmission. Holy Sun Ji, half an hour ago, the legendary Peach Blossom Sword enthusiast arrived, and Sister Yin activated the formation, asking me to guard it. If you continue to be uncooperative, I fear. What? Ji Wushuang was taken aback. His face flushed crimson, and bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes. A mouthful of blood erupted forth. At that moment, Ji Wushuang felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal. He knew well what kind of person the Peach Blossom Sword enthusiast, Situ Wui, was. And he too had a fondness for women. Comprehending the sword path, Lu Ruyan, have you truly aligned yourself with Situ Wui, willingly becoming a mistress? Within, Ji Wushuang roared in anguish, his features contorted. Without hesitation, he turned and took flight on his sword once more. What has happened to Holy Sun Ji? Could it be that he and Ruyan truly have an affair? Hong Ji widened her eyes, her heart profoundly shaken. After a stick of incense had burned, within the Baibo cave, the hot spring flowed gently. Lu Ruyan, her expression devoid of emotion, waved her hand, clad in her attire, as if the nightmarish experience had never transpired. She turned to the now emaciated figure of C2 Wuya and coldly remarked, Senior C2, do not forget your solemn oath to the Great Way. The blood oath must be presented to me. Ha, that is not difficult. C2 Wuya replied with a beaming smile, speaking with pride. Not only will I acquire the blood oath, but I shall also seize Chen Xuan's worthless Panlong treasure ring, and I will conveniently eliminate him for you. Lu Ruyan's gaze was icy as she gestured invitingly. Beautiful Ruyan, until we meet again. C2 Wuya, still savoring the moment, departed. Once the Baibo cave was left with only Lu Ruyan, she slowly shed her long gown, revealing numerous dark blue and purple bruises adorning her body. She gradually submerged herself in the hot spring, her arms encircling her figure as she wept softly. After some time, Lu Ruyan suddenly rose, allowing the spring water to splash around her. Her eyes sparkled with ambition as she declared with bitterness, by any means necessary, at any cost, I shall possess immense power. This is the lifelong pursuit of Lu Ruyan. In the Xuandian, within the secret chamber, Chen Xuan was immersed in his cultivation when the void suddenly tore apart, and a graceful and aloof figure stepped forth. It was Bai Bingyan. She cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xuan, let out a soft huff, and then seated herself elegantly upon the meditation cushion. My dear, you have returned. Chen Xuan was eagerly greeting with a forced smile. Unsurprisingly, he received no response. However, he remained unperturbed and began showering compliments with fervent enthusiasm. Be quiet, Chen Xuan. You are truly quite bothersome. Bai Bingyan exclaimed, her exquisite features softened by a hint of irritation. My dear, I shall cease my chatter at once. Chen Xuan cooperated willingly and swiftly exited the secret chamber. Before long, he returned, clutching a splendid bouquet of freshly picked flowers from outside the hall. My dear, these are for you. No. Ah, indeed. How could these flowers compare to your beauty? Just now, I was a bit too domineering. Please forgive me, my love. You silver-tongued flatterer, go away. Moments later, Ji Yaoyue's voice echoed into the secret chamber. Chen Xuan had no choice but to take his leave in haste. Bai Bingyan raised her hand, bringing a bouquet of fresh flowers to her nose for a gentle whiff. Suddenly, her delicate features blossomed. She was more enchanting than the flowers themselves. A sight to behold. Fool. Chapter 33. Unruly disciple, do you dare to willfully disrespect your master? Within the grand hall of Howren, Chen Xuan walked leisurely alongside Ji Yaoyue as they entered. Behind him, the masters from the 9 sects and 13 gates had all arrived. Each harbored their own schemes and would not remain passive. With deliberate steps, Chen Xuan approached his designated position as the Holy Sun and boldly took his seat. With spirit stones in hand, he possessed absolute initiative. What harm is there in being a tad arrogant? Li Yinglian stroked his beard with a light chuckle and spoke. Chen Xuan, I trust you are aware of the attack by the infinite demon sect last night. It is rumored within the sect that you were an internal accomplice. I, as the sect master, do not believe such slander and have suppressed these rumors. Now that our sect is facing peril, I trust you will generously contribute without needing further persuasion from me. Li Yinglian's eloquence was indeed commendable. However, Chen Xuan was not swayed by his words. He retorted directly. I have heard that the little demoness, Nangong Feifei, stormed into our sect, proclaiming her intent to annihilate Ji Wushuang, making her the true culprit. Had it not been for this troublemaker, would our sect have suffered such tremendous losses? The rumors you speak of, sect master, seem rather baseless. His words ignited a flurry of discussions within the grand hall. Some supported Chen Xuan's stance while others vehemently opposed him. Utter nonsense. Ji Yaoyue's icy voice rang out, her voluptuous figure trembling with rage. She had specifically sought out Chen Xuan at the Mystic Hall to acquire sufficient spirit stones, only to be met with failure and ridicule. Now, facing the sect master, Chen Xuan dared to turn the tables and accuse Wushuang? Such a wayward disciple. Such venomous words. Simply despicable. Yaoyue, silence yourself. Li Yinglian frowned, expressing his displeasure. He then smiled warmly. Chen Xuan, Wushuang is currently gravely injured, and your master is understandably concerned. You, as her disciple, should show some understanding. This statement was reasonable. Yet, Chen Xuan scoffed, understanding? When I held the line at Yunu Peak and ultimately self-destructed my 9th grade golden elixir, what did I receive in return? Did anyone worry for me? Show understanding? You. Li Yinglian's lips twitched in response, left speechless by the retort. Nonsense. Ji Yaoyue was further enraged, her voluptuous form quivering, her eyes radiating a chilling glare. At that moment, Qi Shuzi could no longer contain himself and stepped forward with authority. He declared, Chen Xuan, just say it plainly. Are you willing to part with 1 million high-grade spirit stones? I am not. Chen Xuan responded without hesitation. Undeterred by the mounting tension in the atmosphere, confronted by the fiery glare of Elder Qi Shuzi, he remained unfazed. With a casual flick of his fingers, he began to speak at a deliberate pace. Is the Howren Sword sect solely mine? Why should I bear the burden alone in times of adversity? Furthermore, Elder Qi Shuzi, you demand that I produce 1 million high-grade spirit stones as if you were a toad exhaling air. What audacity! You are outrageous. Elder Qi Shuzi's anger flared, and he issued a thunderous command. Instantly, he unleashed the formidable might of the 3rd stage of the transformation of spirit, advancing step by step with an expression as frigid as frost. Chen Xuan, as the holy son of the Howren Sword sect, this is your duty. Today, whether you wish it or not, you shall comply. Let this villain's burden fall solely upon me. Qi Shuzi. A sense of foreboding swept through the gathered representatives of the 9 sects and 13 gates. Their expressions shifted in alarm. The stance of Qi Shuzi signaled a readiness to sever ties, and the precarious situation facing the Howren Sword sect had become dire. Thus, he cast aside all reservations. Chen Xuan's face was marked by contempt as he spoke nonchalantly. Elder Qi Shuzi, do not be so hasty. I have yet to finish my words. While I am unwilling to part with 1 million for no reason, I am indeed willing to offer 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon his declaration, Qi Shuzi halted his steps. The members of the Howren Sword sect erupted in laughter. What a pretentious fool. Will you continue to act tough, Chen Xuan? In the end, are you not just a coward? Hearing this, Ji Yaoyue felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a cold laugh, she mocked, disobedient disciple. You should have come to this realization long ago. Do you truly believe that wielding the Bloodstone Heart token allows you to oppose the sect? Foolish. However, before her words could fully settle, Chen Xuan interjected once more. I have not finished yet. I shall provide the 500,000 spirit stones without expecting reimbursement from the sect. However, 3 modest conditions must be met. State them. Li Yinglian uttered the single word with indifference, devoid of any sorrow or joy. The gazes of everyone in the grand hall once again converged upon Chen Xuan. First, I demand Elder Qi Shuzi to lead 20 nascent soul elders to reside in the Xian Hall to ensure my safety before the master-disciple ceremony. Furthermore, to prevent any deliberate negligence or deceit, they must swear a solemn oath to protect me with their utmost effort. Second, Ji Yaoyue must personally undertake a task for me in private as an expression of her apology. Third, all disciples of the Howren Sword sect, including the miscellaneous disciples, must pay a visit to the Jade Maiden Peak, taking turns to extend specific blessings to Saint Sun Ji. Chen Xuan spoke slowly, articulating 3 conditions. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the meaning. Chen Xuan is not foolish. He has realized that he is ensnared in a perilous life and death crisis, and has begun to take measures for his own salvation. Li Yinglian furrowed her brow, inquiring with curiosity. What is the 3rd condition, and what kind of blessing is it? It's quite simple. May the injuries of the Holy Sun Ji heal swiftly. Not only have you harnessed the grand fortune of the sect, but you have also attained the essence of celestial creation. Your future is destined to be boundless. Chen Xuan spoke with a beaming smile, secretly reveling in his amusement. Ji Wushuang's anguish over the loss of the celestial source, while feigning to have attained it, must surely be a thorn in her throat, causing her immense frustration. With hundreds of sect members lined up to offer their congratulations, could Ji Wushuang possibly succumb to her fury in her sickbed? At the very least, she ought to be so enraged that she would spit blood. Indeed, just this. Li Yinglian readily acquiesced. Should there be a blatant tear in their facade, leading to a forceful seizure, even if Chixuzi were to bear the brunt alone, the esteemed reputation of the Haoran sword sect would sustain a grievous blow. After all, the act of publicly seizing another's treasures and spirit stones bears no distinction from the ways of the demonic path. Since Chen Xuan had already made a concession, so be it. Particularly with the 3rd condition proposed by Chen Xuan, it was evidently a plea for mercy and acknowledgement of defeat towards Wushuang. Thus, Chixuzi and the others publicly swore a solemn oath, and Chen Xuan's heart finally found solace. Under the gaze of the crowd, Ji Yaoyue approached with an air of haughty disdain. Her eyes glinted with icy resolve as she inquired imperiously, "Disciple, what do you intend to do in private with your master? Come with me." Chen Xuan rose and made his way directly towards the side hall. Curiosity stirred among the onlookers. Within the side hall, Chen Xuan opened the conversation directly, stating, "Ji Yaoyue, you must possess ink, brush, paper, and inkstone within your storage ring, correct? You have marred my beautiful spring palace painting. Thus, you shall create another for me. 108 postures. Not a single one shall be omitted." What did you say? Ji Yaoyue instinctively retorted, nearly believing her ears had betrayed her. In an instant, her demeanor transformed into one of furious indignation, her cheeks flushed with rage. This wretched disciple, how dare he propose such a despicable and lewd condition? Clearly, he intended to humiliate her. Chapter 34. Lies do not hurt. It is the truth that cuts deep. Ji Yaoyue's exquisite eyes narrowed, radiating a fierce light. In that fleeting moment, her body temperature soared, leaving her unable to discern whether it was from anger or an inexplicable thrill. The disciple she had cast aside, treated like a stray dog, could compel her to such a state? To request a spring palace painting. This seemingly innocuous apology was, in reality, a brutal assault on her lofty aspirations. Such cruelty was unforgivable, a heart that deserved condemnation. No, it should not be this way. Ji Yaoyue found herself unable to accept this reality, for Chen Xuan had always regarded her with reverence and admiration. Yet now, his gaze was rife with disdain and mockery. What? Such a reasonable and simple request, Master would not refuse, would she? This pertains to 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, even the fate of Ji Wushuang. Chen Xuan taunted coldly. In that moment, he held no sympathy for Ji Yaoyue, only the satisfaction of retribution. Those who abandon me shall not be retained from yesterday. Those who disturb my heart shall be troubled today. Lies do not hurt. It is the truth that cuts deep. The words of Chen Xuan wielded a formidable power. Ji Yaoyue gasped violently, her voluptuous figure swaying and trembling, creating a mesmerizing arc externally. She maintained an air of composure. Yet internally, she found herself entangled in a fierce conflict between 2 beliefs. One belief urged her to uphold her lofty and aloof demeanor, to strike Chen Xuan with great force. The other longed for Chen Xuan's respect and care. Ultimately, Ji Yaoyue, with a heavy heart, chose to concede, for she had no alternative. Yet, even if she were to kneel, she insisted it must be with sufficient pride. How dare this scoundrel impose himself upon her? Did he deem himself worthy? Consequently, Ji Yaoyue, with a tone of cold defiance, declared, "Is it merely a depiction of a spring palace that you desire? A worthless wretch like you shall never be adored by a woman in this lifetime. You can only vent your pitiful desires in such a manner, can you not? Chen Xuan, you are quite discerning, aware that after the Master's conference, Wushuang would become the heir of the Muyu Sanxian, elevated high above. And you are destined to lose the Panlong treasure ring and the Haoyan sword. Thus, you sought to preemptively utilize some of the spirit stones for your benefit. Did you not? This barrage of words left Chen Xuan utterly dumbfounded. Yet, astonishingly, the more Ji Yaoyue spoke, the more her emotions surged, as if she had touched upon the very essence of truth. I understand now. I comprehend it all. So that is how it is? Ha. Chen Xuan, you make me feel nauseated. Boom. Ji Yaoyue's voluptuous and exquisite form trembled, unexpectedly unleashing the aura of a transcendent being. She had broken through the long-standing bottleneck in her cultivation. Ha. Unable to contain her laughter, Ji Yaoyue was overwhelmed with excitement. She turned to Chen Xuan, exclaiming, "Disobedient disciple, did you not foresee this? You thought to undermine my resolve? Dream on. It is only now that I truly understand." Then, to Chen Xuan's bewildered gaze, Ji Yaoyue eagerly retrieved brush, ink, paper, and inkstone from her storage ring. A flush crept across her cheeks, as if she had entered a peculiar state, swiftly beginning to paint on the scroll. Ji Yaoyue excelled in the art of painting, and within the span of a fragrant incense stick, she astonishingly completed the artwork. Subsequently, she flung it towards Chen Xuan, gracefully departing. Chen Xuan, you resort to all manner of absurd and despicable tactics to stir up trouble and compete, merely seeking to gain a semblance of presence before me. Such a base and foolish endeavor. In this moment, you are acutely aware of your degradation, yet cannot relinquish your past obsessions, leading you to resort to such tactics. Am I correct? Since I, Ji Yaoyue, am your master, I shall grant you this one indulgence. Behold this spring palace painting. Are you satisfied? This shall be the most precious treasure map you cherish beneath your pillow, to be admired daily. Ha. You despicable wretch, truly worthy of disdain. The echoes linger as Ji Yaoyue has departed from the side hall. Has she lost her sanity? Chen Xuan, consumed by pent-up frustration, casually unfurled the scroll, eager to uncover its secrets. In an instant, a thunderous shockwave erupted within him, leaving him utterly astounded, as if a cataclysm had surged through his being. His mind was engulfed in a void. What is this? On the scroll unfolded a series of exquisitely rendered depictions of romantic encounters between men and women, mythical sea demons, celestial beings guiding the way, and acrobatic feats of skill, all imbued with both spirit and form. Most striking of all was the visage of the man, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Xuan himself. The woman's features mirrored those of Ji Yaoyue. After a prolonged silence, Chen Xuan emerged from his profound shock, his lips twitching uncontrollably. This was utterly insane. How could it be so ludicrous? He could intuitively discern why Ji Yaoyue had effortlessly transcended her limitations, leaving behind those words before her departure. Ji Yaoyue unwaveringly believed that he had always harbored affection for her. The so-called coercion was merely his painstaking effort to leave behind the most treasured map of his life. Chen Xuan could no longer contain himself. To what extent must a woman be enamored with herself to conceive such thoughts? No. I must destroy this painting in front of Ji Yaoyue. She is utterly self-absorbed. Chen Xuan was filled with indignation, and in an instant, he made a resolute decision. At that moment, a chilling sensation of dread suddenly arose. With a whoosh, a shroud of ominous, grayish mist materialized out of thin air, lunging towards Chen Xuan. However, as soon as it made contact with his body, it emitted a sharp, piercing scream of agony and swiftly retreated, enveloping a scroll before vanishing into the void. What? Chen Xuan was astonished, utterly shaken. What on earth was this ominous, grayish mist? And why did it envelop the painting? Everything transpired so suddenly that Chen Xuan scarcely had time to react. After a moment, Chen Xuan stepped out of the side hall. Surrounded by a crowd, Ji Yaoyue was filled with joy and a hint of pride. She cast a glance at the dejected Chen Xuan, his fair neck held high. How arrogant! This wayward disciple had indeed concealed the scroll upon his person. Nothing pleased Ji Yaoyue more than witnessing this scene. However, to be admired by such a fool was truly a source of humiliation. Immediately, images surfaced in her mind of the quiet nights when Chen Xuan would take out the scroll and become enraptured. Instantly, she felt a rush of warmth across her body. How provocative! Chapter 35. She is magnanimous, thus you willingly kneel in adoration. In the grand hall, all eyes were fixed upon Chen Xuan. Mockery, derision, disdain, and schadenfreude. At that moment, to them, Chen Xuan was merely a pitiful jester. If he wished to show humility, why maintain such a fade? Truly pathetic. Chen Xuan, it seems you possess some understanding of respecting your teacher. Offering treasures to Yaoyue in secret, enabling her to break through her bottleneck, and enter the transformation phase? Moreover, judging by the growth of her spiritual consciousness, she appears to be among the elite of the 6th rank, destined to manifest her own celestial form in the future. Li Yinglian spoke slowly, his tone betraying his delight and satisfaction. What? An elite transformation phase practitioner above the 6th rank? The Taoist priests, including San Tong, were left speechless, consumed by envy. It is known that to advance further in the transformation phase, one must reach above the 6th rank to have a chance. The criteria for this judgment lies in the growth of spiritual consciousness. Such elite transformation phase experts are revered as formidable beings, capable of gradually manifesting their unique celestial forms. Their power equivalent to that of 10 ordinary transformation phase practitioners. Qi Shuzi was a 4th rank, 3rd-tier transformation phase expert. Unless he encountered extraordinary fortune, he would forever remain at the 4th rank, 9th tier. Li Yinglian's strength was at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, 9th tier. Thus, his judgment was essentially an official declaration. Ever since the deputy sect leader perished at Tianfeng Valley, the Haoran Sword sect had remained idle. Ji Yaoyue's breakthrough elevated her status significantly, making her future position as deputy sect leader highly likely. After all, the disparity in strength and potential between ordinary transformation phase practitioners and formidable ones is immense. A petite and delicate woman with fair skin stepped forward from the crowd. Coldly mocking, she remarked, "Saint Chen Xuan, your filial piety is commendable. However, if you possess such treasures, why did you not reveal them sooner? Only now, when you find yourself without a foothold, do you present them, which inevitably raises doubts about your sincerity." Her name is Cui Yingying, a venerable elder of the 5th rank and 8th stage of the Yuaning realm. She often engages in verbal sparring with Ji Yaoyue. Upon hearing these words, Ji Yaoyue smiled with unrestrained pride. She declared haughtily, "Cui Yingying, it was one thing when Chen Xuan was still considered exceptional. Your envy was understandable. Now that he is a mere cripple, how can you still covet his meager fulfillment of a disciple's duty?" Cui Yingying furrowed her brows, feeling a surge of indignation. How infuriating. She had initially intended to sow discord between the master and disciple to enjoy the spectacle, only to be outshone by that insufferable Ji Yaoyue. Soon, she envisioned a future where Ji Yaoyue ascended to the position of deputy sect leader, and her heart ached with frustration. Consequently, Cui Yingying cast a fierce glare at Chen Xuan. The hapless Chen Xuan was equally vexed. Had it not been for that enigmatic black mist, he would have long since discarded the scroll. "Elder Cui, you should take better care of your health at your age. Why is your eye twitching? You were never particularly beautiful, and now it is even more unbearable to behold," Chen Xuan remarked coldly. Impudent. Cui Yingying was infuriated by his words, and an overwhelming aura of Yuan-Ing realm pressure erupted from her. She mocked, "Chen Xuan, you truly are shameless. Ji Yaoyue treats you this way, and yet you still grovel at her feet? Is it merely because she possesses such grace that you deem her remarkable?" The phrase "possesses grace" drew the attention of many in the grand hall toward Ji Yaoyue, and her captivating presence made several swallow hard. Enough. Li Yinglian waved his hand, directly suppressing the pressure emanating from Cui Yingying. He spoke disapprovingly, "Elder Cui, Chen Xuan has performed admirably this time, offering a priceless treasure to assist Yaoyue in breaking through her cultivation bottleneck. You must not be disrespectful to him." "Understood." Cui Yingying forced herself to suppress her displeasure and replied respectfully. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Xuan was also brooding. What nonsense about offering treasures. He merely wished to humiliate Ji Yaoyue and disturb her mental tranquility. Little did he expect her to react so crazily. As Ji Yaoyue painted, her face flushed, her eyes dazed, softly humming to herself. Could she possibly be fantasizing about me while painting? This is utterly insane. Chen Xuan suddenly recalled a particular detail, his expression becoming peculiar. After a brief interval, Du Ming was summoned into the grand hall, for he was the only individual in whom Chen Xuan placed his trust. De Mengzi produced 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chen Xuan removed the coiled dragon ring from his finger and tossed it directly to Du Ming. Although he had undergone a profound transformation, achieving the 9th level of qi refinement, he utilized the extraordinary concealment abilities of the 9-yang true dragon technique, preventing anyone in the hall from noticing. At this moment, Chen Xuan had no intention of revealing this trump card. The day of the Master-Disciple Conference would be his time to shine and reclaim his rightful name. "All right." Du Ming nodded in response, though a flicker of sorrow and helplessness crossed his eyes. His dear brother had suffered too much indignity. However, he found himself bereft of alternative choices. When the 50,000 high-grade spirit stones were brought forth, they resembled small mountains piled in the center of the hall, igniting envy among many present. Xie lamented, in truth, had Chen Xuan devoted himself to cultivation over the years, with the resources he acquired, he could have effortlessly breached the nascent soul stage, even the transformation stage. Given his innate talents, he would likely surpass the 6th rank in any realm. How unfortunate that he has met with the fate of self-detonating a 9th-grade golden pill, reduced to a state of helplessness. A profound silence enveloped the grand hall as everyone turned their gaze towards Chen Xuan, with several elders and disciples of the Haoran Sword sect bowing their heads in shame. They understood well that Xie's words held no falsehood. As the sect's holy son, Chen Xuan had selflessly dedicated himself, exhausting his efforts to the detriment of his own cultivation. At that moment, a chilling voice of derision pierced the air. As the holy son, is it not his duty to contribute to the sect? What is there to lament? Wu Shuang could undoubtedly surpass Chen Xuan. The speaker was Ji Yaiyue. She stood with an air of arrogance, her voluptuous figure forming a striking S shape, breathtakingly beautiful. In this instant, pride consumed Ji Yaiyue's heart. She had forgotten the once devoted disciple, Chen Xuan, who had selflessly considered the sect's interests. She had also forgotten the countless times she had praised him, taking pride in being his mentor. Haha. Chen Xuan scoffed lightly and replied indifferently, everyone, please refrain from lamenting my uselessness. Let us proceed to pay our respects to the holy son Ji and fulfill my 3rd condition. Upon hearing this, Li Yinglian also came to her senses and promptly issued orders. Consequently, Qi Shuzi, Elder Tongchui, and others took the spirit stones to repair the mountain-protecting formation and the ancient formation of creation. As for the remaining multitude of members from the Haoran Sword sect, they formed a queue and soared towards the Jade Maiden Peak. Du Ming approached and returned the Panlong treasure ring to Chen Xuan. He expressed his discontent, saying, Xuan, there is truly no need for you to ingratiate yourself with Ji Wushuang, with so many people coming to bestow their blessings upon him. Isn't he already soaring with pride? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan smiled disdainfully and remarked, curse his mother. Do you believe that Ji Wushuang will be so enraged he might spew blood? Chapter 36. The most malevolent beings, the heart demon from beyond. Ji Wushuang reclined on the warm jade soft bed, his eyes betraying a barely concealed fury. He was acutely aware that his relationship with Lu Ruyan was merely a fade of intimacy. Yet, he found it difficult to suppress the anguish of being wronged. What troubled Ji Wushuang the most was the very individual who had brought him such humiliation, someone who had recently bullied him. It was utterly infuriating. At that moment, his 2nd senior sister, Shen Qingqing, hurriedly entered. With a joyous exclamation, she announced, little junior brother, I bring magnificent news. Subsequently, Shen Qingqing recounted the occurrences in the Haoran Great Hall. How wonderful! Ji Wushuang exclaimed, sitting up with alacrity. The ancient formation of creation was about to commence, which meant his injuries could heal within 7 or 8 days. Moreover, Ji Yaiyue had broken through to the transformation stage, making her position as deputy sect leader a tangible prospect. This news filled Ji Wushuang with unbridled elation. Just then, members of the Haoran Sword sect streamed in, offering words of comfort and encouragement. They wished for Ji Xingzi's swift recovery, noting that he had not only gathered the sect's great fortune, but also attained the source of immortality, ensuring an illustrious future ahead. Best wishes to Ji Xingzi. The identical blessings echoed repeatedly. However, the smile on Ji Wushuang's face gradually stiffened, morphing into an expression of complexity. His lips twitched, and the smoldering anger within him intensified. Particularly the phrase source of immortality felt like a stinging slap across his face. Yet, he was compelled to respond with a smile to these blessings. No one could fathom the depth of Ji Wushuang's pain, the fury, the discontent. Half an hour later, after everyone had offered their blessings, Zhao Kaiyue and the other 3 women exchanged glances and collectively voiced their well wishes. May our little junior brother's injuries heal swiftly. You have gathered the sect's great fortune and attained the source of immortality, ensuring a boundless future ahead. Ji Wushuang could no longer contain himself. A mouthful of black blood erupted forth. He fainted on the spot. An hour later, Ji Wushuang gradually regained consciousness, only to find himself at the core of the ancient formation of creation. The formation had already been activated, and strands of pale green mist permeated his being. Ji Wushuang could not help but emit a satisfied moan, feeling his injuries ameliorate significantly. However, the memories of everyone's blessings still gnawed at him, leaving a nauseating sensation akin to having swallowed a dead rat. Futile. A hauntingly eerie voice resonated. Truly, a being of pure malevolence. Human, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you aspire to become a demon immortal? Do you yearn to surpass all living beings? A cloud of gray mist materialized out of thin air, transforming into a face that twisted grotesquely, exuding an aura of utmost wickedness. Ji Wushuang was taken aback, instinctively launching an attack. Yet, it proved largely ineffective. He. I am the great outer domain heart demon, an undying and imperishable existence. Once you succumb to the demon, you shall gain my power, achieving eternal life and becoming invincible across the heavens and earth. The seductive whispers reverberated, laced with an enchanting melody that ensnared Ji Wushuang in a web of doubt. Nevertheless, he ultimately shook his head in refusal. Succumbing to the demon within the Howren Sword sect was tantamount to courting death. It was far too perilous. The power of the outer domain heart demon could flawlessly mask all signs of your descent into darkness, transforming you into an unparalleled prodigy of the 9th grade golden core. Oh, dear little one, allow me to present you with a scroll. It is a masterpiece painted by Ji Yaoyue after a tempestuous encounter with Chen Xuan in the side hall today, capturing her ethereal grace. Are you not enraged? Let that fury intensify. It will awaken your deeper, demonic nature and strength. Thus, you must frequently gaze upon this scroll. The seductive tones of the outer domain heart demon penetrated the very depths of Ji Wushuang's soul. After a moment of stunned silence, he felt as if he were on the brink of madness. No, this cannot be. You are lying. Ji Wushuang roared in fury. In that instant, he beheld a long scroll descending from the heavens, unfurling slowly before him. Boom! At that moment, Ji Wushuang's eyes widened with rage. Consumed by a frenzied hatred, the vivid scenes within the scroll were imbued with life and spirit, piercing his soul like a multitude of sharp blades. Chen Xuan harmed his own mother? How could this be? Is this truly a masterpiece? Did she create this? Oh, I am consumed with rage. I shall slay that beast. Wretched creature, how dare you do this? Was it for the sake of exchanging for spirit stones? Ah, I will end the life of that worthless Chen Xuan. Ji Wushuang's countenance twisted into a grotesque mask of fury, her teeth clashing audibly in her wrath. She yearned to annihilate Chen Xuan on the spot, to drink his blood, to devour his flesh. Soon after, Ji Wushuang collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by tears. Her psyche had shattered completely. She cried out in desperation, "No, this cannot be. I will not allow it." Rage, uncontainable fury, resentment, an ocean of grievances. Ji Wushuang's eyes transformed, the whites disappearing, her pupils morphing into a pitch-black abyss, growing ever deeper and more sinister. A malevolent shadow emerged at her brow, emanating a chilling, sinister laughter. At last, a perfect vessel has been acquired. Ji Wushuang, I wish us a fruitful collaboration. The eerie laughter lingered, gradually fading away. Ji Wushuang sat cross-legged, unleashing an unfathomable power of devouring, akin to a gaping black hole. Time flowed like water, and 10 days swiftly passed. Only 5 days remained until the Master Selection Conference. Not only the sacred sons and daughters of the 9 sects and 13 gates, but even the prodigies of various righteous factions were preparing eagerly. News had spread that Mu Yun, the immortal, would not only select one heir, but may also choose 3 named disciples, each destined for unimaginable fortune. Who wouldn't desire a share of such a lucrative opportunity? On one particular morning, a sharp and clear sword cry echoed from the ancient formation of creation. The elders and disciples of the Howren Sword sect were stirred. Suddenly, a torrent of sword energy erupted, tearing through the ancient array. And Ji Wushuang soared forth upon the wave of energy, her injuries fully healed. Moreover, a radiant golden 9th grade elixir floated above her head. Li Yinglian, Ji Yaoyue, and others rushed to witness this spectacle, their hearts soaring with elation. The entire Howren Sword sect erupted in jubilation. When Shirley arrived at the Xuandian and conveyed the news to Chen Xuan, he too was slightly taken aback. Yet, Chen Xuan merely smiled with a calm demeanor. The 9th grade elixir paired with the heavenly profound sword body was indeed dazzling. However, I, Chen Xuan, possessed the heart of a true dragon. Having cultivated the 9 yang true dragon art and the true dragon body. I am far more exceptional than you. Only 5 days remain until the Master Selection Conference? Excellent. On that day, I, Chen Xuan, shall no longer pretend. I will reveal my true self. Then, I shall publicly withdraw from the Howard sect. Ji Wushuang, enjoy your fleeting triumph for these 5 days. Let us observe the Master Disciples Conference. Which candidate will Mu Yun select as his chosen one? Chen Xuan quietly contemplated, confidently gazing towards the majestic hall of Howard. Beneath his eyes lay a chilling disdain and pride. The suffocating plot is drawing to a close, and soon, a thrilling narrative will commence. Chapter 37, A Lady 3000. Ascending to the Celestial Realm. In the Bibo Cave, Ji Wushuang reclined comfortably in the warm springs, relishing the bliss of indulgence. Beside him, the enchanting Lu Rian dutifully massaged his shoulders, embodying the demeanor of an obedient wife. At a certain moment, Ji Wushuang turned over, gently caressing Lu Rian's delicate features. With a commanding smile, he declared, "Sister Rian, I have already proposed to the sect leader to hold a celebration for your conferral as the saintess tomorrow." He had received a nod of approval. This celebration will be unprecedented in scale, with invitations sent to numerous forces within the jurisdiction of the Howard sect, including the 8 great families and over 20 dynasties. Prepare to dazzle all in attendance. Lu Rian's beautiful eyes sparkled, reminiscent of ethereal mist. She then replied with a charming smile, "I shall defer to the arrangements of the sect. I only wish to collaborate with you, junior brother, to ensure that you secure the title of champion at the Master Accepting Conference. At present, your prowess undoubtedly stands unrivaled among the younger generation of the 9 sects and 13 gates. The Howard sect's grand preparations are certainly not solely due to their regard for Lu Rian, but rather to elevate Ji Wushuang's reputation. The joyous occasion of Ji Wushuang's ascension from a 7th grade golden core to a 9th grade one must be widely celebrated, thus gaining an advantageous position at the Master Accepting Conference. In truth, the sect leader's orchestration of such a grand affair is also driven by another significant factor: the procurement of spirit stones to navigate through challenging times. Currently, the sect's supply of spirit stones is precariously low, and it is essential to exploit those plump sheep. Ji Wushuang elaborated, a hint of arrogance glimmering in his eyes. Lu Rian nodded in agreement. In that case, it seems mutually beneficial. Furthermore, there is more good news. The sect leader has stated that he will impart the technique of the twin sword fusion at the Saintess celebration, a unique divine-level swordsmanship of the sect. Ji Wushuang beamed. Is that truly the case? Lu Rian's eyes lit up, filled with delight. Indeed it is. Sister Rian, how will you express your gratitude? How vexing. Did I not already reward you? Not enough. Your beauty has me utterly captivated. Gee, you are too charming. Shortly after Ji Wushuang departed, a lean old man stealthily arrived at the Bibo Cave. It was none other than the infatuated swordsman, Situ Wui. He wore an awkward expression and lamented, "My dear, that little rascal Chen Xuan is far too cunning. He offered 500,000 high-grade spirit stones to have Qi Shuzi and others guard the Xian Hall. Yet that little beast remains holed up inside day after day. I have concealed myself on Jade Maiden Peak, lying in wait for many days without finding an opportune moment to strike and seize the treasure." Upon hearing this, Lu Rian coldly remarked, "Then we shall employ some unorthodox methods. I have heard that you are quite adept at utilizing toxic mists. Tomorrow, at the Saintess ceremony, I shall create an opportunity for you." This. Upon hearing her words, Situ Wuyo hesitated momentarily. Once poison is deployed, if he inadvertently exposes his whereabouts, the consequences would be dire. The Howard sect is not to be trifled with. Yet, the vow of the great Tao has already been made. He has no other choice, for otherwise, the backlash from the Tao would be equally fatal. Ultimately, Situ Wuyo nodded in agreement. After discussing the specific details, this infatuated swordsman of the peach blossom style quietly departed. Gurgling, the hot spring bubbled, its milky waters emanating a faint, fragrant aroma. Lu Rian shed her long skirt and plunged into the depths of the spring. Only her murmurs lingered, echoing softly within the azure waves of the cave. "Chen Xuan, do not blame me. If I do not kill you and obtain the blood of the Heart Order, how could I possibly cultivate formidable powers? I, too, wish to contend for the sole legacy of the Muyu immortal. To you, a worthless being, death would indeed be a release." In the northern polar city of the central continent, one of the major cities under the jurisdiction of the Sanqing sect and the Yuan dynasty, the streets bustled with life, thick with the essence of the mortal realm. An elderly Taoist with hair and beard as white as snow strolled leisurely down a street when suddenly, a copper mirror hanging at his waist began to vibrate incessantly. With a quick gesture, he seemed to vanish from sight, drawing no attention from the ordinary folk. The old Taoist grasped the copper mirror, and upon caressing it, a blurred shadow materialized upon its surface. "Shadow, what news?" he inquired. "Master, Chen Xuan is in peril. I cannot guarantee his safety." The old Taoist was none other than the Muyu immortal. However, upon hearing this, he did not exhibit any urgency. Instead, he smiled and asked Shadow, "You have been observing Chen Xuan for some time. What is his disposition?" The Shadow replied, "Master, Chen Xuan is both courageous and astute, with clear distinctions between gratitude and resentment." The Muyu immortal nodded in satisfaction and said, "In that case, continue to protect him. This young man has fortuitous luck in romance, having caught the eye of the 7th princess of the Qingqiu clan. That little fox is hidden within the secret chamber of the Xian Hall." "What?" "The princess by Bingyan, who possesses the royal blood of the 9-tailed heavenly fox, the only one in 3,000 years, has just reached maturity and broken through to the tribulation stage?" The Shadow exclaimed in astonishment. The Muyu immortal chuckled, "Shadow, unless absolutely necessary, you must not reveal your identity. That little fox shall soon depart, and if Chen Xuan finds himself in danger, she will most likely intervene to protect him." "Understood, master." The surface of the copper mirror has returned to its ordinary state. The immortal Mu Yun shook his head with a light chuckle, saying, "Ah, Chen Xuan, my young friend. You have yet to apprentice yourself, yet I have already sought out a splendid match for you. Is it not a testament to my dedication that your master has taken such measures on your behalf? A woman older by 3 years bears treasures aplenty, your betrothed, though over 2 millennia in age, may indeed aid you in attaining immortality and becoming an ancestor." He laughed heartily, taking a step that brought him instantaneously to a mountain estate. The winding path, paved with blue stones, led into the serene depths of a tranquil courtyard. Beneath a rocky hill, the canopies of 3 ancient trees provided shade to a pavilion, shielding it from the scorching sun. Within the pavilion sat a delicately crafted girl of around 12 or 13 years. With 2 skyward braids held by crimson ribbons, her youthful visage was utterly charming, evoking a desire to pinch her cheeks. However, her gaze was one of prideful aloofness, imbued with an ethereal grace. She was none other than the esteemed elder of the heavenly maiden sect, Maiden. As the immortal Mu Yun materialized, the girl sensed his presence and immediately summoned a multicolored silk. With a flourish, Mu Yun effortlessly sent the silk flying back. He jested, "You girl, we meet again. It seems your ageless technique has encountered a flaw. Each time I see you, you appear younger." Maiden retracted the silken fabric with a sigh, expressing her frustration. "Senior Mu Yun, the issues with my ageless technique are indeed significant. I am aware of the solution, yet the blood of a true dragon is exceedingly rare. I can assist you in acquiring sufficient true dragon blood. However, there is a condition attached," Mu Yun replied with a smile. Maiden was momentarily taken aback, but then filled with joy, eagerly inquiring with barely concealed excitement. Yet, Mu Yun, with measured calmness, remarked, "Let us first discuss my condition. I wish to propose to you on behalf of my disciple. How does that sound?" Chapter 38. Rarely do kindred spirits meet, their hearts intertwined like flowing silk. The Longyuan River, winding for 1,000 miles, reveals the flourishing essence of water under the moonlight. Chen Xuan was diligently capturing fireflies amidst the reeds, subsequently condensing them into a substantial orb using the essence of 9 dragons. After half an hour, he excitedly dove into the river, employing a hand gesture to activate the protective formation, and descended into the water palace. In a secluded chamber, Bai Bingyan was luxuriating in a warm, intricately carved jade bath, exuding an air of languid contentment. Various petals floated gracefully on the surface of the water, and the rising steam accentuated her enchanting beauty. With a gentle flick of her jade-like hand, she playfully splashed the water, a faint smile gracing her lips, her exquisite visage radiating a maternal glow. It had been 10 days since her attempt to educate her husband had faltered, and these 10 days had become the most unforgettable of Bai Bingyan's life. She and Chen Xuan swiftly entered a passionate romance, inseparable as if bound by an unbreakable adhesive. As their feelings deepened, their love naturally followed suit, becoming increasingly fervent. Lost in her musings, Bai Bingyan was suddenly interrupted by Chen Xuan's enthusiastic entrance. "Ah, husband, I'm in the bath," she playfully chided. "My apologies." Chen Xuan awkwardly smiled, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. He then cast the sphere of true essence, formed by the 9 dragons, onto the ground before approaching. "My dear, may I offer you a gentle massage of your fragrant shoulders? I assure you, it will be an indescribable delight." "Absolutely not. You are incorrigibly mischievous. My dear husband, could you step outside for a moment? Allow me to don my dress first. But you shall be removing it shortly. Why complicate matters?" He chuckled. "Out you go." With a light huff and a wave of her hand, Bai Bingyan effortlessly sent Chen Xuan tumbling outside. She soon emerged, elegantly attired and enveloped in a faint, ethereal mist, reminiscent of a divine fairy gracing the mortal realm. "My dear, behold the gift I have brought for you." Chen Xuan, filled with excitement, flicked his fingers, causing a sphere of 9 dragon true essence to crack open, releasing a myriad of fireflies into the air. "Oh, how beautiful!" Bai Bingyan's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight. The multitude of fireflies, shimmering with a dreamlike green glow, adorned the void with an exquisite and romantic charm. This scene melted the heart of the young girl Bai Bingyan entirely. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan deftly maneuvered his fingers through the air, swiftly forming the fireflies into a colossal heart. A soft sigh escaped Bai Bingyan as she melted into Chen Xuan's embrace, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions, overwhelmed with feelings of love and happiness. In that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over her. As he held the fragrant and delicate Bai Bingyan in his arms, Chen Xuan was far from the unflappable gentleman. He leaned in and whispered sweet nothings into her ear. "How rare it is to find a soulmate, our hearts intertwined." "Husband, I love you too," Bai Bingyan murmured softly, a rosy blush blooming on her fair cheeks, reminiscent of peach blossoms in early spring. Soon, the two shared a tender kiss. No matter how perfect and aloof a celestial being may be, when faced with unwavering strength, she can be transformed into a trembling, delicate maiden. Bai Bingyan was such a sight at this moment. Despite possessing extraordinary power at the 4th stage of tribulation, she was utterly defeated by Chen Xuan, overwhelmed in every regard. Yet, Bai Bingyan also savored the joys of being a woman, indescribably delightful. 2 hours later, the couple nestled together in bliss. Bai Bingyan softly said, "Husband, will you return with me to Qingqiu? I wish to make you my spouse, so we can be eternally happy together. I must depart in 3 days. There is a matter of great importance concerning the demon race at Wanyao Mountain that only my bloodline can resolve." As she mentioned the secret of the demon race, she hesitated, filled with regret. Chen Xuan nodded and spoke softly. "At the master-disciple ceremony, I must settle matters with the Howard Sword sect and Ji Yaoyue. My dear, remain patiently in Qingqiu. Your husband will hasten to find you." "Not so obedient." Bai Bingyan huffed with a hint of pride, a rare blush adorning her cheeks. "Dare to abandon me? Be cautious, or I shall mischievously spank you." Chen Xuan chuckled, gently brushing his fingers across the delicate, refined nose of Bai Bingyan. The two shared an intimate moment before Chen Xuan commenced his cultivation. Ever since reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier of qi refinement, he had not made any progress. However, after a diligent 10 days of practice, he sensed that a breakthrough was imminent. Meanwhile, Bai Bingyan languidly reclined upon her jade bed, her fragrant hand propping up her chin as she gazed softly at Chen Xuan. Her eyes filled with tenderness. Unbeknownst to him, her other hand absent-mindedly caressed her abdomen. 3 days prior, she had faintly sensed a subtle life force within her, and now she was certain that she was with child. This news, however, was something she chose not to share with Chen Xuan just yet. She planned to reveal it to him 3 days later, at the time of their parting. The following day, the entire Howard Sword sect was adorned with festive decorations. Bustling with excitement, the Saintess celebration was about to commence. After a long absence, Lu Rian made her appearance, her every smile and frown captivating the hearts of many male disciples. Early in the morning, various forces within the jurisdiction of the Howard Sword sect, including the 8 prominent families and envoys from over 20 royal dynasties, arrived with lavish gifts to extend their congratulations. It was evident to many discerning individuals that the true purpose of this celebration was to amass wealth and cultivate influence. Recently, Li Yinglian and others had invested a staggering 5 million top-grade spirit stones to assist Ji Wushuang in consolidating her celestial essence, leading to a significant depletion of spirit stones within the sect. The forces within their territory were akin to well-fed sheep, ready to be sheared. As elders and disciples from the 9 sects and 13 schools were present at the Sword sect, they attended the celebration on behalf of their respective sections. The expressions of figures like Santong Lao Dao were far from pleasant. Initially, many had believed that Ji Wushuang, having suffered severe injuries from a mysterious assailant, would not recover in time for the apprenticeship ceremony. To their astonishment, this young man defied expectations, not only healing but also elevating his 7th grade golden elixir to the 9th grade. What could be said in comparison? Although their own saintly son and daughter were remarkable, they paled in comparison to Chen Xuan. The luck of the Sword sect in recruiting disciples was truly extraordinary. Before Chen Xuan manifested the 9th grade golden elixir, the young generation of Central Continent had not witnessed such a prodigious talent in 5 centuries. What was the outcome? Chen Xuan had just been deemed a failure when a remarkable figure named Ji Wushuang emerged swiftly. Even though the likes of Daoist San and others speculated that it was the result of celestial source transformation, their envy was unmistakable. Little did they know that Ji Wushuang's astonishing metamorphosis stemmed from her fusion with the great external heart demon. Moreover, they were oblivious to the fact that during the Saintis festival, the individual they deemed worthless, Chen Xuan, would reveal an unparalleled spirit and grace. Chapter 39. The desire for life and the wish for death. Initially, Chen Xuan had no intention of attending the Saintis festival. However, upon the departure of Qi Shuzi and others, he was suddenly seized by an inexplicable sense of foreboding that sent shivers down his spine. It felt as though a venomous serpent lurked in the shadows, silently locking onto him, poised to strike at any moment. Thus, Chen Xuan called out loudly for Qi Shuzi and the others to take him along. Although Bai Bingyan was present in the secret chamber, ensuring his safety, Chen Xuan wished to keep her concealed. The relationship between the demon clan and the human race was not overtly hostile, yet it was far from harmonious. Furthermore, Bai Bingyan's identity was exceedingly unique. Upon Chen Xuan's appearance outside the Grand Hall, a stir of astonishment and debate erupted. Am I seeing things? Does Chen Xuan still have the audacity to attend the celebration? Do you think our so-called useless saint's son regrets it? Had he possessed even a modicum of masculinity back then, he might have had a saintess partner by now. Does he even deserve that? Just thinking about how my goddess was once sullied by him makes me want to die. The leap into the 7 treasures, glazed pool. The excruciating pain of the 3 light, divine water slicing flesh and scraping bones. All of this reflects Saintess Lu's disdain. Now, she remains pure and untarnished, with no connection to this failure. In response to their words, Chen Xuan chose to remain indifferent. A dragon does not converse with a snake. These wretches were unworthy of his consideration. Let them gossip. The more they revel in their chatter now, the more brutally they shall be silenced on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony. Xiangu, Du Ming fortuitously arrived and quickly approached him. In a hushed tone, he conveyed, "The sect's demon-hunting team has returned." The casualties were devastating. Elder Xingtian was gravely injured and afflicted by a peculiar poison, reportedly reducing his strength to the nascent soul stage. That fellow, Niu Ben, was also severely wounded and has been cursing incessantly, claiming they fell into a trap. Chen Xuan's expression suddenly changed. In his heart, Elder Xingtian was akin to a stern father, having risked his life multiple times during missions to save him. His disciple, Niu Ben, possessed innate strength and a bold character, forming an indomitable trio with Du Ming and Chen Xuan, known as the Iron Triangle of the Demon Hunters. Do not be anxious. The peculiar poison afflicting Elder Xingtian should be barely under control. He also instructed me to convey his message to you, stating that after the celebration, he shall visit you at the Xian Hall, Du Ming reassured. Chen Xuan nodded, inexplicably feeling somewhat dismal. As the two were engaged in conversation, Elder Tianqing arrived with Niu Ben in tow. Dai Tao, standing nearby, chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude, remarking, "Young Master Chen Xuan, it seems you can once again make a show of yourself, no longer needing to grovel for mercy. After all, Elder Tianqing regards you as his own." Upon hearing his words, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Humph. The emaciated Elder Tianqing let out a cold snort, an aura of murderous intent radiating intensely from him. His lips tinged with a purplish hue, he spoke icily, I have heard of the events that have transpired during this period. Some individuals have truly gone too far. Let it be known, should anyone dare to bully Chen Xuan again, they must first pass through me. This was the unequivocal stance of Elder Tianqing. I feel the same. Niu Ben bellowed, his bronze-hued, robust form towering at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, resembling a colossal humanoid beast. Chen Xuan felt a sudden pang in his nose, inexplicably moved. True feelings reveal themselves in times of adversity. After his self-detonation of the 9th-grade Golden Dan, he had plummeted from the heights to the depths. How many in the Haoran sword sect truly held him in regard? Due to Elder Tianqing's imposing reputation, no one dared to mock him for the moment. Niu Ben encircled Chen Xuan's neck, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Brother Xuan, do not lose heart. Lu Rian is nothing but a vile wretch, a worn-out shoe. Given the chance, I shall strike her down to avenge you." "All right, remember your promise, you rascal," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. The four of them then entered the grand hall of Haoran together. Inside, the hall was already teeming with people. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan strode directly towards his seat as the Holy Son. "Oh, he still has the gall to come? Our Holy Son Chen Xuan has quite the thick skin. If I were him, I'd bury my head in my trousers. How could he dare attend the celebration?" C2 Yulong and others murmured among themselves, their disdain palpable. Especially as they saw Chen Xuan boldly seated at the forefront of the hall, their irritation grew. Feeling a deep sense of insult, Sect Master Li Yinglian, seated at the head, delivered a few polite remarks and then announced the official commencement of the Holy Maiden celebration. Auspicious colors filled the air and ethereal lights danced. Accompanied by music, a breathtaking figure floated into the hall on white clouds. Lu Rian. She emanated an aura of cold elegance, adorned in a flowing white gown, her beauty unparalleled, with an enchanting allure that could rival the moon and flowers. Particularly, her exceptionally ample bosom seemed on the verge of bursting forth, adding a tantalizing charm to her celestial presence. As Lu Rian's enchanting gaze swept over the hall, it unexpectedly landed on Chen Xuan, causing her to momentarily falter. Her delicate brows knitted slightly in concern. This was troublesome. Lu Rian had orchestrated an assassination plan, convinced that Chen Xuan would not dare attend the celebration. Surely, he could not be so shameless? To her surprise, Chen Xuan had indeed come. Thus, the likelihood of success for the Peach Blossom Sword enthusiast's strike had diminished significantly. The crowd, unaware of Lu Rian's inner turmoil, noted her displeasure and wished fervently to expel Chen Xuan. "You, a worthless holy son, how dare you attend the celebration when you have grievances with the Holy Maiden? A dung beetle wearing a mask, utterly shameless." At that moment, another figure soared into the grand hall, none other than Ji Wuxuan. He was as striking as jade, exuding effortless charm, causing Zhao Kaiwei and the other women to gaze at him with envy. "Sister Rian, congratulations on becoming the Holy Maiden of our Haoran sword sect. This is my gift to you." Ji Wuxuan, graceful and refined, presented his gift, inciting envy among the onlookers. Standing beside Lu Rian, they exuded an aura reminiscent of celestial lovers. Zhao Kaiwei, Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Xuan gritted their teeth in secret, consumed by jealousy and admiration. Especially Bai Ling, a woman of overwhelming possessiveness, embodies the essence of love that desires life and loathing that wishes for death. With a fleeting glance at Chen Xuan, a sudden inspiration struck her. In a swift motion, Bai Ling produced a jade flute and proclaimed, "Junior sister Lu Rian, today marks your momentous occasion. As I am a practitioner of the art of sound, may I play a tune on this flute to celebrate?" Lu Rian responded with a radiant smile, her voice soft. "If so, I thank you, senior sister Bai Ling." Suddenly, Bai Ling turned her gaze towards Chen Xuan, laughing, "Junior brother, during your audacious endeavor to seize the ancient sword palace in the bloody mire, the holy maiden Lu once lay drunken in your embrace, serenading you with a song composed solely for you, titled Longing. Might I be so bold as to request you to perform this piece?" Boom. At her words, the hall erupted in astonishment. Every pair of eyes fixated on Lu Rian, who at that moment turned as cold as frost, her beautiful eyes locked onto Bai Ling. Seemingly ablaze with fury, Bai Ling's words had unveiled Lu Rian's deepest wounds, an unadulterated provocation and humiliation. How dare she? How dare she? Chapter 40. Chen Xuan, why do you not hasten to kneel? Within the grand hall, the tension between the two women was palpable, their eyes clashing with the ferocity of gunpowder. At any moment, It seemed a fierce confrontation was on the brink of eruption. The atmosphere had become suffocating. As the saying goes, one should strike without hitting the face, an insult without exposing the flaws. Bai Ling's actions were deemed excessive by the onlookers. This was, after all, a ceremony for the Holy Maiden. With the powers of 9 sects and 13 gates in attendance, her interference at such a moment was both reckless and profoundly foolish. Ji Yaoyue, visibly irritated, coldly interjected, "Linger, cease this nonsense at once. Apologize to Holy Maiden Lu." "Master, I am not being foolish. I am merely extending my congratulations," Bai Ling retorted. She relished the sight of Lu Ruyan's icy demeanor, reveling in her triumph. "A seductive harlot seeking to entice my little junior brother. How dare she think herself worthy? I am intentionally reminding my junior brother of Lu Ruyan's past indiscretions. His heart must belong solely to me, Bai Ling." At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled. Radiating beauty like a white lotus in bloom, she gently parted her lips, saying, "Senior sister Bai Ling, I have spoken of you on numerous occasions with young Master Ji. He praises your beauty and kindness, declaring you a true master of the art of sound, with unparalleled flute-playing skills. Today, during the celebration, your willingness to perform is greatly appreciated. Please, go ahead." As Lu Ruyan spoke, she elegantly gestured for Bai Ling to proceed. Her demeanor, her magnanimity, her eloquence garnered nods of approval from the members of Haoran Sword Sect. Truly, the Holy Maiden of Haoran Sword Sect possesses a heart of remarkable breadth. With a resounding applause from Situ Yulong, the hall was soon filled with thunderous claps. Bai Ling's brows furrowed in displeasure. She spoke at length, intending to disgust Lu Ruyan, to remind the young junior, and to mock Chen Xuan, that good-for-nothing. However, Lu Ruyan effortlessly diffused the situation with just a few words, showcasing her remarkable grace. Bai Ling was incensed. Jealousy surged like a relentless tide within her heart. She feigned concern and asked, "Saintess Lu, do you truly not mind? This lingering sentiment won't remind you of some unpleasant past, will it?" "Third senior sister, you may select a different tune. Why must it be this one?" Ji Wushuang said, displeased. Whenever he beheld Chen Xuan, images from the erotic paintings of spring and romance would flood his mind, igniting his resentment. Thus, Ji Wushuang harbored a deep distaste for Bai Ling's repeated mention of the lingering sentiment. Meanwhile, Situ Yulong, among the crowd, caught sight of Lu Ruyan's heartbreakingly fragile beauty and felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. He longed to embrace her and provide her with the care she deserved. As one of Lu Ruyan's devoted admirers, he would gladly lay down his life for her, and he would not allow his goddess to endure such humiliation. Situ Yulong, filled with indignation, exclaimed. Saintess Lu leaped into the glazed 7 treasure pool, risking her life to reclaim her pure and pristine form. Seeking to sever ties with the past. Bai Ling, your incessant prattling about this lingering sentiment is meant to provoke, isn't it? I merely speak the truth, Bai Ling retorted defiantly. She then caught sight of Chen Xuan, lounging on the Saint Sun's throne, watching the spectacle with an air of indifference, which nearly caused her to explode with rage. This scoundrel, it's all his fault. A complete waste of space. If he would only cling to Lu Ruyan like a mangy dog, that wretch wouldn't have the chance to provoke my Wushuang. Bai Ling, wary of Situ Yulong's influence, dared not confront him directly. Instead, she redirected her fury towards Chen Xuan, gritting her teeth as she demanded, Chen Xuan, I am addressing you. Why do you not respond? Are you deliberately trying to see me humiliated? Does that amuse you? Chen Xuan was taken aback and replied nonchalantly, Indeed. It is rather satisfying to witness you being scolded by someone of Situ Yulong's caliber. The crowd. Situ Yulong, what? Chen Xuan leisurely sat, continuing in a calm manner. Bai Ling, that song longing filled with insincerity and pretense is indeed well suited for your performance. Playing it at this celebration would be nothing short of exquisite. I have no objections. You may commence your flute playing now. Bai Ling's chest heaved, nearly bursting with indignation. Chen Xuan's words were akin to a series of soft daggers, piercing through her composure until it threatened to shatter. Playing the flute? What nonsense! Ji Yaoyue's brows furrowed, her voice sharp and commanding as she admonished, Bai Ling, do you comprehend the gravity of this occasion? How dare you behave so recklessly? Return to Yinu Peak at once and reflect upon your actions. Understood, Bai Ling replied, her voice laced with frustration and resentment. Before departing, she shot a venomous glare at Chen Xuan. And you, Chen Xuan, Ji Yaoyue's chest rose and fell with indignation as she coldly articulated. Ever since you self-destructed your golden core and rendered yourself useless, your words have grown increasingly audacious. Do not presume that your meager past achievements grant you the right to cast blame with such vitriol. Allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. One who seeks their own demise shall surely find it. Within the grand hall of Howren, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. In the next moment, before Chen Xuan could retort, a figure abruptly rose. It was Elder Tianqing. His face was a mask of intensity as he thundered, Ji Yaoyue, it is you who has overstepped. Are you aware of the countless contributions Chen Xuan has made to the Howren sect? His self-detonation of a 9th-grade golden core was a result of his unwavering defense of Yuna Peak. And how have you treated this great hero? Faced with the wrath of Elder Tianqing, Ji Yaoyue showed no sign of fear. Her voluptuous form trembled with excitement. Over the years, Elder Tianqing had been regarded by all as the prime candidate for the position of vice sect master. Now, having been afflicted by a peculiar poison, his strength had plummeted from the 7th grade's 6th stage of transformation to the nascent soul stage. He had lost all eligibility for the vice sect master position. If she could subdue Elder Tianqing, her glory would be unparalleled. Thus, Ji Yaoyue maintained her lofty demeanor, unyielding in her rebuttal. Once a teacher, always a mother. My sternness towards my disciple is of no concern to you, Elder Tianqing. To reprimand Chen Xuan is my prerogative, and should I choose to chastise him, it is solely to spur his growth. Do you believe this rebellious disciple would not eagerly seek my guidance even through punishment? At her declaration, an astonished silence blanketed the room. Not just the representatives of the 9 sects and 13 schools, but even the members of the Howren sect were left dumbfounded. Good heavens, their worldviews lay in tatters. Chen Xuan, is he truly so despicable? Is he a masochist? Or perhaps Ji Yaoyue is merely boasting recklessly. Such nonsense. Elder Tianqing trembled with anger, his expression darkening instantaneously. I too share the sentiment that this is utter drivel. Niu Ben echoed loudly, his face a mask of outrage. Your words hold no weight. Ji Yaoyue, with a confident flourish, retrieved a crimson, exquisite whip from her storage ring, striking it to produce a crisp sound, and arrogantly proclaimed, Chen Xuan, do hurry and kneel before me, pleading for your master to bestow upon you the whip. Chapter 41. Your master provides you a way down. You would be wise to take it Ji Yaoyue's demeanor was one of haughty aloofness, embodying the essence of an ethereal being untouched by worldly affairs. Her words and actions epitomized that cold elegance. Yet, the expressions of the gathered crowd in the grand hall were peculiar. Was this request not excessively outrageous? However, upon witnessing Ji Yaoyue's confident gaze, a glimmer of belief flickered among them. Their curiosity was suddenly piqued. Dai Tao, Situ Yulong, and others chuckled with malicious glee. If Chen Xuan were to comply, he would truly be trampled into the dust. Yet, should he dare to refuse, his future at Yunu Peak would undoubtedly be grim. Indeed, very grim. After all, a useless holy son holds even less value than a mere servant disciple. Elder Tianqing, Du Meng, Niu Ben, Shirlei, and others seethed with indignation, as Ji Yaoyue's demand was a severe affront to dignity. However, they remained silent. Some decisions must ultimately be made by Chen Xuan himself. Ji Wushuang's features contorted slightly, her heart raging with a frenzied outcry. Why should he be rewarded? How infuriating! This waste of a person, he does not deserve your whip. No one besides me is worthy. Yet, under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan merely smiled with amusement. The corners of his mouth curled up in a sardonic grin as he retorted, My dear master, one may feast abundantly, but one must be cautious with their words. Are you not feeling quite unwell? Ji Yaoyue's brows furrowed, anger surfacing on her fair countenance. She raised her voice, coldly stating, Wretched disciple, think carefully before you respond. Your master offers you a way down. You would do well to take it. The tone dripped with threat, akin to delivering an ultimatum. Yet, Chen Xuan simply laughed in disdain, responding coolly, I refuse. What can you do to me? You. Ji Yaoyue was instantly enraged. Her aura of the transformation stage subtly swelling, on the brink of eruption. She had assumed that Chen Xuan's infatuation with her had reached a fever pitch, and that her request was not unreasonable. Perhaps, this wretched disciple had long yearned for such a moment. To her astonishment, he was putting on an act? At this moment, Elder Tianqing stepped forward just in time, placing himself before Chen Xuan. What is it, Ji Wushuang? Are you resorting to violence because your threats have failed? Do not forget, Chen Xuan is still the holy son of our sect, not someone you can freely strike or insult. Humph. Ji Yaoyue let out a cold snort, rendered speechless by the retort. Enough of the quarrels. The celebration of the Holy Maiden is the matter at hand. Li Yinglian, seated at the head of the Grand Hall, spoke slowly. Consequently, everyone returned to their respective places, and the Holy Maiden ceremony continued. After a series of intricate rituals, Lu Rian was proclaimed the Holy Maiden of the Haoran Sword sect in front of all witnesses. She stood gracefully, resembling a resplendent white lotus in full bloom, evoking a sense of reverence. Ji Wushuang, with an air of exalted elegance, stood beside Lu Rian like a noble gentleman of the world. The two appeared as a pair of celestial lovers, perfectly matched. At this juncture, Li Yinglian remarked with a smile, Wushuang was ambushed and gravely injured by a villain. Fortunately, with his unparalleled talent, he acquired the essence of the celestial source, elevating his 7th grade golden elixir to the 9th grade. This is indeed a momentous occasion for our Haoran Sword sect. Coupled with Rian becoming the sect's holy maiden, it is a second great joy. As such, we must reward them. With a flourish, Li Yinglian produced 2 jade tomes, 1 gold and 1 silver, from her storage ring, presenting them to Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian. These tomes record the unique secret technique of our Haoran Sword sect, the fusion of twin swords. After you refine these tomes, comprehend and cultivate them, striving to shine brilliantly at the Master Recruitment Conference. Thank you for your gracious bestowal, sect leader. Thank you, sect leader. After receiving the jade tomes, Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian exchanged glances and began to refine them publicly. Soon, the tomes were assimilated into their beings. Buzzing. A radiant sword light enveloped both Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian, as if they were deciphering the essence of the fusion of twin swords. In no time, under the awed and envious gazes of those in the hall, the two aligned their palms together, and a terrifying sword energy erupted above their heads. One gleamed like the golden sun, the other cold as the moonlight. The two sword energies swiftly intertwined, gradually transforming, as an unsettling sword intent surged forth. Elder Qingxiu, filled with excitement, clapped his hands in admiration, truly deserving of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of our Haoran Sword sect. To grasp the true essence of the divine technique so swiftly. Remarkable talent indeed. His words resonated with the sentiments of everyone present. Even figures like the solitary and formidable Duguxia from the 9 sects and 13 gates displayed solemnity and respect. Witnessing this scene, Ji Yaoyue felt a surge of indignation. She declared proudly, "My disciple Wushuang possesses extraordinary talent and a celestial bearing. Even when Chen Xuan was not reduced to a mere shell of himself, he could not compare. And now, one is soaring in the heavens while the other wallows in the mire. There is no comparison at all." Ha ha. As C2 Yulong and Dai Tao heard this, they deliberately burst into laughter. At that moment, Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian exchanged a glance. Together, they unleashed a resonant cry. Divine sword technique, dual sword fusion. The two maintained their palms pressed together, swiftly spinning in place, while the formidable golden and silver sword energies rapidly merged into one. The onlookers widened their eyes and held their breath, eagerly anticipating the awe-inspiring spectacle of their mystical prowess. Chen Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a fleeting shadow of a sword flickered between his brows. With the heart of the sword, he urged forth. He was no benign soul, and how could he remain indifferent while this brazen couple paraded before him? It was utterly impossible. Thus, Chen Xuan resorted to the most direct and domineering method. He forcefully intervened with the heart of the sword. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted, and 2 terrifying strands of sword energy, which had been merging, immediately wreaked havoc. Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian simultaneously shrieked in agony, their bodies marred and battered, left in a state of utter disarray. What compounded their humiliation was the inexplicable weakness in their legs, which caused them to kneel directly before Chen Xuan. Indeed, their pretentious display had metamorphosed into sheer folly. Within the grand hall, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Many stood gaping, dumbfounded by the spectacle. Du Ming erupted into laughter, his guffaws echoing like a pig's squeal. At that moment, Chen Xuan remained impervious, seated grandly upon the throne of the Holy Sun, as unyielding as a mountain. He gazed down upon them, feigning difficulty, and said, "Ji Wushuang, Lu Rian, is it not an inappropriate time for such a display? Surely you do not seek a red envelope from me, do you? This is quite unexpected, and I am entirely unprepared. How infuriating. Ji Wushuang felt darkness cloud her vision, nearly collapsing to the ground in humiliation. It was a profound disgrace. Lu Ruyin was equally enraged, her impressive bosom stirring a tempest of emotions. Her eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. The fact that they knelt had nothing to do with Chen Xuan. It was the unfortunate consequence of their failed sword union. They yearned to unleash their wrath, but found no justification. Soon, the two rose, covered in blood and looking utterly woeful. Enough. Today's Sanctus festival concludes here. Li Yinglian, unable to bear the sight any longer, announced before vanishing into thin air. The elders and disciples departed in droves, whispering amongst themselves. Under the protection of Qi Shuzi and others, Chen Xuan departed with Elder Xing and Niu Ben, engaged in light-hearted banter. Within the grand hall, Ji Wushuang trembled in fury. He cast a fierce glare at Chen Xuan's retreating figure, his heart roaring. Extraterrestrial malevolent spirit, I wish for this wretch to suffer a fate worse than death. Aid me now. Immediately. At once. Chapter 42. Can you not wait, even 3 days? As dawn broke, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden sheen over the Shuangguan. In the spacious side hall, Elder Tianqing sipped from a fine wine, his eyes betraying an undercurrent of worry. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. Only 3 days remain until the master apprenticeship ceremony. Alas, what shall you do, young Chen Xuan? Beside him, Du Ming, Shirlei, and Niu Ben turned their gazes towards him, their brows furrowed, enveloped in an inexplicable weight of melancholy. The wager between Chen Xuan and Ji Yaoyue has long been the talk of Zhongzhou, stirring much excitement. Those with discerning eyes can easily perceive that after the master-apprentice ceremony, the bond between these two is likely nearing its end. At that time, Chen Xuan's situation will become exceedingly perilous. Chen Xuan drained his cup in one gulp, laughing heartily. If this place does not retain me, there shall be another that will. It is only where I am not wanted that I find myself in difficulty. In that moment, he radiated vitality, as if he had returned to his former glory. Elder Tianqing hesitated before speaking. Young Chen Xuan, it seems there is a misunderstanding between you and Ji Yaoyue. Perhaps it would be best to clarify things openly, or, at the very least, offer her a public apology? Unnecessary. Chen Xuan replied resolutely, shaking his head. He gazed toward the sun, which was gradually peeking through the clouds, and sighed. In the past, I believed that sincere devotion would inevitably yield rewards. Yet, it was only after self-destructing my 9th-grade golden elixir that I realized how profoundly mistaken I was. Some individuals are born as ingrates, only knowing how to take without understanding gratitude. Regardless of how much one sacrifices for them, it merely becomes an expectation. And when you are no longer of use, they will turn their backs ruthlessly. My relationship with Ji Yaoyue has long since shattered, akin to fire and water. Even if she were to see me breathe, she would deem me guilty. Elder Tianqing remained silent in response to this declaration. After being afflicted by a peculiar poison, had he not found himself in a similar predicament? Master, do not fret excessively. Brother Xian possesses the Bai Shui Dan Xian Ling. Which of the 9 sects and 13 factions does not wish to court his favor? What is so great about the Howrensword sect? Your injuries and poison were also a result of betrayal from within. Niu Ben declared with indignation. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt a chill run through him. The intelligence of the sect's demon hunting team was classified. Those permitted access to it were few. If there had been a leak, it would mean that someone at the highest echelons of the sect had colluded with demonic forces. Who could it be? Impudent. If you dare to speak of this again, I shall end you on the spot. Elder Tianqing admonished sharply, a flicker of wariness and coldness crossing his eyes. Words can be perilous, though he shared this sentiment. Speaking recklessly without evidence would only hasten one's demise. After being reprimanded, Niu Ben could only wear a sheepish and aggrieved expression. Chen Xuan's gaze flickered as he solemnly stated, Elder Tianqing, the venom from the dark mandala flower within you can only be cured by the essence of the 9 suns. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to seek it out. There is no challenge insurmountable for those with determination. The elder replied, Ah, young man, your resolve is commendable. However, the essence of the 9 suns is exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain. A glimmer of appreciation shone in Elder Tianqing's eyes, though a veil of sorrow lingered beneath. His path of cultivation had been abruptly severed by the dark mandala flower, leaving him understandably discontented. Yet, what could be done? In truth, upon learning the nature of the elder's affliction, Chen Xuan had inquired with Bai Bingyan in the secret chamber and discovered that the essence of the nine suns could indeed provide a cure. However, even Bai Bingyan, with her esteemed status, was unaware of the location of this ancient essence within the desolate realms. As the group was reveling in their merriment, a sudden cry for help pierced the air. Alas, there are practitioners of the demonic path spreading poison everywhere. Master, please return to Qian Peak to aid us. Junior sister is dead, and senior brother Qi is also lost. A young man arrived on a flying sword, his face shrouded in dark energy. No sooner had he uttered these words than he collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Jinyan, my disciple. Qi Shuzi's eyes widened in fury as he rushed to assist. But alas, it was too late. The beasts of the demonic path, I, Qi Shuzi, shall not rest until I have avenged you. He roared, unleashing his flying sword, which tore through the heavens with a thunderous roar. The more than 20 Yuanying elders present were equally stricken with alarm. This bodes ill. If even Qian Peak is engulfed in crisis, how can our smaller peaks hope to withstand such turmoil? My partner has just given birth to a child, and our strongest disciple is but a mere 4th grade 7th stage golden core. How can we possibly defend against this? Swiftly, we must return to lend aid, lest it be too late. The elders exclaimed, their composure unraveling. At that moment, Chen Xuan sensed a palpable aura of treachery and danger enveloping him. He swiftly proclaimed, the Howren Sword sect boasts formidable might. The appearance of these demonic practitioners is surely fleeting. I implore you all to uphold your oaths and ensure the safety of this holy sun. Yet, the 20 or so Yuanying elders remained indifferent, hastily taking to the skies on their swords. What was to be done? Chen Xuan's lips twitched slightly, and the sense of unease in his heart grew increasingly intense. Moments later, the elders of the 3 pathways, who resided in the Xian Hall, hurriedly arrived, exchanging secretive messages amongst themselves. They too sensed that something was amiss. At that very moment, a terrifying pressure emanating from a transcendent being suddenly erupted from afar, forcefully sweeping towards the Xian Hall. A figure enveloped by a fierce whirlwind entered the hall, obscuring its true visage. Instantly, the temperature within the Xian Hall plummeted, and a chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth. This was dire. The elders, including Elder Tianxing, turned pale in unison. Was this a diversionary tactic? The formidable expert, Qi Shuzi, had just departed with over 20 infant transformation elders. Whether they had fallen into a trap or had received instructions from someone, the assembly in the Xian Hall could not withstand a single transcendent being. With a crash, the elders and disciples from the 9 sects and 13 gates gathered together. Yet they did not protect Chen Xuan at the center. They had received directives from their sects and were all coveting the Bloodstone Heart command in Chen Xuan's possession. However, given the current situation, to insist on safeguarding Chen Xuan would be tantamount to courting death. In the face of this life-threatening crisis, one's own life ultimately took precedence. Elder Tianxing bellowed, disciple, you all must protect Chen Xuan and retreat. I will hold him off. The hall is near the Jade Maiden Hall. Ji Yaoyue will arrive soon. Upon finishing, he produced a golden pill and resolutely swallowed it. Boom. In an instant, Elder Tianxing's aura surged dramatically, propelling him from the infant transformation stage to the early transcendent stage. He drew forth his mid-grade treasured longsword and charged forth. Meanwhile, the transcendent being, encircled by the whirlwind, brandished a verdant longsword and struck with a single, devastating blow. In the next moment, 2 figures exuding terrifying energy clashed violently. Sword energy surged, and blade light rampaged. The entire Xian Hall was left in disarray, on the brink of collapse. Elder Tianxing soon found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, undeterred by death, he fought back fiercely, intent on taking down his opponent as well. Brother Xian, we must flee, Du Ming shouted, gripping Chen Xian's arm. Yet, Chen Xuan remained utterly still, his eyes filled with a chilling light. Escape? There was no need for that. The moment the grand formation of the Jade Maiden Peak was destroyed, Ji Yaoyue would become aware. She would come. She had long since arrived. Chen Xuan let out a self-deprecating smile, shaking his head with a sigh. Can you not endure even 3 days? No one knew. At this moment, beneath Chen Xuan's indifferent facade lay a profound disappointment, anger, and a murderous intent. Chapter 43. Who shall we blame to please the junior disciple now? Above the majestic hall, Li Yinglian, clad in a flowing azure robe, exuded a formidable aura akin to a surging tide. He gazed at the gathering elders of the sect and commanded, a band of demonic miscreants dares to repeatedly challenge the dignity of our Howren Sword sect. Fellow elders, Follow your sect master to vanquish these fiends. Clang, clang, clang. Each flying sword resonated with a long, melodious cry, as the elders brimmed with indomitable spirit. Subsequently, under Li Yinglian's leadership, they rushed towards the northern part of the sect, where several pillars of ominous black energy surged into the sky. Meanwhile, the location of the Jade Maiden Peak was situated in the southern part of the Howensort sect. Outside the Baibo cave, Lu Rian emerged, her pair of clear, beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of coldness and regret. Having paid such a hefty price merely to obtain the blood of the Heart Command, what was the outcome? She had fallen into the hands of that person. Now, she could only rely on the infatuated Taohua sword to cooperate with the other party. After a while, Lu Rian softly murmured, "Who could that person be? I feel an inexplicable familiarity with his aura." At that moment, Elder Qingxia, accompanied by 7 female disciples including Hongji, soared into view. Lu Rian's expression turned serious as she inquired, "Master, what has transpired? I was immersed in my cultivation, yet I sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy within our sect, seemingly mixed with demonic energy. A group of demonic individuals has stealthily infiltrated our sect. They are spreading poison, and several disciples have already fallen victim." Elder Qingxia quickly explained, signaling Lu Rian to join their ranks for her safety. The master-disciple convention was imminent. At this juncture, Lu Rian absolutely could not sustain any injury. Little did she know, her proud disciple was the very instigator of this incident. Within an ancient, rustic hall, the immortal Mu Yun sat cross-legged, a copper mirror before him casting beams of white light, revealing scenes within the Howensort sect. In the ethereal images, 5 elusive streams of black energy emerged. This signified that 5 exceptionally powerful demonic individuals were concealed within the Howensort sect. The expression of immortal Mu Yun gradually darkened. Is this truly the illustrious Howensort sect among the 9 sects and 13 schools of Zhongzhou? There is indeed a considerable amount of filth hidden within. That group of poison puppets is not under the control of the vile creature that attacked the Xian Hall. 5. They are quite adept at concealing themselves. Particularly this moment. The immortal Mu Yun flicked his fingers, and a stream of black aura swirled delicately, evoking a surreal and enigmatic sensation. After a prolonged silence, he solemnly murmured to himself, "This manifestation of demonic energy seems to resemble the great heart demon from beyond the realms. I hope I am mistaken. Otherwise, if it were to mature, the wilderness domain would surely transform into a realm of anguished wails from myriad spirits." In that instant, a chilling killing intent gleamed in the eyes of the immortal Mu Yun. The wilderness domain is divided into 5 major regions, with the righteous forces of the central continent being the weakest. For many years, it has been the formidable 8 tribulations immortal Mu Yun who has maintained order, deterring the vile creatures lurking in the shadows. Yet, within the depths of the abyss of black sin at the heart of the central continent, the seal is weakening and can no longer contain the great black heaven demon lord. The immortal Mu Yun is acutely aware that should he depart, calamity would inevitably befall the central continent. However, in 3 to 5 years, the 9th tribulation of the immortals will undoubtedly descend. Failure to transcend the tribulation would mean death and obliteration, while success would yield a unique form of transcendence, leading to immediate ascension to the celestial realm. Thus, the immortal Mu Yun urgently seeks a worthy disciple capable of reinforcing the seal. Chen Xuan is indeed a promising talent he has discovered. Now, the Howensort sect has concealed an ominous presence, suspected to be an extraterrestrial great heart demon. How could Mu Yun, the scattered immortal, not feel a surge of anger and concern? An extraterrestrial great heart demon is an entity of unparalleled evil, nearly immortal and indestructible. In the Jade Maiden Hall, Ji Yaoyue stood with her hands clasped behind her back, gazing towards the direction of the Xian Hall, her eyes shimmering. The distance was not great, and thus the residual waves from the battle between 2 divine transformation experts faintly reached her, stirring the air with a tempestuous energy. At that moment, Ji Wushuang approached, positioning himself behind Ji Yaoyue, and spoke. "Mother, do you feel reluctant?" Within Ji Wushuang's dual pupils, an indescribable resentment flickered. "I do not." Ji Yaoyue's voluptuous form trembled as she responded with those 3 words. Subsequently, she remarked with indifference, "Even raising a dog will foster some affection over time. Although, this dog has become utterly useless." This reply greatly pleased Ji Wushuang. However, He soon envisioned vivid scenes from a scroll depicting the harmonious essence of Ji Yaoyue and Chen Xuan engaged in a fierce battle for 300 rounds. Rage. Uncontainable wrath. The corners of Ji Wushuang's mouth twitched, a frenzied anger gleaming in his eyes. He then expressed his disappointment. You are rather lenient towards this dog you have raised. To let him. Forget it. After all, this dog is about to perish, and I remain magnanimous. As Ji Wushuang spoke, he subtly drew closer to Ji Yaoyue. A deep breath filled his nostrils with a delightful fragrance, intoxicating him entirely. Wushuang, Lu Ruyan is a wicked servant with a malicious mind, deeply scheming. Although we have outsmarted her this time, she will inevitably harbor further ambitions. You must be wary, Ji Yaoyue cautioned. Ji Wushuang inhaled deeply once more, then chuckled. This woman will not escape my grasp. Ambitions? Haraha. To punish her, tonight I shall conquer her fiercely. Upon hearing the word conquer, Ji Yaoyue's beautiful eyes flickered. She finally understood why. After confirming Chen Xuan's impending demise, she felt a twinge of loss and discomfort. Perhaps it was because she had not completely subdued this wayward disciple. If he were to choose suicide based on her words, that would be perfect. What a pity. In the flower room not far from the Jade Maiden Hall, Zhao Kaiwei, Xin Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Shuyuan gathered together. A barrier of formation flickered with a green light, enveloping the flower room, rendering the discussions of the four women both secretive and secure. Zhao Kaiwei disdainfully remarked, that useless Chen Xuan cannot escape death. Qi Xuanzi and the others have just soared away, and that mysterious demonic transformation master has arrived. Clearly aiming for the Bai Shuedan Xian Ling and the Pan Long Bao Jia. Oh dear, that is indeed troubling. These treasures rightfully belong to the junior apprentice. If they are taken away, Xin Qingqing exclaimed. Bai Ling, in a state of urgency, prepared to leave the flower house to spread the word. Third sister, do you think master is unaware? Worry not. This is the home ground of our Howard Sword sect. Mu Shuyuan elucidated with a profound meaning. Immediately, the four women exchanged knowing smiles. After a long pause, Xin Qingqing sighed, expressing a hint of regret. To be honest, the thought of Chen Xuan's imminent demise brings me an inexplicable sorrow. The other three women scoffed at her words, dismissing her sentiment. In their eyes, the once great Chen Xuan had become nothing more than a useless, pitiful figure, unworthy of their consideration. If he were to perish, so be it. However, Xin Qingqing continued, with the death of that wasteful saint's son, whom shall we scold to please the junior apprentice? What a pity. Chapter 44. Wife, save me. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle between Elder Tianqing and the mysterious transformation realm expert left the grand hall in utter chaos, teetering on the brink of collapse. Clang. A surge of sword energy shot forth, aimed directly at Chen Xuan, only to be valiantly blocked by Niu Ben. Puff. Niu Ben could not suppress a cough of blood. Shouting, Brother Xuan, why are you still dawdling? You must escape. In that moment, despair enveloped him. Not far away, Elder Tianqing was completely overwhelmed. The elders and disciples of the 9 sects and 13 schools kept their distance, clearly unwilling to wade into this murky water. It was a deadlock. Du Ming bellowed. Niu Ben, let us prepare to fight to the death. Damn it. Life is fleeting, and death is inevitable. What is there to fear? Shirley, silent, summoned his silver snake sword. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Elder Tianqing abruptly crushed a golden jade talisman, from which erupted a formidable golden rune that thunderously struck the mysterious transformation realm expert. This talisman was Elder Tianqing's final trump card. Ah! The opponent let out a blood-curdling scream, revealing their form. Elder Tianqing, blood trickling from his lips, spat with hatred. Tao Hua sword enthusiast, Situ Wuyo? So it is you, the one with dual natures. Tianqing, you seek death. Upon revealing his identity, Situ Wuyo unreservedly summoned a pink, eerie long sword. This sword, named Red Dust, emitted a soft yet disorienting aura that muddled the senses. Swish! With a single strike, the Red Dust sword severely injured Elder Tianqing, sending him crashing down before Niu Ben and the others, barely clinging to life. Elder Tianqing, Chen Xuan cried out, tears welling in his eyes, consumed by a profound rage and regret. He lamented his hesitation. Had he called for his beloved sooner, Elder Tianqing would not have suffered such grave injuries. Teetering on the brink of life and death, a man seldom sheds tears, yet Chen Xuan, you have been exceptional, always so. Cradled in his arms, Elder Tianqing emitted intermittent sounds, her life force flickering like a candle's flame. In that moment, Chen Xuan's heart felt as if it were being torn asunder. Suddenly, a colossal creature, shrouded in demonic energy, soared towards them from the distant void. It was a grotesque being, neither entirely human nor beast, clad in black scales. With a pair of vast, crimson wings unfurling from its back, gliding swiftly towards Chen Xuan. Situ Wuyo appeared remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated this arrival, making no attempt to intervene. This was the flying demon Yan. Du Ming's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he cried out in despair. The flying demon Yan was forged from the corpses of advanced cultivators, nearly indestructible and immensely powerful, capable of traversing the heavens and earth with terrifying might. Its strength comparable to that of an 8th or 9th tier transformation deity. As a type of demonic puppet, it feared nothing. Only a single strike to extinguish the demonic fire within its core could bring it down. Alas, the elders, including Elder Santong, sighed in unison, hastily forming a tight defensive formation. The flying demon Yin was a formidable foe, especially with the unpredictable presence of the sword fanatic, Taohua Jianqi. It was conceivable that onlookers could be silenced in the chaos. With a fearsome roar, the flying demon Yin unleashed a wave of putrid bloodlust. Its enormous claws shimmered with an eerie blue light as they descended upon Chen Xuan, seemingly intent on obliterating him and claiming his treasures. Yet, Chen Xuan felt no fear. Embracing Elder Tianqing, he cried out through his tears, "Beloved, save me." In that instant, an extreme chill descended upon them. The claw of the flying demon Yan, reaching out, was suddenly encased in a thick layer of ice, which swiftly spread across its entire form. Simultaneously, a serene and chilling voice resonated through the air. "Dare to harm my husband? You seek death. What?" The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. Witnessing a breathtaking maiden in a white gown appear from the depths of the Xian Hall, teleporting to stand before Chen Xuan. Her beauty was unparalleled, exuding an air of cold, celestial purity, reminiscent of an ice lotus blooming upon Tianshan Mountain. Surrounded by ethereal ice crystals, her frosty gaze surveyed the crowd with disdain. Such an enchanting fairy rendered them momentarily speechless. It was none other than Bai Bingyan. In the next moment, she extended a slender, jade-like finger and pointed decisively. Crack! With a mere touch from Bai Bingyan, the flying demon quivered and transformed into a cascade of black ice crystals that scattered into the air. One finger a lethal strike. Daoist De Chun of the Qingmu sect gasped in astonishment, causing those around him to shudder in unison. Their gazes towards Bai Bingyan shifted dramatically. "This celestial being. I harbor no intention of becoming your foe." Situ Wuyo stammered, his body tense and his eyes filled with terror and apprehension. Utterly formidable. He yearned to flee at that very moment. "You wish to harm my husband. That is a capital offense." Bai Bingyan spoke coldly, effortlessly summoning a streak of icy brilliance with a wave of her hand. Chen Xuan, cradling the near-lifeless Elder Tianqing, growled, "My lady, seize him. Do not kill him yet. I must uncover the mastermind behind this." A chilling aura surged forth. Situ Wui had been ensnared by a frigid chain of ice, rendered utterly immobile. Such formidable power left all present in a state of astonishment. Yet, what shocked them even more was Chen Xuan's address. With a mere gesture, he sent the demon flying. Capturing the peach blossom sword was akin to plucking it from a pouch. How could such an overwhelmingly powerful celestial in white be referred to as my lady by Chen Xuan? Madness. Utter madness. Du Ming, Niu Ben, and others stared at each other in disbelief. At that moment, Bai Bingyan, without waiting for Chen Xuan's plea, stepped forward and retrieved a fragrant, snow-white pill from her storage ring, administering it to Elder Tianqing. "Ah!" Elder Tianqing emitted a contented groan as his internal vitality gradually restored itself. Although grievously injured, he had escaped the brink of peril. Then, Bai Bingyan rose, unleashing an overwhelming aura of the 4th stage of transcendence. Her voice, cold and commanding, echoed forth. "I am the 7th princess of the Qingqiu lineage of Wanyao Mountain, Bai Bingyan. Members of the Howren Sword sect, hasten to the Xian Hall. Otherwise, this princess shall unleash a bloodbath upon you." What? The Daoists Sintong and others were struck with a wave of terror, their throats producing synchronized gulps. Their hearts churned tumultuously. No wonder this celestial maiden was so breathtakingly beautiful and possessed such unparalleled strength. She was, after all, the universally acknowledged first beauty of the northern wilderness, Princess Bingyan. Immediately, everyone turned to Chen Xuan, who held Bai Bingyan's delicate hand, each feeling an absurd sensation as if they had lost their minds. Good heavens! Were they witnessing an illusion? Chen Xuan, a seemingly worthless individual, managed to bed Princess Bingyan? The entire Hao Ran sword sect was left in utter shock. The formidable and chilling pressure of the mid-transformation tribulation was overwhelming. Bing Yan's cold and domineering voice instilled an inexplicable fear. Qi Shuzi, Elder Qing Su, and others were perplexed, yet they rushed over without delay. Li Yinglian silently wiped the black blood from the corner of her mouth, her expression twisted in disgust, as if she had consumed something vile. How infuriating! All efforts wasted. She too flickered away, leading the others towards Jade Girl Peak. Oh no! Ji Yaoyue's fair face changed, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Quickly, she brought Ji Wushuang along. Moments later, outside the Xian Hall, hundreds of members of the Hao Ran sword sect, led by Li Yinglian, had gathered. Their gazes fell upon Bing Yan, filled with both trepidation and reverence. How could this happen? Ji Wushuang's face darkened, struggling to accept such an outcome. However, upon seeing Bing Yan's unparalleled beauty, his heart soared. Lost in fanciful thoughts, if only he could entangle himself with the seventh princess. How enticing that would be. Li Yinglian spoke with a measured tone. I have long heard of the seventh princess's esteemed name. It is indeed a privilege for our sect to behold you today. However, may I inquire why you are here at the Hao Ran sword sect instead of at Wanyao Mountain? Do you believe you have the right to question me? Bing Yan retorted coldly. She then fixed her icy gaze upon Li Yinglian and the others, stating, You have bullied my husband, Chen Xuan, to such an extent. Does this princess not have the authority to intervene? What? The crowd was momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting in unison. When Bing Yan reached out to take Chen Xuan's hand, solidifying their bond, the Hao Ran sword sect erupted in chaos. Chapter 45. The blissful dynamics of newlywed separation. The combined strength of the Northern Wilderness Demon Clan is renowned as the foremost in the Princess Bing Yan, the seventh princess of the Qing Qiu nine-tailed fox lineage, is celebrated as the most enchanting beauty among the demon race. How could such a radiant celestial being, adorned with countless accolades, be with Chen Xuan, Dai Tao, Situ Yulong? And others were driven nearly mad with envy and jealousy. It felt as if heaven had turned a blind eye. Meanwhile, under Bing Yan's intense gaze, Li Yinglian broke into a cold sweat. He sensed a terrifying aura of murder. Seventh princess, you jest, do you not? I assure you, this sect leader is completely unaware of this. There must be some misunderstanding. Li Yinglian forced a smile. The Northern Wilderness Demon Clan is not to be trifled with, as many powerful demon lords are fiercely protective, seeking vengeance for the slightest offense, not to mention the Qing Qiu Fox clan. Moreover, given Bing Yan's formidable strength, should she not receive a satisfactory explanation, it was likely she would not let this matter rest. Misunderstanding? The princess has lingered within the Xian Hall for quite some time, and she has long seen through your hypocritical facades. Bai Bingyan's beautiful eyes glimmered with a chilling disdain as she directly mocked them. With a sweeping glance, none dared to meet her gaze. However, Ji Wushuang did not bow his head. Instead, he stood tall and elegant, exuding warmth and gentleness. He was determined to fully showcase his charm, hoping to captivate Bai Bingyan with his allure. If even Chen Xuan found him appealing, surely he held all the cards. Ji Wushuang was brimming with confidence. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Bai Bingyan, with a swift motion, struck Ji Wushuang's face, sending him reeling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. How dare such a vile, painted creature attempt to allure me? Compared to my husband, you are worth less than a mere toe. Bai Bingyan's scornful taunts left onlookers in shock. What a spectacle! Chen Xuan has made the seventh princess feel so comfortable that she is utterly devoted. Chen Xuan and Niu Ben observed the scene, secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. Little junior brother, Zhao Kaiyun and her three companions hurried forward to assist Ji Wushuang, who had been struck. The blow had elicited a displeased expression from Ji Yaoyue, her heart simmering with indignation, especially upon witnessing Bai Bingyan and Chen Xuan holding hands. It felt as though something that rightfully belonged to her was being snatched away. Nevertheless, Ji Yaoyue, with remarkable composure, kept her head bowed in silence. Dare you look at this princess? Unconvinced. Seeking death? Bai Bingyan cast a disdainful glance at the bloody Ji Wushuang and demanded an explanation. At that moment, Ji Wushuang was consumed by rage. Yet he suppressed his fury and forced a smile. How could I dare to be unconvinced? Your Highness, you are entirely justified in your actions due to the loss of several teeth from the slap. His words came out muffled and unclear. Just then, Elder Qingxia arrived with Lu Ruyan and others, their eyes widening in shock at the scene before them. Vile creature, you slander my husband, more despicably than that pretty boy. Bai Bingyan's eyes turned icy as she delivered another slap through the air. Lu Ruyan was sent flying. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, no one daring to voice a rebuttal. Under the overwhelming power of Bai Bingyan, who was in the fourth stage of the tribulation, the crowd understood that only by retreating into their shells could they survive. Li Yinglian clasped her hands in a gesture of respect and tentatively spoke. Your Highness, with your beauty and talent, you could certainly find a suitor 1,000 times more suitable than Chen Xuan. Surely, you have been deceived by him? Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, their minds converging on a singular thought. Chen Xuan must have used sweet words to ensnare the Navi Bai Bingyan. Otherwise, why would she harbor affections for a mere waste incapable of cultivation? I share a deep bond with my husband. Should you dare to question me further, I shall strike you. Bai Bingyan replied coolly. Her voice rang clear and crisp as ice, sending a chill through the hearts of all who heard it. Silencing any thoughts of rebuttal, Li Yinglian's lips twitched, her complexion turning a shade akin to liver. Suppressing her anger, she spoke with a steady demeanor. It is indeed an honor for the 7th princess to visit my Sword sect. However, there exists a pact between the southern wilderness and our central plains, forbidding powerful individuals from intruding upon each other's territories, let alone entering sacred grounds. You have stayed in my Sword sect for several days, and the sect master has no objections. However, now that you have revealed yourself, should you choose not to depart, it may lead to coincidentally. All the friends from the 9 sects and 13 schools are present as witnesses. Even a fool could discern that Li Yinglian was effectively dismissing her. Bai Bingyan narrowed her beautiful eyes and replied, This princess will leave, but before I do, I must uncover who seeks to harm my husband. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards the imprisoned peach blossom sword enthusiast. Great soul captivation technique. Bai Bingyan's words were as frigid as ice, as she swiftly formed seals with her hands, unleashing a series of talismans. The peach blossom sword enthusiast let out a wretched scream, as a semi-transparent figure gradually emerged from the mud ball palace atop his head. This was the manifestation of his soul from the god transformation stage. At that moment, Li Yinglian erupted, stepping forth to thwart Bai Bingyan's incantation. With righteous indignation, he exclaimed, 7th princess, your actions are excessive. How can you employ such nefarious techniques within my Sword sect? If this were to spread, what would become of our sect's reputation? Bang! With Li Yinglian's intervention, Bai Bingyan's great soul captivation technique faltered, and the soul of the peach blossom sword enthusiast disintegrated in an instant. Thus fell the renowned Yinyang practitioner of Central State. The peach blossom sword enthusiast. You have audacity beyond measure. Bai Bingyan seethed with fury as the oppressive aura of her 4th stage tribulation surged forth. Li Yinglian, caught in the brunt of it, felt his face flush crimson, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bowing, he solemnly said, 7th princess, please temper your wrath. Should you act with such abandon within my sect, it may incite conflict between Central State and Southern Wilderness. My lady, let it be. Chen Xuan suddenly spoke, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The fall of the peach blossom sword enthusiast had rendered the pursuit of the hidden mastermind futile today. However, having observed the situation coldly, he was now nearly certain that sect leader Li Yinglian harbored suspicions of shielding the true culprit. Before sunset, this princess intends to depart. Bai Bingyan, suppressing her fury, uttered this statement before turning to enter the disheveled Xian Hall. The onlookers gazed at her exquisite silhouette, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Li Yinglian narrowed her eyes, lost in contemplation, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her depths. Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan did not conceal their anger in the slightest. Ji Yaoyue also lifted her head, her proud demeanor stirring a tempest, seemingly quite incensed. Only Elder Tianqing chuckled heartily, patting Chen Xuan on the shoulder, saying, Young Chen Xuan, your discernment is quite impressive. Ahem, splendid. He was genuinely pleased for Chen Xuan, for with the protection of the 7th princess Bai Bingyan, his safety was assured to a great extent. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan's face revealed a strained smile, while his heart brimmed with reluctance. Today, was it truly the day that Bingyan would depart? At that moment, Bai Bingyan's voice echoed in his mind. Husband, do not be disheartened. I had originally planned to return briefly to solidify an ancient formation. Subsequently, I shall visit you in Zhongzhou every 10 days or so. I can even make a grand vow. Chen Xuan was taken aback, a smile gracing his face. The brief separation was bearable. With his beloved's ability to traverse the void, a journey between the central plains and the southern wilderness could be accomplished in a mere day. A short parting can indeed enhance the sweetness of affection, serving as a delightful mode of companionship. At that moment, Niu Bin gently nudged Chen Xuan, offering a reminder. Brother Xian, my master's injuries are not life-threatening. You should hasten to accompany your sister-in-law. It is essential to express your love before parting. Chapter 46. My dearest mother. Are you afraid? On Haoran Peak, within a secluded chamber adorned with talismans, Li Yinglian sat cross-legged atop a jade lotus cushion, channeling his energy to heal his wounds. His complexion was alarmingly pale, as if he had suffered a significant depletion of vitality. After a stick of incense had burned, he finally managed to suppress the backlash within. His gaze icy and penetrating. Suddenly, a colossal, ancient bronze mirror within the chamber flickered to life, emanating a soft, pinkish glow. Eventually, the reflection revealed a captivating woman clad in a crimson gown, exuding an unparalleled allure and overt charm. Each movement and smile of hers was imbued with an enticing seduction. Typically, a mortal who weds such a woman would meet their demise within 3 months, for she was truly born of beguiling essence. He. Brother Yinglian, have you been injured? You seem gravely so, it pains me to see. The woman, with her delicate hand covering her mouth, giggled, her voice as soothing as a kitten's purr. Li Yinglian's expression darkened, annoyance evident as he replied, Pink Empress, I have no time for idle chatter. Today's plan has failed. Fortunately, the sword enthusiast of Peach Blossom is dead, otherwise, we would face dire consequences. Oh, our plan was foolproof. How could it have failed? The Pink Empress inquired, perplexed. Li Yinglian narrowed his eyes, his tone filled with trepidation as he revealed the details concerning Bai Bingyan. What? This? The Pink Empress was taken aback, rendered speechless for a moment. Eventually, she consoled him, Brother Yinglian, do not be disheartened. The more setbacks you encounter, the more treasures Chen Xuan will acquire. As for the 7th princess, a person of her high status is unlikely to be permitted by the myriad demon mountains to pursue matters with him. The most effective and direct way to eliminate trouble is to eradicate the source of the trouble itself. Hence, the myriad demon mountains will seek to eliminate Chen Xuan. Upon hearing this, Li Yinglian felt some of his vexation dissipate. At that moment, the ancient bronze mirror grew even brighter, and the Pink Empress gracefully stepped forth from it. She moved with an enchanting grace, embodying an otherworldly beauty. Brother Yinglian, allow my doppelganger to assist you in healing. How about it? Before long, indescribable sounds echoed within the secret chamber. Beneath the protective enchantments of the Jade Maiden Hall, Ji Wuxuan clutched his cheek, his eyes ablaze with fury. Why? Why do you not stand up for me? Are you afraid, my esteemed mother? In his overwhelming anger, Ji Wuxuan's body trembled. Such a profound humiliation. Images of the Xian Hall flashed through his mind, driving him to the brink of madness. Bai Bingyan's slap and her derisive words would undoubtedly circulate throughout the central continent, reducing him to a figure of ridicule in the shadows. Yet, what he found most intolerable was Ji Yaoyue's demeanor. She had remained utterly silent throughout, as if, at that moment, she had betrayed him, aligning herself with Chen Xuan. Ji Yaoyue narrowed her beautiful eyes and scolded with displeasure. Silence. In such a situation, what good would my intervention do? This. Ji Wuxuan's lips twitched, stifling his rage. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue continued. Wuxuan, a true man must possess the ability to adapt. Bai Bingyan's appearance has indeed disrupted our plans. But so what? Her identity will thrust Chen Xuan into an abyss from which he cannot escape. He will have no opportunity to contend with you. Oh, Ji Wuxuan, already astute, began to smirk after deep contemplation. Just then, Ji Yaoyue produced a pill and handed it to him. It was a 100-spirit pill, renowned for its miraculous healing properties, capable of rapidly regenerating teeth. Hurry and take it. In 3 days, my son shall present himself at the master-disciple ceremony with unparalleled grace. Thank you, mother. In the Bai Bo cave, Lu Rian gazed at her reflection in the mirror, delicately touching her swollen cheek with her jade-like hand. She remained lost in thought for a long while before breaking into a self-deprecating smile. Have I truly become a joke? Her murmured words echoed in the cave. She squinted her beautiful eyes, her mind conjuring the visage and voice of Bai Bingyin, her admiration evident. It was rumored that Bai Bingyin was born with 9 tails, causing a stir in the myriad demon mountain. Her cultivation talent was worthy of the title of 9-tailed celestial fox, as she had already reached the tribulation stage at such a young age, heralded as the next empress of the southern wilderness demon clan. With such beauty and talent, what exceptional suitor could she not attract? Why, then, did she choose that waste Chen Xuan? Could it be that Chen Xuan possesses some extraordinary qualities unknown to others? It seems I must reconsider my attitude towards Chen Xuan, striving to extract his deepest secrets. Whispers echoed within the cave, lingering and fading away. In a secluded chamber of the Xian Hall, Elder Tianxing, having consumed a medicinal pill, was healing his wounds. His aura was exceedingly weak, fluctuating violently. He had already been afflicted by the peculiar poison of the dark mandala flower and, having taken a forbidden pill to forcefully restore his peak combat prowess, suffered a backlash. Now, his strength had plummeted to the golden core stage. The most perilous aspect was that the strange poison had seeped deeper into Elder Tianxing's limbs and bones, making the removal process exponentially more challenging. Du Ming furrowed his brow and sighed, alas. Brother Xian has indeed surprised us greatly, but his wife is the most beautiful woman of the demon race, and her identity is somewhat complex. Complex? Niu Ben scratched his head in confusion. Hasn't Brother Xian already managed that? Du Ming retorted. Are you lacking a string in your brain? What I mean is, it will be difficult for Brother Xian in the future. He will face the wrath of countless prodigies from the demon race. Just then, Elder Tianxing slowly opened his eyes and spoke. After much contemplation, I believe the best course of action for young Chen Xuan is singular. He must surrender the Panlong treasure ring and the Haoyan sword, thereby conceding and prematurely ending his wager with Ji Yaoyue. Once the wager is dissolved, the great Dao contract will cease to exist, allowing him to leave with the 7th princess. With her capabilities, she can easily ensure his safe placement in a secure location. Du Ming, Niu Ben, and Shirley, upon hearing this, were instantly enlightened. They nodded in agreement, expressing their support. This matter shall be conveyed by this old fool, Elder Tianxing remarked softly, gradually closing his eyes once more. In the depths of the Xian Hall, within a secret chamber, Chen Xuan embraced by Bingyin, the two nestled closely together. An emotional bond, difficult to sever, flowed within the confines of the secluded chamber. After a while, Bai Bingyin suddenly smiled and said, My dear husband, do not wear such a sorrowful expression. We are merely parting temporarily, not for a lifetime. I promise to visit you 2 or 3 times each month, all right? Yet I still find it hard to part. Chen Xuan nodded in agreement. Bai Bingyin playfully tapped his brow with a delicate finger, grinning. Then let us engage in something joyful, shall we? For instance, hee. But, this morning, did we not just, my dear husband? You are being naughty. All right. I shall heed your wishes. Hee. That's more like it, wife. Do you have any further requests? Please, do not cease in the dim chamber. After indulging for 2 hours, the couple finally quieted. Bai Bingyin nestled contentedly in Chen Xuan's embrace, her exquisite visage adorned with a delicate flush. She traced circles gently on his chest with her slender finger. My dear husband, at the apprenticeship ceremony in 3 days, you must astonish everyone and become the direct disciple of the esteemed Mu Yun Sanxian. Otherwise, the challenges of us being together will multiply. Oh, my dear wife, why do you say that? I am of the demon race, and my talents and status are particularly exceptional, hailed in the southern wilderness as the future empress. Thus, to marry me honorably and possess the illustrious true dragon bloodline may not suffice. It would be best to have a formidable ally to propose on your behalf. Mu Yun Sanxian is an 8 tribulation immortal, ranked among the top 3 in the vast realm of the, undoubtedly an ideal backing. Rest assured, my dear wife, once I successfully become his disciple, I shall immediately request Mu Yun Sanxian to accompany me to the mountain of 10,000 demons to seek your hand. My mother should not refuse, for I am already with child. As they whispered sweet nothings to one another, Chen Xuan was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Fool! Bai Bingyin chided him with a playful glance, her face radiating a blend of shyness and happiness. This must be our first conception at the Water Palace. I can already sense the little one's presence within me. However, for demon women, pregnancy does not conclude in the mere 10 months like that of humans. It often requires several years, or even longer. Our bloodlines are so extraordinary that our child may take even more time to develop, she explained. Her breathtaking beauty illuminated with the glow of motherhood. Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with excitement as his right hand rested gently upon Bai Bingyan's abdomen, seeking to sense a faint yet palpable life force, resonating with the essence of blood, emanated from within. My dear, you are truly with child. Chen Xuan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes, longing to let out a triumphant cheer at that very moment. Suddenly, he raised his hand and playfully smacked Bai Bingyan's delicate, snow-white rear end. The sound echoed pleasantly, a crisp and delightful slap. Oh my husband, you naughty one, why did you hit me? Bai Bingyan retorted with a teasing pout. Chen Xuan's expression darkened as he solemnly remarked, you should be careful, even in your pregnant state. You are still asking me to transform into a mighty beast and perform 108 forms of knowledge. What if something were to happen to our baby? Aren't you afraid? Bah, not at all, Bai Bingyan retorted, sticking out her delicate tongue. Subsequently, Chen Xuan pressed his ear against Bai Bingyan's flat, snowy abdomen, absorbing the moment in silence. A profound paternal sentiment stirred within him, filling his heart with warmth. At that instant, Chen Xuan seemed to discover a newfound purpose in life, to safeguard his beloved wife and child. After a considerable time, the couple donned their attire. Bai Bingyan spoke in a serious tone, husband, there is one matter I must emphasize. The potent bloodline of the true dragon within you is excessively young. So when I am not by your side, you may seek out a few sisters to help you maintain the balance of yin and yang. They should not only be beautiful, but ideally possess pure yin bodies or the rare Xianbing constitution. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan immediately shook his head. In his heart, having Bai Bingyan as his sole wife was more than sufficient. Among the vast waters, I, Chen Xuan, shall only take a single sip. However, Bai Bingyan pouted in protest. Husband, you must listen. This is no trivial matter, for the nature of dragons is inherently lustful, and your bloodline is that of the supreme five-clawed golden dragon. All great demon kings possess numerous beauties in their courts. My husband, be passionate, but not licentious. Faced with Bai Bingyan's insistence, Chen Xuan reluctantly nodded in agreement. Well, fine. I shall comply, my dear wife. Then, Bai Bingyan produced a chilling ice pearl and handed it to Chen Xuan. Husband, this is a top-grade treasure known as the 10,000-year cold soul pearl, infused with innate icy power. Once you refine it and assimilate it into your body, it will help harmonize the overwhelming yang energy within you. Chen Xuan accepted without hesitation, successfully refining the blood and absorbing it into his body. At that moment, Li Yinglian's voice faintly echoed, Seventh Princess, the sky is growing dark. I implore you to reveal yourself. My dear, let us step outside. Bai Bingyan grasped Chen Xuan's hand as they departed from the secret chamber. Within the dilapidated Xian Hall, numerous elders from the Howren Sword sect and figures from the 9 sects and 13 gates gathered densely. The sun had completely dipped below the horizon. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Bingyan and Chen Xuan emerged side by side, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. Li Yinglian, with a beaming smile, gestured invitingly. Hold on. A frail voice resonated. The crowd turned to see the heavily injured and poisoned elder Tianxing, supported by Niu Ben, stepping forward slowly. He clasped his hands in greeting and spoke solemnly. Esteemed ones, I wish to represent Saint Sun Chen Xuan to announce a matter. He is willing to offer the Panlong treasure ring and the Haoyin sword to prematurely terminate that grand wager of the Tao. Is this acceptable? The assembly fell into a momentary stupor upon hearing this. Elder Tianxing's gaze landed on Ji Yaoyue, for it was she who had established the grand wager. Heh! Ji Yaoyue scoffed coldly, decisively retorting, I refuse. You. Elder Tianxing's eyelids twitched, his face betraying barely contained fury. At this juncture, Qi Shuzi, Taoist Sentong, and others began to comprehend the implications. As long as Chen Xuan was liberated from the constraints of the grand wager, he could be taken away by Bai Bingyan. Regardless of whether he was brought to the Myriad Demons Mountain or elsewhere, his safety would be assured, far better than remaining within the Howren Sword sect. The individuals from the 9 sects and 13 gates grew anxious, for Chen Xuan's departure would inevitably lead to the disappearance of the Blood Oath Order. Master, please say something. Elder Tianxing urged in a low tone. Li Yinglian, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Tianxing, this matter is beyond the capacity of our sect leader to influence. Moreover, I have already submitted Chen Xuan's name. He is a saint's son and must participate in the master-disciple ceremony. This, Elder Tianxing found himself momentarily speechless, filled with profound disappointment. Chen Xuan promptly reassured, Elder Tianxing, there is no need for concern. I, Chen Xuan, could never miss such a grand event as the master apprenticeship ceremony. Furthermore, the outcome of our wager remains uncertain. He was well aware of Elder Tianxing's intentions, and he had anticipated Ji Yaoyue's refusal. At that moment, Bai Bingyan surveyed the crowd and spoke with commanding authority. Tonight, I solemnly warn you all. Should anyone dare to conspire against my husband, Chen Xuan, I, Bai Bingyan, shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and ensure your demise. A chilling aura of murderous intent surged forth, causing the hearts of the gathered to tremble. Husband, I am leaving. Do remember our promise. Bai Bingyan spoke softly, her beautiful eyes misty with emotion. Chen Xuan nodded, his eyes filled with tenderness. In that moment, the two could not contain their emotions and shared a gentle kiss. With a rustle, Bai Bingyan's ethereal figure flickered, transforming into a fleeting and enchanting silhouette, vanishing into the moonlight. It was as if a celestial being had gracefully stepped into the night. In Chen Xuan's heart, the whisper of Bai Bingyan resonated. My dear, do not fret. Even if you fail to become a disciple of the immortal Mu Yun, I shall unwaveringly stand by your side. Within 10 days, should you not come to Qingqiu to propose, I shall seek you in Zhongzhou. This is our pact, is it not? Chapter 48. The Beauty Scheme? The Gentle Embrace? As Bai Bingyan departed, the assembly gathered at the Xian Hall took to the skies on their swords. Qi Shuzi and others remained behind at the Xian Hall due to their solemn oaths. The gazes of the crowd directed at Chen Xuan grew increasingly intricate, predominantly tinged with schadenfreude. It was not difficult for anyone to foresee the monstrous upheaval that would ensue when this news reached the demon clans of the southern wilderness. Among the 3 great royal families and 10 noble clans of the myriad demon mountain, how many young prodigies enamored with Bai Bingyan could there be? Would they not be able to swallow this indignation? Chen Xuan, a mere first-stage waste. What means does he possess for self-preservation? The blood oath of loyalty? He is utterly unworthy. Ji Yaoyue resolutely declined the elder Tianxing's entreaties, clearly indicating her stance. Thus, Chen Xuan is doomed. Yet, to savor the exquisite charm of the renowned princess of the nine-tailed white fox clan, the most illustrious beauty of the southern wilderness. Even in the face of a tragic demise, Chen Xuan's fate would not be in vain. Du Ming clasped Chen Xuan's shoulder, laughing heartily. Brother Xuan, let us go. It is time for revelry. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Count me in. Shirley chimed in with a grin. Beside them, Niu Bin joined in the merriment, declaring, I am in as well. Thus, the 4 of them entered a secluded hall within the mystic palace, embarking on a night of spirited drinking. Chen Xuan smiled with emotion, his eyes misty. Adversity reveals true feelings. The dedication he had shown to the people of Yunnu Peak over the years had only resulted in a backlash from a group of ingrates. Nevertheless, he had managed to forge bonds with a few loyal brothers, which was more than enough. The moonlight shone brilliantly, illuminating the scene. The 4 of them sat cross-legged, drinking and conversing leisurely, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Chen Xuan, inebriated, gazed out at the night sky, unable to restrain his tears. A man's tears are seldom shed, yet they flow freely when sorrow strikes. He harbored concerns for Bai Bingyan, who had left while with child. Would she encounter peril on her journey? When news of her departure reached the myriad demons of the southern wilderness, would it bring her grave troubles? I must grow stronger. At the apprenticeship ceremony, I shall astonish all. I aspire to become the heir to the legacy of the immortal Mu Yun. I wish to implore the immortal Mu Yun to accompany me to Qingqiu to propose. I shall seek the immortal Mu Yun's aid to cure the peculiar poison afflicting Elder Tianxing. Chen Xuan clenched his fists tightly, his heart roaring with fervor. In his eyes, a profound desire burned intensely. At that moment, a sudden and excruciating pain surged through his head. This time, he refrained from crying out, enduring the agony as the veins on his forehead throbbed. Endure. As the torment gradually subsided, a deep melancholy enveloped Chen Xuan's gaze. What transpired over 3 months ago? Why have I been reduced to a mere shadow of my former self, with certain memories obliterated? What did I truly witness? This enigma lingered in the depths of Chen Xuan's soul, leaving him utterly perplexed. Ultimately, he downed the last of his wine, resolutely deciding within himself. With the extraordinary abilities of Mu Yun, the immortal, restoring that memory should not pose a challenge. In 3 days, perhaps the truth shall be unveiled. He harbored a vague suspicion that the memory erased from his mind was intricately linked to Ji Yaoyu. The following morning, 4 individuals lay sprawled haphazardly in the side hall, their snores echoing like thunder. A cold, aloof voice broke the silence. Chen Xuan, awaken. Saintess Lu awaits you outside the Xian Hall. Chen Xuan suddenly awoke, his senses heightened. At the entrance of the side hall, Du Xie stood with arms crossed, observing the 4 with a glimmer of envy in his gaze. Du Xie, a solitary soul, had not enjoyed the company of a friend for many years, thus he harbored a deep admiration for Chen Xuan. What did you say? Lu Ruyin is looking for me, Chen Xuan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Du Xie replied with a nod, uttering a single word. Meanwhile, Du Ming and Niu Ben had begun to berate him, insisting that he refrain from meeting her. According to Du Ming, one could never know what nefarious tricks might lie hidden in Lu Ruyan's depths. Better to exercise caution. Not a problem. Chen Xuan rose from his seat and stepped outside. He was eager to discover the scheme that Lu Ruyan was concocting. Outside the Xian Hall, Lu Ruyan's skirt fluttered gracefully, her delicate and ethereal beauty reminiscent of a stunning white lotus in full bloom. As she heard the approaching footsteps, she turned her head. With a charming smile, Lu Ruyan remarked, Chen Xuan, the morning sun is truly splendid today, which brings to mind. Speak your mind swiftly, he interjected. Chen Xuan abruptly interrupted her, without the slightest hint of politeness. Do you truly despise me so? Lu Ruyan's voice was laced with melancholy as she continued. If I were to tell you that my virginity was forcefully taken from me, rather than willingly given away, would you believe me? Her expression was one of profound disappointment. As she gently bit her rosy lip, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears, evoking a sense of pity. Had it been someone like Situ Yulong, he would have undoubtedly succumbed to his desires, seizing this exquisite beauty into his embrace without a second thought. However, that was not the case. Chen Xuan, however, was not the type to indulge in lewdness. He possessed his own dignity and pride. I believe, you get lost. This exclamation escaped Chen Xuan's lips almost as a roar, startling the onlookers within the Xuandian, who had been quietly observing the unfolding drama. You, Chen Xuan, you are so heartless. My heart aches. Lu Ruyan's tears flowed profusely as she sorrowfully turned and ascended her sword, departing with a heavy heart. Huh? Chen Xuan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance. The green bamboo snake's mouth and the wasp's stinger bear no venom. Yet, the most poisonous of all is a woman's heart. He had long seen through Lu Ruyan, a woman with a heart as treacherous as a viper. Her visit this time was merely motivated by the prospect of gain. Indeed, she had recently altered her intentions, seeking to exploit Chen Xuan to her advantage. With the master-disciple ceremony approaching, she aimed to make one final attempt. Brother Xian is truly formidable. What a satisfying confrontation. Brother Xian, your rebuttal to Lu Ruyan was utterly delightful. Du Ming and his companions emerged, all giving him a thumbs up. Initially, they had harbored concerns that Chen Xuan might succumb to the allure of the beautiful woman, falling into Lu Ruyan's seductive grasp. However, it now appeared that their worries were entirely unfounded. When this news reached Ji Wushuang's ears, he was nearly consumed by rage. His features contorted, and he felt a sense of fury bubbling within, as if green light were emanating from his head. In his heart, he roared with indignation, wretched woman, a truly shameless harlot. Meanwhile, Zhao Kaiwei and the other 3 ladies were overjoyed, eagerly spreading various rumors throughout the Howensword sect. Time flowed like a river, and soon 2 days had passed. On a bright morning, within the magnificent Howren Hall, beams of light shot forth from the surrounding peaks. Under the escort of Niu Ben and others, Chen Xuan arrived at the Grand Hall. Without any pretense, he boldly seated himself upon his throne as the Holy Sun, an unmistakable glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. The master-disciple ceremony was about to commence. The powerful figures and prodigies from the 9 sects and 13 clans, along with many formidable forces from Central Plains, would gather to witness Mu Yun Sanxian select his successor. At this moment, the Howensword sect was also preparing to dispatch a team to the heart of the Central Plains, the Mu Yun mountain range. With a rustling sound, a streak of azure light swept into the hall, taking its place at the forefront. It was none other than the sect leader, Li Yinglian. She scanned the assembly, a smile filled with expectation gracing her lips as she remarked, "Before we embark for the Mu Yun mountain range, there is an important matter that I must attend to. Chapter 49. The True Dragon Ascension Oracle, Journey to the Mu Yun Mountain Range. Within the Howren Grand Hall, all eyes were fixed upon Li Yinglian, brimming with curiosity. With a flourish, she produced a palm-sized, pure white turtle shell from her storage ring. This shell emanated an ancient and profound aura, its surface adorned with intricate patterns resembling the interwoven lines of heaven and earth. It was an exceptionally rare low-grade divination artifact, acquired by the sect leader in her early years of demon slaying. Today, she intended to use it for divination, to ascertain whether her disciples would gain anything from the master-disciple ceremony. Li Yinglian began to speak slowly, then proceeded to weave her fingers in a series of gestures, channeling her true essence to activate it. The crowd in the hall grew increasingly intrigued. In the wild heaven domain, treasures are categorized into various ranks, including magical artifacts, spiritual devices, precious tools, and Taoist instruments, which are further divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme levels. Divination artifacts are particularly rare, as their creators inevitably meet with significant drawbacks, underscoring the preciousness and scarcity of this turtle shell. As time passed, the white turtle shell gradually ignited with a rainbow flame. An enigmatic wave began to ripple outward, enveloping the entire Howren Sword sect. Boom! Ultimately, the rainbow flames on the turtle shell transformed into a formidable dragon shape, soaring into the sky before vanishing from sight. What is this? The crowd was left in a state of confusion, many looking toward Elder Chen Xuan, who was renowned for his profound understanding of divination arts within the sect. At this moment, Elder Chen Xuan, with his white beard quivering excitedly, sprang up. He animatedly gestured with his hands, exclaiming, "Everyone, look at the cracks on the turtle shell. This is the True Dragon Ascension Oracle. The Howren Sword sect is about to give birth to the True Dragon's offspring. Who among you can rival us at the Master-Disciple ceremony?" What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Ji Wushuang lifted her chin slightly, unable to suppress the smile that danced at her lips. The True Dragon Ascension Oracle. Indeed, even the heavens acknowledge that I, Ji Wushuang, am destined to become that true dragon's child, soaring to great heights. A multitude of gazes converged upon Ji Wushuang, filled with admiration, delight, flattery, and astonishment. "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Li Yinglian exclaimed thrice, her smile radiating an exuberant warmth. Meanwhile, Ji Yaoyue, with an air of pride, declared, "In truth, I am not at all surprised by the emergence of the True Dragon Ascension hex. After all, my beloved disciple Wushuang embodies the pinnacle of our sect's fortune and has acquired the celestial essence of unparalleled brilliance. With such a divine potential for ascension, who else is worthy of being a true dragon prodigy?" These boastful words incited considerable discontent among Cui Yingying and others, yet they found themselves at a loss for retorts. Facts speak louder than words. Zhao Kaiyun reflected, "Our Yunwu Peak is indeed a blessed sanctuary, having produced 2 successive holy sons. Senior sister, you must exercise caution in your words. Even without the self-detonation of a 9th-grade golden Dan, one cannot be compared to our junior disciple. Besides, they have long since been reduced to a first-tier invalid." Shen Qingqing scoffed, her gaze seething with resentment towards Chen Xuan, still bitter over a previous slap from him. Bai Ling chimed in mockingly, "Second sister, your comments are rather misguided. What of an invalid? Have they not thrived on the fruits of others' labor, climbing to lofty heights? They have even indulged within our Yunwu Peak's domain for days on end. Truly Before Bai Ling could finish her sentence, she let out a wail as Ji Yaoyue struck her soundly across the face. Ji Yaoyue's voluptuous figure trembled as she admonished, "Wretched disciple, have you no sense? If your words were to reach the ears of the demon clan in the southern wilderness, do you think they would hesitate to tear you apart?" "Master, I was wrong." The assembly within the hall exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. If Bai Bingyan were merely an ordinary fox demon, the gathered crowd would not only have hurled insults her way, but would likely have resorted to spells and swords to vanquish the menace and restore justice. Alas, her status was far too esteemed and her power too formidable. What astonished everyone was that Chen Xuan maintained a demeanor of calm indifference, a trace of a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Ji Yaoyue furrowed her brows, her heart brimming with irritation. This wayward disciple, is he still pretending? Should he not be filled with dread and immediately seek my favor for protection? In the southern wilderness, there are likely hundreds, if not thousands, Who would wish to rend this prodigious aberration to shreds? Ultimately, Ji Yaoyue could no longer restrain herself and inquired, Chen Xuan, do you have something to say? Her tone bore an air of superiority as her alabaster neck arched slightly. Conversely, Chen Xuan, seated in the Holy Sun's position, casually crossed his legs, as if deep in contemplation. Moments later, Chen Xinkai lamented, indeed, this is a divination tortoiseshell of inferior treasure grade. The prophetic hexagram is remarkably accurate. The crowd responded with confusion. Ji Wushuang scoffed, a haughty expression gracing her features. Enough, Chixuzi, you shall remain to guard the sect. This time, both the true disciples and the outer disciples shall witness the unparalleled elegance of Wushuang true dragon ascending to the heavens. After tomorrow, our Howren Sword sect shall undoubtedly secure its position as the foremost righteous sect in Zhongzhou. Li Yinglian exclaimed with fervor, elegantly sweeping her robe and commanding, assemble the sword dragon. Clang, clang, clang. The elders promptly formed hand seals, summoning their respective flying swords. Soon, a magnificent sword dragon composed of surging sword aura took shape, and the disciples, understanding the cue, leaped onto its back. Du Meng, bearing Chen Xuan, also landed atop the sword dragon. His thick brows furrowed slightly, a hint of worry evident upon his visage. As we venture to the Muyu mountain range for the apprenticeship conference, I fear great peril accompanies you, Xian Ge. For now, we can only adapt as circumstances unfold. Unnoticed by all, Chen Xuan's smile grew increasingly radiant. For when the tortoise shell revealed its prophetic hexagram, he felt an inexplicable connection with it. He understood clearly that the so-called true dragon was none other than himself. In a stone hall, Xingfeng's countenance was ashen, his lips tinged with purple as he gazed out the window at the sword Qi dragon soaring through the clouds, departing from the Howren Sword sect. Master, you must take the detoxification pill. A youthful attendant with rosy lips and white teeth approached, presenting a verdant pill. Elder Tianxing accepted it and swallowed it with a bitter smile. How could a mere detoxification pill remedy the profound poison of the dark mandala flower within me? Chen Xuan, I hope that fortune favors you. Elder Tianxing sighed inwardly, his spirits notably low. Little did he realize that at tomorrow's apprenticeship conference, the name Chen Xuan would shine with unparalleled brilliance, akin to a great sunlit dragon soaring heavenward. In the southern wilderness demon domain, by Bingyan, upon returning to Qingqiu, swiftly entered a mysterious forbidden area within the Wanyao mountain. Only her bloodline and power could suppress an ancient formation within this domain, preventing the emergence of a monstrous demon known for its insatiable bloodlust. Meanwhile, the Qingqiu secret realm welcomed numerous top-tier prodigies of the demon clans, each a paragon of their respective lineages. These young demon prodigies arrived solely to ascertain one matter, whether the seventh princess was indeed, as rumored, involved with a human wastrel. Bai Yaowu, the leader of the nine-tailed white fox clan, stepped forward to represent his daughter, confirming the rumors. There was indeed truth to the matter. However, whether our clan would consent to their union remained to be deliberated. Upon hearing this, the assembly of demon prodigies was left utterly devastated. The young clan leader of the dark electric purple sculpture clan, Diao Jinxiao, returned to his chambers engulfed in a frenzy of intoxication and tears, struggling to accept the outcome. His loyal confidant, Diao Yiding, unable to bear the sight, offered words of solace. Young clan leader, you must find a way to let go what you cannot relinquish. Chen Xuan has already embraced. Oh, Diao Jinxiao exclaimed, his eyes filled with rage, before transforming into a flash of dark purple lightning and soaring into the sky. He was determined to head towards the Muyu mountain range to eliminate Chen Xuan. Chapter 50. My emotional tribulation has unwittingly fallen upon Chen Xuan. In the southern wilderness demon domain, amidst the Wanyao mountain, within a valley shrouded in sinister mist, a tremendous quake resonated. Beneath the earth, it seemed as though an unparalleled fearsome demon was striving to break free, struggling desperately. With the faint sound of ancient chains reverberating through the void, 7 formidable auras of the merging phase surged forth like smoke rising into the sky, collectively igniting an ancient formation to suppress the creature lurking below. With a whoosh, a streak of pure white light shot forth, landing upon an ancient altar. It was none other than Bai Bingyan. She formed a hand seal to invoke a spell, becoming the core of the ancient formation, and drew forth her own blood to inscribe a peculiar talisman, which she embedded below. Boom. The power of the ancient formation surged dramatically, rendering the formidable demon beneath immobile. Silencing it. By Bingyan has returned. Princess 7, it seems your 9 cold veins have been thoroughly subdued. How delightful. It is fortunate that you have returned, otherwise, we old-timers would have struggled to contain it. 7 fierce auras darted forth, transforming into 5 men and 2 women. None of them were young. They were all renowned demons of the southern wilderness. Bai Bingyan was well acquainted with the 7 and engaged in cheerful conversation with them. At that moment, a blue light streaked in from the distance, landing before Bai Bingyan. It was a middle-aged man, as gentle as jade. His aura was serene and untroubled, like a clear spring or a gentle breeze. Father, Bai Bingyan called out, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Hua Lingtian spoke softly, Little 7, I have heard of your matters. No matter the circumstances, I shall always stand by your side. However, in Qingqiu, my voice carries little weight, and the true authority rests in your mother's hands. I can only provide you with information and assist in whatever small ways I can. Thank you, Father. What is the situation in the southern wilderness? Bai Bingyan inquired. Hua Lingtian replied, Your mother has gone to the Wuyou Valley, presumably to consult with your aunt. It is said that after a day of heavy drinking, Jiao Jinxiao flew to Zhongzhou, with experts from the dark electric purple sculpture clan dispatched to pursue it. Bai Bingyan nodded, a hint of worry crossing her face. That brainless fool, Jiao Jinxiao, is of little concern. My greatest apprehension lies with the fearless lion clan's Sherbatian. He is cunning and ruthless, and I fear he may pose a threat to my husband. What? Little 7, you have a husband? The 7 great demons were utterly astounded, and they hastily inquired further. Bai Bingyan recounted the situation in broad strokes, then earnestly beseeched Hualing Tian to assist Chen Xuan. Rest assured, you shall remain here to suppress the ancient formation, Hualing Tian replied, though a subtle flicker of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Bai Bingyan, the only genuine 9-tailed white fox in 3 millennia, had become the hope of the entire Qingqiu, yet she chose a once prominent figure of the human race. Now reduced to a mere invalid, this choice undoubtedly brought shame upon the entire southern demon clan. Hualing Tian, upon receiving the news, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction deep within, yet his fondness for his daughter compelled him to offer some assistance. Father, I am aware of your discontent with my chosen partner. It is not merely the difference between humans and demons that troubles you, but primarily that he is a first-tier invalid. After tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony with the immortal Mu Yun, you shall see that my brother Xian is no mere waste, but a peerless prodigy. Bai Bingyan declared confidently, her beautiful eyes glimmering with pride. What? Hualing Tian and the others exchanged incredulous glances. In a picturesque valley, rich with the essence of heaven and earth, a white ape offered fruits while a spirit rabbit concealed itself. A woman clad in a flowing white gown appeared, her bare feet gliding over the river. The jade bells at her ankles jingling softly. She possessed strikingly exquisite features and an ethereal demeanor, embodying both the grace of a celestial being and the allure of a worldly beauty, harmonizing the transcendent and the enchanting. This woman was none other than Bai Yaomo, the matriarch of the Qingqiu 9-tailed white fox clan. Little sister, come forth for a chat. As Bai Yaomo gently parted her rosy lips, a distant white cloud swept toward her, transforming into a grand cloud bed. Upon it reclined a stunning woman in white, exuding a languid elegance. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her brows curved like a crescent moon, and her icy complexion radiated the same cool grace as the Moon Palace's fairy. With the appearance of this enchanting woman, the world around seemed to grow purer, imbued with a sense of sanctity. Bai Yaomo spoke, Bai Qian, I need you to journey to Zhongzhou and assess whether that Chen Xuan is worthy of Bingyan. Why must it be me? You know I am rather indolent. Bai Qian replied languidly. Bai Yaomo furrowed her delicate brows, expressing her displeasure. The situation at Wanyao Mountain has become somewhat precarious, and if Bingyan's matter is not handled properly, it could lead to unimaginable consequences. As Bingyan's aunt, it is entirely reasonable for you to undertake this task. Jiao Jinxiao has already rushed over, and the likes of Sherbatian, enamored with Bingyan, will not simply relent. Yet, upon hearing this, Bai Qian lazily poured herself a cup of fine wine, sipping quietly without further comment. In desperation, Bai Yaomo resorted to telepathy, revealing, that girl Bingyan is already with child. Moreover, she claims that Chun Xian possesses the bloodline of the formidable 5-clawed golden dragon, currently lying dormant like a hidden dragon, not an invalid at all. What? Bai Qian was taken aback, her exquisite visage transforming in an instant. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded and declared, "Sister, I shall venture to Zhongzhou to suppress the influence of the demon clan here. Your efforts are greatly appreciated." With those 3 words, Bai Yaowu turned and departed. The young girl, Bing Yan, who could not be more than 20, was already with child? "Even I, your aunt, have cultivated for a century yet remain untouched." After murmuring to herself, Bai Qian raised her hand to cast a divination spell. Her accomplishments in the art of divination were among the finest within the entire southern wilderness demon clan. Moments later, with a clatter, the wine cup in Bai Qian's hand trembled and fell upon the cloud bed. The wine splashed onto her garment, even staining the proud peaks of her snowy bosom, sparkling with a crystalline glow. Truly a sight to behold. Yet, Bai Qian remained oblivious to it all. Her delicate lips parted slowly. Within her clear, glass-like eyes, a flicker of panic, confusion, and disbelief flashed. This? How could the tribulation of love, which had ensnared me at the pinnacle of my cultivation, fall upon this Chen Xuan? Am I to share a husband with Bing Yan? The normally serene Bai Qian found her breath quickening. In a fleeting moment, her beautiful eyes glimmered with a sharp intensity. Bai Qian whispered softly, "To slay him. Could I also transcend this tribulation of love? To embrace passion or sever ties? Truly a challenging choice." The Muyun mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. This place boasted breathtaking scenery, with the renowned 7 towers standing tall, collectively guarding the Muyun Immortal Palace, the sole sacred ground of righteousness in Zhongzhou. At dusk, a grand sword dragon soared through the heavens, arriving near the Muyun mountain range. Upon the dragon, the members of the Haoran sword sect gazed ahead, their hearts swelling with anticipation. Such a grand event as the master-disciple ceremony was indeed worthy of excitement. Ji Wushuang's eyes sparkled as he proudly let out a long cry. "With a single point of righteous spirit in my heart, may the winds of the heavens carry me 1,000 miles. Today, I tread the dragon to Muyun, and for a century, I shall laugh my way into the immortal palace." What a splendid poem. Ji Xingzi, a genius of unmatched talent, would surely seize victory and inherit the legacy of the Muyun scattered immortals. With Ji Xingzi among us, how could the Haoran sword sect not aspire to be the foremost sect of righteousness? The members of the Haoran sword sect applauded in admiration. Li Yinglian nodded with satisfaction. Ji Yaoyue, with her voluptuous figure, trembled with delight, her lips unable to contain their joy. Though the 9 sects and 13 gates boasted many prodigies, who could possibly compare to her beloved son? Seated in a corner of the sword dragon, Chen Xuan felt as though he were a mere ghost. No one noticed the fervor and anticipation in his gaze as he looked towards the faintly visible Muyun Immortal Palace. The Master-Disciple Ceremony. I, Chen Xuan, have arrived. Chapter 51. In the future at Yunwu Peak, you can rely on me. The Muyuxian Palace serves as the sacred realm for the cultivation of Muyu Sanxian, perpetually shrouded in celestial radiance. Surrounding this magnificent palace are 7 ancient towers, each extraordinary in its own right. Discovered by Muyu Sanxian within the depths of an ancient ruin in the East China Sea. These towers are all mid-grade Dao artifacts, possessing unfathomable might. In a bid to uphold the righteous path, Muyu Sanxian bestowed these 7 towers upon 7 esteemed masters of the righteous sect, each entrusted with the responsibilities of alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, treasure safeguarding, beast taming, scripture preservation, and secret keeping. The prowess of the 7 tower lords is formidable, bound by a shared destiny. Their disciples are unwavering adherents of Muyu Sanxian. Thus, to become the sole inheritor of Muyu Sanxian's legacy is not merely to inherit the Muyuxian Palace. The 7 towers will also revere him as their sovereign. What an immense temptation! Who could resist such a lure? The vast expanse of Zhongzhou is sprawling and boundless. Apart from the most prosperous 9 sects and 13 clans, numerous other factions and royal kingdoms have dispatched their prodigies to attend the Master Recruitment Conference. It is said that this gathering will not only select a true heir to Muyu Sanxian, but also some disciples for the 7 towers. Aspirants abound like fish crossing a river. On the back of a colossal silver-eyed blackbird, an elderly man sat cross-legged, ferrying a young boy towards the Muyu mountain range. Eventually, they alighted on a small hill situated 100 miles from the 7 towers. The boy, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "Master, why do we not go to the 7 towers? I have heard that a bustling marketplace has emerged there just a few days ago." The elder chuckled bitterly and replied, "Ah, Tsu, That marketplace has an entry threshold. One must present a high-grade spirit stone. I find myself financially constrained. Our path as wandering cultivators is fraught with challenges. Su scratched his head awkwardly, lamenting, "We are indeed quite poor. Pray, master, enlighten me about the 9 sects and 13 clans. You often speak of them as the true bastions of righteousness, yet I remain somewhat uninformed." Upon hearing this, the elder's expression grew solemn. He then proceeded to explain with utmost gravity. The 9 sects are Yuhua Dao sect, Chihua Xian sect, Dafan Xian sect, Wuji Dao sect, Haoran Sword sect, Jiufuyin sect, Wutu Xian sect, Taishu Sword sect, and Tianshui Artifact sect. The 13 clans consist of Hongye clan, Qingyan clan, Sanxing clan, Miaoying clan, Tianfu clan, Jinfeng clan, Piaomiao clan, Liang clan, Jioding clan, Wolei clan, Xingxing clan, and Tiannu clan. The 9 sects surpass the 13 clans in strength, each boasting a lineage exceeding a millennium, with every sect rumored to harbor superlative beings in the tribulation stage within their forbidden grounds. These formidable entities typically remain in seclusion, striving for transcendence, emerging only in times of sectal peril. In fact, many ancient wandering immortals hailing from the 9 sects traverse desolate realms. Would you not agree they are powerful? Su's heart swayed with awe and astonishment. He then queried, which among the 9 sects is the most formidable? That is difficult to ascertain. However, this time, the most promising candidate to inherit the legacy of the Muyu immortal garb at the master-disciple ceremony is undoubtedly Ji Wushuang, the newly appointed holy son of the Haoran Sword sect. The elder replied with conviction, his eyes betraying a hint of envy. After 60 years of cultivation, he had only reached the 3rd grade, 8th stage of foundational building, with little hope of condensing a golden core and a mere lifespan of 150 years. In contrast, Ji Wushuang, at just over 30, had already condensed a 1st-grade 9th-tier golden core, heralded as possessing the potential for immortality. How could it be that, despite sharing the same path of cultivation, he and Ji Wushuang are worlds apart? By the heavens, how unjust this is! Huzi, perplexed, inquired, "Master, I have heard that the celestial prodigies of Zhongzhou under the age of 60 have the opportunity to participate in the ceremony. You once mentioned a formidable individual named Chen Xuan. Is he not comparable to Ji Wushuang?" Chen Xuan? The elder's gaze flickered, momentarily shadowed by regret. He then replied slowly. Chen Xuan self-detonated his unparalleled 9th-grade golden core, reducing himself to a pitiful state. This time, he likely lacks the face to attend the ceremony. Within the Muyu Immortal Palace, a shadow knelt respectfully on the ground, reporting his observations from the Haoran Sword sect. Muyu Sanxian smiled with delight, saying, "I am increasingly pleased with this lad Chen Xuan. He greatly appeals to my tastes." However, a young girl nearby scoffed disdainfully, visibly displeased. She appeared to be 5 or 6 years old, resembling a charming porcelain doll, with 2 high pigtails held by red ribbons. Yet her eyes bore an air of haughty superiority. Muyu Sanxian's gaze flickered. "What is it, you girl? Are you dissatisfied?" The little girl retorted, "Senior Muyu, the fiancé you found for me, Yumarin, is entangled with a vixen. Must I still commend him with a thumbs up? It would be wise to reconsider the engagement while there's still time. However, you girl, your issue with the ageless divine art is quite severe. If you do not consume some true dragon's blood soon, you might end up as a little girl in open crotch pants. The Zhuan Dao sect has dwindled significantly. If you, the Grand Elder, do not exert yourself, the lineage may truly face extinction." Muyu Sanxian reminded with a chuckle, pinching the chubby cheek of Yumarin. "Humph." Yumarin stomped her foot in frustration, her cuteness exuding innocence. Muyu Sanxian then glided his fingers through the void, unleashing brilliant celestial light that formed ethereal characters. Ultimately, they transformed into a poem. With a sudden gesture, he commanded, "Go." The celestial words instantaneously vanished into the void. "Tomorrow, the master and disciple shall meet formally. Today, let me bestow a small gift upon the little one to ease her mind." The ethereal figure of Mu Yun, radiating joy, spoke to himself with a cheerful demeanor. In a region enveloped by a formidable array near the 7 towers, the members of the Haoran Sword sect had settled and established their encampment. Chen Xuan casually sought a secluded corner, holding a bottle of fine wine, drinking leisurely. As the sun set and the moon rose, tomorrow marked the commencement of the Master Apprenticeship Conference. In the distance, Zhao Kaiwei approached with a furtive demeanor. Lowering her voice, she said, "Chen Xuan, after tomorrow's apprenticeship conference. You are destined to lose the wager. It may prove challenging for you to survive on the Jade Maiden Peak in the future. There lies a favorable opportunity before you. It is up to you to seize it. Chen Xuan merely regarded it as a dog barking and chose to ignore her. However, Zhao Kaiyue clearly misinterpreted his indifference as hesitation. She moved closer, seizing the moment to assert, "If you hand over the blood oath token to the senior sister in the future at the Jade Maiden Peak, you can rely on me. You lack the ambition to achieve greatness, and your looks pale in comparison to my ice beauty by a fraction. I have no interest in relying on you." Chen Xuan replied nonchalantly. "You." Zhao Kaiyue was left speechless, her anger boiling over. She had intended to deceive him into handing over the blood oath token to curry favor with the junior disciple, specifically seeking an opportunity to gauge Chen Xuan's depth. Little did she expect to find herself on the receiving end of such scrutiny. In her frustration, Zhao Kaiyue derisively proclaimed, "Chen Xuan, prepare yourself for a dismal fate. Should you fail the wager tomorrow, you will be utterly reduced to a worthless wretch. Just wait. You will be relegated to the menial tasks of the Jade Maiden Peak. I will instruct the other servants to assign you the most degrading jobs, like fetching slop and cleaning the latrines." "Very well, I shall await that day," Chen Xuan replied with a smile. He remained cheerful, as if he were observing a fool. Zhao Kaiyue, fuming, turned on her heel and departed. In his eyes, Chen Xuan was simply the epitome of foolishness. Chen Xuan just scoffed with disdain, continuing to leisurely sip his wine. At a certain moment, a soft hum echoed as strands of indistinct golden light surged into Chen Xuan's body, radiating magnificently within his purple palace. This golden light, imbued with an ethereal essence, seemed to possess an extraordinary power capable of nourishing the soul. What could this be? Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, only to have his heart stirred by tumultuous waves of emotion. His expression transformed from astonishment to shock, and then to ecstatic joy. Within Chen Xuan's purple palace, radiant celestial characters coalesced into a graceful poem. "Comfort, thou art a gem, long ensnared by earthly toil. When dawn breaks and dust settles, light shall illuminate the mountains and rivers." Signed, Mu Yun San Xian. Chapter 52. The snake strikes at the vital point, expelled from the sect. Chen Xuan's heart was aflame with excitement. Although he was confident that by practicing the Nine Suns' true dragon technique, the aura of the true dragon would capture the attention of the immortal Mu Yun, thereby increasing his chances of inheriting his teachings, there remained a sense of uncertainty. Chen Xuan had never anticipated that this renowned first powerhouse of Zhongzhou had already taken notice of him. The poem way too distinctly reveals the thoughts and aspirations of the immortal Mu Yun. Within Chen Xuan, a fervent tide of blood surged, compelling him to burst forth in song. Thus, he rose earnestly and offered a solemn bow to the air. In the depths of Chen Xuan's purple mansion, ethereal characters floated gracefully, imbued with the complete essence of the immortal path. Although Chen Xuan remained uncertain of their profound utility, they were bestowed upon him by the celestial figure Mu Yun, suggesting their intrinsic significance. At that moment, Li Yinglian's voice resonated throughout the entire region, stirring the members of the Sword sect. Everyone prepared to embark towards the Seven Towers Plain. The Seven Tower Masters were set to convene a pre-ceremony meeting, during which they would unveil some momentous announcements. Half an hour later, Chen Xuan followed the procession of the Sword sect and successfully arrived at the Seven Towers Plain. Although he had witnessed the grandeur of the Seven Towers on multiple occasions, he was still profoundly astonished by their magnificence. They emanated an extraordinary aura akin to mid-grade Tao artifacts, forming the formation of the Big Dipper, as if seven unparalleled divine weapons were imposing their might over the central continent. Once drawn, they would surely sweep away the malevolent and the demonic. The unified forces of the 9 sects, 13 gates, alongside numerous grand teachings, esteemed families, and imperial dynasties had all gathered, creating a magnificent spectacle. Chen Xuan cast a sweeping gaze, recognizing numerous familiar faces among the crowd. Among the younger generation of prodigies, he spotted several of his former adversaries. Atop a grand platform, 7 imposing figures stood tall, the esteemed masters of the 7 Towers. Leading them was an elderly man clad in gray robes, with white eyebrows, the master of the Tsangyan Tower, Longming Shangren. Under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Longming Shangren solemnly declared, "Esteemed guests, I shall not elaborate on the significance of the master-disciple ceremony. The holy sons and daughters of the 9 sects and 13 schools may proceed directly to the Mu Yuxian Palace for an audience. Of course, Others who can successfully navigate the three trials may not become the true disciples of the esteemed Muyu Sansen. Yet they may compete for 20 coveted positions as honorary disciples of the Seven Towers. Upon hearing this, the crowd was filled with excitement. The honorary disciples of the Seven Towers held considerable prestige, replete with numerous privileges and benefits. Most importantly, the opportunity to vie for 20 positions seemed somewhat more attainable. Conversely, the expressions of the holy sons and daughters grew grim. With Ji Wushuang present, they felt an overwhelming sense of despair. At that moment, Longming Shangren unexpectedly shifted his tone. Addressing the assembly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed Muyu Sanxian has continually reminded us to uphold justice, taking it upon ourselves to eradicate evil and protect the righteous. Therefore, on the eve of the Master-Disciple ceremony, we, the Seven Tower Masters, have decided to publicly commend some promising individuals, serving as a beacon for you all." The crowd was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? This seemingly hollow verbal commendation appeared to hold little practical significance. Nevertheless, they patiently continued to listen. Longming Shangren raised his voice. "The individual I wish to commend is none other than Chen Xuan, the holy son of the Howren Sword sect. Over the years, he has vanquished numerous prodigies of the demonic path, and has even orchestrated the defeat of the infamous 7-leaves-old demon, boasting an impressive record." In an instant, many turned their attention towards the Howren Sword sect's area, searching for Chen Xuan's figure, utterly perplexed by the sudden recognition. Chen Xuan has detonated his 9-tier golden elixir, reducing himself to a mere shell of his former self. Surely, the Seven Tower Masters would not stoop to groveling at his feet. "Brother Xian, are you well acquainted with Master Longming?" Niu Ben inquired with curiosity. Chen Xuan shook his head in confusion, exclaiming that he did not recognize the individual in question. His bewilderment was palpable. At that moment, the master of the alchemy tower, the esteemed Qingmu Dan Wang, spoke up. Surprisingly, he praised none other than Chen Xuan, though his rationale differed from that of the esteemed Longming. This revelation left the crowd even more perplexed. Ultimately, all 7 Tower Masters voiced their opinions, 5 of whom lauded Chen Xuan. In an instant, Chen Xuan seemed to be adorned with numerous accolades, and many present exhibited expressions of admiration. The deeds mentioned by the 5 masters were largely acts of bravery and self-sacrifice on Chen Xuan's part, worthy of commendation. With a resounding step, the venerable elder of the Yuhua Dao sect, Baichuan Daoren, ascended the cloud platform. Taking a deep breath, he declared loudly, "I beseech the 7 Tower Masters to uphold justice." "Oh, speak freely, my friend Baichuan," replied Longming with a smile. "The foremost principle of this master-apprentice convention is fairness, equity, and transparency." A multitude of gazes converged on Baichuan Daoren, who, emboldened, continued, "Masters of the 7 Towers. There exists no hierarchy among the 9 sects and 13 schools, correct? Then why is it that the Howren Sword sect is permitted to have 2 holy sons? Does this not imply they have an additional opportunity for an audience? This is utterly unjust. Holy Sun Chen Xian is the paragon of the younger generation of Zhongzhou and has already been recognized as the holy son of the Howren Sword sect. That spot rightfully belongs to him. As for Ji Wushuang, I respectfully request the revocation of his opportunity for an audience." Boom. With Baichuan Daoren's declaration, the atmosphere erupted in uproar. Following this, representatives from the 9 sects and 13 schools, save for the Howren Sword sect, rallied in support of Baichuan Daoren. After a moment of contemplation, Longming proclaimed, "This matter indeed appears quite inequitable. I, too, endorse the words of my friend Baichuan." Shortly thereafter, the other 6 Tower Masters voiced their agreement, and many in attendance began to chuckle in delight. Particularly, the assembly of holy sons and holy daughters appeared greatly relieved, their smiles radiant. The absence of Ji Wushuang, a prodigious talent of the 9th grade Golden Core, significantly increased their own chances of being selected by the wandering, immortal Mu Yun. Furious, Ji Yaiyue trembled with rage, her pearly teeth clenched, and her fair visage drained of color. She had fallen into a trap. It was clear that the other sects had conspired in advance to effortlessly strip Wushuang of his opportunity for an audience. This was undoubtedly a ruthless strike aimed at his weakest point. The 7 Tower Masters had evidently been swayed as well, thus rendering this a predicament without resolution. At that moment, Ji Yaiyue cast a venomous glance at Chen Xuan, wishing she could tear him apart. Meanwhile, the smile on Ji Wushuang's face froze instantaneously. He had not anticipated that the 9 sects and 13 schools would devise such a monumental setback. Damn it, Now, not only has my audience opportunity been stripped away, but what chance do I have left? He lamented. My esteemed peers, your actions are utterly excessive. Li Yinglian questioned angrily, her emerald garments billowing fiercely around her. Her complexion a deep shade of iron. Humph. Are the 9 sects and 13 doors using me as a mere pawn? Chen Xuan squinted slightly, harboring a sense of displeasure within. However, upon witnessing Ji Wushuang's expression, akin to someone who had just consumed a large portion of excrement, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. At that moment, a graceful figure soared onto the cloud platform. It was Ji Yaiyue. Her countenance was as stern as ice, and she coldly declared, Masters of the 7 Towers, please refrain from making hasty decisions. Allow me to announce something. What matter? Long Ming, the elder, inquired in confusion. Ji Yaiyue's voluptuous form trembled with fury, and her majestic figure quivered violently, as if on the verge of tearing her garments apart. She icily stated, I, Ji Yaiyue, hereby declare before all of you that I shall sever my master-disciple relationship with the utterly irredeemable Chen Xuan, and I implore the sect leader to expel him from the Howard sect. This scoundrel is unworthy of the title of Holy Son of our sect. Chapter 53. I am a dragon. Severing ties with Chen Xuan. Expelling this wretched disciple from the Howard sect. This was the announcement Ji Yaiyue intended to make. She was clearly tearing off the facade, relentlessly striving to make Ji Wushuang the sole holy son of the sect, thereby securing an opportunity for an audience. Long Ming furrowed his brow and barked, impudent. Ji Yaiyue, do you think we are fools? The atmosphere in the venue instantly grew exceedingly tense. The 7 Tower Masters and the formidable figures from the 9 sects and 13 factions erupted with their overwhelming pressure. They had painstakingly established this celestial arrangement. How could it be easily disrupted? Yet, Ji Yaiyue emanated an aura of extreme coldness, refusing to yield despite her precarious stance. With a firm step, Li Yinglian joined her side, sharing the weight of the collective pressure. At that moment, Ji Wushuang also stepped forward. With an imposing demeanor, he declared emphatically, Chen Xuan has colluded with the Southern Palace Fei of the Wujig demon sect, resulting in repeated incursions by demonic forces into our Howard sect, causing grievous casualties. Furthermore, he is involved with the 7th princess of the Qingqiu Fox clan, displaying a flagrant disregard for our tenets. I, Ji Wushuang, support the decision of my master. Such a righteous proclamation prompted many to reconsider their stance. Subsequently, Ji Wushuang casually cast a glance around. Zhao Kaiyue, Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Shuiyuan all spoke up in response. They identified themselves as Chen Xuan's senior sisters and proceeded to enumerate his numerous misdeeds, creating an overwhelming sense of condemnation. The crowd erupted once more in an uproar. The chorus of voices was deafening. Could it be that Chen Xuan was truly a hypocritical villain, a despicable scoundrel? This was not the case. They were distorting the truth. A few voices, such as Du Meng, Niu Ben, and Shirlei, attempted to speak up but were drowned out by the louder denunciations from the Howard sect. The current situation had become exceedingly clear. Sect leader Li Yinglian also indicated her intention to abandon the worthless Chen Xuan. Lu Ruyan, with a figure resembling that of a celestial being, gracefully descended upon the cloud platform. After elegantly performing a salute, she coldly and sorrowfully addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, I trust you are all aware of the recent scandals that have plagued the Howard sect. I shall not conceal the truth any longer. Let it be laid bare. I was, in truth, deceived by Chen Xuan's feigned sincerity, and he forcibly tarnished my pristine reputation. This is precisely why I risked life and limb to restore my honor. Chen Xuan is nothing but a hypocritical scoundrel, vile and depraved beneath a facade of virtue. The impact of her words reverberated throughout the venue. Many young male disciples felt a surge of empathy, wishing to envelop Lu Ruyan in their arms and offer her solace. Chen Xuan's ruthless treatment of such an exquisite celestial beauty is utterly beastly. No, he is even less than a beast. At this moment, Chen Xuan stood alone, besieged by the scorn of the multitude. When one seeks to lay blame, there are no shortages of accusations. He shouted loudly, rage swelling within him. Then, with a cold demeanor, Chen Xuan declared, Ji Yaiyue, Ji Wushuang, Lu Ruyan, Zhao Kaiyue. Do you dare to publicly swear an oath of integrity, affirming that every word you speak is genuine and heartfelt, rather than a mere ploy to slander me? Do you dare? Who dares? Ah. The scene fell into an abrupt silence. The faces of the members of the Howard sword sect turned grim. Chen Xuan's brutal retort, akin to a swift blade cutting through chaos, tore apart the hypocritical facades of all present. The solemn vow of the Great Way cannot be uttered in insincerity, lest one suffer a fatal backlash. Who then dares to step forward? The collective silence of Ji Yaoyue, Ji Wushuang, and the others was deafening. However, it was not long before Ji Yaoyue, with a frosty demeanor, vehemently countered. You expect us to pledge our oaths to the Great Way? Worthless disciple, do you think you are worthy? Her narrowed eyes glinted with anger and shame. My greatest mistake was bringing back this ungrateful wolf to the Howard sword sect, leading to such a grave error. Even raising a dog would not result in such a betrayal. With a flourish, Ji Yaoyue summoned her true essence to coalesce the Great Way contract in the air. I, Ji Yaoyue, hereby sever the master-disciple bond with Chen Xuan and expel him from the Howard sword sect, witnessed by heaven and earth. With a decisive snap of her fingers, a drop of her blood soared into the Great Way contract. Chen Xuan, it is your turn, do not make me look down upon you. She sneered, her gaze icy. The dispute of right and wrong had become irrelevant. With the masks fully discarded, Ji Yaoyue no longer held back. Much to everyone's astonishment, Chen Xuan turned his gaze towards Li Yinglian. Coldly, he declared, over these years, I have toiled for the Howard sword sect, contributing immensely. I ask for nothing more. In the future, my Dian sword palace shall reclaim what is rightfully ours. Is that too much to ask? Agreed. Li Yinglian responded, momentarily taken aback, but readily acquiescent. He waved his hand, summoning another expulsion contract for Chen Xuan to sign. Li Yinglian's stance was unequivocal. Many present regarded Chen Xuan with unmistakable sympathy. Cast out from the Howard sword sect, he had simultaneously offended both the demonic path and the beast clans. His demise was all but assured. I have long awaited this day. Amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Xuan erupted into laughter, subsequently drawing forth a dagger from his waist to pierce his finger. Hold on. A thunderous shout rang out, revealing it was Du Ming. His face contorted with rage, he growled, Brother Xuan, remaining in this pitiful sect is stifling. I shall sign alongside you. Let us depart from the Howard sword sect, where the vast skies await our flight. I too. Niu Ben stepped forward, offering his unwavering support to Chen Xuan. And I shall join, Shirley resolutely declared, joined by 5 disciples who stood firm in their convictions. Esteemed friends, what merit do I possess? Chen Xuan, deeply moved by this display, reflected on the scene before him. Brother Chen, had you not risked your life to carry me away from the cliff of broken souls, Yu Fei would have perished amidst the beast tide long ago. Today, as we withdraw from the sect, we shall safeguard your safety with our lives. The only female disciple among the 5, Dong Yu Fei, spoke up, her purple battle dress accentuating her valiant demeanor as she represented the group. How audacious! You ungrateful wretches! Are you truly turning traitor against the sect? Elder Tong Chue bellowed, wishing he could strike down Dong Yu Fei and the others with a mere gesture. He presided over the sect's penal hall, and this situation was a blatant affront to his authority. Yet, Du Ming and his companions remained resolute, unperturbed by the elder's fury. Master Long Ming and others voiced their support for Du Ming, but their expressions were grim, for their meticulously crafted scheme had been unraveled. At this juncture, their words could only serve to irritate Li Yinglian and her ilk, yet they could not prevent Ji Wushuang from securing a coveted audience. Chen Xuan snapped his fingers, and droplets of blood from his fingertips soared into the 2 great contracts. Boom! A subtle aura of fortune dissipated from his being, signifying Chen Xuan's departure from the Howard sword sect. Following suit, Du Ming and others made the same choice, opting to withdraw from the sect. This scene evoked considerable shock and discussion among onlookers. Ji Yaoyue raised her head with an air of arrogance, mockingly taunting, Chen Xuan, you now resemble a destitute dog. Many from the 9 sects and 13 gates felt a chill run down their spines. It was rare for a master to be so ruthless towards a disciple, and Ji Yaoyue was indeed exceptional in this regard. Upon hearing her words, Ji Wushuang maintained a composed exterior, but inwardly, she was nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. Chen Xuan, feeling a surge of indignation, unleashed a curse. He then pointed an accusatory finger at Ji Yaoyue, vehemently declaring, I am a dragon, a true dragon. The Ji Wushuang you take pride in is but a cur, a cowardly hound that dares not even gnaw at its own filth. Chapter 54, A Wretch. What talents does he possess? A cowardly hound that dares not even gnaw at its own filth. Chen Xuan's scathing remarks about Ji Wushuang instantly provoked an uproar among those present. The collective reaction was one of disbelief. They thought Chen Xuan had lost his sanity. Cast out from his sect, with his prospects appearing bleak, he had seemingly descended into a state of madness. Impertinence, Ji Yaoyue exclaimed, unable to contain her fury, her complexion turning an ominous shade. Had the situation allowed, she would have struck Chen Xuan down with a single blow. Big brother, or rather, Chen Xuan, what do you possess apart from empty words? It is clear to all who the true dragon is and who the mere swine are, Ji Wushuang declared haughtily, her demeanor regal. The members of the Haoran sword sect voiced their agreement, joining in a chorus of mockery directed at Chen Xuan. Even the venerable Long Ming was left speechless, finding Chen Xuan's behavior utterly deranged. In your former days, you indeed shone brightly. Yet now, you are but a first-rate wastrel. What do you have to compare with Ji Wushuang, who possesses the essence of immortality? Lu Ruyan gracefully stepped forward, aligning herself beside Ji Wushuang. With a chilling tone, she addressed Chen Xuan. You have formed factions and acted independently, harboring malicious intent to divide our Haoran sword sect. Being expelled from the sect is already a generous mercy. How dare you harbor such resentment? Do you possess even a shred of conscience? Ji Yaoyue scoffed, her anger boiling over. This beast is a treacherous ingrate. He has merely gathered a rabble. What can that accomplish? The outcome remains inescapably fatal for him. Her countenance darkened, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping her, nearly suffocating those nearby. Chen Xuanyan's words tarnished the honor of his beloved son, crossing the line that Ji Yaoyue held in her heart. At this moment, countless gazes converged upon Chen Xuan, filled with mockery, schadenfreude, sympathy, and contemplation. I merely spoke the truth. Chen Xuan snapped his fingers, speaking with an unhurried demeanor. The song Wei Tu by Mu Yun Senxian served as his greatest source of confidence. In this moment, Chen Xuan feared no one. The next instant, he boldly declared, Ji Wushuang, Lu Ruyan, you two shameless scoundrels have clandestinely entangled yourselves, all the while feigning virtue and attempting to cast the blame upon me? Dream on. Boom. The entire venue trembled. No one anticipated that Chen Xuan would unveil such a scandalous revelation. With Mu Yun Senxian covertly supporting him, he felt utterly unrestrained. He continued to bellow, Ji Wushuang, I dare assert that the chastity token of that wretched Lu Ruyan has been obliterated by your hands. If you wish to prove your innocence, it is as simple as making a grand oath. If you lack the courage to make such an oath, then what are you but a coward too afraid to take a bold bite of the truth? Silence. An oppressive silence. Everyone held their breath, astonished by the unfolding scene. Chen Xuan has unleashed a formidable trump card. If Ji Wushuang hesitates to pledge a solemn vow, it would be tantamount to an admission of guilt. Ji Wushuang, on the brink of fury, silently sought the aid of the otherworldly heart demon, only to be informed that it could not intervene in matters relating to the grand oath. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, flames ignited in Ji Wushuang's eyes, her rage so intense that she wished to tear Chen Xuan asunder. Had her meticulously crafted image truly been so easily obliterated by him? Zhao Kaiwei and her companions were equally taken aback. You insolent wretch! How dare you demand Wushuang to make such a vow? Ji Yaoyue clenched her fists, the towering snow-capped peaks around them quaking with her inner turmoil. Yet, her retorts were undeniably feeble and ineffectual. At that moment, Li Yinglian waved his sleeve dismissively, coldly stating, such personal matters are ill-suited for this occasion. Moreover, you have been expelled from the Haoran sword sect, rendered a first tier, unworthy even to remain here. Upon hearing this, Niu Bin and Dong Yufei felt a shadow cast over them. Despite Chen Xuan's illustrious past, it could not conceal the fact that he had fallen to the status of. Just then, an elderly man stroked his beard and chuckled. This assertion is erroneous. Who says Chen Xuan is unworthy? I, the sect master, am willing to accept Chen Xuan and his companions into the Qingyun sect, directly granting them the status of outer disciples, with hopes of future elevation to true disciples. The sect master of Qingyun, Wei Wuyan, had spoken. With his declaration, the leaders of the other 9 sects and 13 schools quickly followed suit, extending olive branches. The blood of the precious heart is of immense value. Now that Chen Xuan has been expelled from the Haoran sword sect and possesses such a treasure, it is the opportune moment for contention. You all. Ji Yaoyue's gaze turned frigid, her voluptuous form trembling with indignation. If Chen Xuan were to gain the protection of a sect, he might indeed have a chance at survival. Du Ming and the others turned their eyes toward Chen Xuan, awaiting his choice. However, Chen Xuan did not rush to respond, appearing contemplative. He was waiting. The events unfolding here would surely not escape the notice of the immortal Mu Yun. Let us see how he arranges this. Wei Wuyan and the others beamed, expressing their utmost goodwill and anticipation toward Chen Xuan. At that moment, a piercing and audacious cry echoed through the air. Suddenly, a colossal eagle, shrouded in purple, dominative thunder, descended with an overwhelming presence akin to that of a king. It stirred the tempest like a super bomber, circling above. Simultaneously, an enraged roar resonated from the heavens. Who is Chen Xuan? Step forth. I shall rend him apart, burning his soul in the flames of the 9 hells for a century. The crowd shuddered in response. A voice murmured, "This is the young patriarch of the dark electric purple eagle clan, Diao Zhenxiao, one of the numerous fervent suitors of the 7th princess of Qingqiu. By Bingyan, he possesses a tempestuous temperament and remarkable combat prowess." Immediately, many cast gleeful glances toward Chen Xuan. The renowned first beauty of the southern wilderness demon race is not easily won over. TSK. Retribution has arrived. Chen Xuan embraced his arms before his chest and spoke with a hint of bemusement. This bird is rather arrogant, isn't it? Yet, how foolish it is to come to the Mu Yun mountain range to hunt me. A foolish bird indeed. Xiangu, have you truly lost your mind? Du Ming shuddered, his heart racing with trepidation. Xianji's verbal sparring with Ji Wushuang was somewhat restrained due to the latter's identity as the holy son of the righteous path, which limited any potential aggression towards him. However, the avian creature, Diao Zhenxiao, was unbound by such constraints. In a fit of rage, it would not merely express annoyance. It would kill. As anticipated, Du Ming's conjecture proved accurate. Diao Zhenxiao, with uncanny precision, zeroed in on Chen Xuan through his words. With a swift motion, Diao Zhenxiao dove down, its claws sharp and menacing. Just as its formidable talons were about to seize Chen Xuan, a voluptuous and enchanting figure flashed forth, interposing herself in front of him. With a mere wave of her hand, boom, Diao Zhenxiao's massive form was cast aside. The one who intervened was Ji Yaoyu. This unexpected outcome left many in a state of shock and confusion. Some remarked, Elder Yaoyu truly has a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Even after expelling Chen Xuan from her tutelage, she still remembers their past bond. Ji Yaoyu, her gaze frigid, stated plainly, Your Highness Zhenxiao, I should not interfere with your desire to slay Chen Xuan, since our master-disciple relationship has been severed. However, we have an unfulfilled pact regarding the great Tao. If you kill and steal, how will that be reconciled? Suddenly, 2 gusts of wind howled as Diao Zhenxiao, having been flung away, returned with vengeance. Woman, do you dare to ambush me? I shall remember you. Killing and stealing treasures? A being as noble as I, Diao Zhenxiao, would never stoop to such acts. It roared, emanating a chilling aura of violence. At that moment, Ji Wushuang's lips twitched involuntarily. His mind conjured vivid images of various men and women within a picturesque scroll, along with the rapturous expressions of 2 diminutive figures. Ji Wushuang felt a fracture within himself. What absurd reasoning is this? Fearing Diao Zhenxiao's murderous intent over treasures. Clearly, you are still ensnared by past affections. What merit does this waste of space possess that warrants your reluctance? If you, Ji Yaoyu, were to cast aside the shackles of worldly constraints, I, Ji Wushuang, could achieve even greater feats. Chapter 55. This woman is truly too self-absorbed, consumed by envy and resentment. Ji Wushuang's features contorted slightly. His heart was a maelstrom of insanity. Yet, Chen Xuan understood that Ji Yaoyu spoke no falsehood. Once the master-disciple convention commenced, she believed herself destined to obtain the Panlong treasure ring and the Haoyan sword, and thus would not permit anyone to obstruct her path. This foolish bird naturally required vigilant caution. Stand aside. This prince only kills, not steals. Should you dare to impede me again, it will be to the death. Diao Zhenxiao emitted a menacing roar, exuding an air of dominance. Ji Yaoyu furrowed her brows, engulfed in a conflict of emotions. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Li Yinglian's signal and swiftly evaded. Protect brother Chen Xuan, Shirley shouted decisively, leading the group. The 7 of them encircled Chen Xuan, their expressions resolute, as if they were prepared to face death. Although the moment Dong Yufei and her companions decided to betray the Haoran sword sect had already planted the seeds of resignation in their hearts. The reality of impending death still evoked feelings of tension and despair. With a fierce cry, Jiao Jinxiao unleashed a powerful screech, its body surrounded by crackling purple lightning, preparing to dive down. At that moment, a colossal shadow, towering 100 feet high, flashed from the direction of the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, appearing in the sky. With a single step, it descended. A woo! Jiao Jinxiao let out a mournful wail, its feathers flying wildly, bones snapping under the immense pressure as it coughed up blood incessantly. It was brutally trampled beneath an enormous foot, neither entirely real nor entirely illusory, crushed without mercy. Who is he? Why can't I see his face? The Shadow Master has made his move? Long Ming and the others were taken aback, astonished. It is known that the Shadow, as a servant of the Mu Yun Immortal, possesses formidable strength. Most importantly, the Shadow embodies the will of the Mu Yun Immortal. That is true power. Many young prodigies witnessing this scene felt their blood boil, filled with envy and yearning. By the command of the Mu Yun Immortal, those who pass the 3 trials tomorrow, even if they are mere wandering cultivators, may gain an audience at the Mu Yun Immortal Palace. The sole condition is that they must be within the age of 60 years. Should any demons or malevolent beings dare to attack, he will show no mercy and will eliminate them all. Get lost, the Shadow proclaimed, launching a fierce kick. A woo! If any faction dares to take in Chen Xuan, they shall be at odds with my Wan Yao Mountain. I shall return. The gravely injured Jiao Jinxiao was sent flying by a single kick, howling a threat before vanishing into the clouds. The Shadow, too, flickered and soared back to the Mu Yun Immortal Palace. Thus, the conflict was resolved. Many gazes turned towards Chen Xuan, filled with schadenfreude and ridicule. This time, it was Jiao Jinxiao's ignorance of the rules that provoked the Mu Yun Immortal. Will you, Chen Xuan, be so fortunate next time? Offending both the demon race and the demonic path. Even if you reside in the central continent, survival is not guaranteed. Upon this vast expanse of land, myriad agents and pawns of the demonic realms and the monstrous tribes lie concealed. Furthermore, in light of the threat posed by the expulsion of Jiao Jinxiao, the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 gates have retreated to their respective factions, no longer extending an olive branch to Chen Xuan. The blood and heart of the Azure is indeed commendable, yet the wrath of the 10,000 Demons Mountain is far more formidable. Are you all right, Xiange? Du Ming inquired with genuine concern. I am perfectly well. In fact, I am exceedingly well. Chen Xuan chuckled, casting a disdainful glance at the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 schools, a mere assembly of fickle supporters. At that moment, Jiaiwa turned to him, whispering in secrecy, Chen Xuan, if you kneel before me and perform 100 respectful bows, offering the blood and heart order, I might consider admitting you as a servant disciple of Jade Maiden Peak, granting you my protection. Furthermore, should you excel sufficiently, I could bestow upon you some enticing rewards, such as having you kneel and kiss my feet. A deep crimson hue blossomed on her delicate visage, her demeanor radiating superiority. The corners of Ji Yaoyue's lips gradually curled into a smirk. This wretch, he had no choice. As long as he obediently surrendered the blood and heart order, she could easily find a pretext to cast him aside later. After all, servant disciples were not considered members of the sect, merely a group of subservient attendants. And with such a grand temptation laid before him, he must be utterly enraptured within himself. Chen Xuan's expression was rather peculiar, and he felt quite vexed. On that day, the painting had been whisked away by a mysterious black mist, leading Ji Yaoyue to harbor such a profound misunderstanding towards him. Bowing in servitude? Preposterous. This woman is truly excessively self-absorbed. Thus, Chen Xuan silently activated the 9-yang true dragon technique within him, turning his back to Ji Yaoyue. With a resounding and melodious sound, a flatulent noise erupted. Let us depart. Chen Xuan patted Niu Ben on the shoulder and departed with 7 others, waving his sleeve without taking away even a whiff of foulness. Meanwhile, Ji Yaoyu, who was initially brimming with confidence, turned ashen, her composure utterly shattered. This wretched being. He dared to respond to her with a mere fart? It was utterly infuriating. How disgusting. In a tranquil valley hundreds of miles away, Bai Qian, languidly reclining on a cloud bed and watching the reflections in a water mirror, suddenly spat out her drink. Her exquisite and enchanting visage resembled a blooming flower, breathtaking in its beauty. She hastily waved her hand to clear the spilled drink and murmured, "This Chen Xuan is quite intriguing. Surely he possesses some hidden cards or support, allowing him such audacity. Could it be he has already gained the recognition of the celestial Muyu? Her delicate brows arched like a crescent moon. Let us observe. If this Chen Xuan truly becomes the disciple of the Muyu celestial and possesses the bloodline of the true Yang dragon, he might just be worthy of my Xian. The distinction between human and demon is of little consequence. In the next moment, Bai Qian was struck by a revelation. She suddenly recalled that her own emotional tribulation was also entwined with Chen Xuan. Instantly, a wave of headache washed over her. Should she sever this emotional bond with a single stroke? But if he has the protection of the Muyu celestial, could she even kill him? How does one transcend such emotional tribulations? Surely, she could not truly share a husband with Xian. Ah, how vexing. In the southern demon domain, within the realm of the fearless lion clan, a majestic hall resonated with the sounds of silk and bamboo. A group of human maidens clad in sheer skirts danced gracefully, their movements alluring yet filled with trepidation. This was the renowned lair of the demon lord, Lion Ba Tian, infamous for his cunning and ferocity. A single fit of rage could lead to carnage. Upon a bronze throne, Lion Ba Tian sulked with a drink, the 6 fleshy tumors on his head swaying slightly, signifying he was a 7-headed lion. Suddenly, a flicker of ethereal light appeared, and a mysterious figure in red robes knelt before the grand hall. Master, news has arrived from the Muyu Mountains in central continent. Jiao Zhenxiao has reached the 7 Towers Plains, intending to kill the useless Chen Xuan, but was thwarted by his master, Ji Yaoyu. A shadow intervened and sent Jiao Zhenxiao flying with a kick. Humph. As expected, Lion Ba Tian sneered, his gaze icy. He then glanced at the leading human maiden and coldly remarked, I am in quite a foul mood right now. The young maiden trembled, and with an unspoken understanding, she approached cautiously to extinguish the flames engulfing the mighty Lion King. Before long, he let out a low growl, transforming into a magnificent 9-headed lion, indulging in his wild revelry. After releasing his pent-up wrath, he devoured a young girl who had not performed to his expectations. Subsequently, Lion King reverted to his human form and settled upon the bronze throne. He gazed down ominously, commanding with a sinister tone, dispatch orders to activate our clan's hidden networks and pawns. The mission is to obliterate that Chen Xuan's claim to masculinity. I shall make Bai Bingyan realize that the worthless human she chose is not even a man and can never bring her happiness. In this world, only I, Lion King, am her destined one. Chapter 56. A hero's struggle against the allure of beauty. Muyan Mountain Range. After Chen Xuan and Du Meng departed, they sought a secluded spot to establish a simple defensive array and settled down. However, having endured a series of events on the 7 Towers Plain, none among them felt inclined to sleep. Shirley was particularly troubled and anxious. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall present each of you with a grand surprise. Chen Xuan reassured with a smile. Brother Xian, what kind of surprise? Niu Ben inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Du Meng and the others turned their attention towards him, eager to learn more. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, feigning an air of mystery as he said, Indeed, it is a surprise so astonishing that it could leave everyone utterly speechless. Elder brother Chen Xuan, do you perhaps have a brilliant idea that can ensure our safety? Dong Yufei inquired with curiosity. Chen Xuan shook his head and chuckled. Think bigger. Dong Yufei blinked her beautiful eyes and asked with anticipation, Have you found someone to protect us? Not just that, guess. Chen Xuan offered a subtle smile, exuding an air of mystery. How vexing. Brother Chen Xuan, do share with Fei Fei. Dong Yufei playfully tugged at Chen Xuan's arm, swaying as she indulged in her charming antics. The domineering elasticity emanating from Chen Xuan's arm stirred something deep within him. Heroes often falter at the allure of beauty. Ultimately, Chen Xuan conceded defeat, chuckling as he remarked, Do you recall the true dragon ascension divination we spoke of before our departure? I mentioned that the omen was remarkably accurate. And indeed, it has proven to be so. Therefore, have we not reached a conclusion? Niu Ben let out a mournful wail, his expression clouded with despair. He had anticipated that Chen Xuan possessed some good news to share. Even Ji Wushuang was on the verge of the true dragon ascension, yet here they were, playing games. Shirley, Dong Yufei, and the others also fell into a somber silence. At that moment, however, Chen Xuan broke into a knowing smile and cryptically stated, Who says the ascending true dragon must be Ji Wushuang? Everyone was taken aback, utterly perplexed. Yet, Chen Xuan chose to elaborate no further. A moment later, Dong Yufei's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Brother Chen Xuan, has your Dantian injury healed?" Her gaze was intense, filled with urgency. Du Ming and the others were equally taken aback, their spirits ignited with anticipation. Under the yearning gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan nodded calmly. Indeed, this was splendid news. The group erupted in exhilaration. They had all witnessed Chen Xuan's extraordinary cultivation journey. As long as he could recover, he would undoubtedly ascend to his former pinnacle once more. Hope. They glimpsed a beacon of hope. As long as they could find a way to survive the present, the future held the promise of gradual resurgence. At this juncture, Chen Xuan remarked, "My recovery from the Dantian injury is but a mere prelude. You shall see the results by tomorrow." He added, "I can divulge a hint. That omen aligns with me even more than with Ji Wushuang." The crowd gasped, their breaths quickening with fervent excitement. "This is marvelous. Brother Xian, I knew you would not succumb to despair," Du Ming exclaimed joyfully. Shirlei also expressed his enthusiasm, saying, "Brother Chen Xuan, you previously devoted too many advantages to the Howren Sword sect, hindering your cultivation. Now, it seems you have shed that burden. Brother Chen Xuan, we eagerly anticipate your true dragon ascension tomorrow." Dong Yufei chimed in, her heart brimming with joy. Chen Xuan gazed upon the crowd, his eyes clouded with emotion. Adversity reveals true feelings. From this day forth, I, Chen Xuan, shall no longer be the holy son of the Howren Sword sect, and you shall no longer be members of the Howren Sword sect. Yet, this shall not be a mark of disgrace. I shall grant you strength and glory. Let those fools of the Howren Sword sect rue their decisions. Chen Xuan spoke solemnly, each word resonating like thunder. This was his vow, a commitment he would never regret in this lifetime. The atmosphere in the venue grew heavy and fervent. At a certain moment, an idea suddenly struck Chen Xuan. He smiled and proposed, "Why not? Let us 7 become sworn brothers and sisters. Though we may not share the same birth date, let us aspire to depart this world on the same day." "Excellent." "Agreed." "Splendid." Du Ming and the others nodded fervently, brimming with excitement. Subsequently, under Chen Xuan's guidance, the 7 of them forged their brotherhood. Chen Xuan unreservedly assumed the role of the elder brother. Du Ming became the second. Niu Ben took the position of the third. Shirlei was designated as the fourth. Nangon Ling was the fifth. Dong Yufei held the title of the sixth. Zhao Jianming claimed the 7th place. The 7 men swore an oath of brotherhood, sharing a cup of blood wine, and in that moment, an indescribable warmth and closeness enveloped them. What a delightful experience. Today has indeed been exhilarating. Chen Xuan consumed the blood wine in one bold gulp, exuding an air of grandeur and nonchalance. His striking demeanor evoked a profound sense of admiration among Du Ming and others. The once sacred figure, Chen Xuan, had returned, an embodiment of inner sanctity and external sovereignty. He was indeed a natural leader. Although Du Ming and his companions still felt a hint of uncertainty about the road ahead, despair had dissipated in that moment. Moreover, they firmly believed in Chen Xuan's words. If he dared to assert that he was more deserving of ascending with the true dragon than Ji Wushuang, there could be no doubt. "I truly look forward to tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony," exclaimed Dong Yufei with delight. Niu Ben also grinned widely and replied, "Little sister, I feel the same. It is indeed something to anticipate." Chen Xuan's gaze was profound, and he could not help but reflect. He had long yearned to uncover the memories that had been erased from his mind 3 months prior. Despite being rendered a mere shell of his former self at that time, why had his adversary not simply taken his life? The silence of a dead man is, after all, the most secure secret. The night had deepened. Within the domain of the Howren Sword sect, the expressions of its members were grim. The events that unfolded today on the Cheetah Plain had profoundly tarnished the honor of the sect. Moreover, the disciples below had begun to exhibit a subtly wavering loyalty. Li Yinglian was convening a core meeting, with Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan among the attendees. Ultimately, Li Yinglian reassured them, at tomorrow's Master Accepting Conference, Wushuang shall shine brilliantly as the sole heir of the Muyu Immortal, and all will be well. Upon hearing this, the gathered members nodded in agreement. Ji Yaiwa, shaking off the shadow of gloom on her face, added with a smile, "Indeed, once Wushuang becomes the heir of the Muyu Immortal, the Cheetah will honor him. At that time, the Howren Sword sect will undoubtedly reign as the pinnacle of righteousness." All eyes turned to Ji Wushuang, filled with eager anticipation. With a flourish of his sleeve, Ji Wushuang rose, standing tall and proudly declaring, I, Wushuang, shall not fail in my duty. Chapter 57, Brother Xian. Would you be willing to be the prince consort of Yinshui? In the demon domain of the southern wilderness, a deep azure pond exuded a chilling aura, with not even a feather floating upon its surface, as if harboring some terrifying beast. At a certain moment, the void was suddenly rent asunder, and a mysterious figure cloaked in black emerged. His robe shimmered with an eerie crimson hue, from which the faint echoes of countless anguished wails could be discerned, sending a shiver down one's spine. 6 eyes. The enigmatic figure called out, his voice ancient and hollow. With a tumultuous splash, the azure waters churned, and soon an extraordinary beast, entirely silver in color, surfaced. Its head resembled that of a dragon, adorned with scales, and it bore a pair of pristine white wings. Most peculiarly, it possessed 6 eyes, each sparkling with an illuminating brilliance, emanating a powerful aura indicative of the divine transformation realm. This beast transformed into a strikingly handsome young man with 6 eyes. He bowed respectfully and said, Master, I await your command. The mysterious figure in black stated plainly, the opportune moment has arrived. It is time to activate your divine ability, 6 eyes prison of heaven. I intend to stir the stagnant waters of the southern wilderness. The handsome youth nodded, his expression resolute. I shall obey your every command, Master. The life of the 6 eyes exists solely to repay your immense grace. Excellent. The mysterious figure nodded in satisfaction, handing him a blood-red pill sealed within crystal. Now go. With a casual wave, he tore through the void, vanishing with the 6-eyed. Above the empty, eerie pool, the murmurs of the enigmatic figure in the black robe subtly resonated. Xian, my dear, I am truly sorry. The situation in the central continent concerns the future trajectory of the entire Wild Heaven domain. If our demon clan wishes to break the stalemate among the 5 great powers and dominate the Wild Heaven domain, this is the only way. Near the 10,000 Demon Mountain, in the sealed realm whereby Bingyan resided, nestled deep within a verdant bamboo grove, stood a quaint and elegant bamboo house. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the chimes hanging from the eaves to emit ethereal and melodious sounds, refracting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. Bai Bingyan sat at a tea table, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing like wisps of silk, pure and serene, as tranquil as the legendary Shishir. Suddenly, a flash of white light flickered, and a graceful figure materialized. It was Bai Yawu. She waved her hand, conjuring a snow-white jade barrier that enveloped the entire bamboo house, shielding it from all prying eyes. Bingyan, I have already sent your aunt to the central continent. Thank you, mother. Your identity is far too unique. A single thread pulled could unravel the whole tapestry, so you must proceed with caution. I can promise you this. As long as Chen Xuan can become the inheritor of the Mu Yun Immortal's teachings, and both master and disciple personally come to the 10,000 Demon Mountain to propose, I shall consent to this marriage. Bingyan, I am grateful for your mother's support. With Bai Yao's promise, a long-lost smile illuminated Bai Bingyan's face. The demon ancestor is about to awaken. Bai Yao left behind this ominous remark before departing. Upon hearing it, Bai Bingyan's delicate form trembled, her exquisite visage paling significantly. This is bad. The black iron medallion around my husband's neck is unmistakably. If the demon ancestor discovers his true identity, Bai Bingyan bit her rosy lip, her delicate brows knitting tighter with worry. After a long while, she finally quelled the multitude of anxieties in her heart, gently caressing her abdomen, murmuring, little treasure. Let us cheer for your father together. You must protect him. As dawn broke, a warm sun leaped above the horizon, casting golden rays across the land. Chen Xuan and the 7 others ceased their cultivation, opening their eyes simultaneously. Whoosh! Chen Xuan gently leaped and landed gracefully upon a nearby large stone. He gazed at the rising sun, his heart brimming with poignant emotions. At last, the day of the master-disciple ceremony had arrived. My beloved, I shall not let you down. The golden sunlight cascaded upon him, radiating brilliance, akin to a divine figure clad in golden armor. Dong Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of admiration as she smiled. Elder brother, we are all eagerly awaiting your ascension like a true dragon. The crowd nodded in unison, their eyes glistening with fervent anticipation. Should Chen Xuan astound everyone at the ceremony and become the esteemed disciple of the renowned Mu Yun, he would undoubtedly embark on a new legendary journey. In such a case, they too would bask in the protection of a formidable ally. Little did Du Meng and the others know. Chen Xuan had already received the comforting acknowledgement of Mu Yun. Let us set forth. With a wave of his hand, Chen Xuan led 6 individuals toward the nearby Chita plain. Above, streams of luminous light flickered incessantly, ultimately coalescing into a throng of people gathering in the wilderness of Chita plain. These individuals were all independent cultivators, members of noble families, and practitioners from small sects, eager to witness the spectacle and perhaps test their fortunes. Where are the disciples from the 9 sects and 13 gates? One might ponder. They represent the pinnacle of power in the central plains, capable of observing the 3 trials outside the Muyu immortal palace. It is said that the saintess of the Miaoyin sect is as beautiful as a celestial being, her voice enchanting beyond compare. Truth or mere rumor? The most likely contender for supremacy is undoubtedly Ji Wushuang of the Sword sect. Following closely are Ouyang Yiming, the saint son of the Yuhua Dao sect, and Mu Tianquan from the Wujidao sect who has claimed this. It is whispered that Su Aoxian, the saint son of the Taishu Sword sect, possesses both sword and talisman mastery, harboring hidden trump cards that may rival Ji Wushuang's prowess. What talent does Su Aoxian possess? Scoffed another. Ji Wushuang has already attained the essence of immortal transformation. A flurry of discussions erupted among the independent cultivators, each expressing their opinions. At a certain moment, silence enveloped the crowd. A shape-flying artifact descended, upon which stood a captivating beauty, the long princess of the Xianfeng dynasty, Mu Inxue. She was dressed provocatively, her ample form draped in sheer white fabric, revealing her slender, fair waist, and her long, delicate legs adorned with silver bells at her ankles, creating a melodious chime with each step. Behind her, a retinue of dozens of foundation-building guardians surged forth, formidable and imposing. With a graceful descent, Mu Inxue approached Chen Xuan. As the crowd instinctively parted, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled. Brother Xian, it's been 5 years since we last met, and Inxue has missed you dearly. After the Master Apprenticeship Conference, would you accompany me back to the Xianfeng dynasty? Not interested. Chen Xuan responded with merely 3 words, not even casting a glance at Mu Inxue. Brother Xian, you are so heartless, so indifferent, so domineering. I truly adore you. Mu Inxue pouted playfully, her demeanor reminiscent of a kitten's playful clawing at the heart. The scattered cultivators around them could hardly contain their excitement, wishing fervently to replace Chen Xuan and seize this delightful opportunity. Chen Xuan raised an eyebrow, expressing his impatience as he remarked, Mu Inxue, while you may covet my blood of the azure heart token, must you address me in such an overly sentimental manner? We are hardly acquainted. Surely, your Xianfeng dynasty lacks the audacity to claim this token? That was in the past. Now, my esteemed ancestor has returned. Though he failed the tribulation, he has ascended to the status of a first-order celestial being. Mu Inxue proclaimed with an air of triumph, her voice resonating loudly. The term first-order celestial being caused the surrounding loose cultivators to collectively gasp in astonishment. It is well known that the probability of ascending to immortality through tribulation is less than 1%, and even the likelihood of becoming a loose celestial is similarly meager. Thus, any faction that possesses a celestial on their side can instantly elevate themselves to a status comparable to the 9 sects and 13 gates. The Xianfeng dynasty is poised for a remarkable rise. Not interested. Chen Xuan uttered 3 words, his gaze unperturbed. Having already gained the recognition of the immortal Mu Yun, how could he forsake the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds? Your heartfelt decree of loyalty can exchange for the protection of my esteemed ancestor and my position as a royal consort? A subtle fragrance wafted as Mu Inxue approached, exhaling like an ethereal orchid. Her pair of eyes, which could rival kingdoms in beauty, were captivating, evoking a desire to assist her, lest her attire falter. Such a scene made those nearby swallow hard in awe. Very well, after the master-disciple ceremony concludes, let us converse privately, Chen Xuan remarked indifferently. In Mu Inxue's eyes, he discerned a fervent ambition. Given the backing of a transcendent being, perhaps it would be prudent to consider her as an ally in the future. However, Mu Inxue appeared to misinterpret his intentions, believing Chen Xuan intended to become a part of her family. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded enthusiastically. A royal consort? This princess aspires to be a knight, galloping on horseback. Chapter 58. Brother Xian will bully the lovely Xue. Outside the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, the representatives of the 9 sects and 13 gates gathered, each occupying their respective positions, quietly awaiting developments. Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruoyan stood side by side, resembling celestial partners that captured attention. In the void above, a massive magical water screen materialized, vividly displaying scenes from the Seven Tower Plains. The old ghost of the Xianfeng dynasty has actually become a transcendent being? Taoist Bai Chuan exclaimed, pointing in disbelief as the expansive water screen stretched to reveal the figures of Chen Xuan and others. The sounds of their conversations were transmitted clearly. Brother Xian, rest assured, my ancestor holds you in high regard. Even if you have lost all your cultivation, he will genuinely protect you. Moreover, you are still my royal consort, right? Brother Xian, your profile is sharply defined, exuding a masculine vigor, so manly. That Ji Wushuang is not in your league. He looks as delicate as a woman, obviously having indulged in too much milk. Cough, cough, cough. Taoist Bai Chuan awkwardly cleared his throat twice, chuckling as he hastily gestured to silence the comments. Nonetheless, many turned to look. Ji Wushuang maintained his composure, but the corners of his mouth twitched, his demeanor a tempest of emotions. He longed to slap Mu Yinxue into silence. No. First, to humiliate, then to eliminate. At that moment, the Seven Tower Masters, led by Longming Shangren, emerged from the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, respectfully holding 3 jade boxes. Esteemed guests, the 3 trials are about to commence. All may participate. I will now initiate the first trial, Longming Shangren announced, opening one of the jade boxes with a flourish. Swish! A radiant beam of golden light surged forth, expanding in the air to form a magnificent golden staircase. It stretched across 100 steps, each adorned with enigmatic runes that emanated a formidable pressure alongside an arcane vibration. This was the Lingyun Golden Stair, an inferior-grade Dao artifact acquired by the esteemed immortal Mu Yun within the ancient ruins. The pressure it contained and the profundity of its runes increased progressively, capable of testing both the physical strength and the comprehension of the way of those who dared to ascend its heights. Those who could reach the 60th step would advance to the next challenge, and the first to reach the summit would be rewarded with 7 superior-grade cleansing elixirs. As Master Longming proclaimed this, he retrieved a small jade vial from a jade box, showcasing it to the crowd. An uproar ensued. Not only the true disciples of the 9 sects and 13 gates, including the formidable Duguxia, but also the numerous holy sons and holy daughters were captivated by the sight. 7 cleansing elixirs. Even if auctioned, they could fetch at least 1 million superior-grade spirit stones. And this was merely the reward for the first trial? It must be said, Immortal Mu Yun is truly extravagant. Master Longming's words echoed across the nearby 7-tower plain, igniting excitement among the scattered cultivators who eagerly rubbed their hands together. As Master Longming announced the commencement of the first trial, a flurry of dazzling lights surged forward, racing towards the Lingyun Golden Stair. The scene was grand and bustling. Brother, shall we proceed? Niu Ben exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. At this moment, Mu Yinxue had already leaped ahead, reaching the first step of the Lingyun Golden Stair. The 3 trials not only presented a splendid opportunity for fame and recognition, but also held the promise of securing a coveted spot among the disciples of the 7 Towers, who would not wish to compete. Chen Xian's gaze gradually intensified, and he broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Let us go." Immediately, he delivered a powerful kick to the ground. Boom! Chen Xian surged forward like a cannonball, charging directly towards the Lingyun Golden Steps. Bai Ling's gaze flickered with surprise as she exclaimed, "Oh? How can that waste Chen Xian attempt the challenge? Isn't he ashamed?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then began to search for answers. Ji Yaoyue's eyes glinted coldly as she scornfully remarked, "This fool still fails to recognize his own limitations. Does he think he can rely on his not fully regressed 9-yang battle body to succeed? How utterly ridiculous and foolish." The members of the Haoran Sword sect exchanged glances, their expressions akin to that of onlookers witnessing a fool. The Lingyun Golden Steps demanded more than mere physical prowess. Chen Xian, oblivious to his own shortcomings, is destined to stumble. However, in the next moment, everyone was left in disbelief. Could it be? Was Chen Xian somehow enhanced? This was utterly unreasonable. Upon stepping onto the first platform, Chen Xian appeared unfazed, casually advancing with his hands behind his back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4 steps. What was happening? In stark contrast, many other challengers were affected by the invisible, enigmatic forces of the 3rd stage and fell immediately. The visual impact of the comparison was staggering. Damn it! How could this be? Ji Wuxuang's mouth twitched in frustration, his mind ablaze with rage. Watching Chen Xuan ascend with such arrogance filled him with disgust. Long Ming, the master, applauded in admiration, exclaiming, "Marvelous." Each of Chen Xuan's steps aligns perfectly with the essence of the stage, completely unaffected by the invisible forces. If he had not grasped the intricacies within, he would never have achieved this. Taoists and Tong also reflected. This exemplifies the chasm between the prodigious and the mediocre. Even now, reduced to nothing, Chen Xuan's vision and insight remain, truly worthy of being the foremost genius of our central continent. His words were a bitter pill for the Haoran sword sect to swallow. Ji Yaoyue, unable to contain her rising anger, shot a piercing glare. Her exquisite figure trembled with indignation as she scoffed. This miscreant has only just reached the 19th step, while others have already surpassed the 41st. What use is it if he cannot claim the top spot? It ultimately does not alter his nature as a waste. Outside the Muyu Xian Palace, a heavy silence fell. The crowd had to concede that Ji Yaoyue's words held a semblance of truth. It was unexpected that Chen Xuan, unable to change his fundamental nature, had immediately allied with Mu Yinxue after being expelled from the sect, mingling with the unworthy. Everyone, while we must be wary of the Xianyun dynasty, we should also pay attention to certain insignificant pests, for he possesses knowledge of many secrets concerning the 9 sects and 13 schools, Li Yinglian stated meaningfully. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Taoist by Chuan and the others shifted in alarm. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant hole. Li Zongzhu's warning was indeed one to heed. Time continued to flow. Chen Xuan strolled leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of tranquility as if he were ambling through a serene park. The 55th step of the Lingyun Golden Stairs. Chen Xuan let out a whistle and teased the timid Mu Yinxue beside him, saying, "Do you need my assistance? A swift kick might just propel you to the pinnacle of your desires." How annoying. Brother Xian always picks on me, Mu Yinxue pouted playfully, casting him a sidelong glance. However, deep within her heart, she was utterly astonished. Chen Xuan, once deemed a waste at the first level, has unexpectedly ascended to such heights. It is often said that a molted phoenix is inferior to a mere chicken. Could it be that he intends to defy the heavens and surpass even the chicken? At that moment, a peal of laughter resounded overhead. Ha ha ha. The 88th level. I, Bu Chaoqing, have reached the forefront. Within a single incense stick's duration, I shall attain the pinnacle of the golden cloud stage and seize 7 essence cleansing pills. The booming voice incited envy among many ascending cultivators. Bu Chaoqing, one of the foremost prodigies of the Heavenly Hammer sect, was said to possess a rare dual-element spiritual root of wind and thunder from birth. His rise to prominence was, therefore, hardly surprising. 7 essence cleansing pills. Such coveted treasures. What is more, 7 of them. Chen murmured, a glint of desire flashing in his eyes. He then flashed a grin at Mu Yinxue and declared, "No time for chatter. I must go seize those pills." In an instant, within Chen Xuan's body, the 9-yang true dragon technique quietly operated, allowing him to directly attain a profound state of unity between heaven and man. The rhythm of the Tao flowed and transformed upon the staircase before him, as clear as observing patterns in the palm of one's hand. Tap, tap, tap. Chen Xuan advanced with determination, charging forth like a dark horse under the astonished gaze of the crowd. He surged ahead, surpassing everyone in his path. Ultimately, Chen Xuan triumphantly ascended to the 100th step, reigning supreme atop it. Chapter 59. This wretched being is a glutton of lust. The crowd was left in disbelief. The entire scene was utterly unexpected. Chen Xuan commenced his ascent from the 55th level of the Lingyun Golden Stage, charging forth with a wild and domineering demeanor towards the pinnacle. It was nothing short of breathtaking. At this moment, atop the 100th level of the Golden Stage, Chen Xuan stood solitary, exuding an aura of both dominance and gravitas. He resembled a dragon coiling and a tiger crouching, akin to a deity reigning high above the heavens, surveying the mortal realm with invincibility. It was a presence that inspired awe and compelled one to kneel in reverence. The Rui golden cudgel and the heart's desire iron staff, the celestial white jade pillar and the oceanic purple gold beam. To describe Chen Xuan using such metaphors would not be an exaggeration. Mu Yinxue could not contain her astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Among the crowd, Ben and others were undoubtedly the most exhilarated. Dong Yufei's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. and she could not help but shout in elation. Du Ming was nearly brought to tears, reflecting deeply, my elder brother has regained his former commanding presence. However, this scene struck Ji Yaoyue like a thunderclap, piercing deeply into her being. She clenched her delicate fists, her heart ablaze with indignation. As for Ji Wushuang, her eyes blazed with envy, her features contorting in disbelief. How could this be? He, Chen Xuan, a once deemed waste, was fated to descend into the abyss, trampled and humiliated. Why now did he perch high, dominating the pinnacle of the Lingyun golden stage? I, Ji Wushuang, possess the visage of an immortal and have fused with the great heart demon from beyond the realm, inheriting the grand fortune of the Howren sword sect. Why must I look up to this worthless pretender? It is utterly infuriating. Even Zhao Kaiwei, Shen Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Shuiyuan were left speechless, gazing in disbelief at the grand image reflected in the immense water mirror. In fact, all four women felt a tinge of regret and confusion within their hearts. Shen Qingqing even entertained the thought, if I were to offer Chen Xuan some sweetness now, might he reconsider, continue to fawn over me, and even bestow upon me the blood oath heart command to win my favor? Should Chen Xuan be privy to her thoughts, he would likely scoff in disdain and retort with four succinct words, dream on. How? How is this possible? Could it be that the Lingyun golden stage has faltered? A young man with a prominent nose exclaimed in shock, positing such a theory. As soon as these words were uttered, many began to attempt their own ascents. The result? They fell like dumplings, crying out in despair. The young man with the prominent nose sheepishly chuckled, covering his face in embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Ruyan suddenly smiled coldly, speaking with disdain. For one who has self-destructed their golden core, obliterating their meridians, what is the purpose of such reckless striving? Are you so stubborn as to cling to your pitiful pride? Is it worth enduring the backlash of forbidden techniques for this? Her viewpoint struck a chord, causing the crowd to shudder in unison. They nodded collectively, for it was the only explanation that made sense. Ji Yaoyue spoke with biting disdain. This wretch, he seeks only to humiliate me. Such despicable behavior is indistinguishable from that of a jester. It only deepens my contempt for him. In stark contrast to my beloved disciple Wushuang's celestial elegance and dragon-like demeanor, he resembles nothing more than a deranged stray dog. In that moment, the gazes of the multitude from the 9 sects and 13 clans shifted from shock to pity as they regarded Chen Xuan. At this juncture, standing atop the pinnacle of the golden stage, Chen Xuan surveyed the world around him, and a surge of boldness and freedom welled up within him. His thoughts flowed with clarity and ease. The heart of the true dragon within him throbbed with vigor. An indescribable sense of nobility and greatness brewed within Chen Xuan's soul, culminating in an explosive eruption. Roar! Chen Xuan could not help but open his mouth, emitting a resonant and commanding dragon's roar. This roar carried an unparalleled essence that reverberated throughout the surroundings, leaving all who heard it in awe. This is the dragon's roar. Compared to the infinite dragon sound of our Miaoyin sect, it seems to lack a certain depth. Although Chen Xuan is a mere waste, this dragon's roar possesses no offensive power, yet it holds immense potential for our Miaoyin sect. My esteemed colleagues, none of you shall contest with me. This disciple is mine to claim. A graceful woman draped in a purple silk robe, the alluring head of the Miaoyin sect, Shangwan Yeyun, spoke with palpable excitement. Her proclamation undoubtedly struck a blow to Ji Yaoyue, mocking her inability to recognize true talent. However, Ji Yaoyue, suppressing her fury, retorted with haughty disdain, a mere first-tier waste. Lacking in moral integrity, does your Miaoyin sect truly wish to accept him? Perhaps you should reconsider. Shangwan, do not blame me for failing to warn you. The female disciples of the Miaoyin sect are numerous, and Chen Xuan is but a gluttonous lecher. What? Upon hearing these words, Shangwan Yayun furrowed her brow, ultimately resigning to abandon her pursuit. Time passed. The crowd continued to ascend the Lingyun golden steps. The higher they climbed, the more arduous their journey became, their bodies swaying unsteadily. At that moment, Chen Xuan performed an astonishing feat. He dashed down from the 100th step and arrived at the 58th step, effortlessly lifting the hefty Du Ming, and surged once more to the pinnacle. Elder brother, stay up there. I shall fetch the 3rd and 4th. All right, big brother. Under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Chen Xuan flitted about like a diligent little bee, back and forth. Niu Ben, Lan Lingfeng, Nangong Ling, and Zhao Jianming were all successively lifted by him to the summit. When it came to Dong Yufei's turn, she shed her usual bold demeanor and bashfully said, "Big brother, Yufei is a girl. You cannot carry me like that. Please hold me." With a graceful leap, she willingly nestled into Chen Xuan's embrace. Thus, he cradled Dong Yufei in a princess carry and commenced a new charge. Dai Tao, struggling with each step, felt a sharp pain in his chest and let out a cry as he fell. He had been kicked down by Chen Xuan, who happened to pass by. "My apologies. Dai Tao, my leg cramped up, and I couldn't help but stretch it." As Chen Xuan offered a thoughtless apology, Dai Tao landed on the ground in a rather undignified manner. He was so furious he nearly shed tears. "Brother Xian, what about me?" Standing on the 67th step of the golden stairs, Mu Inchua waved her delicate arm, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Yet, Chen Xuan paid her no heed. "This is absurd. This fellow is disrupting the rules. This is outrageous. I refuse to accept it." A considerable number of individuals expressed their outrage through protests, among whom the voice of Bu Chaoyang from the Hammer sect was the most prominent. Meanwhile, Long Ming, sensing the gravity of the situation, was slightly moved and promptly bowed towards the direction of the Muyu Immortal Palace. He then proclaimed loudly, "The actions of Chen Xuan are both justifiable and reasonable. Anyone who wishes to learn may do so." With Long Ming's endorsement, the crowd had no choice but to accept the outcome. Standing atop the pinnacle, Chen Xuan declared with a voice resonant as a dragoness roar, "It is a rare occasion for so many sects and powers to gather in Zhongzhou. I, Chen Xuan, hereby announce an important matter. The 7 of us have sworn a blood oath, becoming sworn siblings. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on them, I, Chen Xuan, shall ensure their demise." This declaration stirred deep emotions among Du Meng and the others. "Humph, a motley crew seeking validation here? Chen Xuan, you may only bask in your sense of superiority in the first trial. What about the second?" "A waste is ultimately a waste." A voice filled with cold disdain emerged, belonging to Ji Yaoyue. Yet, Chen Xuan remained undaunted, retorting loudly, "Ji Yaoyue, let us wait and see. By the way, regarding that grand contract of 1 million high-grade spirit stones and the wager, I hope you are prepared for defeat. Today, I, Chen Xuan, will unveil your narrow-mindedness and foolishness." Furious, Ji Yaoyue's voluptuous form trembled, and she soared into the air, deliberately positioning herself significantly higher than the 100th tier, looking down at Chen Xuan as she shouted, "Wretch, would it not be better to kneel and beg for mercy? Why must you oppose me?" Chapter 60. The toad should remain in the stinking mire. Ji Yaoyue was momentarily taken aback. Her elongated, beautiful eyes narrowed, and an aura of icy killing intent erupted from her. Her jade-like complexion flushed, and a rosy hue appeared on her otherwise fair skin. Ji Yaoyue was enraged. Beneath her fury, there was also an indescribable thrill. Being publicly teased by a former disciple left her heart in turmoil. "Humph." Li Yinglian, clad in green, let out a cold snort, her expression as frigid as ice. As for Ji Wushuang, her eyelids twitched violently, teetering on the brink of fury. "Impudence! Do not disrupt the 3 trials, otherwise, this tower master shall not be merciful." Long Ming waved his sleeve, issuing a stern warning. Thus, Ji Yaoyue could only retreat in anger. After a stick of incense had burned, the first trial concluded. Long Ming tossed a jade vial, which landed steadily in Chen Xuan's hands. Inside were 7 high-grade Baodan cleansing marrow pills. Dear brothers and sisters, this cleansing marrow pill is a high-grade treasure with gentle effects that refine bones and cleanse marrow, enhancing our innate talents. Let each of us take one. Chen Xuan publicly began distributing the precious elixirs, effortlessly tossing his own into his mouth and chewing it as one would a candy. This spectacle left the onlookers envious beyond measure. The high-grade elixirs were exceedingly rare, often existing only in theory, let alone the wondrous cleansing elixir known for its miraculous effects in purifying the marrow and bones. Ji Yaoyue let out a cold snort, disdainfully remarking, "To waste such treasures is akin to a dog chewing on peonies." Regret began to swell within her. Had she not pressured this wayward soul so relentlessly, he would surely still be eager to fawn over her, and those 7 precious cleansing elixirs would have been gladly offered to her. What a pity! At that moment, Ji Wushuang caught a glimpse of the regret flickering in Ji Yaoyue's eyes, and fury ignited within him, his gaze burning with indignation. Lu Ruyan, with her deep-set eyes, spoke soothingly, "Saint Ji, you possess the countenance of an immortal, the very essence that the esteemed Mu Yun Santian seeks in a celestial seedling. In the future, you shall reign supreme over the desolate realms, gazing down upon the world, invincible. What a magnificent sight that will be. Some are destined to remain mired in the quagmire, like a toad gazing up at your true dragon form. Thus, there is no need for anger. He is simply unworthy. Ji Wushuang was momentarily taken aback, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. He found great satisfaction in Lu Ruyan, not only for her beauty and allure, but also for her discerning eye and sweet tongue. Her words even coaxed a slight upward curve at the corners of Ji Yayue's mouth. She had to concede that Chen Xuan's performance today had indeed astonished her, but only to that extent. A worthless individual, his ultimate fate could only be to dwindle into insignificance. In less than a century, he would be reduced to mere dust. Unworthy of mention, Chen Xuan and his companions all ingested the nourishing elixir, instantly feeling a warm sensation enveloping their bodies, an indescribable comfort washing over them. This potion possessed enduring effects, bestowing numerous benefits. In a tranquil valley, Bai Qian reclined lazily upon her cloud bed, her jade hand propping her fragrant cheek as she gazed into the immense water mirror before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She felt utterly delighted. That woman, Ji Yaoyu, was indeed excessively duplicitous. She had been confronted by Chen Xuan, her facade shattered. Truly, she deserved it. However, Ji Yaoyu feigned aloofness in Chen Xuan's presence, though her eyes occasionally betrayed a hint of mischief. Bai Qian's elongated, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she sank into contemplation. After a long moment, she murmured, "Could it be that Ji Yaoyu truly harbors feelings for Chen Xuan? Have their master-disciple dynamics soured? Yet, that doesn't seem quite right." The recent dragon's roar was indeed imposing. At that moment, an ominous sensation washed over Bai Qian, prompting her to sit upright with urgency, her hands swiftly forming intricate gestures. Soon, a formidable aura emanated from her, reaching the pinnacle of the 8th tier of the 9th stage of fusion. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A colorful jade bell adorned on Bai Qian's delicate arm began to resonate, producing a wondrous celestial melody. After a stick of incense had burned, Bai Qian exhaled a sigh, the terrifying aura around her receding. With a melancholic gaze, she murmured to herself, "This emotional tribulation has arrived with astonishing swiftness. I merely felt a flicker of admiration for Chen Xuan, and yet, it has entwined my soul with threads of affection. Alas, what choice do I have?" An hour later, all those who had successfully passed the first challenge began to gather, quietly awaiting further developments. Mu Yinshui also made it through. The long princess of the Xianfeng dynasty wore a frosty expression, her enchanting allure replaced by a chilling demeanor as she cast a piercing glance at Chen Xuan. This scoundrel. He promised to speak privately with me, yet he behaves so outrageously. If he wishes to be my consort, he must first learn to bow low and serve. Does he aspire to ride forth with arrogance? Suddenly, a streak of light soared into the sky, hovering in midair, revealing the pill master Qing Mu of the alchemy tower. He opened a second jade box, from which a brilliant emerald light burst forth, directly landing upon a grand jade platform at the heart of the 7 towers. This was the heart of the wood god, which the tower master offered in exchange to summon the golden horn devouring dragon that occupied the turbulent dragon sea, compelling it to expel the essence of dragon pills. The essence of these dragon pills, nourished by the 7 towers, could give rise to magnificent pill cauldrons, further embodying the might of the dragon. Participants would progress from weakest to strongest based on their performance in the first challenge. Those who bore 3 cauldrons would be deemed successful, with the creation of pill cauldrons as their reward. If the negative tripod were to topple, immediate elimination would ensue. The esteemed Aoki Danwang gradually unveiled the details and rules of the second trial. Instantly, the atmosphere was charged with astonishment. Even those gathered outside the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, from the 9 sects and 13 gates, were left in utter shock. Good heavens! The golden horn devouring python of the wild dragon sea, reputed to have once been a colossal demon in the southern wilderness, had inexplicably arrived in the wild dragon sea of central continent, claiming dominion over the waters. Its power is truly terrifying. This golden horn devouring python possesses an extraordinary bloodline, incapable of transforming into human form until it ascends. Yet its might is formidable, and its body is replete with treasures. It was coveted by a 3rd-tier loose immortal, and when gravely injured, was fortuitously rescued by the Mu Yun loose immortal. It is said that each time the full moon rises, when it exhales the essence of the moon, the entire wild dragon sea is engulfed in darkness. This is a treasure. The essence of the flood dragon Dan is extremely precious, and if successfully refined, it could replace years of arduous cultivation. Why are you so overly excited? You haven't even passed the first trial. A group of loose cultivators fervently discussed, filled with excitement and anticipation. Particularly, as tales of the golden-horned devouring python were recounted, the air was thick with wonder. Dong Yufei sighed enviously. Although the heart of the wood god is rare, a mere decree could compel the golden-horned devouring python to regurgitate the flood dragon Dan essence. Only a grand figure like the Mu Yun loose immortal could possess such grandeur. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan felt a stirring within, his face momentarily reflecting a look of astonishment. He had an inkling of the second trial's true purpose. The Mu Yun loose immortal must have been aware of his true dragon heart, thus presenting this seemingly grand opportunity to the challengers. However, those who could truly benefit would be exceedingly few. The Dan tripod formed from the flood dragon Dan essence was specifically prepared by the Mu Yun loose immortal for me, Chen Xuan, as his designated disciple. With the aid of this essence, I shall undoubtedly break through to the 9th stage of qi refinement and ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Perhaps even condense a golden Dan. Contemplating this, Chen Xuan felt a surge of emotion within. He rubbed his hands together, barely able to contain his eagerness. At that moment, Ji Wushuang's voice, laced with a hint of coldness and a touch of mockery, echoed from afar. Chen Xuan, in the first trial, you relied on the residual strength of your 9-yang battle body to gain a fleeting moment of glory. But in the second trial, it would be wise for you to concede. Otherwise, should the tripod fall, it would surely crush you to the point of helplessness, or even lead to your demise. Out of respect for our past friendship, I sincerely advise you to avoid embarrassing yourself. A toad should remain in its muddy pond, content with its station. What do you say? Chapter 61. The Golden Silk Lawn Bird's Bodice. Return it to me at once. Ji Wushuang's resonant voice reverberated through the air, imbued with a tone of regret and concern. It was as if she were a bystander, helplessly watching a dear friend stray onto a perilous path, filled with sorrow. In that moment, many present felt a deep respect for her. Ji Wushuang, truly worthy of being the holy son of the Howard sect. The grandeur of his spirit is truly vast and serene, akin to the sun and moon traversing the heavens, reminiscent of an endless ocean. It is said that the esteemed Ji Xingzi has consolidated the profound fortune of the Howard sect, further manifesting the celestial origins, thereby undergoing a remarkable transformation into a paragon of the 9th grade golden core. But is this truth? Indeed it is. I have also heard that the celestial origins Ji Xingzi acquired are related to the sword. Alas, we as cultivators can merely aspire to his greatness in this lifetime. Although Ji Xingzi's words cut like daggers, piercing through to the core, they are nevertheless truly insightful and resonate with heartfelt sincerity. It is rumored that the Howard sect has long desired to usurp the position of Saint Sun from Chen Xuan, yet he has consistently refused, repeatedly beseeching Chen Xuan, merely a worthless individual. Though he once shone in the first trial, his arrogance is unmatched. He cannot hold a candle to Ji Xingzi's ethereal grace and celestial demeanor, not even worthy of holding his shoes. Such remarks are unwarranted. Over the years, Chen Xuan has fought valiantly for the righteous path, nearly obliterating the younger generation of the demonic sects. This is a remarkable achievement. It is said that Chen Xuan has even entangled himself with the enchanting Nangong Feifei of the Wujimus sect. Furthermore, the little princess of Wanyao Mountain also refers to him as her husband, a disgraceful figure amidst our righteous cultivators. Discussions abound, with varied opinions expressed. The adage words can be formidable and 3 men can create a tiger has become vividly apparent at this moment. Upon Ji Wushuang's utterance, he stood tall and elegant, a subtle smile gracing his lips, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief within. With his words, millions echoed in agreement, casting Chen Xuan into the role of the vilified. One word, exhilarating. At that moment, Chen Xuan's indifferent voice resonated. Ji Wushuang, I see you are like a toad pretending to be a frog, dressed in garish finery. What is it? Have you gazed upon my impressive form in the first trial, felt a pang of discontent, and thus sought to boast with your tongue? Have you feasted too much on excrement, clogging your mind? If I do not clear the 3 trials, how can I become the inheritor of the Mu Yun Immortal's legacy and deliver a resounding blow to your faces? This domineering voice, imbued with an air of arrogance, reverberated through the heavens and earth. Boom! The entire venue trembled. No one anticipated that Chen Xuan would dare to utter such audacious words. How could a man, whose dantian is destroyed and meridians shattered, possess such courage and confidence? Chen Xuan, has he lost his sanity? Is he truly unable to discern the vast chasm that separates him from Ji Wushuang? The corners of Ji Wushuang's mouth twitched, and his gaze instantly darkened. He had not anticipated that after being expelled from the sect, Chen Xuan's words would become so razor-sharp. For a moment, he found himself at a loss to counter such audacity. Utter nonsense, the ramblings of a fool. Ji Yaoyue coldly spat out those 8 words, her aura emanating an icy chill. At that moment, Mu Shuyuan's eyes brightened. What an opportune moment. If I step forward now and vehemently chastise Chen Xuan, it will surely endear me to my junior brother even more. Without hesitation, she summoned her sword and swiftly approached Chen Xuan. With a voice filled with disdain, Mu Shuyuan declared, Chen Xuan, you truly take Wushuang's goodwill for granted. Were it not for the fond memories of the past, he would not even deign to acknowledge you. Chen Xuan scoffed disdainfully and retorted, if you hold such contempt, why then engage in such frivolous talk? This left Mu Shuyuan momentarily speechless. Soon, she became infuriated and began her rebuttal. The destruction of your dantian signifies incompetence. Harboring ulterior motives reveals a lack of integrity. Envy towards the Holy Sun exposes a deficiency in virtue. Chen Xuan, you pitiful wretch devoid of capability, morality, and virtue. How dare you even be mentioned in the same breath as the unparalleled junior brother Ji Wushuang? It must be said, among the 4 senior sisters, Mu Shuyuan possessed the most eloquent tongue. From her lofty moral pedestal, she launched a barrage of ridicule that elevated Ji Wushuang's reputation to new heights. In the process, she thoroughly trampled upon Chen Xuan. In an instant, many spectators revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Even those who had become powerful cultivators still relished the spectacle. Chen Xuan, instead of expressing anger, smiled. Yet, deep within, a chill coursed through him. Mu Shuyuan, I once thought you were merely a bit vain. But now it seems you are nothing short of a heartless wretch. Over the years, how many times have I assisted you? How many favors have I bestowed upon you? Even a dog, when fed, would wag its tail in appreciation rather than bark furiously, wouldn't it? You shamelessly demanded for years, utterly devoid of gratitude. Since you possess such a callous heart, return to me the Qingniao sword I gifted you, the Shuerong peach blossom skirt, the Hanhai ice heart bracelet, and the Qianyuan necklace. As Chen Xuan's words flowed, a profound silence enveloped the scene. Many scattered cultivators gaped in astonishment. Goodness, this woman truly lacks shame. After receiving so many benefits from Chen Xuan, she dares to bite back publicly? How utterly disgraceful. Several female celestial cultivators, filled with envy and resentment, hurled various jibes, all aimed squarely at Mu Shuyuan. Chen Xuan extended his hand and continued, by the way, many years ago, I vanquished a demoness from the Hahuan sect and acquired a low-grade spiritual artifact, the golden silk Luan bird belly band, which you borrowed, claiming you wished to wear it. Please return it. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, Mu Shuyuan's chest heaved violently, her anger boiling over as she clenched her silver teeth, utterly incensed. In a fit of exasperation, she exclaimed, You gave it to me. What right do you have to demand it back? To ask for a gift you have already bestowed is truly beneath you. Chen Xuan, reluctant to part with it? It seems you are not as exalted as you pretend to be. Chen Xuan's tone was gentle, yet each word pierced the heart. In a grandiose manner, he declared, As for other matters, let them be. The golden silken pouch was borrowed from me. Return it immediately. You. Mu Shuyuan trembled with indignation, her embarrassment palpable. It felt as though she had been force-fed a repugnant substance, utterly revolting. That pouch, she wore it herself. Yet, to return it, she was reluctant. For it was not only a matter of sentiment, but also one of pride. Chen Xuan truly embodies despicability and shamelessness, displaying an alarming degree of fickleness. Thus, Mu Shuyuan could only express her indignation by exclaiming, Chen Xuan, you are utterly vile and contemptible. You are not even worthy of being called a man. You take pleasure in bullying a weak woman like me, don't you? You are hardly a weak woman. Rather, I am the ineffectual, unprincipled, and morally bankrupt waste of space. How could I possibly bully you? Chen Xuan retorted with a dramatic eye roll. Observing Mu Shuyuan's defenses crumble, he felt an inexplicable sense of delight. Ever since he had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, Mu Shuyuan had repeatedly hurled venomous words at him, each one a dagger to the heart. Therefore, she deserved it. In resignation, Mu Shuyuan could only adopt a countenance of fragility and helplessness, her delicate form trembling, on the verge of tears. Such a portrayal of a vulnerable woman indeed stirred sympathy in many, prompting them to decry Chen Xuan's behavior as excessively harsh. Alas, the complexities of their entangled fates continue to unfold. Chen Xuan shook his head with a faint sigh, his words laden with meaning. The 4 characters he uttered nearly caused Mu Shuyuan's chest to explode with indignation. Enough. The 3 trials are imminent. Settle your grievances privately. Qingmu Danwang spoke with evident impatience. Halting this verbal clash, embarrassed and furious, Mu Shuyuan turned and soared away on her sword. In full view of everyone, this lecherous fiend dared to demand a waistband from her. Truly, he is a disgraceful man, a beast far inferior to Chen Xuan, a gentleman by 100-fold. Huh. Chen Xuan let out a cold sneer, his heart unburdened. With a flourish, the king of Qingmu Dan soared to the grand jade platform and began to cast his spell. Gradually, the heart of the wood deity permeated the ancient array inscribed upon the jade platform, which instantly erupted with a brilliant green light. Subsequently, a chilling and terrifying pressure surged forth from within. The golden-horned sky-devouring dragon, under the decree of the esteemed Master Mu Yun, offered its assistance in exchange for the heart of the wood deity to support the second trial. The king of Qingmu Dan proclaimed with clarity and pride. A resonant dragon's roar, transcending time and space, echoed from the ancient array, seemingly responding in kind. In an instant, the dazzling green light was swiftly devoured, and ultimately, the array completely retracted its radiance. The king of Qingmu Dan chuckled, declaring that within half an hour, the golden-horned sky-devouring dragon would soar into the clouds. This second trial truly promises to be exhilarating. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at Chen Xuan. In truth, it was not just the king of Qingmu Dan who felt this way. Following the recent verbal clash, a surge of intense anticipation welled up within everyone. How would Chen Xuan fare in the second trial? Would he be a dragon or merely an insect? Chapter 62. The Golden-Horned King, the Second Trial. Though Chen Xuan stood tall and resolute like a divine spear, exuding an indomitable spirit, to the eyes of the 9 sects, the 13 clans, and numerous wandering cultivators from Zhongzhou, he appeared to be merely putting on a faade. Regardless of past glories, once one's dantian is destroyed and meridians are damaged, one inevitably descends from the pedestal of greatness. The prospect of rebuilding oneself is nearly impossible. This truth is an unchanging reality, forged from the tears of countless prodigies. Falling into despair, ultimately sinking into the abyss, this is the eternal conclusion. Can Chen Xuan break free from the confines of this fateful cage? The only individuals who possess unwavering confidence in him are Du Ming and 5 others. They have become aware of Chen Xuan's secret regarding the restoration of his dantian and his return to the path of cultivation, thus filling them with anticipation. Time flows onward. Half an hour later, thunderous roars erupt. In the northern void, a tempest suddenly rages, and clouds swirl violently. A colossal entity, accompanied by wind and clouds, descends with an imposing presence that exudes an aura of terrifying nobility and ferocity. A resounding, majestic roar of a dragon echoes, as if proclaiming something to the world. The golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon has arrived. The greenwood pill king strokes his beard and laughs heartily. Everyone's hearts tremble in unison, their gazes drawn towards the spectacle. The number of those who covet and admire is countless. This is a dragon that has cultivated for thousands of years, its body a treasure trove. And the dragon's pill energy is a supreme tonic for nourishing true essence and enhancing strength. The second trial of the Muyu Immortal is indeed a grand endeavor. What extraordinary majesty this dragon possesses, able to obediently expel dragon pill energy for the creation of a pill cauldron. How magnificent is that? In the next moment, the raging storm swiftly dissipates, accompanied by a roar, revealing a green dragon stretching hundreds of meters in length. It coils through the air like a massive water tank, its golden vertical pupils radiating ferocity and dominance. Surrounded by billowing clouds, it resembles a true azure dragon descending upon the world. Its golden horn gleams brilliantly. A pair of silver-white dragon claws seem capable of crushing everything. Its mouth opens wide, seemingly able to devour heaven and earth. Most striking is the abdomen of this golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon, with two faint bulges suggesting that it is not far from transforming into a true dragon. It possesses an extraordinary bloodline, and once it successfully undergoes tribulation to transform into a dragon, it can immediately ascend to become an immortal dragon, directly soaring into the celestial realm. Gasp! Everyone who witnesses the golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon cannot help but draw a sharp breath. Unknown to all, Chen Xuan's heart is equally shaken. His true dragon heart seems to resonate with the aura of the golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon, causing it to beat rapidly. Within the true dragon heart, a faint essence of primal, ancient, majestic, immortal, and sacred power emanates. This is the might of the dragon. It seamlessly integrates with Chen Xuan's own pressure, and thus begins a monumental transformation. This is a metamorphosis from within, akin to being reborn. Outsiders cannot perceive any signs of this change. Yet, the golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon distinctly senses it. Its massive dragon body quivers slightly, and its golden vertical pupils flash with awe that arises from the depths of its bloodline. In the bewildered gazes of the crowd, the once proud and arrogant golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon unexpectedly emits a long, plaintive cry akin to a puppy's whimper, its body coiling down in submission. What is happening? Even the esteemed Qingmu Danwang was taken aback, yet soon everyone comprehended the situation. The golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon was indeed paying homage to Master Mu Yun, the scattered immortal. In the next moment, its colossal dragon head lifted slightly, and it expelled a dazzling azure pearl the size of a fist. The dragon's inner pill. Not only the scattered cultivators, but also figures like Taoist Bai Chuan and the elegant Shangwan Yin could hardly conceal their greedy expressions. This inner pill encapsulated over 90% of the cultivation essence of the golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon, serving as its paramount support and asset for transcending tribulations and transforming into a true dragon. Buzzing. The dragon's inner pill vibrated, soon releasing streams of profound azure energy imbued with an air of nobility and exceptionalism. Esteemed guests, let us together activate the 7 towers and condense the dragon pill cauldron. With Qingmu Danwang's call, the 7 tower masters simultaneously performed intricate gestures, awakening the ancient towers. These were ancient treasures of inferior Tao artifact grade, each possessing unfathomable depth. And under the manipulation of their spirits, they began to absorb the dragon pill's essence. Meanwhile, the primordial energy of the 7 towers gradually diminished, ultimately coalescing into a series of dragon pill cauldrons. As time flowed by, the gathering awaited in silence, their gaze fixed upon the resplendent azure dragon's inner pill, all consumed by desire. This dragon is a treasure trove. If I could obtain its inner pill, I could elevate your strength tenfold and beyond. The external great heart demon within Ji Wushuang resonated with longing and temptation. Oh, Ji Wushuang's eyes glimmered with intensified greed upon hearing this. However, he was acutely aware that there was no opportunity at present, should he dare to seize it. A mere swipe from the golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon could reduce him to a mere puddle of flesh. This dragon truly possessed divine might. If he could capture and tame it as a mount, who could possibly contest me, Li Yinglian, for the position of the righteous leader? TSK. Li Yinglian breathed rapidly, lost in his fantasies. As for Chen Xuan, his expression shifted, barely concealing his delight. It turned out he had just received a transmission from the golden-horned sky-swallowing dragon. Little one, you harbor the true blood of the dragon race. No wonder Master Mu Yun transmitted to me, urging this dragon to follow you for cultivation. You will surely ascend as a dragon. Let us introduce ourselves. I am called King Goldenhorn. It took Chen Xuan a full 10 breaths to regain his composure. Truly, Master Mu Yun was one of the rarest and most formidable experts in the wild heaven domain. The gift he presented was indeed monumental. Thus, Chen Xuan hastily responded through transmission. King Goldenhorn, if you accompany me, Chen Xuan, I guarantee you will enjoy a life of luxury. Once I ascend to the immortal realm, I shall procure a beautiful female dragon as your mate. How about a slender and graceful silver dragon? It is said that gold and silver complement each other splendidly. King Goldenhorn was evidently thrilled, responding through transmission. A silver dragon? Xiao Xuanzi. You hold this great king in such low regard. I shall accomplish 10 tasks. No, 20 tasks. Chen Xuan's lips twitched slightly as he nodded in tacit agreement. After all, it was merely a grand illusion, and he cared not for the magnitude of this illusion. After a brief interval, the golden horn swallowing dragon ceased to exhale the essence of dragon pills, swallowing its inner alchemy back into its core. With a roar, it soared towards the palace of the celestial clouds, effortlessly breaching its defenses to perch upon the eaves of the palace. Its enormous, lantern-like, golden-slit pupils gazed intently, poised to witness the unfolding drama. The second challenge had officially commenced. With a commanding shout from the Pill King of Verdant Wood, the atmosphere transformed into one of fervent anticipation. Spectators cast envious glances at the cultivators qualified to participate in the second challenge, filled with longing. Those who could bear the weight of 3 cauldrons would gain them and pass the test. Such an opportunity was nothing short of a monumental fortune. I shall go first. A robust rogue cultivator laughed heartily as he strode forward. He was Ji Tai Mei, the one who had painstakingly ascended to the 61st step in the first challenge. A body cultivator of notable prowess. With a flourish, Ji Tai Mei assumed his stance, awaiting the impending trial. Suddenly, a cerulean dragon pill cauldron descended with great force, crashing down upon him. The impact was thunderous. Ji Tai Mei's knees buckled under the immense weight, and with a pained cry, he collapsed to the ground. In that instant, he felt the overwhelming and brutal pressure of the dragon's might. Ji Tai Mei howled, blood spitting forth as he was rendered prostrate. Akin to a toad. I concede, he shouted, and the Pill King of Verdant Wood effortlessly lifted the cauldron away. Then, the second challenger stepped forth. Time ebbed away. Just a single dragon pill cauldron had led to the failure of over 20 participants. When a true disciple of the earthly Tao sect succeeded, he faltered under the burden of the second cauldron. One by one, they all succumbed to defeat. It was not until the true disciple of the Tai Su Sword sect, Yi Tsong Feng, took his turn that someone finally triumphed. After successfully bearing 3 cauldrons, he wisely declared his limit reached, contentedly storing the cauldrons within his storage ring. The cumulative weight of the dragon pill cauldrons was formidable, but the compounded pressure of the dragon's might was truly terrifying. This was the reason for the frequent failures experienced by many. An hour later, it was the turn of Du Meng and his companions. Except for Niu Ben, who successfully bore 3 cauldrons, the remaining 5 all failed, managing only 2. Thus, Chen Xuan remained the sole participant yet to face the trial. In total, 17 individuals had successfully passed, with the most exceptional being Wu Shan from the Golden Peak sect, who had managed to shoulder 4 dragon pill cauldrons. At last, was it my turn? Chen Xuan rubbed his hands together, a broad smile lighting up his face with excitement. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon him, eager to discover what would unfold. Chapter 63. I, Luo Qingshan, shall no longer seal my heart and lock away love. Chen Xuan walked leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, completely unfazed under the watchful eyes of the crowd. His nonchalant demeanor captivated many female cultivators, stirring within them a flicker of admiration. Truly, he was the former pride of the younger generation in Zhongzhou, still exuding a remarkable aura. Yet, he had fallen to the depths of despair, rendered powerless and stripped of his former valor. Could he still sustain himself? He Ji Yaoyue offered a scornful smile, regarding him as if he were a mere jester. In contrast, Ji Wushuang maintained an impassive expression, though a glimmer of icy determination occasionally flashed in her eyes, revealing her inner thoughts. Dong Yufei gently urged, "Elder brother, give it your all, just do your best, but remember that your safety comes first." Du Meng grinned broadly, enthusiastically proclaiming 2 words with fervor: "Rise up." Niu Ben scratched his head and chimed in with a deep voice, "I share the same sentiment." Ha! Rest assured, in this challenge, I, Chen Xuan, shall surely rise. Chen Xuan let out a hearty laugh, firmly assuming a horse stance, and shouted, "Ding! Come forth." Boom! In that instant, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. However, the majority of onlookers regarded him with a mix of mockery and derision, believing that Chen Xuan was merely putting on an act, a mere invalid. With his dantian utterly depleted and meridian severed, what strength could he possibly muster, even if he still drew upon the vestiges of his former 9-sun battle body? This second trial allowed no room for the clever tricks he employed in the first. A dragon pill cauldron, weighing no less than 10,000 pounds. What an astonishing concept. Zhao Kaiwei remarked with displeasure. Some individuals truly possess a frog's view of the sky, grossly inflated in self-importance. Perhaps he is still lost in the reverie of his past glories, unable to extricate himself from delusion. The truth, however, is that he has fallen into ruin, hastening his descent into a quagmire, becoming as lazy and worthless as a pig. A flicker of resentment crossed her face. Just yesterday, she had taken the initiative to approach Chen Xuan, even promising that he could rely on her in the future. And yet, this good-for-nothing had the audacity to mockingly refuse her. Did he think himself worthy? The more she pondered, the more aggrieved she felt, her eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Shen Qingqing sneered, saying, "Senior sister, there's truly no need to be upset. When that dragon pill cauldron descends, I doubt he'll emerge unscathed. He'll either be crushed or suffer broken bones, perhaps even lose control of his bowels. What is he, after all? Can he ascend to greatness? He still believes he possesses the talents and strength of our junior brother. Pa, he is nothing." Her eyes were filled with disdain for Chen Xuan. The Chen Xuan of yore, who had been so devoted to his sisters, willing to risk his life for them, was no longer. Indeed, men are ever so fickle. Bai Ling scoffed derisively, stating, "A man who even demands back gifts he has given. So petty and calculating. What great achievements can you expect from him? It's utterly shameless to openly request the fourth junior sister's golden silk pouch. I suspect he harbors ulterior motives, yearning for the original essence of that pouch." As she spoke, memories of the flute incident flooded her mind, and her gaze towards Chen Xuan brimmed with bitterness. The crowd from the 9 sects and 13 gates stood in stunned silence. Good heavens! Chen Xuan has committed numerous deeds of infamy at Yunnu Peak, inciting profound resentment among his 4 senior sisters. Could it be that this rogue once extended his lustful claws toward them? Perhaps not. A voice, cool and elegant, resonated through the air, belonging to a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white, resembling freshly fallen snow. Her beauty was unparalleled, her demeanor as frosty as ice, ethereal like an immortal, shrouded in a thin mist that imparted an aura of sanctity. Yet, her captivating eyes exuded an aloofness, her graceful neck held high, akin to a crane among chickens. She was Luo Qingxian, the holy maiden of the Miao Miao sect. By a stroke of fortune, she had acquired a celestial-level cultivation technique, the flying, immortal decision, which transformed her into a being of celestial grace. Through her practice, she condensed an 8th-grade ice-type golden core, earning the title of the most beautiful woman in Zhongzhou. In any gathering, Luo Qingxian's presence would undoubtedly command attention, surrounded by a swarm of admirers. More than 10 disciples from the 9 sects and 13 schools pursued her affection. Lu Rian's eyes sparkled mischievously as she teased, "What is this? Does the holy maiden Luo believe that Chen Xuan speaks not in vain? It is said that you share a profound friendship with him. Are you here to defend that worthless wretch?" Her words immediately sparked a flurry of whispers. "Do not speak recklessly. While I do have some acquaintance with Chen Xuan, we are merely friends," Luo Qingxian retorted, her displeasure evident. Ji Wushuang chuckled lightly and declared, "Holy maiden Luo, please do not misunderstand. Sister Rian was merely speaking in haste. With your purity and celestial grace, how could you possibly have a deep connection with that Chen Xuan? Does he deserve it?" He stood with an air of nobility, his smile warm as the sun. Yet, beneath Ji Wushuang's exterior flickered a fervent desire for Luo Qingxian. His yearning for her form had not emerged overnight. Luo Qingxian remained composed, slowly elucidating. "The flying immortal decision I practice is particularly sensitive to true energy. Chen Xuan's true energy is obscure, yet it imparts to me a sense of grandeur. Thus, his shattered dantian and meridians must have been mended. He must have embarked anew upon the path of cultivation. You, Lu Ruyan, have miscalculated." Boom! With Luo Qingxian's proclamation, the entire venue trembled. At that moment, the first dragon cauldron came crashing down, accompanied by the haunting sounds of dragon roars, instilling a sense of dread. "Ha! What a splendid arrival!" Chen Xuan let out a hearty laugh, embodying an indomitable spirit akin to a tiger poised to conquer vast territories. Without hesitation, he chose to shoulder the weight of the cauldron. With a resounding thud, he successfully bore the immense Jiao Long Dan Ding upon his back. His gaze was piercing, exuding an aura of unparalleled dominance and arrogance. The spectators present collectively gasped in astonishment. Chen Xuan has truly succeeded? As for the multitude from the 9 sects and 13 doors outside the Mu Yun immortal palace, they all gazed intently at the immense image conjured in the void. Their expressions a tapestry of varied emotions. Boom. Chen Xuan directly invoked the 9-yang true dragon technique within him, enveloping his entire being in a rich and profound purple true qi, swirling around him with extraordinary agility. He had to face this second challenge with utmost dedication. This scene left all present in sheer astonishment, scarcely believing their own eyes. Wasn't Chen Xuan supposed to be incapacitated? How could he possibly possess true qi within him? And of the purple extreme variety, no less. Zhao Kaiwei gasped, emitting a shrill cry akin to that of a groundhog. She was utterly shocked and flustered. Yet, she was not alone in her astonishment. Everyone from the 9 sects and 13 schools, including Li Yinglian, Shengwan Yayin, and even Long Ming, were equally astounded. Luo Qingxian had indeed guessed correctly. However, with a shattered dantian and severed meridians, recovering from such injuries was akin to climbing a mountain. Not to mention the arduous journey of cultivation after healing. And yet he had managed to cultivate purple extreme true qi. This was simply absurd. Outrageously so. In the realm of cultivation, each major stage has its own method of assessing potential. The qi refinement stage is judged by the hue of true essence: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, white, black, and purple, in ascending order, representing increasingly extraordinary potential, and the true qi formed from it grows ever more powerful. Purple signifies the pinnacle. Hence this true qi is referred to as purple extreme true qi. If someone were to directly condense purple extreme true qi during the qi refinement stage, word would spread, and the 9 sects and 13 schools would rush to recruit him, breaking their heads over ways to entice him into their fold. Although the path of cultivation is not absolute, those with exceptional potential undeniably have the greatest probability of becoming formidable powerhouses. Even the likes of Niu Ben and others were both shocked and exhilarated. Brother, you are magnificent. Sister Six is proud to call you her brother. Purple Extreme. You are truly extraordinary. Dong Yufei wept tears of joy, her smile radiant as a flower. Boom. The second dragon Dan cauldron descended, once again caught steadily by Chen Xuan. Then came the third and fourth. His physique gradually began to reveal ethereal images resembling dragon scales, a manifestation of the true dragon body. Chen Xuan's extraordinary performance has unequivocally slapped the entire Howren Sword sect in the face. It seems there is more to it. Luo Qingshan murmured softly, her voice completely submerged by the cacophony of discussions. She gazed tenderly at Chen Xuan, her heart recalling the moments when they had once ventured into the bat cave together, when she had been wounded on her delicate backside by the Azure Wing Bat King. The vivid recollection of Chen Xuan hastily extracting the poison from her in a moment of desperation played in her mind. That was the deepest secret of Luo Qingshan's heart. In those days, you were already betrothed to Lu Ruyan, while I had sealed my heart in solitude. Yet now, perhaps we might rekindle our past romance. A sigh of longing escaped Luo Qingshan's heart, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual brilliance. At this moment, the admiration of the recognized first beauty of Zhongzhou surged forth like a spring. Thud! The fifth dragon Dan furnace descended. Chen Xuan's body trembled as he struggled to catch it, a carefree smile illuminating his eyes. Although he could not witness the expressions of the crowd outside the Muyu Immortal Palace, one could only imagine how splendid they must be. Indeed, the reality was just as thrilling. Ji Wushuang's complexion turned ashen, as if struck by a merciless blow. Lu Rian's delicate form quivered uncontrollably, her ample bosom heaving, betraying her inner shock. Zhao Kaiyun, Shen Qingqing, and Bai Ling stood agape, their mouths wide enough to accommodate a goose egg. This. Ji Yaoyue's voluptuous body trembled, her eyes filled with panic and disbelief. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted bitterly, "Impossible. This cannot be." Chapter 64. Allow me to first break through to the qi refining stage. This wretched spawn. How could his dantian and meridians have healed? This is inconceivable. There has never been a precedent. Ji Yaoyue's mind roared, and she completely lost her composure. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, her ample bosom rising and falling violently, as if it might burst forth at any moment. The icy pallor of her exquisite face was now flushed with a deep crimson hue, revealing her inner fury. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, amplifying her dread. The purple extreme true qi. Even her beloved son Wu Shuang had only managed to cultivate green true qi during the qi refining stage. Did this not imply that Muyu Sanxian might take a liking to this wretched spawn? Absolutely not. At this moment, Ji Yaoyue was utterly panicked. She recalled her bet with Chen Xuan regarding the great Tao and the debt of spirit stones she owed. If Chen Xuan were to stumble upon fortuitous luck and become Muyu Sanxian's heir, it would be an unmitigated disaster. Not to mention, she could never produce 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. No, it cannot be. My son Wu Shuang is destined for ascension, a true prodigy. And what of Chen Xuan, who merely gathered purple extreme true qi? He is still unworthy. Ji Yaoyue consoled herself with these thoughts, gradually calming her tumultuous emotions. Subsequently, she discreetly cast a glance at Li Yinglian. There stood the elegantly clad Li Yinglian, her lips twitching slightly, her expression as cold as ice. The scene before her was a resounding slap to the face. A discarded waste expelled from the Howren Sword sect had defied the heavens to such an extent. Among the 9 sects and 13 gates, many had already begun to murmur and mock. At that moment, Li Yinglian spoke up suddenly. The purple extreme true qi merely signifies extraordinary potential. What of character? I am curious as to how this wretched spawn has mended his Dantian injuries. The peerless treasure, the Wuxiang Xiantian jade essence, has gone missing from our sect's forbidden grounds, and its essence possesses the miraculous ability to bind the Dantian and meridians. However, considering Chen Xuan's abilities, he is utterly incapable of breaking through the ancient formation within the forbidden ground. It stands to reason that this matter should not concern him. As these words were spoken, an uproar ensued. The elder with the bronze hammer roared with fervent indignation. Sect Master, Chen Xuan indeed lacks the capacity to breach our sect's ancient formation within the forbidden ground. Not even someone below the transformation stage could accomplish such a feat. But what of the wife he mentioned? That 7th princess is a formidable 4th-tier tribulation stage demon. What could she be secretly plotting within the Xian Hall? His words jolted the crowd from their stupor. Everyone suddenly realized, and a wave of alarm swept through them. If this were truly the case, Chen Xuan was in grave peril. Regardless of whether Bai Bingyan had pilfered the myriad celestial jade marrow herself, or whether Chen Xuan had incited her to do so ultimately, this debt would fall upon Chen Xuan to repay. Thud. The 6th dragon elixir cauldron descended, causing Chen Xuan's body to sway precariously, yet he managed to withstand it. He heard the furious bellowing of the bronze hammer elder from the Mu Yun immortal palace and was instantly enraged. Li Yinglian, you speak slander. My recovery of the injuries to my Dantian and meridians has nothing whatsoever to do with your so-called myriad celestial jade marrow. Chen Xuan's furious roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, yet it was met with a chilling reprimand from Li Yinglian. You wretched miscreant, this matter cannot be overlooked. It must be thoroughly investigated. Once the master-disciple ceremony concludes, you shall return to the Howren Sword sect to offer your apologies, or I shall personally bring you back. The choice is yours. The atmosphere on site grew increasingly intense. Du Meng, Dong Yufei, and others were filled with indignation. Even Luo Qingxian and Du Guxie began to voice their support for Chen Xuan. However, it remained futile. Practitioners are often envious and selfish, witnessing Chen Xuan's brilliance. They naturally wished to see him suppressed. Thus, the crowd vocally condemned Chen Xuan, seemingly determined to trample him into the mire without relent. Huh, Chen Xuan scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Is this what they call the elite of the righteous path in the Central Plains? They incessantly preach about exterminating evil and upholding justice, yet their hearts are so selfish and narrow-minded, wishing to drag down anyone superior to themselves and trample upon them until satisfied. Li Yinglian remained cold, yet a flicker of pride passed through her eyes. With just a slight word from her, she could ensnare this wretch in a trap of self-justification from which he could never escape. The foremost principle valued by the immortal Mu Yun is character. A person who consorts with demonic women and steals treasures from forbidden grounds. What does it matter if he cultivates the purple extreme, true qi? Even if he were not to be struck dead by immortal Mu Yun, it would be utterly unreasonable for him to be accepted as a disciple. This is a true masterpiece of cunning, a plan that achieves 3 objectives with one stroke. In that moment, the members of the Howren Sword sect could not help but laugh. Du Meng's eyes nearly bulged with fury as he shouted, "This is slander, utterly baseless slander." Yet, his voice was drowned out by an even greater chorus of condemnation and accusation. Numerous loose cultivators and members from the 9 sects and 13 gates transformed into agents of justice, launching a moral assault against Chen Xuan, painting him as a villain of egregious crimes, his misdeeds too numerous to enumerate. Sect leader Li, your words carry no proof. What evidence do you have? Luo Qingxian questioned angrily. Lu Ruyan sneered. Lady Luo, just now you were arguing that your relationship with Chen Xuan is superficial? I see you two must have entangled yourselves with one another by now. Haven't you? Silence. Lu Ruyan, do you dare to court death? Luo Qingxian retorted, her delicate form trembling with rage, a fragrant aura surging. The debate became even more intense. At that moment, a cool and ethereal voice resonated through the heavens and the earth. Howren Sword Sect Master, you possess great audacity. You dare to slander even my clan's princess. Do you think my 9-tailed white fox clan is without defenders? The voice was crisp and melodious, like pearls falling upon a jade plate. In the next instant, a streak of white light from the north instantaneously tore through the sky, arriving at the entrance of the Mu Yun Immortal Palace. Upon a grand cloud bed, Bai Qian lay lazily, her jade hand propping up her fragrant cheek, exuding a myriad of charms. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, adorned with a faint blush, giving one an intoxicating feeling as if lost in a dream. She resembled a stunning fairy, embodying grace and purity akin to the radiant moon in the heavens. With a graceful flip, Bai Qian elegantly lifted her slender and straight legs, standing upon the clouds. In the next moment, she appeared before Li Yinglian, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a peak 8th grade 9th stage fusion cultivator. Bang! Caught off guard, Li Yinglian's legs went weak, and she uncontrollably knelt down, her face revealing a mixture of shame and anger. Taoist Bai Qian, please show mercy. Long Ming, the venerable figure, hastily advanced, unleashing an aura of authority that allowed Li Yinglian to catch her breath and rise, albeit with some difficulty. I bear no ill intent in my visit today. I merely wish to observe the husband spoken of by my dear Bingyan. However, upon hearing someone tarnishing her reputation, I felt compelled to inquire further. Who amongst you is unaware that Bingyan possesses an extraordinary and noble lineage, with a significant likelihood of ascending to the throne of the 10,000 Demons Palace, thereby becoming the Empress of the Southern Wilderness? Her reputation cannot be sullied by your slanders in the slightest. Bai Qian spoke coldly, invoking the might of the Southern Wilderness Demon Clan. The crowd, upon hearing this, turned pale with trepidation. The stability of the Central Continent is largely attributed to the presence of the immortal Mu Yun. Despite this, the Central Continent is, in fact, the weakest among the 5 regions of the desolate heaven domain in terms of both the number of strong individuals and overall strength. While the demon clan ranks among the most formidable, in an instant, many gazes directed towards Li Yinglian transformed, filled with a sense of schadenfreude. His challenge not only cast numerous stains upon Chen Xuan, but also entangled the entire Howren Sword sect in grave troubles. Should the 9-tailed white fox clan of Qingxiu become enraged, they could easily plunge the Howren Sword sect into dire peril. Li Yinglian, of course, recognized that expression on his face, as if he had been force-fed a most distasteful concoction. Primarily, he had never envisioned Bai Qian's presence within the Mu Yun Mountains. At that moment, a venerable voice resonated from within the Mu Yun Immortal Palace. Little fox, rest assured, I shall deliver justice in this matter. Since you have arrived, you may observe here. The immortal Mu Yun had spoken. As you command. Bai Qian replied with a look of respect, bowing gracefully towards the Mu Yun Immortal Palace. She then gracefully descended onto the cloud bed, reclining languidly as she began to watch the unfolding events. Chen Xuan gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the weight of the 6 dragon pill cauldrons. 6. This number alone was sufficient to secure victory in the second round. Yet, a profound discontent flickered in his eyes. Surely, Mu Yun, the immortal of dispersing clouds, would not be pleased with his performance. He had specifically summoned the golden-horned king, and yet more than half of the dragon pill chi it exhaled remained unutilized. As for Bai Qian's arrival to support him, Chen Xuan was well aware of it. However, at present, he was undergoing an assessment and could not express his gratitude to this esteemed senior. At this moment, the Dragon Ming Master spoke with admiration. Chen Xuan, you have secured victory in the second round. Moreover, it appears that 6 cauldrons are your limit. Do you wish to add a 7th cauldron? Instantly, a multitude of gazes converged upon him. The overwhelming majority already harbored an answer within their hearts. 6 cauldrons had reached the pinnacle of what Chen Xuan could bear. He would surely concede, wouldn't he? Suddenly, Chen Xuan's entire being trembled with vigor. A dazzling golden light erupted from his eyes. He then laughed heartily, declaring, "Indeed, I shall add a 7th cauldron. I desire an 8th, a 9th, and even a 10th. But before that, allow me to first break through to the Qi refining stage." Chapter 65. Rising from the ashes, invincible under heaven. Allow me to first break through to the Qi refining stage. Chen Xuan's words left everyone in a state of bewilderment. How could it be that he was merely at the 9th level of Qi refinement? It must be noted that Chen Xuan now bore the weight of 6 revered dragon pill cauldrons, each weighing 10,000 pounds. The combined pressure of these 6 cauldrons, exuding the might of the dragon, was certainly not something a mere novice at the 9th level of Qi refinement could withstand. Yet, if this were indeed true, then Chen Xuan possessed an alarming degree of potential. Boom. The circulation of the 9-yang true dragon technique within Chen Xuan suddenly accelerated, and his aura ceased to be restrained, erupting with a thunderous force. It was unmistakably at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. A gasp escaped the lips of many, their hearts tumultuous as if caught in a storm. Particularly, those cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of the foundation establishment stage, who had failed in the second trial, hung their heads in shame. In the next moment, a resplendent golden elixir emerged from Chen Xuan's body. Its surface bore 9 orifices, reminiscent of the 9 apertures of a human, subtly pulsating, while within it swirled a stream of pure golden energy, exuding an enchanting fragrance of medicine. Experts well-versed in alchemy trembled with excitement, exclaiming in unison, "This is a premium treasure elixir, the 9-aperture golden yuan pill." The 9-aperture golden yuan pill spun rapidly, releasing plumes of rich, almost tangible golden medicinal vapor, its size visibly diminishing before the naked eye. Chen Xuan suddenly opened his mouth. Instantly, the golden medicinal vapors were drawn into his mouth, akin to a great whale consuming water. Chen Xuan's entire body gradually manifested a multitude of golden specks, resembling shimmering scales. The purple essence within him was undergoing a mysterious metamorphosis. In that moment, Chen Xuan seemed to transform into a black hole, akin to a surging ocean, an endless abyss fervently devouring the vast spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Moreover, with a mere wave of his hand, he extracted 500,000 high-grade spirit stones from the Dragon Phoenix ring, absorbing them with reckless abandon. Could it be? Was he truly on the verge of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage? Typically, such a transition from foundation establishment to golden core did not necessitate this magnitude of spiritual energy. Chen Xuan was retracing his path of cultivation. This was nothing short of defiance against the heavens. Some spectators gasped in astonishment, their fears palpable. Unbeknownst to them, atop the eaves of the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, the golden horn devouring serpent revealed a glimmer of surprise and respect in its glittering golden eyes. At this moment, Chen Xuan's performance genuinely ignited its desire to follow him. This wretched being, he has healed his Dantian injury while keeping it from me. Truly, his intentions are nefarious. Ji Yaoyue muttered bitterly to herself, her voluptuous form trembling slightly, her countenance as cold as ice. Her heart felt constricted. In such a highly anticipated spectacle, the protagonist should not be this discarded disciple, whom she had expelled. It would be far more fitting and perfect if it were her beloved son, Wu Xuan. Boom! Within Chen Xuan's body, the purple extreme true energy surged like a dragon, gradually becoming more tumultuous, and his entire being suddenly radiated a resplendent golden light. After exhausting the 9-aperture golden yuan pill and 500,000 high-grade spirit stones, he finally achieved a breakthrough. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Well, suddenly, a celestial melody and the sound of a conch resonated through the heavens and the earth. It was grand and sacred, immersing all in the essence of the Tao. Then, flowers rained from the sky, and golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Auspicious energy spreading throughout the entire Mu Yun mountain range. The boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, forming a colossal canopy of clouds above Chen Xuan, expanding ever wider. This scene astonished everyone. The celestial sounds, the conch's call, the flowers falling, and the golden lotuses surging. This was indeed the omen of transcending to immortality as recorded in ancient texts. Such a remarkable phenomenon truly existed. Had Chen Xuan been recognized by the Tao of heaven and earth? He had broken free from all attachments, achieving profound enlightenment, emerging even stronger than before. Countless cultivators discussed amongst themselves, filled with envy. To receive such an omen of the Tao signified that the conditions for becoming an immortal were met. As long as one did not fall, the likelihood of transcending tribulation to achieve immortality was high. Meanwhile, the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 clans were equally exhilarated. Chen Xuan has been expelled from the Howard sect, rendering him akin to a solitary cultivator. As the saying goes, a widow without a master is enticing, especially when she is a captivating young woman. Who among the leaders could resist such temptation? In an instant, Ouyang Shuri, Baichuan Taoist, and Shengguan Yayin were all eager to seize Chen Xuan for themselves. Chen Xuan's aura extended beyond 10 miles, then 30, 50, 80. My goodness, could his potential displayed during the foundation establishment stage truly be so extraordinary? It seemed to be even more than that, as his aura continued to expand slowly. Was it possible that it would cover 90 miles? Ninth grade? Gasps of astonishment and envy echoed among the crowd. The assessment of one's aptitude during the foundation establishment stage is gauged by the canopy of spiritual energy drawn forth during the breakthrough. 10 miles signifies first grade, 20 miles for second grade, and so forth. Meanwhile, the members of the Howard sect looked as if they had collectively consumed something bitter, their faces reflecting profound displeasure. Such a prodigious talent, which should have brought greater glory to the Howard sect, had instead been cast out. They could easily surmise the ridicule that awaited the sect due to this incident. Alas, the die had been cast, and there was no turning back. Ji Wushuang clenched his fists and growled in fury. Despicable. Chen Xuan did this on purpose. How malicious he is, truly a biting dog that does not bark. So shameless. His words instantly drew the ire of everyone in the Howard sect, who turned their furious gazes upon Chen Xuan. Indeed, Chen Xuan's dantian and meridians could not have healed instantaneously, and yet he had cultivated to the 9th level of the qi refinement stage. Yet, he persistently feigned being a useless individual. The malice in his heart is manifest. I have long recognized his despicable nature. However, he has concealed it so adeptly that I could not ascertain the truth. Alas, it is my fault for not expelling him sooner, allowing this ungrateful wretch to flourish. Dear friends, while you may perceive Chen Xuan's talents as commendable, I implore you to reconsider before admitting him into our sect. He is a treacherous and vile wolf cub, one who, instead of being nurtured, would turn upon its master. Ji Yaoyue's words fell upon the crowd like a bucket of cold water, chilling them to the bone. They exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Observing the impact of her words, Ji Yaoyue proudly declared, "This wretched being is destined to be but a fleeting bloom." Do you believe it? Before her statement could settle, the leader of the Miaoyin sect, Shengguan Yayin, suddenly gasped in astonishment. Look, Chen Xuan's true essence, how has it transformed into a resplendent crimson gold, so full of vitality? Is this the flawless, divinely imbued crimson gold true essence recorded in ancient texts? Her exclamation stirred the assembly. There stood Chen Xuan, bearing 6 majestic dragon cauldrons, enveloped in swirling tendrils of profound crimson gold essence. They moved with the grace of living beings, resembling golden dragons gliding through the air, imparting an aura of unmatched supremacy and unfathomable mystery. The spectrum of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and purple, serves as the discernment method for true essence from the 1st to the 9th rank in the qi refinement stage. The crimson gold, however, is said to transcend the ultimate purple, embodying the pinnacle of true essence. The purity and might of its essence are remarkable. Simply possessing a divine quality within is enough to evoke envy in countless cultivators. Arts, techniques, secret skills, forbidden methods, divine abilities, celestial arts. Their potency escalates from weak to strong, as does the difficulty of their cultivation. The crimson gold true essence, due to its extraordinary vitality, amplifies the efficacy of any technique employed, as it contains a hint of divine essence. Those endowed with crimson gold true essence possess a far greater success rate in comprehending divine abilities than their peers. From ruin to resurgence, invincible across the realm Chen Xuan. Congratulations. Luo Qingshan reflected inwardly, her gentle smile breathtakingly beautiful. Niu Ben, Du Ming, Dong Yufei, and and the other six could hardly contain their excitement, cheering exuberantly. Bai Qian remained languidly reclined on her cloud bed, a slight smirk gracing her lips. This little one has certainly astonished your aunt. The crowd buzzed with fervent discussion. Some expressed envy, others jealousy, while a few became sour lemons, hurling sarcastic remarks. Gulps. Chen Xuan could not suppress her thirst. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue, her heart racing with hidden desires. She had resolved to spare no effort in recruiting Chen Xuan into the Miaoying sect. Even if he is indeed a devil in the guise of a seducer, he must be confronted. At the very least, I shall personally engage in this battle, wholeheartedly facing this mischievous little spirit, for I refuse to believe I cannot ensnare him. Chen Xuan, you wretched disciple, your actions are truly detestable. Ji Yao Yu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, her heart resonating with indignation. She had just uttered a fleeting assertion, only to be met with a resounding slap to the face. At that moment, Chen Xuan took a deep breath, extending his arms with a sudden flourish. Resembling a great rock spreading its wings against the heavens, 100 miles of celestial canopy coalesced before me. Boom! Chen Xuan roared, stomping his foot with great force. An overwhelming and unparalleled invisible pressure erupted from his being. This was the dragon might conveyed by the heart of the true dragon, now perfectly fused with Chen Xuan's essence. As the fierce dragon might spread, the cloud canopy, which had already reached 90 miles, trembled violently, swirling and brewing with intensity. In the next moment, it expanded explosively to 100 miles. The celestial melodies resounded once more, and the sound of the conch echoed. A dreamlike spectacle unfolded, with golden lotuses rising from the earth. Amidst the radiant and colorful phenomena of ascension, Chen Xuan stood alone, unparalleled in the world. Ji Yao Yue's voluptuous and enchanting figure quivered, as if struck by lightning. That waste. It is impossible, she muttered to herself, her eyes glazed over, utterly bewildered. Chapter 66, A Fleeting Bloom? An unparalleled strong dragon? Crimson gold, true essence. 100-mile canopy. At this moment, amidst various celestial phenomena and myriad auspicious signs, Chen Xuan stood defiantly against the 6 tripods, exuding an air of unparalleled dominance. The former Xiangu had returned. Du Ming's eyes glistened with emotion as he spoke excitedly. Meanwhile, those who had once doubted and mocked fell silent. Chen Xuan, utilizing the extraordinary presence of a prodigy on 2 occasions, summoned the heavens and the earth to endorse him, thereby affirming his own prowess. Such charisma and stature are indeed akin to the venomous excrement of a scorpion in the central plains, potent and formidable. His profound and extraordinary true essence exudes vitality, as if he possesses an intimate understanding of the arcane. This dragon's might is undeniably tyrannical, capable of overpowering any cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Chen Xuan felt an array of transformations within his body, overwhelmed with joy. He had an inkling that this breakthrough would be nothing short of astonishing. However, he never anticipated reaching such heights. A surge of pride welled up within Chen Xuan. Moreover, the fusion of the true dragon's heart with his own seemed to have deepened significantly. At this moment, I am at the first stage of the 10th rank in the foundation establishment phase. I should be capable of sweeping through the foundation establishment stage and even contend against those in the golden core realm. Nevertheless, this is still far from sufficient. What level could the Jiao Dragon Pill Cauldron, prepared by the immortal Mu Yun, elevate me to? In Chen Xuan's eyes lay an abyssal calmness. Having been reduced to a mere shell of a man after the self-detonation of his 9th-grade golden core for nearly 100 days, he had truly come to understand the fickleness of human emotions and the harshness of the world. Now, he had regained his strength. He was confident that this time, he would solidify the most robust foundation for his path, ensuring that every realm he traversed would be flawless and unimpeded. 9th grade? No, I, Chen Xuan, shall strive to surpass the 9th grade in every major realm. Regardless of the astonishment of those around him, Chen Xuan's extraordinary feats were undeniable, and the phenomena of heaven and earth were no mere illusions. Yet, this spectacle shattered Zhao Kaiyue and the others. Impossible. This must be an illusion. How could a despicable and shameless wretch like Chen Xuan possess the virtue and capability to break through the 9th grade twice? My junior brother is the true son of the dragon, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. Zhao Kaiyue bellowed, her face a mask of disbelief. Shen Qingqing nodded in agreement, echoing. Before our departure, The sect master specifically divined. The dragon ascends to heaven, which means my junior brother is indeed the true. As she spoke, her expression abruptly froze. An uncontrollable thought surged in Chen Xuan's mind, forcefully seizing her spirit. Could the so-called true dragon in the divination be Chen Xuan? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Xuan let out a frantic shriek, her heart in disarray. She refused to accept it. She had staked everything on her junior brother. How could Chen Xuan, that waste, rise again? This cannot be allowed. Lu Rian narrowed her eyes slightly and suddenly interjected. Could it be possible that he has employed some forbidden technique, enabling such a miraculous display? His dantian and meridians lay shattered, yet he surpassed his previous capabilities. This was nothing short of a fantasy. Her voice was melodious and graceful, imbued with a serene quality. Yet within Lu Rian's heart, tumultuous waves of astonishment had already begun to rise. She regretted it. Had she known Chen Xuan could turn his fortunes around and reach such heights of talent? Why had she even attempted to seduce Ji Wushuang and engage in various schemes? Many nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lu Rian's assertion. After all, Chen Xuan's situation was indeed hard to accept. At that moment, a long howl resonated, akin to a dragon's roar. The second trial continues. Chen Xuan spoke directly, standing tall and exuding an aura of power akin to a roaring tiger. With a resounding thud, the seventh dragon pill cauldron descended, and Chen Xuan expertly caught it with unwavering steadiness. Almost immediately, the eighth dragon pill cauldron followed suit. Then the ninth, the 10th. A grave expression gradually settled upon Chen Xuan's face, and his body began to sway slightly. Golden-hued true essence swirled around his exterior, transforming into vivid, living scales reminiscent of goldfish, as the true dragon's dominant physique was fully activated. Now at the first tier of the 10th grade foundation establishment, Chen Xuan's power had surged several-fold compared to before. However, the cumulative pressure of 10 dragon elixirs was formidable indeed. This was made possible only because Chen Xuan possessed an extraordinary dragon might, allowing him to remain impervious to the oppressive aura emanating from the elixirs. As the 11th descended, it felt as if Mount Tai had fallen upon him. Chen Xuan gasped heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows, evoking a sense of deep concern among Luo Qingxian, Dong Yufei, and others. To everyone's astonishment, Chen Xuan bellowed fiercely, "Bring it on." In his eyes, there flickered a wild and unrestrained spirit, a sensation of sheer exhilaration coursing through him. With a resounding thud, the final surge of dragon essence, left by the golden-horned devouring dragon, coalesced under the primordial fusion of the 7 towers, manifesting into the last cauldron. It plummeted down once more. Chen Xuan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Kneeling on one knee, struggling to support the cauldron, the 12 dragon-shaped cauldrons weighed heavily upon him. Even the scattered cultivators, who were filled with envy and resentment towards Chen Xuan, now displayed expressions of admiration. "Young friend Chen Xuan, you truly are a remarkable talent," Ouyang Shiri exclaimed. Shangguan Yayun smiled gently, her eyes sparkling as she transmitted sound. "Chen Xuan, you are indeed impressive. With the second challenge concluded, would you consider joining my Miaoyin sect? I shall personally guide you." What she truly wished to convey was, as long as you join my Miaoyin sect, you, Chen Xuan, could very well surpass me. Even the likes of Long Ming and Qing Mu Dan Wang revealed expressions of appreciation. What is there to commend? It is merely the self-destructive process of a fool, Ji Yaoyue remarked disdainfully, speaking loudly. She continued candidly, rebuilding what is broken is inherently difficult, and such healing will inevitably leave severe, hidden dangers and scars. The more excellent his performance, the greater the pressure on his dantian and meridians, thus increasing the likelihood of an explosion. You should all be aware that there exist certain taboo methods in this world that can ignite potential, such as the 3-day death technique, which can push a person's potential to its utmost limit. But the price, naturally, is certain death. The situation before us is clearly a manifestation of this. Therefore, whether through taboo methods or hidden injuries to his dantian and meridians, it is sufficient to lead him to a fleeting demise. The more Ji Yaoyue spoke, the more she felt she had uncovered the truth, her excitement growing. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed, and Ji Yaoyue was sent flying backward for over 10 meters, barely managing to regain her footing. She was furious, infuriated beyond measure. However, upon locking her gaze onto Bai Qian, her anger flared further. Bai Qian, You have gone too far. Ji Yaoyue covered her cheek, her eyes icy cold. With a fierce bark, she threatened, I will kill you. Bai Qian coldly uttered a single sentence, forceful and domineering. Yet, within Bai Qian's clear, beautiful eyes, a trace of barely perceptible concern flickered. She had to admit that Ji Yaoyue's analysis held substantial merit. Many turned their gazes toward the burdened Chen Xuan. This former paragon of excellence. Had he truly chosen a path leading to certain death merely to seek the limelight? The possibility was quite high. After all, accustomed to glory and admiration, how could he resign himself to wallow in the mire and become a laughingstock? Perhaps a fleeting death was indeed a preferable choice. In an instant, the murmurs of discussion filled the air. At that moment, Li Yinglian remarked, the unparalleled treasure, the myriad manifestations, Xiantian jade essence, indeed possesses extraordinary effects that can elevate a person to their utmost potential. It is simply, he is a relic of a fallen predecessor from our sect, buried within the confines of his grave in the forbidden grounds. Not long ago, some audacious souls desecrated his resting place, reducing his remains to ashes. If we were to uncover the identities of these miscreants, they would not escape retribution. Upon uttering these words, a wave of uproar ensued. Many astute minds began to draw connections, casting suspicion upon the seventh princess by Bing Yin and Chen Xuan. Were it not for Bai Qian's presence, they would have surely launched a verbal assault against Chen Xuan. At that moment, Zhao Kaiwei spoke in a magnanimous tone, Master, regardless of the circumstances, Chen Xuan did emerge from our Yunu Peak. If he truly finds himself at the end of his rope, it would be more fitting for us to assist in his burial, wouldn't it? Ji Yaoyue was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Though this wretched being's actions resemble those of a fool, his lack of compassion does not absolve us of our duty. Kaiwei, I shall acquiesce to your suggestion. The assembled crowd, including the venerable Taoist Santong, could not help but scoff derisively. What a preposterous excuse. At the heart of it, they merely sought to seize the coveted bloodstone heart from Chen Xuan. In an instant, the gazes of many wandering cultivators turned towards Chen Xuan, filled with pity. The moment he detonated his ninth-rank golden core, tragedy was all but assured. Just then, Chen Xuan's body trembled violently. With a decisive wave of his hand, the 12 dragon Dan cauldrons were sent flying, landing in 12 distinct positions around him, each emanating a precious and formidable aura of extraordinary power. Chen Xuan found himself in a state of transcendence, completely immersed in the operation of the 9-yang true dragon technique. With a thunderous roar, a formidable aura of dragon might emanated from his being, stirring the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius to converge frantically around him. Simultaneously, the 12 serpentine dragon cauldrons were activated, releasing torrents of pure and refined dragon essence. Devour, relentlessly consuming. Chen Xuan resembled an unparalleled dragon, voraciously consuming the surrounding energies. His aura surged dramatically, ascending through the ranks of cultivation, reaching the second stage of the 10th tier foundation, then the third, and onward to the 4th tier. The assembled practitioners, who had come with their beasts, were struck with astonishment as they realized their creatures had fallen into submission, prostrating before Chen Xuan. Even the golden-horned dragon coiled atop the eaves of the Mu Yun Immortal Palace lowered its massive head in a gesture of allegiance. Such a spectacle was unprecedented. After half an hour, the ethereal essence of the 12 dragon elixirs diminished to less than 1/10 of its original strength. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Chen Xuan's power surged to the pinnacle of the 9th stage of the 10th tier foundation. With but one more step, he could transcend into the golden core stage. The golden-horned dragon exhaled a dragon core, the size of a fist, swirling around Chen Xuan, eager to assist him in his advancement. This display, was it merely the manifestation of forbidden techniques destined to be fleeting? No, this was the emergence of a true dragon prodigy. Chen Xuan, having shattered his limitations, faced no bottlenecks in his realm and was on the verge of coalescing a golden core. My heavens, could he possibly forge another 10th tier golden core? A gasp of disbelief escaped the lips of one observer, their voice trembling with shock. Meanwhile, Ji Yaoyue's smile had long since frozen. As she beheld the unfolding scene, she wished fervently to tear her eyes from the spectacle, wishing she could pretend she had not witnessed it at all. Chen Xuan, this wretched being, is he truly aiming for the heavens? Chapter 67. A celestial being defying fate, divine retribution, and earthly destruction. The surging spiritual energy roars like a tidal wave. The winds and clouds shift ominously. The heart of the true dragon within Chen Xuan pulsated with vigor as the Nine Suns' true dragon art accelerated its operation. A torrent of brilliant golden true essence converged in his dantian, continuously condensing. Today, I, Chen Xuan, shall once again attain the golden core. A roar reminiscent of a dragon's song resounded above the Muyu Mountains. Standing tall, with hair billowing like an immortal monument, Chen Xuan exuded an aura of undeniable majesty. Suddenly, behind him, a phantom of a crimson-golden five-clawed dragon materialized, faintly shimmering with a sanguine hue. This was an unmistakable manifestation of bloodline. The true dragon bloodline of the ultimate Yang? The five-clawed golden dragon? Gasps of astonishment erupted throughout the crowd, igniting an uproar. This was the legendary bloodline. Rivaling the true phoenix bloodline of the ultimate Yin, both hailed as the two supreme bloodlines of humanity. Today, it had re-emerged in the world. The Dragon Roar Elder was profoundly shaken, unable to suppress his awe. No wonder Chen Xuan possesses such extraordinary talent. He harbors such a bloodline. This is a destiny ordained for supremacy. As long as he does not fall, he could not only aspire to immortality, but also compete for dominance in the celestial realm. It is said that the blood of one with the true Yang dragon bloodline can elevate the grade of medicinal pills. It even holds the potential to transform superior elixirs into quasi-immortal pills. If I could obtain a few drops of his blood. The Greenwood Pill King spoke with fervor, his eyes ablaze with excitement. Taoist Bai Chuan stroked his beard, enviously remarking, not merely the essence of blood. Those of the true Yang dragon bloodline carry a true dragon aura that can enhance the potential of one's spiritual roots. However, this effect only has a chance of manifesting during the union of Yin and Yang. TSK. Whoever becomes Chen Xuan's consort shall surely tread a path of great fortune in their cultivation. Upon hearing this, many female disciples immediately brightened with interest. It was as if a horde of enchanting fairies had stumbled upon the monk Tang's song. They could hardly contain their desire to seize the opportunity to play with the esteemed brother. Though many female cultivators from Zhongzhou had openly derided the enchanting maidens of the Hahuan sect countless times, the prospect of obtaining similar effects without the need for the sect's secretive methods proved irresistible. Many hearts were stirred. Oh no, my brother is likely to become the coveted prize in the eyes of many women. Dong Yufei furrowed her brows, a thought surfacing in her mind. No wonder the divination before our departure revealed the auspicious sign of the true dragon ascending. It turns out that the true dragon is my elder brother Chen Xuan, and not Ji Wushuang. Du Ming laughed heartily, brimming with exhilaration. This scene was undeniably a tremendous surprise for him. Such talent, the scattered immortals of Muyu would undoubtedly not overlook. What? Ji Yaoyue's eyes widened, her breath growing erratic. Her emotions were in turmoil at this moment. Meanwhile, not far away, Ji Wushuang felt as though she might shatter from the overwhelming intensity of her feelings. Jealousy surged within him, nearly erupting from his chest. How infuriating! Why should Chen Xuan possess the true Yang dragon bloodline, while I am merely the wretched Xiantian sword body? Great demon from beyond the realms, do you possess a means to enable me to seize Chen Xuan's bloodline power? Alas, the true Yang dragon bloodline is the bane of my clan. However, if you could eliminate him, I could indeed attempt the forbidden art of bloodline transformation. Ji Wushuang engaged in a silent dialogue within, his thoughts racing as he contemplated ways to annihilate Chen Xuan. He could not abide such an outcome. How could Chen Xuan, who was destined to become a cripple, rise so forcefully? Especially when Ji Wushuang noticed the enchanting gaze of Lu Ruyan beside him shimmering with an unusual brilliance. He felt as though he were turning green with envy. Indeed, Bai Qian lay lazily upon the cloud bed, uttering two words, her lips involuntarily curving into a slight smile. She unconsciously sensed the imprint of a once magnificent figure within her heart becoming clearer. I once remarked that you possess the essence of a true dragon. Little did I expect my words to manifest. How nostalgic, the times we bravely ventured into the cave of 10,000 bats together. Chen Xuan, if fate were to rewind, when you lifted my skirt and unhesitatingly assisted me with the poison, I would surely submit to you. Luo Qingshan smiled softly, a lingering sense of regret enveloping her heart. At that moment, the host of spirit beasts present all prostrated themselves upon the ground. Even the golden horn devouring serpent lowered its massive head, demonstrating respect. In this instant, bolstered by the five-clawed golden dragon's manifestation behind him, Chen Xuan's aura surged dramatically, exuding an overwhelming force that seemed to pierce the heavens. What is happening? I have already reached the nascent soul stage, yet I feel an impulse to worship Chen Xuan? Xia Shirans of Liang's sect exclaimed in disbelief. Beside him, a man offered a bitter smile. Even my senior brother feels such an urge. This must be the tyrannical nature of the supreme bloodline. The disciples of Howren's sword sect must be regretting their decisions immensely now, right? Xia Shirans chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Who could argue otherwise? Ji Yaoyue, in her lofty demeanor, must be weeping every night in regret. Do you think there is any chance of bringing Chen Xuan back to Howren's sword sect now? Once spilled water cannot be gathered again. The rift is too profound. The actions of Howren's sword sect this time were too extreme. Chen Xuan will undoubtedly not return. Similar discussions echoed throughout the crowd, predominantly tinged with malicious delight. Meanwhile, the members of Howren's sword sect wore expressions as grim as if they had just consumed excrement. Especially Ji Yaoyue. Her complexion turned ashen, her voluptuous body trembled, creating an alluring curve. Nonetheless, Ji Yaoyue maintained her composure. She held her snow-white neck high and arrogantly declared, even if he, Chen Xuan, possesses the true Yang dragon bloodline, what of it? A waste is still a waste. As a member of the Howren sword sect, I must embody the spirit of righteousness rather than the deceitful and unscrupulous. Even if Chen Xuan were to reveal his innate bloodline talent ahead of time, I would unhesitatingly cast him out. For I, Ji Yaoyue, tolerate no impurity in my eyes. Her words resonated with a cold, resolute clarity. Upon hearing this, Ji Wushuang's jealousy diminished somewhat. Chen Xuan, stained with disgrace, is merely a petty thief. The transcendent Mu Yun Sanxian would never choose you as a disciple. You fool. The more you reveal, the faster your demise will come. A magnificent five-clawed golden dragon's phantom swirled around Chen Xuan, drawing in a torrent of spiritual energy akin to tidal waves, ceaselessly flooding into his body. Chen Xuan stood there, radiating an array of dazzling colors. Ultimately, he became resplendent beyond measure. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant sphere of light erupted from above Chen Xuan's head, exuding an overwhelming dragon's might and shooting forth 10 beams of colorful light. 10 colors. He was on the verge of condensing a 10th-grade golden elixir. The 9th-grade golden elixir is already the most extraordinary state attainable by our fellow practitioners. Yet Chen Xuan is about to condense a 10th-grade golden elixir? As the true bloodline of the supreme Yang dragon, it is only natural for him to shatter the confines of limitation. A perfect, consummate golden elixir. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. This journey has not been in vain. Many were fervently discussing, deeply shaken by the revelation. The 10th-grade golden elixir, a rarity that transcends the ages. Not only have most never seen it, but 99% have not even heard of it. At that moment, rumble. The heavens and earth changed color. The entire Mu Yun mountain range was suddenly shrouded by an exceedingly dense layer of dark clouds, resembling an ominous tempest about to engulf the city. Within the clouds, terrifying bolts of lightning brewed, exuding an aura of impending annihilation, instantly locking onto Chen Xuan. Countless individuals trembled in fear, bewildered and apprehensive. Under such a dreadful thundercloud, they felt they could be obliterated into dust at any moment. A defiant being, destined for divine retribution. Amidst this terrifying darkness, an ancient and profound thunderous sound resonated, as if the very essence of heaven and earth was converging. In the next instant, a particularly fearsome blood-colored lightning bolt was born, emanating an increasingly chilling aura of terror, crashing down towards Chen Xuan. Boom! A streak of azure celestial light shot forth from the Mu Yun immortal palace, intercepting the blood-colored lightning and shattering it. Subsequently, this azure light circled around Chen Xuan's head before forcefully descending upon him. With a swift motion, the five-clawed golden dragon manifestation behind Chen Xuan and the resplendent orb of multicolored light above his head seamlessly merged back into his being. His endeavor to transcend the golden core stage was abruptly thwarted, causing his strength to revert to the pinnacle of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage. The azure celestial light swiftly retreated into the Mu Yun immortal palace. Within the palace, an ancient voice resonated. The heavenly retribution will dissipate in 3 days. Let us await the third trial until then. Chapter 68. Ant by Qian, please hold. The term heavenly retribution sent shockwaves through all present. What is heavenly retribution? It is the fate that befalls those deemed adversaries and malignant entities by the heavenly Tao, often subjected to terrifying vengeance. For instance, those from the demonic path who employ brutally ruthless methods, slaughtering countless beings, are likely to provoke such wrath and meet their demise. Chen Xuan had merely broken through to the Golden Core realm. How could such a calamity arise? Master Longming shook his head, expressing a poignant lament. Heaven is envious of exceptional talent. It seems that being too extraordinary can sometimes prove detrimental. This time, Chen Xuan's heavenly punishment was averted by the intervention of the immortal Mu Yun, who temporarily concealed his aura. But what of the next time? He remained in constant peril, surrounded by an immense threat. His reflections were tinged with profound regret, yet his tone carried a hint of mockery. Many present wore smiles of schadenfreude. The intervention of Master Mu Yun also deprived Chen Xuan of the opportunity to advance further in the Golden Core stage. Therefore, it appeared that his aspirations to transcend the Golden Core were all but extinguished. At this moment, Chen Xuan's expression shifted drastically. He had not anticipated that his earnest attempt to break through would invoke such divine retribution. Just moments ago, when I was ensnared by the heavenly punishment, I felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance and extreme danger. If I were to truly face the tribulation, it would likely be a matter of life and death. Chen Xuan felt a lingering trepidation, harboring immense gratitude towards Mu Yun Sanxian. Simultaneously, a sense of dejection and loss began to envelop him. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated in Chen Xuan's mind. Little one, there is no need for despondency. The great cycle of numbers is 50. Subtracting 1 leads to 49. Nothing in this world is absolute. With your current accumulation, the chances of successfully transcending the heavenly punishment lightning tribulation of the golden elixir stage are less than 1 in 5. Further accumulation and preparation are essential. The heavenly punishment lightning tribulation is not an inevitable death sentence. Should you overcome it, the benefits will be immense. I hold great confidence and expectations for you. Chen Xuan trembled all over. The immortal Mu Yun, following the transmission of his esteemed mentor, he received such an explanation. In an instant, brilliant light erupted from Chen Xuan's eyes, dispelling all feelings of despair. He felt an overwhelming urge to roll up his sleeves and embark on a grand endeavor. Amidst the crowd, Shen Qingqing deliberately spoke up. Did someone not arrogantly declare their intention to reforge the Golden Dan? Why the sudden silence? There is no hope for this lifetime. Her tone brimmed with glee and sarcasm. Du Meng, Dong Yufei, and others were greatly incensed by her words. However, they found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. The heavenly punishment thunder calamity of the Golden Dan was indeed terrifying. Even the immortal Mu Yun was helpless against it. Truly, that elder brother had no hope of attaining the Golden Dan in this life. And Chen Xuan, at his peak in the 9th stage of the tribulation period, how formidable could he truly be, even with his exceptional talent? In that moment, Ji Wushuang raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance. A true dragon prodigy who could not advance was not much different from a waste, was he? Chen Xuan was no longer worthy to be his rival. Once I, Ji Wushuang, break through to the nascent soul stage, I shall easily annihilate him. Ji Yaoyue also sneered. This wretch is destined to fade into obscurity. His only value lies in his precious blood. Yet, a mere commoner is guilty of bearing treasures. Misfortune, not fortune, awaits him. Many in attendance began to comprehend the implications. The current Chen Xuan was akin to a fly trapped within a crystal lamp. His future seemed bright, yet devoid of escape. Moreover, he had already exposed his supreme bloodline. His demise was truly not far off. In that moment, many present felt a surge of covetous desire. Boom, boom, boom. Figures soared through the air, exuding formidable auras. They were the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 clans. Clearly, they had come to recruit Chen Xuan. Ouyang Shuri beamed and said, "Young friend Chen Xuan, would you care to join our Sanqing sect? I swear by my position as sect master that you shall enjoy the treatment of a holy son, and we shall spare no effort to ensure your safety." A red-haired elder clad in battle attire, enveloped in flames, also chuckled. "Young Chen Xuan, we have crossed paths a few times, have we not? The protective nature of my Chihua Xian sect is renowned in the central region. Would you consider joining us as my junior disciple?" Chen Xuan, filled with confusion, remarked, "Master Jean, if my memory serves me correctly, your esteemed teacher has long since passed away, has he not?" The red-haired elder nodded, responding, "Indeed. However, my master left behind an extraordinary legacy and a collection of treasures. If you agree, you will be my only junior disciple, Jin Wuji." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was rendered speechless. Should Chen Xuan acquiesce, he would instantly ascend to the highest rank within the Red Fire Dao sect. The holy son and holy daughter of the sect would have to address him as their junior uncle, and he would be backed by a protective sect master brother. My goodness, even if Master Jean wished to recruit, such a significant investment seems excessive. This is an overestimation of Chen Xuan's worth. You know nothing. The current Chen Xuan is akin to a prized delicacy, coveted by all. He possesses the precious bloodline of the true Yang dragon. Oh, to be courted by so many prominent figures at once. Chen Xuan is indeed pioneering a new era in the cultivation world of Zhongzhou. A few wandering cultivators, brimming with excitement, began to discuss fervently. A man clad in a blue robe, his temples sharp as swords, smiled and said, "Chen Xuan, do you wish to join my Taishu sword sect? If you agree, I shall betroth my daughter to you. Is this not sincere enough?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. This individual was Bai Yuntao, the sect master of the Taishu sword sect. He was genuinely putting forth considerable effort to entice Chen Xuan, even resorting to the strategy of a beautiful woman. Even Chen Xuan was taken aback by Bai Yuntao's earnestness, momentarily left speechless. Bai Yuntao, of course, had his own calculations. Having Chen Xuan marry into the Taishu sword sect would be advantageous. Should his daughter conceive, it would be splendid. And he could also draw upon Chen Xuan's precious blood once or twice a year to bolster his own cultivation. How delightful! At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through. The master of the Miaoyin sect, Shangguan Yeyun, gracefully approached, smiling as she presented her terms of recruitment. "Chen Xuan, your bloodline is exceedingly unique. Even marrying a wife would not suffice to release its potential. However, if you join my Miaoyin sect, it would be quite different. I promise you the choice of 10 female disciples as companions. Of course, mutual consent is essential. Most importantly, I shall personally guide you. This little one with a supreme bloodline. Is my sincerity not sufficient?" Shangguan Yeyun subtly accentuated her magnificent curves, her alluring gaze reminiscent of ripe peaches, causing many to involuntarily express admiration. The multitude present was astounded. Good heavens! In their earnest efforts to recruit Chen Xuan into their respective sects, these leaders were indeed showing remarkable sincerity. Ji Yaoyue could no longer contain herself. She suddenly stepped forward, calling out loudly, "No! The theft at our Howren sword sect's forbidden ground is likely connected to this scoundrel. If you all take him as a disciple, it would be tantamount to deliberately challenging our Howren sword sect." However, her words were met with derisive laughter from the assembled members of the 9 sects and 13 schools. Shangguan Yeyun mockingly retorted, "Ji Yaoyue, when have you ever had the authority to speak on behalf of the Howren sword sect? Furthermore, even if you possessed such a qualification, do you truly believe your words could intimidate this sect leader? I suspect it is you who now regrets your decision and wishes to take Chen Xuan as your disciple once more. Save your breath. You have no opportunity left. I have no such intention. I shall never accept such a disgraceful individual again." Ji Yaoyue vehemently countered. Jin Wuji's expression darkened, and he declared with an imposing presence, "Then close your mouth. Who do you think you are? You assert that anyone you suspect is guilty?" Ji Yaoyue, taken aback by the confrontation, felt a chill run through him as he clenched his fists tightly. Yet, he understood he was powerless against Jin Wuji and could only swallow his indignation. Soon, all eyes converged once more upon Chen Xuan, eager to discern his choice. Chen Xuan maintained a calm demeanor and spoke in a solemn tone. "The matter of selecting a sect is of great significance. I must ponder it with utmost care." In truth, he had already devised a plan in his heart. He expressed this sentiment to ensure a measure of tranquility over the next 3 days. Jin Wuji, Shangguan Yeyun, and others nodded in agreement, signaling their approval. Soon after, the assembly dispersed. Bai Qian, gliding upon her cloud bed, transformed into a streak of white light and prepared to depart. Chen Xuan called out urgently, "Aunt Bai Qian, please hold on. Your nephew wishes to have a word with you." Chapter 69. The celestial maiden's beauty resembles peach blossoms, enchanted in her radiance. A shimmering white light paused momentarily. Suddenly, a refreshing chill enveloped the air. and before Chen Xuan stood an ethereal beauty clad in a snow-white gown. It was none other than Bai Qian. She was surrounded by a delicate mist of snow and ice, her bare feet gracefully suspended in midair, untouched by the mundane world, as if a celestial being had inadvertently wandered into the realm of mortals. Her alabaster complexion bore a faint rosy hue, and even in the most casual of poses, the languid allure and innate charm she exuded captivated the heart and stirred the soul, leaving one utterly spellbound. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as a line of poetry surfaced in his mind. Unable to restrain himself, he blurted out, "The fairy's delicate visage resembles a peach blossom." Intoxicated by her true beauty throughout the day. Bai Qian slightly furrowed her elegant brows, a hint of surprise evident. Her heart stirred with ripples, yet her gaze remained cool as she inquired, "Chen Xuan, have you summoned me merely to recite poetry?" Chen Xuan shook his head vigorously, offering a forced smile. "Of course not. Annie, I wish to inquire about Bing Yan's current condition. Furthermore, what is Qing Qiu's stance towards me?" Bai Qian, upon hearing this, was not taken aback. She spoke candidly, "Once you have successfully wed Bing Yan, then you may refer to me as Annie. For now, it is more fitting for you to address me as senior. As for Qing Qiu's attitude, it is only natural that we shall assess you. That is precisely why I am here. You need not worry about that girl Bing Yan. She is quite safe." Upon hearing Chen Xian's words, he exhaled in relief and smiled. "All right, fairy sister." Bai Qian was momentarily taken aback. Her voice was faint yet frigid, imbued with a chilling profundity and an air of authority. Had it been any other cultivator, they would undoubtedly lower their heads in trepidation, too fearful to meet Bai Qian's gaze again. However, Chen Xuan clearly did not belong to the ranks of ordinary cultivators. His eyes were serene, unabashedly reflecting admiration and awe. Chen Xuan elaborated, "Addressing you as senior makes it seem as though you are quite advanced in age, since you are as beautiful as a celestial being. I dare to refer to you in this manner. When the day comes that I unite with Bing Yan in matrimony, I shall not hesitate to address you as an yin." At that moment, Bai Qian's crescent-like brows knitted slightly, and a faint blush graced her enchanting visage. She was taken aback by Chen Xian's words. Just then, Chen Xuan flipped his hand and retrieved an object from the dragon treasure ring, a rare orchid that thrived within the snowy jade crystal. It exuded an air of purity, releasing a subtle fragrance, enveloped in shimmering hues. "Dear fairy sister, I have heard from Bing Yan that you have a profound love for nurturing flowers. Although this exquisite dream orchid is merely a superior spiritual flower, it is indeed exceedingly rare. Please accept this humble gift of flowers from a mere mortal." As Chen Xuan spoke, he presented a wondrous dreamy orchid. Bai Qian's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, her expression revealing genuine surprise. "This flower," she exclaimed, "I have long sought a specimen in vain. I never expected you to possess one." With that, she graciously accepted the exquisite orchid after a moment's hesitation, carefully placing it within her storage ring. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly departing. In the air lingered a few wisps of its ethereal fragrance. Chen Xuan gazed at the horizon where Bai Qian had vanished, a sense of quiet reflection washing over him. As long as Bing Yan is well, I can rest easy. I shall undoubtedly fulfill our 10-day promise. Eldest brother, Du Ming and others gathered around, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. They had witnessed Chen Xian's formidable rise, yet they were also acutely aware of his struggles in condensing the golden core. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed from within the Mu Yun immortal palace, reverberating throughout the surroundings. "The third trial requires actual combat. The holy sons and daughters of the 9 sects and 13 schools must also participate. The top 10 in the third trial shall gain entry to the Mu Yun immortal palace to undergo the final selection by this immortal. 3 days hence, we eagerly anticipate the remarkable performances of you young ones." This voice, resonant like celestial authority, stirred all present. In an instant, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion, excitement palpable in the air. The pronouncement from the scattered immortals of Mu Yun unveiled a wealth of information. Indeed, actual combat. Chen Xian's complexion shifted slightly, revealing a grave expression. He was uncertain of the intentions behind Mu Yun's arrangements. However, it was evident that there must be profound significance in them. Du Ming stamped his foot, anxious, and exclaimed, "This is bad." According to Mu Yun's words, Ji Wushuang and Lu Rian could also participate in the third round of assessment. "Brother, do not fret. If we truly lack the skill, conceding is the wisest choice. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood, Dong Yufei said with concern. Yet, Chen Xuan smiled broadly. A real battle, you say? I have been eager to stretch my muscles. He then swiftly departed the scene with his 6 companions. In the ensuing 3 days, Chen Xuan intended to fully utilize this time to elevate his combat prowess to new heights. The strength of the saints and saintesses from the 9 sects and 13 gates should not be underestimated. Within the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, the golden-horned sky-devouring serpent had reduced its size, coiling languidly in a corner of the grand hall, greedily consuming the ethereal aura permeating the space. Meanwhile, Mu Yun exhaled a plume of black mist and opened his eyes. In the guise of a delicately carved little girl, the enchanting Yu Marin spoke. Senior Mu Yun, are you placing yourself in peril for this lad? Is he truly worth such risk? Indeed, it is worth it, Mu Yun replied with a smile. If I do not intervene, the probability of Chen Xuan's demise under the wrath of heaven would exceed 90%. Besides, my 9th tribulation as an immortal is approaching. It is merely a matter of being locked by the Tao 3 to 5 years earlier. It is of little concern. Yu Marin countered, but that is the wrath of heaven. What if? Mu Yun chuckled lightly, responding with confidence. What of the wrath of heaven? In the wild heaven domain, no one has yet compelled me to exert my full strength, have they? Then what is the deeper significance behind this 3rd round? Yu Marin inquired, puzzled. Mu Yun smiled gently. It is simply to ascertain whether Chen Xuan possesses the qualities worthy of my expectations. If his performance in the 3rd round is sufficiently dazzling, this tower shall belong to him in 3 days. If not, he must endure another 1.5 years of refinement before he can claim it. Upon finishing, he flipped his hand, and a low hum resonated as an ancient, yellow-hued treasure tower appeared in his palm. The tower, comprising 13 layers, emanated an enigmatic aura, swirling gracefully. What is this? This tower carries great significance. Mu Yun offered no further explanation, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of anticipation. Upon returning to their encampment, Chen Xuan chose to enter seclusion at the earliest opportunity. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a formidable heavy sword from within the Panlong treasure ring. This sword, entirely black, boasted a robust blade measuring an impressive meter in width, adorned with subtle and enigmatic patterns that shimmered with a fierce, piercing light from its double edges. The Haotian sword. This was an exceptionally powerful super-heavy sword, weighing an astonishing 10,000 jin, classified as a supreme-grade treasure. In the past, I had dedicated myself to mastering the art of wielding heavy swords to unleash the full potential of the Haotian sword. However, I have yet to fully refine it. I wonder if the combination of my sword heart and the true dragon bloodline will earn its complete recognition. Chen Xuan muttered to himself, forcing out 3 drops of essence blood that fell upon the Haotian sword. In an instant, the sword absorbed every last drop. It was effective. Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurriedly replicated the process, allowing 4 more drops of his essence to fall. At last, he successfully re-established an intimate connection with the Haotian sword. What filled him with even greater delight was the fact that, under the enhancement of the sword heart realm, his mastery over the Haotian sword had reached a level of dexterity akin to that of an extension of his own arm. Swordsmanship, sword energy, sword intent, sword momentum, sword domain, sword heart, and sword deity. These constitute the 7 monumental stages that every sword cultivator must inevitably traverse. To attain the 7th stage is to be but a breath away from ascending to the celestial realm. Chen Xuan, even if he were to attain the origins of immortality, would merely remain at the realm of sword intent, utterly incapable of transcending to comprehend the essence of the sword. This, indeed, constitutes his most formidable trump card for the impending battle 3 days hence. Yet, these measures are still insufficient. Chen Xuan flipped his hand and directly retrieved the blood heart token from his person. He proceeded to refine it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood heart token trembled, emanating a grand emerald aura, imbued with a majestic and righteous spirit. Chen Xuan took a deep breath, unable to conceal the excitement that surged within him. What profound legacy of divine abilities could possibly be contained within this token left by the Elder of Azure Blood? If it pertains to swordsmanship, it would be nothing short of splendid. In the next moment, a verdant stream of energy enveloped Chen Xuan, sending a wondrous and esoteric ripple through his heart. Chen Xuan trembled all over, his face alight with joy. What is this? Chapter 70. Today, in this battle, I, Chen Xuan, shall sweep away the invincible. In a tranquil valley, enveloped by 3 layers of defensive formations, a crystal-clear stream witnessed a vibrant duel unfolding. This pair, a man and a woman, transitioned from the stream to the grassy meadow, then soared into the branches of an ancient tree. Ultimately, amidst the woman's exuberant exclamations of "You are too beautiful," the battle concluded. It was none other than Ji Wuxuang and Lu Ruyan. After donning their attire, they commenced their practice of the dual sword technique of the divine level. In that moment, they moved in perfect harmony, their sword lights intertwining flawlessly, unleashing a terrifying destructive force. However, just as they joined hands and prepared to execute their final strike, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Clang! From afar, a resounding and domineering sword cry pierced the air. Following this, an extraordinary and tyrannical sword intent swept forth, engulfing the entire Mu Yun mountain range. This sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful, akin to an emperor surveying the realm from above. Puff! Ah! Puff! Ji Wuxuang and Lu Ruyan simultaneously spat blood, unable to execute their final move in perfect unison, resulting in a significant backlash. They exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with fury. Who dares to be so despicable? Ji Wuxuang exclaimed in anger. Lu Ruyan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her narrow, beautiful eyes squinting in caution, remarking, "This sword intent is exceedingly tyrannical." This formidable sword intent forcefully disrupted the natural energies above the valley, leading to their failed combination and subsequent injury from the backlash. After hastily consuming healing elixirs, the duo departed the valley. Nearby lay the territory occupied by the Haoran sword sect, where Li Yinglian, Elder Copperhammer, and others were stirred by the recent sword cry, engaging in animated discussions. Eventually, news emerged. Within the area occupied by Chen Xuan and his companions, a verdant pillar of sword energy soared skyward, the source of the sword cry. Ji Yaoyue's eyes glinted ominously as she declared, "It must be that Chen Xuan, that wretched creature, has refined the blood-green heart order, receiving the inheritance of its divine powers. A waste destined to never break through to the golden core, yet still daring to emerge in the third trial? He is surely dreaming. What of the true dragon bloodline of the sun? Is he not still ensnared by the wrath of heavenly tribulations?" Upon hearing this, Ji Wuxuang was engulfed by a surge of jealousy. "Damn it, that sword technique should rightly belong to me." Immediately, a fierce killing intent erupted from his eyes, almost overwhelming him. The third trial begins. Chen Xuan, I, Ji Wuxuang, will assuredly annihilate you to vent my pent-up rage. Meanwhile, the 9 sects and the numerous wandering cultivators were stirred into a flurry of discussion. In a tranquil valley several hundred miles away, Bai Qian lay languidly upon a cloud bed, softly murmuring, "That lad Chen Xuan seems intent on giving his all in the third challenge. Let us see how you shall perform." At this moment, Chen Xuan was filled with exhilaration. His fortune was simply unparalleled. He was receiving the transmission of the swordsmanship legacy known as the 13 Swords of the Overlord from the venerable Elder of Blood. The weapon corresponding to this profound technique was, without a doubt, the formidable Great Sword. In Chen Xuan's mind, an elder clad in a robe of emerald green wielded a formidable heavy sword, wielding it with the ferocity of a tempest, the sword's momentum overwhelming. The first strike, the second strike, the third strike. That unparalleled and fierce sword intent sent Chen Xuan's blood boiling, as he became entranced by the myriad subtleties and secrets of each stroke. The heavy sword's might was as a soaring rainbow, sweeping across legions, wielded with effortless grace. Each strike seemed capable of burying the very heavens and earth. The 13th strike, a heavy sword erupted with a force as colossal as surging tides, cleaving downward in an instant, the resounding sword intent coalescing into the character for dominance. This 13th strike was immensely powerful, imbued with countless mysteries. Crack! The crimson heart of the emerald blood shattered, transforming into a cloud of verdant powder scattered upon the ground. It had fulfilled its destined mission. Chen Xuan closed his eyes. A small sword shadow, both real and illusory, flickering at the center of his brow. With the aid of the sword heart realm, he entered a profound state of enlightenment. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Chen Xuan was suddenly roused by the call of Dong Yufei. "Elder brother, the time is drawing near. We must set forth." This voice compelled Chen Xuan to open his eyes wide. So soon? He had been deeply engrossed in comprehending the 13 swords of the Overlord, unaware that 3 days had quietly slipped by. These 3 days had been immensely rewarding. Chen Xuan smiled faintly, thoroughly pleased. With the assistance of the Sword Heart Realm, he had completely comprehended the supreme 13 swords, a divine-level sword technique. His understanding of the heavy sword had undergone a profound transformation. Buzzing, the Haotian sword vibrated, emitting a series of deep, resonant sword cries. Chen Xuan caressed the broad blade of the sword, as if sensing the presence of a long-silent and unwillingly forgotten overlord. The Haotian sword, since the demise of your previous master, has remained dormant for centuries. Now, having fallen into my hands, it is time for you, Chen Xuan, to once again radiate your extraordinary brilliance. Chen Xuan murmured, his eyes brimming with fervent determination. He then deactivated the shielding formation and strode forth with purpose. Du Ming, Niu Ben, and the other 6 awaited him outside. Their expressions varied. Each harbored uncertainty regarding the impending battle of the 3rd round. After all, the holy sons and daughters from the 9 sects and 13 gates would also partake in the fray. This group represented the most formidable young talents of the Central Plains, and none of them were to be underestimated. Particularly concerning was Ji Wu Shuang, who had condensed a 9th-grade golden core and possessed an aura reminiscent of an immortal. Brother, have something to eat before you go? I made this for you, Dong Yufei said cheerfully, extending a lunchbox toward him. Chen Xuan opened it to reveal an exquisite array of 4 dishes and a soup, each a harmonious blend of colors, aromas, and flavors, perfectly balanced between meat and vegetables, with an enticing fragrance wafting through the air. Although cultivators in the foundation establishment stage can sustain themselves for extended periods by abstaining from food, subsisting on the essence of nature, some practitioners occasionally indulge in meals to savor the delights of their taste buds. 6th sister, your culinary skills are quite impressive. Chen Xuan let out an exclamation of admiration, and then eagerly indulged in his meal. In the end, he devoured the 4 dishes and a soup with remarkable zeal, leaving no trace behind. Satisfied, he patted his belly and remarked, I've had my fill. I shall have even more vigor for the battle in the 3rd round. Dong Yufei, witnessing Chen Xuan's gluttonous display, couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling with joy. Chen Xuan jested, 6th sister, with your beauty and culinary prowess, any man fortunate enough to marry you would surely be blessed for generations. At that moment, Dong Yufei's delicate face flushed with a rosy hue, her previously confident demeanor giving way to a bashful lowering of her head. Shirley chuckled, elder brother, during your 3-day seclusion, representatives from nearly all 9 sects and 13 schools have come forth, eager to recruit you into their ranks. By the way, the saintess of the mysterious gate, Luo Qingxian, also paid a visit and left behind a precious talisman for instant escape. Upon finishing, he handed over a jade talisman shimmering with iridescent light. Niu Ben, standing nearby, mischievously added, Saintess Luo also conveyed a message, advising you to act within your means. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Elder brother, is there something more than friendship between you two? Chen Xuan took the jade talisman and stored it within the Panlong treasure ring. The visage of the renowned beauty of Zhongzhou, Luo Qingshan, emerged in his mind, especially the experiences within the 10,000 Bats Cave. I comprehend the intentions of the saintess, yet she underestimates me. Today's battle, I, Chen Xuan, shall sweep through the realm invincibly. With a commanding presence, Chen Xuan spoke authoritatively, then with a swift motion, drew the Haotian sword, plunging it directly into his back. Bearing the weight of the formidable sword, an aura of lethal intent surged forth. In that instant, Chen Xuan transformed in the eyes of the 6 onlookers. His eyes, deep and enigmatic, exuded an unmatched dominance. He stood there like an insurmountable mountain, a colossal deity. Within him lay a cataclysmic power, poised to erupt with earth-shattering force at a moment's notice. A subtle smile graced his lips, a blend of warmth and an overwhelming assertiveness. Just a few glances from Dong Yufei left her in a daze, her heart racing like a startled fawn. At that moment, 3 crisp sounds of jade chimes echoed through the air. The resonant command of the Dragon Ming Master reverberated far and wide. The 3rd challenge is about to commence. Hasten to the Duofa stage before the Muyu Xian Palace. Let us set forth. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and then led 6 individuals towards the commotion. Half an hour later, outside the Mu Yun Immortal Palace, the scene was bustling with activity. In addition to the members of the 9 sects and 13 schools, numerous independent cultivators had gathered, engaging in spirited discussions. A colossal battle platform stood majestically, protected by a powerful array forming a defensive barrier. The Dragon Ming Ascendant hovered in midair, directly announcing the rules of the third round. The regulations were remarkably straightforward. Once a participant's body left the battle platform, they would be deemed defeated. Even vocally conceding would count as a loss. Upon surrender, no one was permitted to attack them. The final 10 individuals remaining on the battle platform would gain the privilege to step into the Mu Yun Immortal Palace. Following this, all participants were invited to enter the battle platform and commence the conflict. Chapter 71. The Object of Desire in the Eyes of Female Cultivators. As the Dragon Ming Ascendant concluded the rules, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had anticipated that the third round's examination would be so brutal and direct. A chaotic free-for-all? Under such rules, the assessment would not merely gauge individual combat prowess. It would also evaluate influence and comprehensive adaptability, among other facets. Many cultivators' eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. The third round promised to be utterly exhilarating. Who, amidst such a tumultuous clash, could emerge as the victor and stand out from the rest? In an instant, numerous gazes converged upon Ji Wuxuan. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light flickered as participants unleashed their skills upon the battle platform. Look, that is the Holy Son Shun Wentian of the Feather Transformation sect. It is said that he has comprehended the Feather Transformation Sutra to a profound degree, wielding the Feather Transformation flying sword technique with extraordinary brilliance. That little monk in the white robe is the current Holy Son of the Great Brahma Heart sect, Zhen Yi. He possesses an exquisitely handsome countenance, and has even cultivated an indestructible great Vajra body. So beautiful. The holy maiden Situ Nanin of the wonderful sound sect is like a fairy from my dreams. Yet, Lady Luo is even more enchanting. Unfortunately, she always wears a white veil, making it difficult to glimpse her true visage. The crowd buzzed with discussions, expressing their opinions freely. Among the most eye-catching figures, apart from the ethereal Luo Qingtian, were Ji Wuxuan and Lu Ruyan, followed closely by Chen Xuan. However, many male cultivators, upon witnessing Chen Xuan's imposing figure bearing the Haoyan sword, would disdainfully mutter under their breath. Conversely, some female cultivators gazed at him with sparkling eyes, wishing they could devour him whole. Presently, Chen Xuan, due to the revelation of his Zhiyang true dragon bloodline, had undeniably become the object of desire for many female cultivators, akin to a Tangxing figure. Who wouldn't wish for their cultivation talent to be enhanced and their strength to grow? Just a night spent with Chen Xuan would surely fulfill that desire. It was truly irresistible. In the midst of the crowd, a small boy perched on his grandfather's shoulders curiously inquired, "Grandpa, who do you think will dominate the third round and become the champion? Can my idol brother do it?" "Champion," the elder scoffed, asserting with certainty that the first to be eliminated, perhaps even to meet his demise, would be Chen Xuan, for he had offended the true leader upon the battle platform. "Is that really the case?" The young boy gasped in disbelief, instinctively tugging at the elder's hair, worry etched upon his youthful visage. Among the assembly, the consensus regarding the leader was nearly unanimous. Ji Wuxuan. He was a 7th tier, 9th grade golden core cultivator, possessing the heavenly profound sword body, and had also received the blessings of celestial origins. Such an extraordinary being could not be rivaled by any of the holy sons and daughters. On the battle platform, Chen Xuan sensed the palpable hostility directed at him, his expression as tranquil as still water. This battle would serve to demonstrate my strength. His gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. Simultaneously, the 58 combatants instinctively coalesced into small groups, ultimately forming 3 major factions. Chen Xuan stood alone, exuding an air of solitude and disconnection from the group. "Chen Xuan, come join us," Luo Qingxian called out. However, scarcely had her words left her lips when Wei Ziyang, the saint son of the Miao Miao sect, interjected with displeasure, "Qingxian Jr.'s sister, are you trying to invite calamity upon us?" This provoked a slight furrow in Luo Qingxian's delicate brows, and a hint of anger graced her exquisite visage concealed beneath the white veil. Resolutely, she gracefully descended beside Chen Xuan, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, thereby asserting her stance. Chen Xuan felt a stirring within him and sighed softly. "Qingxian, you need not be so. I am willing." Luo Qingxian spoke resolutely. her demeanor unwavering. She subtly transmitted a warning. Chen Xuan, if you find yourself outmatched in the duel, concede immediately. Do not attempt to show off. Ji Wushuang may take the opportunity to harm you. I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. At that moment, a profound warmth surged within Chen Xuan's heart. The affection of a beauty is indeed a formidable burden. What merit do I, Chen Xuan, possess to garner such heartfelt devotion from the foremost beauty of Zhongzhou? Yet, witnessing Luo Qingxian's evident favor stirred ire among many of the young masters present on the dueling platform. Among the onlookers, there were numerous admirers of Luo Qingxian who began to hurl insults at Chen Xuan, wishing for his demise upon the arena. Just then, four beams of light descended, heralding the arrival of the four tower masters, including Long Ming. They positioned themselves at each corner of the dueling platform, ready to supervise and intervene if necessary. The third round officially commenced. With a command from Long Ming, the atmosphere became electric with anticipation as all eyes turned expectantly towards the arena. On the dueling platform, Ji Wushuang stood with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Ladies and gentlemen, this duel will be divided into 3 factions, so let us first address the matter of extraneous participants. Each side shall send forth 2 representatives for a swift resolution, shall we?" The crowd nodded in agreement, endorsing Ji Wushuang's proposal. Although Chen Xuan harbored little hope of transcending to the Golden Core stage, his extraordinary bloodline could not be overlooked. Furthermore, he had attained an unprecedented 10th rank in both the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages. What if the immortal Mu Yun recognized his talent? Thus, it was only natural to eliminate Chen Xuan first. Soon, the 6 individuals stepped forward, advancing towards Chen Xuan and Luo Qingxian with palpable combat intent. As Luo Qingxian prepared to summon her flying sword for battle, Chen Xuan grasped her delicate wrist. "Qingxian, allow me." Before his words could fully resonate, Chen Xuan's formidable figure had shielded Luo Qingxian, his eyes ablaze with a chilling determination. Among the 6, the leader was Xian Luo, the scion of the Jiuding sect. With a smile that belied his intentions, he declared, "Chen Xuan, kneel. Bow 100 times before me, and crawl through my legs, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, under the onslaught of my companions and I, you will not even have the chance to concede." Xian Luo cast a discreet glance at Luo Qingxian, his chest swelling with pride. His infatuation with her bordered on madness, which spurred him to be the first to seek to humiliate Chen Xuan. Chen Xuan scoffed. "Are you quite certain?" Immediately, he extended his hand, reaching out towards Xian Luo with a swift motion. Boom! A vast and terrifying invisible force surged forth, instantaneously ensnaring the 6th grade, 5th stage Golden Core cultivator Xian Luo, drawing him forcefully towards Chen Xuan. "Break free!" Xian Luo exclaimed in alarm, hastily channeling the power of his Golden Core to resist, yet he found himself utterly unable to escape the restraints. In the next moment, amidst his horrified cries, he was already drawn before Chen Xuan, crashing violently to the ground. Xian Luo was left dazed and infuriated by the impact. Bang! Chen Xuan placed his foot upon his face, gazing down with a sneer, and inquired, "What now? Do you wish for me to kneel before you?" "Ah, beast, release me!" Xian Luo bellowed, his entire being surging with the tumultuous power of the golden elixir, his murderous intent rising like a tide. His father was the esteemed leader of the 9 tripod sect, and he himself held the prestigious title of Saint's Son. When had he ever endured such a profound humiliation? Moreover, Luo Qingshan was present at the scene. "Chen Xuan, I swear, you shall pay dearly for this." How intolerable! Chen Xian's gaze was indifferent as he exerted force beneath his feet, crushing a substantial portion of Xian Luo's facial bones, blood splattering gruesomely. A thunderous roar erupted. The entire arena was enveloped in shock. No one had anticipated that Chen Xuan could be so formidable and merciless. Although Xian Luo ranked among the least powerful of the holy sons and daughters, being a Golden Core cultivator, how could he be so utterly defeated? At that moment, the remaining 5 individuals swiftly regained their composure, summoning their magical artifacts to launch a coordinated assault against Chen Xuan. Sword energy surged across the battlefield. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Runes danced wildly. This united offensive coalesced into a torrent of attack, surging forth with immense momentum. "Be careful!" Luo Qingxian cried out in alarm. Bang! Chen Xuan forcefully stamped down, embedding Xian Luo's entire head into the hard surface of the Duofa platform, his body convulsing as if afflicted by epilepsy. Sizzle. Chen Xuan's gaze was icy and resolute as he unsheathed the Haoyin sword from his back. In the next instant, he unleashed a ferocious strike. The first sword of the tyrant's 13 swords, sweeping through the ranks of 1,000 soldiers. Boom! As the overwhelming sword energy surged forth, all 5 adversaries were grievously wounded, spitting blood as they were sent flying off the stage of combat, crashing heavily to the ground. The might of Chen Xuan's sword is truly astounding. Everyone stood in shock, dumbfounded. Is this strong? On the duel platform, the crowd collectively changed their expressions. The mockery in their eyes vanished, replaced by profound fear and trepidation. Luo Qingxian stared in a daze. Her exquisite beauty concealed beneath a veil suddenly blossomed like a flower. A melodious voice, akin to heavenly music, drifted from her lips, resonating above the duel platform. Chen Xuan, you are indeed remarkable. Chapter 72. One Man, One Sword. Sweeping away the talents of Zhongzhou. Chen Xuan, release my son, roared Xian Po, the leader of the 9 tripod sect, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Had it not been for the rules of the duel platform, he would have already charged up to strike Chen Xuan down with a single blow. Yet, the scene was now enveloped in a profound silence. No one could have anticipated that Chen Xuan's strength had escalated to such heights. His initial strike was earth-shattering. Xian Luo, despite being a 6th grade, 5th level golden core cultivator, appeared as fragile as a chick before Chen Xuan, easily crushed. This was utterly absurd. He was truly this powerful. Lu Ruoyan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her fair face reflecting sheer astonishment. She then stole a glance at Ji Wushuang beside her, only to find his complexion ashen, akin to someone who had just ingested something foul. Shun Wentian, the holy son of the Feathered Dao sect, solemnly remarked, "It seems we have greatly underestimated the term 10th grade foundation establishment. Chen Xuan's prowess is likely superior to our own." Upon hearing this, although the others felt a deep discomfort in their hearts, none dared to refute. Their gazes towards Chen Xuan grew increasingly hostile. A formidable enemy must be vanquished together. Youth, release my son at once. Xian Po bellowed again, his eyes bulging with rage, an overwhelming intent to kill radiating from him. Meanwhile, Chen Xuan stood proudly, unperturbed as if caressed by a spring breeze. The master Longming coldly declared, during the duel on the platform, no one is permitted to intervene. His imposing aura bore down on Xian Po, leaving him seething in frustration. At that moment, a trembling voice emerged with great difficulty. "I concede." "What?" Many exchanged glances in disbelief. Goodness! Xian Luo's facial bones had been crushed by Chen Xuan, his head embedded in the ground, yet still managing to utter a sound, which was quite a feat useless. "Begone!" Chen Xuan let out a cold snort, kicking the pitiful Xian Luo, sending him flying. Xian Po promptly caught him, swiftly retreating with Xian Luo in his arms. Following the brief skirmish, the atmosphere on the battle stage grew increasingly tense. Chen Xuan rested one hand upon the formidable sword Haoyin, his voice booming with authority. Who else dares to challenge? His gaze was indifferent, as if the vast azure sky of eternity hung above him. "I shall." Ouyang Tsongfeng of the Taishu sword sect declared sharply, stepping forth from the crowd. With a chilling demeanor, he proclaimed, "Chen Xuan, I have long harbored the humiliation of that sword from yesteryears in my heart. Today, I shall seek to learn a thing or two from you." Clang! Ouyang Tsongfeng formed a sword seal, and from within him emerged an ancient, pale gold longsword. He unleashed a single strike, and at once, countless beams of sword light transformed into a tempest of sword energy, descending upon Chen Xuan with ferocity. It was a relentless and savage assault, causing many to change color in shock and awe. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Chen Xuan merely uttered a single word with indifference: annihilate. The sword heart realm activated. Bang! The surging tempest of sword energy abruptly hesitated. Then, astonishingly, it began to retract, enveloping Ouyang Tsongfeng within its grasp. Taken by surprise, Ouyang Tsongfeng let out a scream as his defensive treasures shattered one after another, failing to shield him from the blow. He then staggered out of the sword energy tempest, crashing down onto the stage below. Hiss! Such a terrifying scene left the onlookers in a state of shock, collectively inhaling sharply. In that moment, Jin Wuji, the sect leader of the Taishu sword sect, exclaimed in disbelief, "Sword domain. Chen Xuan has comprehended the realm of sword domain. Otherwise, he would never have been able to counter the tempest of sword energy with a mere word." No wonder he is so confident. What? The crowd erupted in uproar, especially those skilled in swordsmanship upon the dueling platform. Their expressions turned grave. Swordsmanship, sword energy, sword intent, sword momentum, sword domain, sword heart, sword deity. These are the 7 realms of sword cultivators. The higher one ascends in understanding the sword, the greater the suppression one exerts over fellow sword practitioners. Jin Wuji had merely made a judgment based on experience, not considering that Chen Xuan had reached the sword heart realm. This is dire. Ji Wushuang felt a jolt of unease course through her, giving rise to ominous emotions. The advantages of the Chen Xuan sword domain are exceedingly formidable. Is there anyone else? Chen Xuan, exuding an overwhelming presence, commanded the attention of all. Before long, challengers stepped forward, only to be effortlessly defeated by his heavenly sword, leaving them in a state of disarray as they retreated. The spectators below erupted in astonishment. Yet, within the realm of the Haoran sword sect, an eerie silence prevailed. Li Yinglian, Ji Yaoyue, Elder Tong Shui, and others wore expressions of grave concern, their eyes betraying a sense of trepidation. Chen Xuan's performance was truly astonishing. What if he catches the eye of the immortal Mu Yun? Among the crowd, the one most troubled was undoubtedly Ji Yaoyu. She had a great vow and a bet with Chen Xuan. This wretched being, why doesn't he just perish? Wushuang, eliminate him. Eliminate him, I implore you. Ji Yaoyu's voluptuous figure trembled uncontrollably, her heart echoing with frantic cries. She was genuinely panicking. My elder brother is magnificent. Du Meng, Niu Ben, and others were exhilarated, continuously cheering. Even Bai Qian, lazily reclining on a cloud bed with her jade hand propping her fragrant chin, wore a satisfied smile. Chen Xuan, indeed, was a silent force. But when he did speak, he astonished all. Mu Yinshue's beautiful eyes sparkled, even contemplating the idea of enchanting Chen Xuan. On the duel stage, Chen Xuan hoisted the Haoyan sword upon his shoulder, laughing heartily and exclaiming, defeating you one by one is far too tedious. Come at me all at once. His audacity ignited the fury of everyone present on the dueling platform. Chen Xuan's words were nothing short of contemptuous towards them. Everyone, attack together, Lu Rian exclaimed, swiftly summoning her flying sword. With her call, the assembly of holy sons and daughters no longer hesitated, converging upon Chen Xuan with ferocity. Buzz. The saintess of the Miaoyin sect, Situ Nanin, formed intricate hand seals, unleashing a mesmerizing wave of sound that enveloped Chen Xuan. This was a formidable soul-striking secret technique, 10,000 illusions celestial sound. However, Chen Xuan remained utterly unaffected. Instead, he flashed behind Situ Nanin, delivering a swift kick to her rounded figure, sending her hurtling away with a cry akin to a cannonball. In the next moment, Chen Xuan emitted a powerful dragon's roar, unleashing a devastating strike towards Ji Wushuang. The Haoyan heavy sword, imbued with unmatched might, swept across with unstoppable force. Ji Wushuang bellowed in response, immediately launching a counterattack. Boom, boom, boom. The entire arena was engulfed in a tempest of chaotic battle. Chen Xuan's sword heart realm was utterly awakened, rendering the swordsmanship of Ji Wushuang and others completely suppressed, allowing them to unleash merely a third of their usual prowess. At this moment, everyone truly witnessed the terrifying might of Chen Xuan. His overlord 13 swords were unleashed in rapid succession, each strike unmatched in strength, while the overwhelming dragon aura emanating from him suppressed the spirit of all present. Furthermore, his true dragon body was astonishingly formidable, withstanding numerous assaults from blades and axes without flinching. The 7th sword, the 8th sword, the 9th sword. The Haoyan heavy sword in Chen Xuan's grasp grew increasingly ferocious, sweeping through the heavens and tearing apart the earth with an unrestrained ferocity. Empowered by the sword heart realm, the sword aura he unleashed soared to unprecedented heights, shattering all in its path. Above and below, everything was destined to fracture beneath this singular strike. The 13th sword. Boom. Behind Chen Xuan, an enormous character for domination materialized, unleashing an unprecedented and ferocious sweep. In an instant, anguished cries echoed relentlessly. As the might of this sword dissipated, only 5 individuals remained steadfast upon the battle platform. Shun Wentian of the Yuhua Dao sect, the venerable monk Shini from the great Brahma Heart sect, Lin Mo of the 5 Thunder Gate, Lu Ruyan, and Ji Wushuang. These 5, though battered and beleaguered, managed to withstand the onslaught of Chen Xuan's 13 overlord swords. Thanks to their extraordinary defensive treasures, their eyes, brimming with astonishment and dread, could hardly conceal their fearsome realization. Truly, he was overwhelmingly powerful. Within Chen Xuan's body, the crimson gold true essence was not only vast, but also possessed formidable power, leaving several individuals feeling utterly constrained. Is this truly the strength expected of someone in the foundation establishment stage? Amitba, this humble monk, is unconvinced. Monk Shini wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, murmuring incantations, as his aura surged explosively. In an instant, a golden halo manifested behind him, and standing within it, he exuded an indescribable sanctity and nobility, akin to the descent of a Buddha. Monk Shini was preparing to unleash his deadly move. The crowd below was abuzz with excitement, engaging in fervent discussions. At that moment, Shen Wentian, Lin Mo, Lu Ruoyan, and Ji Wushuang each consumed elixirs or ignited their essence blood, gearing up for a fierce battle. Their auras skyrocketed, stirring the winds and clouds, exuding an intimidating presence. Luo Qingxian furrowed her delicate brows and gracefully descended beside Chen Xuan, intending to fight alongside him. Qingxian, you should observe from the sidelines. I alone am sufficient. Chen Xuan spoke with a smile, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. You should consider it an honor that you have forced us to this extent. Lin Mo exclaimed in anger, surrounded by crackling azure lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence, as he readied a thunderous spear in his hand. Such excessive chatter. Chen Xuan wielded the heavy sword of Haoyan, charging forth with an overwhelming force. The two sides once again engaged in a fierce battle. Before long, Lin Mo was grievously injured by a single strike from Chen Xuan, tumbling down from the stage in a state of disarray. Soon after, Shun Xiangtian followed suit, meeting the same fate. The monk Shini unleashed the great Brahmin immortal body, but Chen Xuan, sensing an opportunity, sheathed the Haoyan sword and confronted him directly with the true dragon dominance. After a series of 3 intense collisions, Shini coughed up blood and was forced to retreat. His immortal body shattered. He voluntarily leapt down from the contest stage, conceding defeat. The twin swords united. Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan joined forces, employing their profound sword techniques to strike at Chen Xuan. Yet, under the suppression of Chen Xuan's sword intent, their combined abilities failed to unleash their true potential. Kill. Chen Xuan exuded an imposing aura, wielding the 13 swords of the Overlord with relentless ferocity, intent on vanquishing the treacherous pair. Flee. Ji Wushuang and Lu Ruyan, filled with trepidation, hastily retreated to the edge of the stage, resignedly opting for surrender. Boom. Chen Xuan's terrifying sword strike missed, causing the void to shatter with a resounding explosion, its momentum awe-inspiring. From this moment forth, before Chen Xuan, no adversary remained. Behind him stood Luo Qingxian, her solitary figure exuding an enchanting smile of admiration. The audience erupted in astonishment. Since the moment Chen Xuan commenced his participation in the first challenge, he had subjected everyone to waves of shock. Yet, none were as astonishing as this moment. Chen Xuan, with a single sword, swept across the myriad of young prodigies in Zhongzhou. What an air of disdain! What an arrogance! Chapter 73, Seeking a Master, 2 Requests. The vast winds swept across the Muyan plain. The towering arena of combat stood silently, its surface stained with remnants of blood, bearing witness to the ferocity of the recent battle. Members of the 9 sects and 13 gates, along with countless wandering cultivators who had come from afar, gazed in astonishment at the arena. Upon it stood Chen Xuan, his robust figure shouldering a heavy sword, standing tall like an immortal, domineering, and invincible deity. What does it mean for one man with a sword to vanquish all the top young talents of Zhongzhou? He is rightly deemed the unrivaled king of the younger generation. Damn it! Ji Wushuang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his lips twitching violently as he suppressed the overwhelming fury within. Beside him, Lu Ruyan stood frozen, her heart filled with regret and remorse. Had she known earlier that Chen Xuan possessed the true dragon bloodline, she would never have betrayed him for Ji Wushuang. Seeking another path, with her unparalleled beauty, Chen Xuan would surely have been entranced, and they would have shared countless intimate moments. Her own cultivation potential could have ascended to the 9th grade of the Golden Core stage. But now, that wretched Luo Qingxian had seized the opportunity first. and her relationship with Chen Xuan had now been irreparably severed, making reconciliation nearly impossible. This useless Chen Xuan actually defeated her junior apprentice? Zhao Kaiwei and the other women were utterly dumbfounded, their minds in disarray. Situ Yulong, Dai Tao, and others were consumed by envy. Meanwhile, Du Ming, Shirlei, and Dong Yufei were already cheering in excitement. Victory. Thus, the chances of Mu Yun Sanxian choosing Chen Xuan as the heir to his legacy were almost certain. Chen Xuan would undoubtedly be recognized as Mu Yun Sanxian's successor. No matter what, this princess must find a way to seize the opportunity to be with Chen Xuan. The benefits are too great. Mu Yinshue's heart burned with passion, her alluring eyes nearly brimming with tears, yearning to entwine herself with Chen Xuan, to indulge in a passionate embrace. In the third trial, Chen Xuan emerged as the champion. The venerable Long Ming announced this outcome, his face beaming with smiles as he bowed to Chen Xuan. At that moment, Ji Yaoyue gritted her teeth, seemingly resolved. She soared into the air, calling out loudly, "Great Mu Yun Sanxian, I beseech you to reveal yourself." Although this scoundrel Chen Xuan has seized the championship of the third trial, his heart is ruthless and unyielding, closely allied with the demonic path and the demon race. You must not accept him as your disciple, for the sake of the countless beings in Zhongzhou, and for the righteous path to endure in the wasteland. I implore you to exercise utmost caution. Boom. The arena erupted in a clamor. No one could have anticipated that Ji Yaoyue would suddenly make such a declaration. Seemingly unsatisfied, she gritted her teeth and resolutely raised her hand to proclaim a grand oath. Chen Xuan, this wretched scoundrel, harbors vile and dark intentions, lusting after the beauty of his master. He dares to coerce me with matters of life and death concerning our sect, forcing me to create an indecent painting for his own solace. Such a despicable and shameless individual is unworthy even to be a disciple of the Seven Towers, let alone to have any association with the esteemed immortal Mu Yun-san. Every word I speak is the unvarnished truth. If this were not the case, may Ji Yaoyue suffer the backlash of the Tao and perish. With a resounding boom, the voice of the Tao reverberated, acknowledging her oath. What? The gathered crowd was left in awe, each person rendered speechless by Ji Yaoyue's powerful declaration. Good heavens! Chen Xuan is truly a disciple who seeks to undermine his master? This is undoubtedly a sensational revelation. No wonder Ji Yaoyue is determined to expel Chen Xuan from the Howard sect. This child is utterly despicable and shameless. It is indeed a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Even Du Ming, Niu Ben, and Luo Qingxian were left dumbfounded, their expressions a portrait of disbelief. Huh. Ji Wushuang gasped violently, his fists clenched tightly, his features contorted in anguish. That spring scene now resides within his storage ring. At this moment, Ji Wushuang's mind conjured a series of images depicting Chen Xuan's frenzied onslaught against Ji Yaoyue. He was on the brink of madness. Simultaneously, deep within Ji Wushuang's soul, the outer demons rejoiced, for he had acquired an exceptionally pure and frenzied resentment and murderous intent, poised to undergo a significant transformation. At this juncture, it was not just others who were bewildered. Even Chen Xuan himself was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Ji Yaoyue would resort to such a self-destructive tactic merely to prevent him from inheriting the mantle of the Muyu Immortal. Nevertheless, the Mud Throne was indeed harsh and lethal. Roar! Within the Muyu Immortal Palace, a thunderous roar echoed as a golden-horned dragon, reduced to a mere dozen meters in length, soared forth. Standing majestically upon its back was a venerable old man with white hair, exuding an aura of immortal grace. The Muyu Immortal, surrounded by a halo of celestial light, even without any deliberate action, he commanded reverence and admiration from all. We humbly greet the Muyu Immortal. Under the guidance of Longming Shangren, everyone knelt in deference. Please rise. The voice of the Muyu Immortal seemed to resonate in the ears of all, and they were subsequently lifted by an invisible aura of nobility. Chen Xuan, what explanation do you have? The Muyu Immortal inquired with a smile. Chen Xuan was momentarily taken aback, hastily clarifying. The matter of the Spring Palace paintings is indeed true. However, my intention was merely to teach Ji Yaoyue a lesson, not to covet her beauty. Furthermore, that painting has long been lost. How could I possibly use it for private consolation? He then publicly vowed an oath of the great Tao to prove his innocence. The sound of the great Tao resonated, affirming his words. The onlookers were left in bewilderment. How could both Ji Yaoyue's and Chen Xuan's odes contradict each other yet receive validation from the great Tao? This was utterly perplexing. What could be the reason? Mu Yun, the celestial sage, stroked his beard with satisfaction and chuckled. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, let this matter be laid to rest. I hereby announce that my heir is. Wait, esteemed celestial sage. A powerful voice interrupted Mu Yun's proclamation. Li Yinglian stepped forth, exuding an aura of righteousness. This Chen Xuan harbors malicious intentions. He is a prime suspect in the desecration of the tomb of our sect's forebear in the forbidden grounds. If you were to pass your mantle to him, it would surely lead to great calamity. The expression of Mu Yun darkened. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he rebuked, impudent. How I choose my successor is of no concern to you juniors. Boom. Li Yinglian was instantly sent flying by the force of Mu Yun's sleeve. Crashing back into the ranks of the Howard Sword sect, blood spilling from his mouth. The crowd gasped in shock. At that moment, Mu Yun surveyed the assembly and spoke slowly. Chen Xuan is the chosen heir of this celestial sage. His character is beyond reproach. His bloodline is the unparalleled choice to reinforce the true dragon great formation. Within the abyss of black sin, the sealed dark sky demon lord must have encountered some fortuitous event, as his assaults on the true dragon great formation had intensified in recent years. Should he emerge, the central continent would undoubtedly face a cataclysmic disaster. The ninth tribulation of this celestial sage will arrive in no more than 3 to 5 years. Have you considered what will transpire in 3 to 5 years? Hiss. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. The tribulations of a celestial sage can occur a maximum of 9 times. Thus, Mu Yun in 3 to 5 years will either perish in the tribulation or, upon successfully transcending, ascend to the celestial realm. Without his suppression, the dark sky demon lord would inevitably break free from the true dragon great formation. The terrifying nature of the dark sky demon lord could be elaborated upon for half a day by even a solitary cultivator in the central continent. No wonder he is so eager to find an heir. Given that Chen Xuan's supreme young true dragon bloodline has the remarkable ability to reinforce the true dragon great formation, it is only natural that celestial sage Mu Yun would choose him. In that instant, the gazes of the gathered members from the 9 sects and 13 gates toward Chen Xuan transformed into expressions of warmth and kindness. With a smile, Mu Yun turned to Chen Xuan and inquired, "Young one, do you wish to take me as your master? To inherit my mantle, while also bearing the responsibility of suppressing the abyss of black sin? I am willing, master," Chen Xuan proclaimed loudly, kneeling before the immortal Mu Yun in a public display of reverence, performing the traditional 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Upon completing the ceremony, the master and disciple exchanged glances, each filled with joy. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," the immortal Mu Yun exclaimed thrice, assisting Chen Xuan to his feet. This scene evoked envy among the many witnesses, who wished they could take his place. At that moment, Chen Xuan boldly declared, "Master, I have 2 requests." To which the immortal Mu Yun joyfully replied, "Speak freely." "My disciple," Chen Xuan solemnly stated, "my first request is that I, your disciple, have found a profound connection with the 7th princess of the Qingqiu lineage of the Southern Wilderness Demon Clan, by Bingyan, and we have silently pledged our lifelong commitment to each other. Might you accompany me to Wanyao Mountain to propose?" Upon the utterance of these words, the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 clans all changed their expressions in unison. Those who are not of our kind must harbor different intentions. Chen Xuan's marriage to Bai Bingyan, should she sway him with her whispers? This young man now possesses a remarkable status and wields significant influence. One would assume that the esteemed immortal Mu Yun would refuse such a proposition. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, immortal Mu Yun nodded with delight and proclaimed, "Indeed, my disciple ought to embody both affection and loyalty. That little fox is quite admirable. I shall grant my approval. Tomorrow, I shall prepare a betrothal gift and accompany you to Qingqiu to propose." "Thank you, master." Chen Xuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he hurriedly knelt down, bowing his head 3 times with great enthusiasm. In the distance, Bai Qian, reclining on her cloud bed, let out a light chuckle, clearly pleased. At that moment, the immortal Mu Yun affectionately inquired, "Disciple, what is your second request?" Chen Xuan rose to his feet and solemnly declared, 100 days ago, the Howard Sword sect was besieged by the forces of darkness, and I was compelled to detonate my 9-grade golden elixir, rendering me a mere shell of my former self. This incident seems rather suspicious. I often suffer from excruciating headaches and have come to realize that it is due to a certain segment of my memory being sealed by a clandestine method. I implore you, Master, to aid me in recovering this memory and to reveal it publicly. A sudden uproar erupted in the venue, as many attendees expressed their interest and engaged in fervent discussions. For, according to Chen Xuan's assertions, there indeed appeared to be significant intrigue surrounding this matter. Moreover, within that sealed memory, there should lie the answers. Upon hearing this, Li Yinglian and Ji Yaoyue exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Chapter 74. The Truth. The haunting which approaches. Oh, my disciple, if that is the case, it is highly probable that you have been ensnared by someone's machinations. Allow me to assist you in restoring that sealed memory, to uncover the truth. The immortal Mu Yun spoke directly, his right hand emanating a radiant celestial light that descended upon Chen Xuan's crown. At that moment, countless eyes in the assembly were ablaze with curiosity. No one noticed that Ji Yaoyue's delicate visage had turned ashen, her voluptuous form trembling slightly. Meanwhile, the typically fierce Li Yinglian exhibited a subtle twitch at the corner of her mouth, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. With a decisive motion, the right hand of immortal Mu Yun descended upon Chen Xuan's head. In the next instant, an unparalleled wave of gentle celestial radiance permeated downwards, penetrating Chen Xuan's Niwen palace and delving deeper. Crack, crack, crack. Within Chen Xuan, it seemed as though an invisible shackle had been shattered. Immediately thereafter, a misty white vapor erupted from his mouth and nose, swiftly expanding and imbued with an enigmatic fluctuation of the soul. Ultimately, it transformed in the void into a magnificent mirror of light. With a flick of his finger, the immortal Mu Yun set the mirror into motion. A humming sound resonated as the surface of the grand mirror began to ripple. In the next moment, an image materialized upon it. This was Chen Xuan's perspective. He beamed with excitement, joyfully advancing. Bang! Chen Xuan burst into the Jade Maiden Hall, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Master, I have delightful news to share with you." What is this? To his astonishment, on the expansive jade table within the hall, a couple was lost in their passionate embrace, the scene utterly tantalizing. It was none other than Li Yinglian and Ji Yaoyue. Startled and then furious at their intrusion, Li Yinglian unleashed a furious palm strike. Bang! The immense light mirror shattered, abruptly halting the vivid display. This was indeed the memory that had been sealed away from Chen Xuan. Boom! A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Whether from the 9 sects and 13 gates or the numerous wandering cultivators, all eyes widened in shock. My goodness! So fair, so ample, so bounteous. How could it be? The esteemed leader of the Sword sect, Li Yinglian, was supposed to have a partner. Yet here she was with Ji Yaoyue. Does a wildflower truly outshine a cultivated bloom? Moreover, hadn't T1 heard that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine not as good as a secret affair? How thrilling! No wonder Chen Xuan faced such oppression. His joyful news had turned into a calamity. Li Yinglian, renowned for her virtuous reputation, how could she so tarnish her integrity? One may know a person's appearance, but not their heart. Alas, if only the recording orb had been activated, the scene would have been endlessly entertaining. Thankfully, I was astute enough to trigger the recording orb. Good brother. Let us converse privately. The murmurs of various discussions filled the air. The members of the Sword sect stood in utter disbelief. Was it truly so exhilarating? Meanwhile, Li Yinglian and Ji Yaoyue flushed crimson, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. This isn't what it seems. All of this is fabricated, Ji Yaoyue protested, her gaze flickering, despair evident in her eyes. She regretted immensely. How could she have heeded Li Yinglian's advice to seal away these tormenting memories and allow him to personally surrender the Haotian sword and the Panlong treasure ring? Would it not have been better to simply strike Chen Xuan down? Now that their secret was exposed, how was she to face the consequences? Mu Yun, the celestial immortal, harbored a fierce enmity and would surely not spare her and brother Yinglian. Suddenly, the realization struck Ji Wushuang. So my father is the sect leader? She trembled, enlightenment dawning upon her. At that moment, Chen Xuan was undoubtedly the most astounded. The memory that had been sealed away had unfolded in such a manner? He felt a surreal and absurd sensation wash over him. A laugh threatened to escape him. He realized how naive he had been. When Ji Yaoyue had returned from her 3-year journey, bringing with her a 3-year-old boy named Ji Wuxuang. He should have suspected something. Under the various manipulations of Ji Yaoyue, she willingly offered up the position of the Holy Son and her treasures, all in the hopes that her illegitimate child would achieve extraordinary success. Thus, when the demonic forces initially attacked and the mysterious figure compelled me to self-destruct my 9th-grade golden elixir, was it merely a coincidence? Or was there someone orchestrating these events with intent? A thought surged within Chen Xuan's mind, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of trepidation and despair. Everything seemed to fall into place. As for why Li Yinglian chose not to end his life, but instead opted to seal his memories, it appears he intended for Ji Wuxuang to unambiguously attain the status of the Holy Son and the treasures, thereby participating in the master-apprentice ceremony without contest. What a cunning scheme. Truly, what a wickedly ingenious stratagem. Chen Xuan's gaze was fixed upon Li Yinglian and Ji Yaoyue, his eyes suddenly ablaze with a fierce intent to kill. At that moment, the expression of the immortal Mu Yun shifted dramatically, an ominous sign. He uttered 2 words, and his aura began to surge uncontrollably, as if boundless. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed 9 formidable beams of celestial light, each directed towards a different cardinal point. Jia Jia Jia. Immortal Mu Yun, you have realized your peril too late. A chilling, eerie laughter echoed as 9 macabre crimson pillars erupted from each respective direction. The anguished wails within were endless, enduring the celestial light's assault without dissipating. The 9 evil pillars of the underworld? Which, you are still alive? The immortal Mu Yun spoke with a solemn tone, soaring into the sky with an air of celestial authority. Sizzle. The void was torn asunder, revealing a white-haired crone draped in a black robe, leaning on a gnarled staff. She was surrounded by a swirl of blood-red, mysterious symbols that exuded a cryptic, sinister aura. Old dog Mu Yun, you have suppressed my master for a full 8 centuries, and I have plotted for just as long. Today, I shall see whether your righteousness is genuine or merely a fade. The witch cackled, suddenly shattering an ancient, dark compass. Boom. Instantly, the entire Mu Yun mountain range was enveloped in terrifying blood-colored demonic energy, transforming the area into a realm resembling the depths of the underworld. Ah, ah, ah. The screams of despair echoed continuously. This blood-colored demonic energy was horrific, and under its assault, many scattered cultivators perished, their flesh corroded, and their souls quickly absorbed, becoming sustenance for the dark force. In an instant, everyone began to employ their abilities to defend themselves. Celestial wheel of life and death, break for me, the immortal Mu Yun bellowed. Radiant celestial light erupting around him as he summoned a colossal celestial wheel, which violently shattered the demonic energy field. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Thief, have you lost your mind? You dare to use the 9 evil pillars of the underworld as a sacrificial offering, fully awakening the bloody altar to channel my own power to aid the great dark heavenly demon Lord's escape? Jia Jia Jia. Old dog Mu Yun, you are indeed clever, but that is not all. I have another ally, ready to present you with a grand gift. The witch's form ignited in flames, transforming into wicked demonic fire as she chanted incantations, causing the void to collapse in large sections. Surges of overwhelming, deathly energy poured forth, threatening to completely engulf the Mu Yun mountain range. Alongside this, numerous figures clad in blood robes emerged, demonic cultivators of the blood demon sect. This malevolent force, established by the great dark heavenly demon lord, had re-emerged with formidable strength. The screams of anguish rang out once more, and both sides officially engaged in a fierce battle. In mere moments, the cultivators of Zhongzhou suffered devastating casualties. The shadow manifested the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, delivering a powerful strike that instantly fractured a blood-red altar. However, he was also devoured whole by the ghastly witch, who howled in fury. The shadow, upon witnessing the demise of his soul servant, the immortal Mu Yun erupted in wrath. Behind him loomed a resplendent celestial wheel, and he appeared as if he were about to carve the heavens and the earth with his valor. In a frenzied outburst, he annihilated the witch and obliterated the blood altar. Boom! The immortal Mu Yun shattered layers of sinister death energy, ultimately honing in on a mysterious figure clad in black robes. Beside him was a colossal 6-eyed beast, its dragon's head resembling that of an elephant, covered in scales, and adorned with a pair of snow-white wings. Most intriguingly, it possessed 6 eyes, each radiating a penetrating brilliance. Six-eyed prisoner of heaven, no wonder the witch succeeded. The immortal Mu Yun discerned the beast's divine powers derived from its burning essence and comprehended the true intent of the witch. Annihilation of all celestial arts. The immortal Mu Yun bellowed, unleashing his mightiest strike, tearing through the mysterious figure in black and the six-eyed beast. He then proclaimed, "All those of the righteous path of Zhongzhou shall eradicate the demonic path." This immortal must immediately head to the abyss of black sin to prevent the great black heavenly demon lord from escaping. A thunderous resonance echoed through the heavens and the earth as the Mu Yun immortal palace suddenly shrank, transforming into a celestial vessel. The immortal Mu Yun leaped aboard, waved his sleeve, and vanished without a trace. Boom. Though merely a wave of his sleeve, it unleashed a terrifying force that resonated through the cosmos. This strike was akin to the Milky Way being inverted and the Mount Buzhou collapsing. Countless adherents of the blood demon sect perished in agony. The overwhelming death energy was also purified and dissipated by this blow. Slaughter. The Mu Yun mountain range descended into chaos as the battle raged on. The National Master's avatar and the six-eyed. Did he secretly conspire with the demon empress? Bai Qian's expression turned grave, her face pallid. At this moment, she too acted, effortlessly annihilating a formidable expert of the blood demon sect. Roar. The golden-horned sky-swallowing serpent roared, its destructive power astonishing. Its dragon might causing vast swathes of death energy to continuously dissolve. The tide had turned. The righteous practitioners of Zhongzhou began encircling the remnants of the blood demon sect. Uft. Chen Xuan swung his sword, severing the right arm of a man from the blood demon sect at the golden core stage. To his astonishment, the man erupted into a frenzied laughter. The great demon lord is about to break free. Darkness shall descend upon the world. Our demise will be a supreme glory. Death. In a fit of rage, Chen Xuan swung his sword horizontally, severing the man's head and splattering blood across his face. With a mighty roar, the golden horn devouring python suddenly appeared before Chen Xuan, speaking in human tongue. Little Xuan, I shall escort you to the abyss of black sin. Thank you. Chen Xuan hurriedly responded, calling upon Du Meng and the other six to mount the serpent's back. Immediately, the golden-horned sky-devouring python sped towards the depths of the black sin abyss in central continent, carrying the seven of them along. The sounds of battle from the Mu Yun mountain range gradually faded. Long Ming, the master of dragons, Baichuan Daoist, Jin Wuji, and Shangwan Yain, among others, employed their various abilities to hasten towards the black sin abyss. Half a day later, everyone arrived successively at this dreadfully ominous place. In an instant, they were struck by the scene before them. Chapter 75. Mu Yun subdues evil, again accused. In the heart of central continent, the immense black sin abyss lay deep within a desolate plain, resembling an eye of malevolence that incessantly exhaled sinister demonic energy, instilling a chill in the bones. At this moment, it was under unprecedented assault. A vast expanse of terrifying, pitch-black calamity clouds enveloped it entirely, relentlessly unleashing terrifying bolts of varied calamity lightning. 5 elements calamity lightning, demon-destroying calamity lightning, purple electric calamity lightning, 9 heavens calamity lightning, demon-extinguishing calamity lightning, celestial fire calamity lightning. A total of 9 distinct types of calamity lightning transformed into colossal pillars of thunder, tearing through the void and crashing down with thunderous force. Like a torrential downpour, each bolt of calamity lightning contained a power capable of obliterating heaven and earth. Within the black sin abyss, an imposing figure shrouded in overwhelming demonic energy howled in anguish as most of the calamity lightning struck upon him. He was ensnared by chains of celestial light, rendering his movements cumbersome. The great black heaven demon lord. He emitted a furious roar, nearly bursting with rage. Damn you, Mu Yun old dog. You actually activated your 9th transcendent calamity in advance. This demon lord will not rest until one of us is dead. At this moment, the aura of the Mu Yun celestial seemed ethereal and dreamlike, as if he had transcended this world, becoming as ordinary as a flower or a tree, a blade of grass or a stone. He skillfully evaded the calamity lightning, deliberately merging his aura with that of the great black heaven demon lord to provoke the thunderous tribulation. Thus, they became entangled in a fierce struggle, ultimately leaving the great black heaven demon lord in a state of utter devastation from the calamity lightning. With a fierce roar, The great black heaven demon lord unleashed an aura of extreme malevolence. The chains of celestial light binding him were shattered by 1/3. His eyes blazing with fury, he bellowed, "Mu Yun, old dog, did you not foresee this? This demon lord found a demonic celestial corpse at the bottom of the black sin abyss and has already devoured and refined it. Prepare to meet your end." Ah, it is indeed true. The Mu Yun celestial sighed softly, suddenly summoning his celestial wheel of all-embracing reincarnation, melding his body into it. Boom! This celestial artifact radiated an aura of unparalleled might as it clashed once more with the great black heaven demon lord, eventually igniting clusters of resplendent golden celestial flames that gradually confined his range of movement. Mu Yun, old dog, you have gone mad. Quickly release this demon sovereign, or we shall both perish beneath the wrath of the thunderous tribulation. Haraha, perhaps not. This immortal wishes to test. In the heavens, the vast clouds of tribulation suddenly condensed, and countless bolts of lightning coalesced into a chaotic radiance, a hue that was neither purely black nor entirely white. It abruptly transformed into a ferocious, chaotic thunder dragon, its every scale distinct, embodying a terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, crashing down with tremendous force. Target: the ascendant Mu Yun and the great black heavenly demon sovereign. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the cosmos. The very heavens and earth fell silent in awe. The recently arrived Chen Xuan and the others were all struck with profound astonishment. After a considerable time, as the residual force of the chaotic thunder dragon gradually dissipated, the onlookers stepped forward to investigate. Buzz! Deep within the abyss of black sin, a radiant wheel of celestial light was revolving, dazzling and resplendent. Its surface bore the faint outline of an ethereal figure, exuding an everlasting and indomitable aura, noble and formidable, seemingly intent on refining the gravely injured great black heavenly demon sovereign. "Master!" Chen Xuan cried out in urgent desperation. The radiant figure of the celestial being laughed heartily and suddenly unleashed 2 streams of light, which fell into Chen Xuan's hands. "Disciple, hasten to nourish the azure dragon formation with your essence blood, fortify the ancient azure dragon array, and prevent the demonic energy from escaping, lest it endanger the central continent. I have now successfully traversed the tribulation, yet alas, my celestial body has been destroyed, leaving only my celestial soul unable to ascend to the celestial realm. I shall remain in the abyss of black sin to subdue the great black demon lord for the time being." The carefree voice of Mu Yun, the celestial wanderer, resonated throughout. Upon hearing this, the members of the 9 sects and 13 schools turned pale in unison. Should the central continent lose the protection of Mu Yun, it would undoubtedly face grave troubles. The overwhelming majority of the assembly stood in solemn respect. Had it not been for the need to suppress the great black demon lord, the probability of Mu Yun successfully overcoming the 9th tribulation of the celestial wanderers would have been exceedingly high. Yet, it now ended in a dismal conclusion. Chen Xuan's heart was tumultuous and sorrowful as he gazed at the 2 objects in his hand. One was an ancient bronze formation disc, etched with 9 dragon-shaped runes that intertwined, exuding an extraordinarily potent aura. The other was a seemingly ordinary storage ring. Without hesitation, he compelled drops of his own vital blood to fall upon the azure dragon formation disc. Roar, roar, roar. As the disc absorbed the nourishment, the resonant sound of dragon cries echoed forth. After he had dripped 12 drops of blood, his complexion turned ashen. Yet the formidable azure dragon formation disc was finally fully awakened. It soared into the skies above the abyss of black sin, unleashing 9 intertwining runes of azure dragons, rendering a second suppression of this place. At that moment, the raucous laughter of the great black heaven demon lord reverberated ominously from within the azure dragon formation. "Old dog Mu Yun, you have fallen so low, and yet you still boast and comfort these fools? Haraha! With your celestial soul controlling the celestial wheel of the heavens, how long can you suppress this demon lord? Within a century, I shall surely retaliate and escape, bathing the central continent in blood." This brazen voice carried an air of absolute confidence and madness. What? The expressions of Long Ming, Bai Chuan, Jin Wuji, and others shifted dramatically. They all harbored a foreboding sense of dread. It seemed the great black heaven demon lord's words were not mere bluster. A century. For mortals, this is an interminable stretch of time. Yet for cultivators, some may remain in seclusion for hundreds of years. The central continent is indeed facing a grave peril. Moreover, with the absence of the scattered immortal Mu Yun to safeguard it, it may soon become a coveted prize for the demon and monster clans. In Chen Xuan's heart, the ethereal voice of the immortal Mu Yun resonated. Disciple, the perils I face in subduing the demons are exceedingly grave. I am unable to guide you personally. The ancient tower within the storage ring possesses immense significance, transcending even that of celestial artifacts. Only the blood of a true dragon can awaken its power. This tower was obtained from the treacherous realm of the wilderness, specifically from the burial grounds of the fallen immortals, where at the heart of the grave lies a dragon gate, concealing profound transformations. Only those of true dragon lineage may enter. It shall assist you in overcoming the tribulations of the Golden Core's heavenly retribution. Furthermore, I have taken you Mei Run as my disciple. She shall henceforth be your senior martial sister. Jin Jiao will also accompany you. As for the defense of the Azure Dragon Great Array, act according to your capabilities. The lingering echoes gradually faded away. Chen Xuan clutched the storage ring tightly, tears welling in his eyes. He felt no resentment towards the immortal Mu Yun. His master embodied true righteousness. Master, I, Chen Xuan, vow here and now to find a way to rescue you within a century. Chen Xuan silently vowed deep within, his gaze unwavering. At that moment, a voice suddenly pierced through the contemplation of the crowd. Esteemed guests, Wu Shuang has something to say. My radiant mirror of justice has just detected a concealed demonic seed within Chen Xuan. Moreover, it is an exceedingly malevolent and sinister seed. Ji Wushuang stepped forward, wielding a platinum ancient mirror, exuding an air of righteousness. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present turned gravely serious. Possessing a demonic seed marked one as a malignant tumor implanted by the demonic path within the righteous realm, deserving of eradication by all. What nonsense! Ji Wushuang. My elder brother is the sole heir of the Muyu Immortal's teachings. If he harbored a demonic seed, would the Muyu Immortal not have discovered it? Du Ming retorted vehemently. With the backing of the golden-horned sky-devouring serpent, he felt emboldened. Then, Chen Xuan, do you dare to face my judgment? Ji Wushuang exclaimed. A faint smile graced his lips, barely concealing his exhilaration. The great heart demon from beyond had evolved within him, now stronger than ever. And without the protection of the Muyu Immortal, Chen Xuan was destined to be crushed beneath his heel. Chen Xuan's gaze sharpened as he scoffed. What is there to fear? Suddenly, Ji Wushuang activated the Howren illuminating demon mirror, and a majestic beam of light descended upon Chen Xuan's head. In an instant, an exceedingly concealed demonic shadow flickered and vanished. Elusive and unpredictable. It is the aura of an outer great heart demon. Long Ming, the transcendent, exclaimed, identifying the nature of the shadow. As all present witnessed this scene, their eyes turned towards Chen Xuan with a notable shift in sentiment, especially those from the Howren Sword sect, who were filled with an overwhelming desire to rend him to pieces. No wonder, even the immortal Mu Yun had failed to detect any signs. Within Chen Xuan resided the very seed of the outer great heart demon, renowned for its aptitude in concealment. Chen Xuan, promptly relinquish the storage ring you possess. The inheritance and treasures bestowed by immortal Mu Yun are unworthy of a wretched demon spawn like you. Bearing the demonic seed, you must be eradicated. The members of the Howren Sword sect voiced their indignation, each one brimming with righteous fury. Moreover, the glint of avarice was unmistakable in many eyes. Lianglian, with a flick of her sleeve, declared with murderous intent, wretched creature, you claim your memories are sealed. Yet you secretly employ the sinister methods of the outer great heart demon, using immortal Mu Yun's name to slander our sect master and implicate her with Ji Yaoyue. What punishment do you deserve? Boom. The crowd fell silent, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Could it be that Chen Xuan's intentions were truly so malevolent? However, everything that transpired felt too coincidental. It seemed as if someone was orchestrating the plot against Chen Xuan. Chapter 76, Little Xian Xian, assists senior sister in her cultivation. Chen Xuan, you wretched spawn. I was once your master, and yet you dare to sully my name. Ji Yaoyue trembled with rage, her eyes ablaze as she retorted. Her words instantly cleared her name, casting the blame squarely upon Chen Xuan. You twist the truth and speak nonsensically. Chen Xuanqi vehemently protested, his countenance a stormy shade of pale. He was uncertain of the underlying circumstances. However, he was certain that this affair was orchestrated by Chen Xuan. The most pressing concern now was that the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 gates would undoubtedly feign ignorance while fully comprehending the situation, allowing it to unfold unchecked. Boom. The formidable pressure of the tribulation stage erupted from the body of Longming Shangren, advancing directly towards him. He raised his hand to seize Chen Xuan, prepared to subdue him with overwhelming force. Whether Chen Xuan is a demon spawn is of little consequence. The legacy of the immortal shepherd cloud must reside within that storage ring, and it is imperative to seize it. At that moment, I shall no longer be merely the head of the 7 towers, but the foremost individual in the central continent. Roar! The golden-horned king bellowed, effortlessly fending off the claw of the Dragon Ming master. However, immediately thereafter, the Greenwood Pill King, the Baichuan Taoist, Li Yinglian, and others erupted in a concerted assault. In each of their eyes, the unmistakable glimmer of covetousness and greed was evident. The golden-horned king, too, unleashed its full might, engaging fiercely with the crowd, yet was gradually forced to retreat under their relentless onslaught. Though it possessed great strength, it was ultimately outnumbered. As Chen Xuan retreated alongside the golden-horned king, a profound sense of disappointment and fury flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of white light surged forth. Bai Qian had made her decisive move. She unleashed her peak combat prowess and summoned a formidable ice crystal sword, aiding the golden-horned king in barely stabilizing their faltering position. Chen Xian's countenance darkened as he hurriedly summoned Du Ming and the others to gather around. At that moment, the vast emptiness suddenly fissured, and a multitude of peach blossoms floated forth, exuding a beauty that was both enchanting and romantic. Everyone stood in astonishment. Soon after, these peach blossoms unleashed a terrifying lethality, forcing Long Ming and his companions to retreat. In the next instant, a delicate little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, appeared, standing protectively in front of Chen Xuan. Though she appeared diminutive, her gaze radiated an unparalleled pride, coupled with an ethereal charm. Peach Blossom, celestial magic. Who do you belong to in the Heavenly Maiden sect? Qingmu Danwang exclaimed, his expression grave. The little girl chuckled lightly. Hee. Little Qingmu, don't tell me you no longer recognize me? Upon hearing her words, Qingmu Danwang's expression changed drastically, and he cried out, Elder Yumarin of the Heavenly Maiden sect? You are still alive? Instinctively, he took several steps back, his face etched with trepidation. Yumarin was indeed a formidable figure. Over 300 years ago, the Heavenly Maiden sect faced a great calamity due to acquiring a legendary celestial artifact, and she single-handedly slew more than a handful of tribulation stage experts. Her most remarkable feat was burning her essence to slay a rogue immortal who had survived 2 tribulations. However, after that battle, she vanished from the world, and many believed her to be dead. Consequently, the Heavenly Maiden sect fell into decline, its stronghold overtaken by other forces. Jin Wuji's gaze sharpened as he solemnly declared, Everyone, there is no need to fear. It is rumored that Yumarin has cultivated the celestial rank's secret art of agelessness, which bears risks, should she revert to her youth. Her strength will diminish. At present, she is not at her peak. The moment his words echoed, a collective shock rippled through the crowd. Even if I am not at my peak, eliminating you, little inorganic child, will be a mere trifle. Yumarin proclaimed imperiously, her hands placed on her hips. Senior sister. Chen Xuan hastily called out, announcing to the crowd that Yumarin had also joined the ranks of the Muyu Sanxian. However, the others paid him no heed. Their eyes greedily fixated on the storage ring in his hand. The realm of cultivation is inherently one of the survival of the fittest. At present, with Muyu Sanxian suppressing the formidable dark sky demon lord, the situation appeared dire, and how many still dared to respect his authority? Yumarin spoke coldly. My junior brother Chen Xuan possesses the pure yang true dragon bloodline, making it impossible for foreign demons to exist within him. What you just sensed was merely the residual aura deliberately left by the outer great heart demon. Someone is framing him. Continue to observe, and the truth will reveal itself. Her words struck at the crux of the matter, aiming to exonerate Chen Xuan. A stir rippled through the crowd. Ji Wushuang, taken aback, immediately countered. I see no need for that. Do you think you hold any weight here? Continue the observation. Otherwise, I shall tear you apart. The golden-horned king bellowed fiercely, his aura locking onto Ji Wushuang, poised to strike at any moment. The likes of Long Ming and his companions, constrained by the multitude, also issued commands to Ji Wuxuan. Thus, he had no choice but to comply reluctantly. Indeed, the Howren illuminating demon mirror shone upon Chen Xuan once more, revealing that there was no trace of demonic seed above his head. Instead, a magnificent golden dragon aura surged forth. This unforeseen turn of events left the righteous leaders exchanging bewildered glances. The scheme to seize the storage ring under the pretext of demonic seeds was thus forced to collapse. At that moment, Li Yinglian stepped forward, her voice resolute. Esteemed ones, let us set aside the matter of the demonic seed for now. It is a fact that Chen Xuan has inherited the teachings of Muyu Sanxian. Therefore, he must guard the abyss of black sin for his entire life. After all, we do not possess the pure young true dragon bloodline to reinforce the ancient azure dragon formation. Upon hearing this, Long Ming and his companions nodded in agreement. Yu Marin's expression darkened as she retorted directly, Li Yinglian, have you consumed too much excrement to cloud your judgment? The 7 Tower Masters and your lot are the best candidates for guarding. You covet the storage ring in my junior brother's possession, wishing for his demise. Her words rendered the crowd speechless. Let us depart. Yu Marin waved her hand, leading Chen Xuan and the others to leap onto the back of the golden horn devouring dragon. With a roar that echoed like a dragon's cry, they swiftly headed northward. Bai Qian's beautiful eyes flashed as she transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Could they truly let Chen Xuan go just like that? Ji Wuxuan voiced his dissatisfaction. Li Yinglian waved her hand, signaling him to remain silent. At present, everyone had their own schemes and was secretly wary. Who would dare to engage in a life-and-death battle alongside Yu Marin and the golden horn devouring dragon? Alas, regrettably, Ji Wuxuan gazed at the distant black speck in the northern sky, her heart brimming with sorrow. Beside her, Ji Yaoyue coldly mocked. This wretched creature dares to entangle itself with that scourge, Yu Marin. It seems my initial choice was indeed correct. Such a despicable and shameless lecher is utterly unworthy of being my disciple. The onlookers remained silent, engrossed in pondering another vexing matter. The loss of the celestial presence of Mu Yun in Zhongzhou likely heralded the onset of rampant warfare. After flying for over an hour, the golden-horned king quietly descended into a surging river below. Within lay its ancient aquatic lair. Although Chen Xuan was burdened with worries, he still mustered his spirits to console Du Meng and the others. Elder brother, we are all fine. It is you. Dong Yufei hesitated, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. Though Dong Yufei did not articulate her thoughts directly, everyone present understood the implication behind her unspoken words. Although Chen Xuan has received the inheritance of the Muyu Immortal and bears the title of a disciple, his strength remains woefully inadequate. He may be able to sweep through the talented figures of the Golden Core realm, but what of the formidable beings in the nascent soul and transformation stages? Most critically, with the Muyu Immortal no longer providing a formidable presence in Zhongzhou, chaos is destined to ensue. Consequently, Chen Xuan will undoubtedly become the target of many. An innocent man may suffer for possessing a jewel. The incident of the demonic seed slander has revealed the unreliability of the 7 Towers Master. Fortunately, with the protection of the mighty king of Golden Horn and the enchanting Yu Marin, Chen Xuan's circumstances are not utterly disastrous. Suddenly, Yu Marin coughed up blood, her aura waning significantly, leaving everyone in shock. Junior apprentice, take me to the secret chamber. All right. Chen Xuan hurriedly embraced Yu Marin and entered a secret chamber. When Chen Xuan retrieved several healing elixirs from the dragon pattern treasure ring and offered them, Yu Marin waved her hand and softly remarked, "These pills are of no use to me. My eternal youth technique has encountered a problem and requires the assistance of pure yang. Little Chen Xuan, aid your senior sister in her cultivation." Chapter 77. Senior sister, I am truly not a pervert. Assistance of pure yang? Chen Xuan was utterly bewildered. He gazed at the adorable, delicate figure of the little lowly master sister before him, who appeared as fragile as a porcelain doll. In that moment, he felt utterly at a loss. Wasn't this request from the master sister rather too much to ask? While I, Chen Xuan, can accept your age of a millennium, how am I to assist in your healing when your body resembles that of a mere 7 or 8-year-old girl? If I were to step forward, I fear my responsibilities would extend beyond mere obligation, perhaps even to matters of the heart. Moreover, how could such a pairing harmonize? Like a couple of lovebirds serenading each other? Chen Xuan felt a heavy burden upon his head. I assure you, I am not a pervert. Tentatively, He inquired, "Senior sister, I have heard of the Heavenly Maiden Tao sect. It is said that the Heavenly Maiden Heart Sutra you practice is fundamentally about comprehending the principles of yin and yang, harmonizing the ways of the world, and resonating with the hearts of all beings. Several millennia ago, your esteemed sect produced a traitor who fell into darkness, who, upon slightly modifying the Heavenly Maiden Heart Sutra, established the infamous lustful harmonization technique, thereby founding the notorious demon path harmonization sect. Is there any truth to this?" Umarin blinked her gem-like, crystalline eyes and nodded, "Indeed, there is such a tale. However, that traitor was blinded by vengeance, and the lustful harmonization technique he created is a mere deviation, lacking the essence of the true yin and yang path. Since you possess such a keen interest in the yin and yang path, I, your senior sister, shall impart my knowledge to you with great care, ensuring that you become well-versed in this profound doctrine." Chen Xuan's heart skipped a beat. Goodness, his suspicions were indeed confirmed. "Senior sister, I am concerned that my assistance may inadvertently lead to some tragic outcome. After all, Chen Xuan awkwardly began to speak. Umarin quickly reassured him with a bright voice, "Junior brother, do not worry. Senior sister will not drain you dry. Continuous exploitation is far more beneficial to me. You know," she elaborated with a sweet addition, "you are undoubtedly the most precious treasure in senior sister's life." Boom. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He was utterly stunned. Had the senior sister truly resolved to treat him as a dual cultivation furnace? It made sense, after all. He possessed the pure yang true dragon bloodline. But what if he were drained dry? Would that not spell his demise? At that moment, Umarin boldly approached him. "No need for hesitation. Allow me to take charge." With that proclamation, she directly sank her teeth into Chen Xuan's index finger. Chen Xuan's formidable dragon body was pierced, and blood gushed forth. In that instant, Umarin greedily and ecstatically began to drink. Her eyes shimmered with a radiant brilliance, and her delicate, flawless visage flushed with a hint of crimson. That youthful form seemed to suddenly brim with boundless vitality, poised to unleash an exquisite allure and endless charm. "Ah, senior sister, do take care while you indulge. I fear I may be drained dry." As Chen Xuan spoke, an expression of embarrassment crossed his face. Ahem. Just now, he had overthought the situation, mistakenly believing that this petite little junior sister would dare to challenge his formidable spear. His thoughts were truly impure. Subsequently, observing that Umarin was becoming increasingly engrossed, he felt an undeniable displeasure. Then, driven by an inexplicable impulse, he raised his hand and playfully swatted Umarin's rounded dairy remu. Umarin let out a soft, kitten-like sound, continuing to suckle with unparalleled delight. At that moment, the Heavenly Maiden's Heart Sutra and the ageless divine art within her were operating fervently. Chen Xuan felt a pallor wash over his face, accompanied by a disconcerting sensation of faintness due to severe blood loss. At that moment, Umarin suddenly gasped, her entire form swelling dramatically, causing her charming pink dress to tear apart with a resounding rip. In an instant, she transformed into an enchanting young woman. Her exquisite, oval face was breathtaking, with willow-like brows reminiscent of distant mountains shrouded in mist, captivating eyes akin to the tranquil depths of a cold pond, a delicately sculpted nose, cherry-red lips, and dimples subtly appearing on her cheeks. Truly, she was a vision of unparalleled beauty. Chen Xuan was utterly captivated by the beauty before him, his eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the resplendent peaks of Umarin. Thud. Oh dear. The exquisite maiden let out a gasp and then, uncontrollably, began to topple towards Chen Xuan. Beware. Chen Xuan hastily extended his hands to assist. In a split second, his hands inadvertently grasped at that moment, for words surged through Chen Xuan's mind. Oh no, it's over. He truly did not intend for this to happen. However, Umarin clearly held a different perspective. You lecher. You deserve death. A chilling and terrifying aura of lethal intent erupted suddenly. Umarin had cultivated for over 2,000 years. Not even a single strand of her garment had been touched by a man. Yet at this moment, she found herself overwhelmed by a tumult of shame and fury. Umarin instinctively contemplated delivering a fatal blow to Chen Xuan. Nevertheless, she swiftly regained her composure, stifling that impulse. Even so, an unparalleled and terrifying killing intent surged into Chen Xuan's being. With a thunderous crash, he was hurled away, his internal organs feeling as if they might explode, his consciousness fading into a haze. He fainted instantly. With a swift turn, Yumerin quickly donned a flowing gown retrieved from her storage ring. A proud and frosty glimmer graced her exquisite visage. What transpired? The onlookers, alerted by the commotion, rushed forward. "You are Senior Yumerin?" Dong Yufei inquired, astonished. Yumerin nodded, responding coolly, "Indeed, it is I. Chen Xuan is unharmed. I am merely aiding him in enhancing his strength." Upon finishing her words, she seized the pitifully unconscious Chen Xuan and promptly entered another secret chamber. "What is this?" Du Ming and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Thankfully, I managed to suppress my murderous intent just in time. A flicker of faint regret crossed Yumerin's beautiful eyes. She then raised her hand, and strands of luminescent moonlight spilled forth from her palm, gently flowing into Chen Xian's body. News of the Disciple Recruitment Conference, where the immortal Mu Yun sacrificed himself to suppress the great Black Demon Lord, swiftly spread across the wild heaven domain. The lords of the 7 towers and the leaders of the 9 sects and 13 clans rapidly reached an agreement, dispatching powerful experts to jointly quell the abyss of black, since simultaneously, various factions began to mobilize with great urgency. A palpable sense of impending storm filled the air across the vast forces of the central continent. Everyone understood that with the absence of the formidable immortal Mu Yun, peace in the central continent was likely to be shattered. The Eastern Sea's aquatic clans, the Southern Zay's demonic faction, and the Northern Border's monstrous tribes would surely not overlook the alluring central continent. The only potential ally for the central continent might be the Western Desert's Buddhist sect. Yet, given the sect's preference for tranquility amidst such perilous circumstances, they might hesitate to intervene. In the Eastern Sea, the 4 major royal bloodlines governing the aquatic clans convened. In the southern region, various demonic factions celebrated, sharpening their blades for the impending conflict. In the northern frontier, within a secluded area of the Wanyao Mountain, Bai Qian hurriedly met with Bai Bingyan. Employing secret techniques to conceal all probing, she cautiously conveyed her observations from the journey to Zhongzhou through a transmission spell. "Auntie, I am concerned for Brother Xian. Though he is accompanied by 2 formidable experts, he has undoubtedly become a coveted target for various factions." Bingyan, with the involvement of the National Master's avatar in the chaotic situation of Zhongzhou, it appears that the demon ancestor has awakened some consciousness. He surely will not spare Chen Xuan. What shall we do? "Foolish girl, your foremost task now is to escape. Leave the northern frontier, or you will become a pawn for the demon ancestor in his designs against Chen Xuan. Auntie will lend you assistance." "Understood. I shall no longer concern myself with the ancient formation. Let the demon ancestor disperse his forces to suppress it. I must seek out Brother Xian." Deep within Wanyao Mountain, outside a profound and ancient cavern, a mysterious figure clad in a black robe, emanating a sinister and terrifying aura, knelt upon the ground. It was none other than the powerful national master of the demon clan. He trembled as he spoke. "My lord demon ancestor, the plan has failed. I was unable to acquire the immortal source of Mu Yun Senxian and the celestial wheel of life and death." After a moment, a frail, ancient voice echoed from within the cavern. "What are the specifics?" This voice carried an air of dominance and fury. "The situation is as follows." Upon concluding his report, the voice of the demon ancestor resonated once more. "It is not wholly disastrous. At least the dark heavenly demon lord has lost his opportunity. Once I devour that little fellow who possesses the bloodline of the true young dragon, I shall achieve complete awakening, reborn from death. At that time, I shall wield a power that even ordinary demonic immortals would tremble before. I will dominate the wild heaven domain. Utilize the little fox from Qingqiu to lure out the disciple of Mu Yun Senxian and capture him for me." The national master shuddered, prostrating himself. "Demon ancestor, Bai Bingyan, has escaped. Her whereabouts are currently unknown. Chen Xuan also seems to have vanished in Zhongzhou. I am conducting an urgent investigation." Boom! From within the cavern, an overwhelming wave of malevolent demonic energy surged forth, causing the national master to let out a startled cry as his true form was revealed, an enormous, vividly patterned toad. "Begone! Quickly apprehend that Chen Xuan. This demon ancestor does not wish to languish for several hundred years, or even 1,000, to awaken fully. I must swiftly exit this accursed cave of life and death." "Understood." After Chen Xuan slowly regained consciousness, He found himself alone in a secret chamber, his injuries nearly healed. He immediately recalled the haunting moments of being drained by his elder sister, Umarin. A wave of emotions washed over him. Instinctively, he reached out, and the sensation was truly indescribable. Although he had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the rampaging elder sister, he couldn't shake the feeling of having struck an incredible fortune. Chapter 78. The True Dragon Enters the Gate. The Return of the Fairy. Inside the secret chamber, Chen Xuan swiftly composed himself and began to ponder the current situation. Due to the schemes of the ghostly matron and her unraveling of the crisis, the central continent had lost the protection of his master, the immortal Mu Yun, and now it was undoubtedly a time of great trepidation, where every whisper could incite panic. The marine clans of the East Sea, the demonic sects of the South Marsh, and the monstrous tribes of the North Border were surely poised to make their moves. After all, the entire desolate heavenly domain's cultivation resources had long been devoured by various factions. In this moment, the central continent resembled a grand delicacy. Such a tumult could not possibly be quelled by a mere sparrow. Unless he were to transform into a colossal rock, there might still be hope. Currently, three matters weighed heavily on Chen Xuan's mind. First, his master's predicament was dire. Although he had managed to suppress the formidable Black Heaven Demon Lord for a century, he had also lost unparalleled power. The South Marsh demonic sect would undoubtedly focus their assault on the abyss of black sin. Should they succeed, the consequences would be unfathomable. Second, his true son dragon bloodline and its inheritance were an irresistible temptation for the myriad beasts of the Myriad Beasts Mountain. They would surely exploit Lady Bing Yin to target him. Her circumstances would also be perilous. Third, if chaos erupted in the central continent, leading to the suffering of countless lives, he would be unworthy of the hopes and expectations his master had placed upon him. After a long pause, Chen Xuan suppressed the myriad worries swirling in his heart, and his gaze sharpened with newfound determination. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that rendered him vulnerable. The essence of the wasteland realm is the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak. No matter how intricate your schemes or elaborate your plans, they pale in comparison to the significance of invincible power. Even if one wishes to navigate the world with finesse, one must possess the strength for self-preservation, a capability he currently lacks. I must hasten the enhancement of my own abilities. Furthermore, it is imperative to establish a formidable force. As for the three concerns that haunt me, I can only adapt and respond as circumstances dictate. Chen Xuan lacked the confidence to venture into the abyss of dark sin to establish his authority, nor could he boldly approach the mountain of 10,000 demons to seek a marriage proposal, for such actions would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the formidable responsibility of safeguarding the central state was a burden he was not yet prepared to bear. Swish! With a swift motion, Chen Xuan produced a storage ring and rapidly refined it. In an instant, an ancient, yellow-hued treasure pagoda manifested in his palm. This pagoda, comprising 13 tiers, emanated an aura of primal mystery, swirling gently in the air. It was the sole gift bestowed upon Chen Xuan by the immortal Mu Yun, his master, as a token of his status as the chosen successor. His master had mentioned that this tower possessed immense significance, far exceeding that of celestial artifacts, and could only be activated by the blood of a true dragon. It was acquired from the notorious burial ground of immortals in the perilous land of Zhongzhou, where the core housed a dragon gate, concealing unparalleled fortune, accessible only to those of true dragon lineage. This great fortune, it was believed, would aid me in overcoming the tribulation of the Golden Core's heavenly punishment. In Chen Xuan's eyes, a flicker of fervor and anticipation ignited. He promptly expelled his essence blood to attempt the refinement of this tower. Buzzing. After the ancient pagoda consumed the essence blood, it swiftly emanated countless mysterious runes of a profound yellow hue, while the tower's body manifested ethereal images of flora and fauna, mountains and rivers, as well as the sun, moon, and stars. These phantoms enveloped Chen Xuan. In the next moment, a resounding boom reverberated. The void trembled, and in an instant, Chen Xuan was seized by an overwhelming force, transported to a mysterious expanse of profound yellow light. Chaos reigned all around, seemingly boundless. Before Chen Xuan, a radiant orb composed of ripples of time coalesced, within which lay a multitude of celestial stars, deep and enigmatic. Fated one, you possess the blood of the Yanhuang dragon. allowing you to initially refine the heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong pagoda. With your strength, you may unlock the first layer of the pagoda. The accompanying dragon gate celestial fortune has already been bestowed upon you. The thunderous voice resonated, exuding boundless majesty and nobility. Simultaneously, Chen Xuan received a cascade of information, comprehending all. This voice emanated from the spirit of the pagoda. Yet, in his current state, he was too feeble, having only unlocked the first layer, while the pagoda spirit remained in slumber. The voice was a remnant of the spirit's power before its slumber, and only by unlocking the seventh layer could it awaken. The first layer of the heavenly and earthly profound yellow Linglong pagoda contained a seed of time. By investing sufficient spirit stones, one could cause it to expand and activate 100-fold acceleration of time. As for the Dragon Gate celestial fortune, Chen Xuan had also come to understand that it was the grand creation found within the burial site of immortals. Has it become my exclusive celestial fortune and creation? Delightful. Chen Xuan squinted, a faint smile gracing his face. He then retrieved a substantial number of spirit stones from the Panlong treasure ring and cast them into the seed of time. 10,000. 100,000, 200,000. Gradually, Chen Xuan's expression began to sour. What on earth? Is this seed of time an insatiable, merciless abyss? After devouring so many spirit stones, it still hasn't activated? Ultimately, Chen Xuan, and it finally expanded into a temporal shield enveloping a radius of 10 meters. 50,000 superior spirit stones can sustain me for merely 10 days? Even with 100-fold acceleration, that amounts to merely 1,000 days. Why not just rob someone? This is a complete ripoff. Chen Xuan calculated with a pained heart, feeling as if it were bleeding. The method of cultivation was excessively draining on his spirit stones. Within his coiling dragon treasure ring, he now possessed a mere 160,000 stones. It is noteworthy that an average golden core cultivator, relying solely on their own resources, would scarcely possess over 1,000 spirit stones. However, if one were willing to expend spirit stones, the seed of time would undoubtedly prove to be an extraordinary trump card. Subsequently, Chen Xuan directly entered the time barrier and commenced his cultivation. 1,000 days. This duration would be ample for him to solidify his foundational path and elevate both the true dragon body and the 13 swords of tyranny to a remarkably formidable level. Thus, his chances of successfully obtaining exclusive celestial fortunes within the grave of the immortals would significantly increase. Chen Xuan harbored a profound premonition. The day he stepped out of Longmen would mark the moment he transcended the tribulations of the Golden Core heavenly punishment and firmly established himself in the Golden Core realm. In the Central Plains, on the periphery of the ominous burial ground for immortals, a group of rogue cultivators fled in terror, their leader an elderly man at the 7th tier of the Golden Core stage. How audacious to choose to rob this prince. None shall escape. A youthful figure, resembling a delicate young man, laughed heartily as he commanded a massive black eagle, skillfully directing flying swords to attack from a distance. He exuded the aura of the Foundation establishment stage. Yet, what truly instilled fear in the rogue cultivators was an elder clad in gray robes by his side. The elder emanated the oppressive force of the nascent soul stage, ruthlessly slaughtering their ranks. Spare us. The group of rogue cultivators cried out for mercy, yet they were relentlessly cut down. When it was finally the turn of a captivating and alluring female cultivator at the chi refinement stage, the young man called out to halt the execution just in time, sparing her life. With a swift slash, a sharp beam of sword light swept through, annihilating the remaining 3 rogue cultivators with a single strike. Old Gu, merely follow this prince from a distance. I desire to indulge in some wild game. As commanded, Your Highness the 6th Prince. After the gray-robed elder departed, the young man approached the enchanting woman, surveying her with a glint of desire in his eyes. I am Shi Li, the 6th Prince of the Dali dynasty, governed by the Jioding sect. Do you wish to preserve your life? I am Shui Linglong. And of course, I wish to live. Shui Linglong replied coyly, casting an alluring glance that was irresistibly captivating. Having followed her father in cultivation since childhood, she was a first-tier rogue cultivator. However, after her father was slain by enemies, Shui Linglong became a trophy for her foes, subjected to countless humiliations. Thus, she acquired exceptional skills in the art of seduction. It was through this talent that, despite numerous setbacks, Shui Linglong advanced to the 4th tier of the Qi refinement stage. Not far from Foundation establishment, In that moment, she realized her grand opportunity had arrived. If she could ensnare Shi Li with her enchanting skills, she might ascend to greatness in one fell swoop. Your Highness the Sixth Prince, I am here to serve you. Shui Linglong purred seductively, her crimson lips curling into a beguiling smile, reminiscent of a peerless enchantress. Soon, the two found themselves entwined upon the back of the great eagle. Sixth Prince, your prowess is truly profound. Ha! My beauty, how would you like this prince to reward you? Do not cease. A minute later, after an arduous and embarrassing culmination, Shi Li awkwardly concluded. Shui Linglong hurried to reassure him. Your Highness the Sixth Prince, you were magnificent. Ah! She suddenly let out a piercing scream, startling Shi Li. When he turned to look, he was equally astonished. Deep within the tomb of immortals, clouds billowed and colorful mists swirled, with beams of celestial light shooting skyward in astonishing splendor. So much immortal essence. This is true celestial fate and transformation. Shi Li exclaimed in excitement, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire. An elder in a gray robe flew towards him and said solemnly, Your Highness, the Sixth Prince, we must depart swiftly. The celestial fortune within the tomb of immortals will attract grave peril. Furthermore, my strength is insufficient to escort you to the deepest recesses of the tomb. What? Upon hearing this, Shi Li was filled with a mix of shock, anger, and helplessness. On that day, many strong individuals daringly ventured into the tomb of immortals in search of treasure. Some met a tragic end midway, while others successfully reached their destination. A message swiftly spread. A formidable celestial formation had emerged at the core of the tomb of immortals. Only cultivators below the transformation realm can enter. Moreover, inscribed upon the formation were words, When the true dragon enters, the celestial maiden shall return. Chapter 79. Yumarin, a radiant beauty. Within the water palace, Yumarin sat gracefully upon a white jade lotus cushion, imparting wisdom to Du Meng and the others. Her every word was like a precious gem, her melodious voice imbued with a unique enchantment that left everyone in a state of profound enlightenment. Dong Yufei, in particular, fell into a deep state of comprehension, surrounded by a brilliant aura of mysterious Tao, exuding an indescribable air of nobility and sanctity. She had received the Celestial Maiden's Heart Sutra directly from Yumarin and had begun to cultivate this method. At that moment, Chen Xuan stepped in, instantly capturing everyone's attention. His long, raven-black hair cascaded over his shoulders, his skin luminous and translucent, shimmering with a faint diamond-like brilliance. His physique had grown ever more robust, resembling a perfect work of art sculpted to golden proportions, utterly flawless. Shirley, astonished, inquired, Elder brother, you seem transformed beyond recognition. Pretty much. Chen Xuan smiled broadly, his spirits soaring. While 10 days had passed in the outside world, he had cultivated for nearly 3 years under the 100-fold time acceleration of the temporal shield. Chen Xuan's true dragon tyrant body has undergone a transformation and reformation, becoming even more formidable. Most importantly, the 13 swords of tyranny have been cultivated to an exquisite level, surpassing his previous accomplishments. In the beautiful eyes of Yumarin, a glimmer of astonishment flashed. She gently parted her cherry lips and remarked, truly deserving of the pure young true dragon bloodline. Your growth compels my admiration. Immediately, Yumarin recalled the awkward incident from 10 days prior, a faint blush gracing her flawless oval face, enhancing her beauty remarkably. Chen Xuan straightforwardly proposed, Senior sister, shall we pay a visit to the Howensword sect? What? Du Meng and the others were taken aback by his words. During their time in the Muyu Mountains, the two sides had already severed ties completely. To venture to the Howensword sect now would be quite unwise. Oh, what do you intend to do? Yumarin inquired with curiosity. Chen Xuan smiled faintly and said, primarily, I am here to collect a debt. Additionally, to reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. Furthermore, I shall take Elder Tianxing with me. Agreed. I require a drop of blood as recompense. Yumarin nodded decisively. Deal. Chen Xuan snapped his fingers and readily agreed. He then cautiously inquired, Senior sister, what is the current state of your abilities? Yumarin did not conceal her prowess. Responding with a touch of pride, I can unleash a full force strike comparable to that of a transcendent being at the first tribulation, though my strength will rapidly diminish thereafter. However, I possess a forbidden artifact that is sufficient to instill fear in the wicked. Ah, quite impressive indeed. Chen Xuan nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied. The Howren Sword sect was bustling with activity within its grand hall, filled with the youthful representatives of various factions from across its domain. Additionally, several formidable 8th and 9th tier Yuan cultivators were also present, eagerly preparing for what was to come. Upon the high platform, Ji Wushuang sat regally upon the seat of the Holy Sun, gazing down with a heart brimming with anticipation. Following the news of the celestial opportunity emerging from the tomb of the immortals, Li Yinglian decisively appointed Ji Wushuang as the leader, with Lu Ruoyan as her deputy. To seize the chance, today marked a momentous occasion for bidding farewell to the departing group. Zhao Kaiyun, with a smile lighting up her eyes, presented a protective jade pendant, saying, "Junior brother, I wish you success in this venture. May you claim the celestial treasure." "Thank you, senior sister, for your kind intentions," Ji Wushuang replied with a warm smile, her demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. Meanwhile, Shun Qingqing, Bai Ling, and Mu Xuan, unwilling to be outdone, also offered their gifts. "Wushuang, come here." Ji Yaiyue beckoned, her face radiating maternal affection. She retrieved a small, colorful shield from within her possession, severing her connection with it, preparing to present it. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the hall. "The rogue Chen Xuan has come to collect his debts. Open the mountain protection formation at once, or do not blame my senior sister for obliterating it and leaving you with nothing." Upon hearing this, everyone stiffened in alarm. Ji Yaiyue's voluptuous form quivered, and she exclaimed in indignation, "This wretch! How dare he come to my Howren Sword sect?" "Humph!" Li Yinglian let out a cold snort and promptly signaled Elder Qingshu and the others to activate the formation. Due to the memory sealing incident, his reputation had suffered a catastrophic blow. Although the Howren Sword sect was actively promoting the narrative that Chen Xuan had deceived the scattered immortals with the methods of an external great heart demon, framing their own sect leader, it still could not restore Li Yinglian's reputation completely. Consequently, her animosity towards Chen Xuan had deepened to a level of profound resentment. With a flourish, a fleeting shimmer of ethereal light appeared, revealing a colorful silken banner suspended in the air, upon which stood two figures, Chen Xuan and Yumerin. The scene captivated the audience, leaving them in awe. Chen Xuan possessed a robust physique exuding the aura of a conqueror, his gaze sharp and proud, while his straightened posture resembled an unparalleled spear, as if ready to pierce the heavens at any moment. However, the attention of the crowd was predominantly captivated by Yumerin. She boasted a stunning oval face, her willow-like brows reminiscent of distant mountains cloaked in mist, her enchanting eyes sparkling like a tranquil emerald pool, a delicate nose, cherry-red lips, and dimples that danced playfully on her cheeks. Even more alluring were the voluptuous curves that seemed to strain against her attire, complemented by her exquisite S-shaped figure and long, fair legs. Truly, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Many male disciples could hardly contain their salivation, slightly bending their waists to mask their embarrassment. "Are you, Yumerin?" Li Yinglian inquired, taken aback. With a light laugh, Yumerin replied, "Young one, are you surprised? Fear not. I have merely absorbed some essence from my little junior brother, and my strength has nearly returned to its peak. I, Yumerin, am reasonable and rarely commit acts of annihilation against sections." Her words sent a chill through the assembled crowd. A threat. This was an unabashed threat. The onlookers regarded Yumerin with trepidation, each silently regretting. Had they treated Chen Xuan better and not expelled him from the sect, perhaps Yumerin would not have sought them out. It was evident that their intentions were far from benevolent. Ji Wushuang, once the center of attention, now felt as though the spotlight had been stripped away by Chen Xuan, his countenance darkening. Particularly, upon catching sight of Yumerin's extraordinary beauty, jealousy surged within him. Why? How could such a formidable beauty willingly lower herself to absorb Chen Xuan's essence? Was I, Ji Wushuang, not superior to this good-for-nothing destined to remain in the golden core stage? At that moment, Chen Xuan scanned the crowd and jested. "Ah, Ji Yaiyue, you are quite astute. You've taken the initiative to present the colorful turtle spirit shield. Are you ready to fulfill your grand wager?" The crowd fell into a momentary stupor, redirecting their gazes to Ji Yaiyue. She narrowed her beautiful eyes and coldly inquired, "Chen Xuan, how dare you bring up the matter of the grand wager? You have tarnished my reputation and that of the sect leader. How shall we settle this account?" Hearing this, Chen Xuan scoffed derisively, a glimmer of disdain illuminating his countenance. He then spoke with a chilling tone. "What? Do you intend to renege on the agreement? Very well. I have already fulfilled the conditions of the Great Path wager. If you, Jiaoyue, are unperturbed by the prospect of the Great Path's backlash leading to your demise. His gaze then fell upon the resplendent turtle spirit shield, and he continued, years ago, I vanquished a fiendish leader of the shadow demon sect and obtained this exquisite spiritual artifact shield. It was promptly offered to you. At that time, you paid no heed to the extent of my injuries from that battle. In retrospect, it truly feels as though my genuine intentions were squandered. Here, take it. Jiaoyue, incensed, flicked her wrist and tossed the turtle spirit shield back to Chen Xuan, her expression one of disdain and contempt. Chen Xuan stored the colorful turtle spirit shield within the Panlong treasure ring and continued, Jiaoyue, our wager states that if I become the successor of Mu Yun Sanxian, I shall be deemed the victor. You are to lead all the members of Yinu Peak to publicly apologize to me and return the numerous treasures I have gifted you. You may now fulfill the terms of our bet. Upon his declaration, the crowd erupted into an uproar. The atmosphere swiftly turned thick and oppressive. Jiaoyue's face flushed crimson, her voluptuous figure trembling as her pearly teeth ground together audibly. Chen Xuan, you truly intend to disregard the past so completely? Jiaoyue exclaimed indignantly. Indeed. Chen Xuan responded without hesitation, his reply crisp and decisive. Not only did he harbor no lingering sentiments, but upon reflection on Jiaoyue's actions, he even contemplated her demise. In an instant, the atmosphere once again descended into silence. Jiaoyue exhaled, forcefully suppressing her inner fury. Her gaze was icy, each word laced with a chilling edge. You wretched creature, you are truly ruthless. Chapter 80. As your master, I might consider granting you a taste of sweetness. The oath of the great Tao is not to be violated. This is a well-known fact throughout the entire wilderness realm. For the probability of demise due to the backlash of the great Tao is exceedingly high. The grand wager between Chen Xuan and Jiaoyue has reached its conclusion, rendering him the sole individual entitled to fulfill his promise. This act, while not particularly injurious to the inhabitants of Jade Maiden Peak, is laden with profound insult, particularly for Jiwu Shuang, who harbors an intense desire to eliminate Chen Xuan. Yet, amidst the torrent of furious gazes directed at him, Chen Xuan remains unperturbed, as serene as a gentle breeze brushing against one's face. Mu Shuiyan is the first to voice her venomous disdain. Chen Xuan, how pitiable it is that you demand back the very gifts you once